Konoha, year 54. The 6th year since the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War. In a forest outside the Hidden Leaf Village, the melodious chirping of birds echoed as radiant sunlight filtered through the dense canopy. A young, handsome man with a grass stem clenched between his teeth squinted against a massive boulder. A gentle breeze caressed him, lifting the silver strands of hair that fell over his forehead. He bore no ninja headband. Belonging to no village, he appeared to be a lone wanderer. Ugh. I say, system, when on Earth will you activate? I just acquired the legendary blade, yet you devoured it. Are you not going to provide any explanation? Be wary, or I shall cleave you in two. Nightblade, with his tousled silver hair and striking eyes, stood at approximately 6 feet tall, impatiently addressed the system in his mind. The system trembled under Nightblade's threat. Please, host, do not be anxious when the opportune moment arrives. The system will activate immediately, and your original sword, the Kichu, will be returned to you. You insolent! Nightblade, known for his fiery temper, erupted at the system's response. I've been dragged from the world of pirates to the world of ninjas for half a month now, and apart from the flowing Sakura Haki and the no blade style I've managed to grasp, I can hardly wield any other sword. Do you understand how difficult it is for a swordsman like me? Do you understand? Nightblade's voice boomed, sending another shiver through the system. The system? I apologize. Never mind. Nightblade waved his hand dismissively, releasing the system from his ire. Rubbing his silver hair, he muttered, although my flowing Sakura Haki coupled with a no-blade style can barely hold off the third Hokage. Being a swordsman without a proper blade is truly dull. Do hurry up. Do not let me lose my last shred of patience. After lazily uttering his last words to the system, Nightblade drifted off to sleep once more upon the stone. Rustle. At some unknown moment, several hundred meters away, a stumbling figure burst forth from the gates of Konoha, heading straight for the forest. Rustle, rustle. The sound of pant legs brushing against the grass echoed softly. From atop the boulder, Nightblade's ears perked up, and his star-like eyes sprang open. The observation Haki granted him an astoundingly acute perception. The slightest movement of grass or wind from 100 meters away was vividly discernible within his mind. Nightblade slowly rose to his feet, his eyes flashing with electric brilliance. Someone approaches, and they are heading directly towards me? Whoosh! Muttering to himself, Nightblade dashed towards the source of the footsteps. The distance of several hundred meters vanished in an instant beneath his feet. A figure slowly came into view before him. Ha! Nightblade smirked coldly. In the stillness of the forest, a chilling voice abruptly resonated. No blade style. In an instant. Buzz. The flowing Sakura Haki was summoned forth, enveloping his arms in a layer of dark, formidable energy. Under the sunlight, it gleamed with a heart-stopping metallic luster. An overwhelming sense of power radiated from him. Black rope, great tornado. As the words fell, a massive vortex of wind coalesced before Nightblade. In the next moment, it seemed that with a mere sweep of his arms, he could obliterate the approaching figure. Wait, Lord Nightblade. Suddenly, the figure sensed the immense pressure emanating from Nightblade and hastily raised his head. The man, adorned with a raven mask, instantly knelt before Nightblade, speaking rapidly. My apologies. I did not mean to disturb you, Lord Nightblade. I am from the Umbu of Konoha. Oh, Nightblade's black flowing Sakura Haki gradually dissipated as he crossed his arms, his gaze fixed coldly upon the kneeling Umbu. Umbu? I seem to recall that I am not one of your Konoha. You, what business do you have with me? Beneath the raven mask, beads of cold sweat trickled down the Umbu's cheeks. In his perception, the pressure from Nightblade far surpassed that of Danzo or the third Hokage. This overwhelming aura of near-death instilled a paralyzing fear within him. It felt as if any slight movement would result in instant annihilation by this blade-like man. I have come here to deliver a message. The pressure exerted by Nightblade caused the Umbu to stammer. Through his words, a message? What message? Nightblade's brow furrowed slightly. It concerns Miss Hinata. Nightblade's pupils constricted in an instant. Hinata was the first person he had met upon arriving in this world. She was now someone he cherished like a sister. Based on the approximate timeline, could something have happened? Hinata? What has happened? To her? Nightblade's tone turned urgent, and his aura involuntarily intensified, causing the raven-masked Umbu to flatten himself against the ground. Thud! Lord Nightblade, your aura is too overwhelming, I can hardly breathe. Very well. Nightblade exhaled gently, his aura retracting with ease. The Umbu, still prostrated on the ground, gasped for air, daring not to lift his head as he spoke in reverence. It is from the hidden cloud. Individuals from the hidden cloud disguised themselves to negotiate a peace treaty with our village, only to seize Miss Hinata amidst the chaos. Oh, Nightblade's expression shifted to one of scrutiny. He regarded the half-kneeling Umbu with keen interest. Speak. Who sent you to convey this message to me? The Umbu opened his mouth, ready to respond. However, I prefer to hear the truth. Nightblade's voice was icy. It is. The Umbu's face was drenched in cold sweat. It is Lord Danzo. Oh, Danzo. So, it is he? A scheme of borrow knives. Nightblade smiled subtly. How dare he play tricks before me? Once I deal with the hidden cloud, I shall have a proper reckoning with you, you filthy insect. Ding dong. At that moment, a voice echoed in Nightblade's mind. First plot trigger detected. The system begins to unlock. Ding dong. System unlocked successfully. Analyzing system functions. 50, 80, 100. The plot alteration system has been fully unlocked. This system has no assigned tasks, merely altering the plot will generate points. When points accumulate to a certain threshold, they can be exchanged for any items in the system shop. Ding dong. The New World gift pack has been distributed. Would the host like to open it immediately? Huh. Nightblade chuckled softly, speaking gently to the system in his mind. Open it now. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the pirate world and acquiring the Supreme Great Sword. One of the 12 craftsmen, the original Onigiri. Shall I extract it immediately? A broader smile spread across Yiren's face. Extract. Thud. A uniquely designed long sword materialized instantaneously in Yiren's grasp, with a massive tsuba, an exaggeratedly elongated hilt, and a scabbard crafted from walnut wood. The entire blade measured 66.10 centimeters, resembling a crescent moon. Hee. A glimmer of fervent battle excitement shone in Yiren's eyes. Onigiri, let us once more fight side by side. With a soft chuckle, Nightblade gently secured the original demon blade to his waist, his toned physique accentuated by a pristine, white martial arts uniform, enhancing his tall stature. An inexhaustible surge of explosive power simmered within him. To speak candidly, I believe that the direction in which the Cloud Hidden has fled should be to the northeast. However, where exactly is the northeast? Standing atop a tree, Nightblade raised his gaze to scan the surroundings. After a brief moment, his brow furrowed slightly, a sense of impatience washing over him as he scratched his head. Frustration filled his eyes. Goodness, the forest outside of Konoha is so vast. How can I possibly know where those cloud-hidden scoundrels have escaped to in the northeast? He scratched his head once more, pondering whether this was a flaw inherited from his master. His disciple Zoro seemed to often struggle with directions as well and was even dubbed directionally challenged. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the forest outside Konoha is indeed sprawling. I cannot be blamed for this. Surely, I cannot be considered directionally challenged? Peering down at the crow-masked Umbu who knelt motionless before him, he inquired, Do you have any knowledge of where the Cloud Hidden has fled? Do you know their current location? The Umbu, hesitant to hesitate, nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Nightblade's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. If you know the way, then lead me. I shall follow closely behind you. The Umbu was momentarily taken aback, then raised his gaze to the figure standing atop the tree. He hesitantly opened his mouth. Lord Nightblade, you wouldn't possibly be lost? With a swift motion, Nightblade descended from the treetop, standing directly before the Umbu. He slowly bent forward, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he bore down on the masked figure. Who claims to be lost? Repeat that. The sudden surge of pressure emanating from Nightblade nearly rendered the Umbu breathless. Panic set in as the Umbu's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his pupils dilating in fear. No, Lord Nightblade. I absolutely did not mean that. What I meant was, I will guide you. Hearing the Umbu's pitiful response, Nightblade let out a cold snort. Humph, at least you are sensible. He straightened up, casting a dismissive glance at the trembling figure on the ground. If you intend to lead me, then do not dawdle. If Hinata suffers even a single hair, I shall ensure that the entire cloud-hidden village pays the price. Yes, yes. The Umbu lifted his chrome mask, wiping the sweat from his brow, and hurriedly led Nightblade into the depths of the northeastern forest. Oh, and by the way, from his perch atop the tree, Nightblade called out to the Umbu ahead. Keep my supposed lack of direction to yourself, should it inadvertently become known to others. I shall have your life. With a slip of his foot, the Umbu nearly lost his balance and fell from the tree trunk. Regaining his composure with great effort, he dared not look back, stammering, Lord Nightblade, you are fully aware of the way. That is all I know. Two figures swiftly traversed the forest outside the Hidden Leaf Village, massive tree trunks retreating rapidly as they moved. In less than 10 minutes, an open space to the northeast of the village emerged before them. In this vast clearing stood 3 silhouettes, one small and 2 large. Among them, one figure bore the target of their mission, Hinata, on his shoulder. Is that not the young scion of the Hyuga branch? What is the matter? Have you lost your composure now that your sister has been taken? A hint of maturity and composure flickered in Niji Hyuga's eyes as he coldly regarded the figure from the hidden cloud village, his expression unchanging. I advise you to return Hinata at once. The wrath of the leaf is something you cannot withstand. The leader of the hidden cloud erupted into laughter. You little brat. You still seem oblivious to the situation. The leaf is barely holding itself together. Your antiquated Sarutobi Hiruzen is insignificant before our fourth raikage. Niji's eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It seemed this time, he would have to fight for his life. Oh, a chilling voice suddenly emanated from a nearby tree. If Hiruzen is inadequate, then what about me? Who? The leader of the hidden cloud turned sharply toward the source of the voice, only to find Yuru, perched atop the treetops, accompanied by a crouching ANBU. TCH. I thought it was someone of importance, but it's merely the ANBU of the leaf and an unknown brat. Are you also here for Hinata? Lord Yuru. Niji's eyes gleamed with admiration as he gazed at Yuru atop the trees. What brings you here? With a glance at Niji, Yuru slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the first-generation Kichigai at his waist, his tone icy. The leaf is too weak, and your Hyuga clan is too feeble, so I've come. Hinata is my sister, and no one shall lay a finger on her. Hey, I suggest you people from the hidden cloud release her while you still can. Don't make me resort to my blade. Niji paused, seemingly convinced by Yoru's assertion regarding the leaf, and gradually stepped aside. Ha ha ha. The leader of the hidden cloud laughed heartily, as if hearing a grand joke. He regarded Yoru with derision. What qualifications do you have to threaten me, when you don't even wear a ninja headband? You want Hinata? Come and take her. Very well. Yoru smiled slightly. The first-generation Kichigai was unsheathed, its crescent blade gleaming with a chilling, bloodthirsty light in the midday forest. With a rush, Yoru charged forward. Humph. The leader of the hidden cloud snorted coldly, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth style? Ground-shattering needle. One sword style. A wave of pressure seemed to emanate from the very soul, as Yoru, armed with his blade, radiated a powerful aura that rendered the just-completed hand signs of the hidden cloud ninja utterly ineffective. Their eyes were transfixed on the enormous blade that had already descended before them. A profound agony emanated from his body. Subsequently, the body of the cloud ninja was cleaved cleanly in two. The surrounding rocks and trees were likewise pierced instantaneously, causing the ground to rise in a jagged line of debris. A thunderous crash echoed as the cloud ninja's body slowly collapsed. In Nightblade's eyes flickered a sanguine glint, and he softly uttered 3 words, Great Dawn Shatter. The ghostly sword, which had never drawn blood from the cloud ninja, was gently sheathed by Nightblade. He crouched down tenderly to cradle the still unconscious Hinata. Turning his gaze towards another cloud ninja, he observed the immediate shift in the latter's composure. Why you? How can you be so strong? I have never witnessed such swordsmanship before. Who are you? Nightblade, unfazed, merely cleared his ears. Questions, what a nuisance. Hurry back to your cloud village and inform AI. Should there be a next time, I shall personally visit. Why yes. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had altered the storyline, categorizing it as a Class C change, granting a reward of 100 points. Ding dong. Points acquired. The marketplace system is now unlocked. Would the host like to view it? Nightblade slightly raised an eyebrow. View. A shimmering blue water curtain unfurled in Nightblade's mind. revealing an array of icons alongside their golden price tags. Black Blade Autumn Water, 1,000 points. Renowned Blade Yinma, 1,000 points. Snow Walk, 500 points. Sword of the One Path, 1,000 points. Black Blade Knight, 10,000 points. Whitebeard's Cutlass, 10,000 points. Nightblade's eyes sparkled with delight upon beholding the legendary blades in the points marketplace, momentarily losing his composure. To think he could exchange for Whitebeard's sword and his master's Black Blade Knight. What an exhilarating prospect. As he murmured to himself, Nightblade continued to peruse further. Senju Cell, 10,000 points. Bloodline Limit Sharingan, initial version 500 points. Bloodline Limit Byakugan, initial version 500 points. Bloodline Limit Ice Release, 300 points. Bloodline Limit Crystal Release, 300 points. A dazzling array of abilities and bloodline limits captivated Nightblade's attention. There were even more formidable items for sale below. Outer Path Golem, 10,000 points. Ninetales, 9,999 points. Eighttails, 8,888 points. Nightblade's lips twitched slightly. I say, system, are you truly this audacious? What is it that you would not dare to sell? Huh, replied the system with pride. Products of the system are always of exquisite quality. There is nothing we do not offer. The host has currently unlocked the worlds of One Piece and Naruto. Everything available in these realms is at your disposal. Nightblade inhaled sharply. Goodness, what boldness. However, gazing at his meager 100 points, Yiren shut down the marketplace with a slight grimace. Observing the ninja from Cloud, who tumbled away into the depths of the forest, he turned to glance at Niji and the Umbu behind him. Let us return to the village, he said. Yes, understood. Until that moment, both Niji and the Umbu were enveloped in a profound shock. Having grown up in the world of ninjas, they had witnessed an array of formidable ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and even taijutsu. Yet, they had never encountered a sword technique that appeared capable of severing all. What was even more terrifying was that the elite jonin of the Umbu privately compared the power of that strike. He was horrified to realize that had it been him beneath that blade, survival would have been utterly impossible. Moreover, the elusive nature of that strike was akin to an antelope's horn, impossible to discern. He was entirely at a loss as to how one might defend against it. Shortly thereafter, Yiren arrived at the Hyuga clan's entrance, carrying a slumbering Hinata, accompanied by Niji. The Umbu, after consulting with Yiren, returned to their base. At that moment, Hinata's father, Hayashi, anxiously awaited at the clan's entrance. Upon seeing Yiren and Niji approaching with Hinata, he rushed forward to greet them. Lord Yiren, Hayashi exclaimed in astonishment. You took action personally? Indeed, Yiren nodded. Will you not allow me to enter and speak? Ah, yes. Please, Lord Yiren, come in. As the second most prominent clan in Konoha, the Hyuga residence was expansive, and the living conditions of its members were quite favorable. In fact, compared to the Uchiha clan, their circumstances were even more advantageous. Walking through the long corridor, Yiren nodded in satisfaction at the Sengoku-style tatami and architectural design. What a splendid place. With this thought, a subtle smile crept across the corners of his mouth. However, as the price for such a comfortable life, the compliant Hyuga clan often acquiesced to the wishes of Konoha, making various sacrifices. The incident of Hinata's abduction by the Cloud was, in truth, Konoha's sacrifice of the Hyuga clan. Had Yiren not intervened, it would have been Hyuga Hayashi who confronted the threat, and subsequently, to protect the village and his clan. He would have been forced to take his own life before the envoy of the Cloud as a scapegoat. It must be said, this was the sorrow of the Hyuga clan. Lord Yiren, we are deeply grateful for your return of Miss Hinata. I express my heartfelt thanks on behalf of the entire Hyuga clan. Indeed, Yiren nodded again. There is no need for thanks. I regard Hinata as a sister, and rescuing her was merely an act of personal inclination. Furthermore, in the coming days, you of the Hyuga clan should remain vigilant. Although I have shielded you from disaster this time, Konoha is a village that devours its own without hesitation. Hayashi was taken aback, raising his gaze suddenly to Yiren, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. How do you know of such matters? With a gentle smile, Yiren replied. How can I ascertain the insignificance of these matters? Now that I have come to regard Hinata as my sister, I shall provide a modicum of protection to the Hyuga clan. Remember, never place your trust in Danzo or the third Hokage. Hinata Hayashi promptly nodded. Indeed, suddenly, the wooden screen was pulled aside, and the weary Hayashi Hizashi strode in. "Hayashi, has Hinata returned?" he inquired. "I discovered traces of battle in the northeastern part of the village, along with the corpses of cloud ninjas." As Hizashi spoke to his brother, he suddenly noticed the leisurely figure of Yebane, sipping tea by the side. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. "My lord Yebane, I apologize for the disturbance." Yebane waved his hand dismissively. "You arrived just in time. I have already brought Hinata back, and I have dealt with the cloud ninjas. You should return and rest." Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with fear and reverence as he gazed at Yebane. My lord Yebane, may I inquire, did you leave that massive blade mark in the forest to the northeast?" "Oh," Yebane nodded. "That. It was left when I dispatched the cloud ninjas. What of it?" Hizashi was momentarily stunned, his expression becoming increasingly awed. "And no, it's nothing. I am truly grateful for your assistance, my lord Yebane." Yebane waved his hand again. "It was a trivial matter. However, I have a small request to make of you." Hizashi's eyes widened in surprise as he addressed Yebane. "Whatever you need. My lord Yebane, I shall do my utmost to assist you, for you are our benefactor." Yebane smiled slightly. "It's nothing too significant. May I stay with your family for a while? I have quite taken a liking to Niji and Hinata. In my spare time, I could impart some knowledge." "Really?" Hizashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Yebane nodded gently. Of course, that would be no problem. My lord Yebane, do you have any further requests?" Hizashi inquired earnestly. "Please prepare ample wine for me." Yebane chuckled softly. As a swordsman, the dual passions of drinking and swordsmanship were his greatest delights. "All right, no problem." Hizashi's eyes sparkled as he responded to Yebane with a hearty smile. "My lord Yebane is indeed a true swordsman, drinking and practicing swordsmanship. How enviable." Merely a pastime." Yebane chuckled lightly. He then rose slowly and addressed the respectful Hayashi brothers. "Well then, it is getting late. Please lead me to a place to rest. After being active today, I have gained some new insights." The brilliance in Yebane's eyes flickered. "I require a tranquil environment for further contemplation." After a moment of surprise, Hizashi nodded respectfully. "Very well, my lord Yebane. Please follow me. I shall now escort you to the place of repose." Hinata Hizashi, as the clan leader, entrusted all arrangements concerning Yorihi to Hinata Hayashi. At this moment, it was Hayashi who guided Yorihi out of the guest reception room, traversing the corridor, and slowly advancing towards the quarters designated for guests. Bang! Boom! Humph! The reverberations of practicing ninjutsu and taijutsu distinctly reached Yorihi's ears as he followed Hayashi through the corridor. Yorihi nonchalantly turned his head, casting his gaze towards the expansive training ground adjacent to the corridor. As the second prominent family in Konoha, the Hinata clan's martial spirit is renowned throughout the shinobi world, truly deserving of the title of a prestigious noble house. From the elders to the children, they diligently hone their ninjutsu and the application of the Byakugan at fixed times daily. It is through such unwavering dedication that the Hinata clan maintains its esteemed position as the second most powerful family in Konoha. Suddenly, a Hinata clan member, covered in dust, halted his actions, slowly directing his gaze towards the stoic Yorihi. Who might this individual be, walking alongside Lord Hayashi, and so young at that? Could he be a descendant of a prominent figure? As Yorihi, with a long blade nearly a meter in length sheathed at his waist, followed Hayashi through the corridor, whispers began to circulate among the members of the training ground. Look at the sword at his waist. Could he be from the Land of Iron? It is said that the Land of Iron has no shinobi, only warriors like him, adorned with swords. Before the speaker could finish, another voice interjected. "You know nothing. To my knowledge, warriors from the Land of Iron wear 2 or more swords, while this individual possesses only one, and he lacks the distinctive gas mask typically associated with them. Clearly, he is not from the Land of Iron. Enough of your speculations. Have you all completed today's training tasks? Do you have time to concern yourselves with others?" A young man, with long hair framing his temples, furrowed his brow and admonished the clan members in the training ground. "Understood, Lord Dejima." It seemed the clan members held a certain fear of the young man, promptly averting their gazes and returning to their rigorous training. With a slight smile, Hayashi glanced back at the unflappable Yorihi. "Lord Yorihi, the individuals in this training ground represent the backbone of our Hinata clan. This composed young man is Hinata Dejima, the only member of our clan to ascend to the rank of Jonin in recent years. He is indeed a formidable young talent." Yorihi rummaged through his memories of the previous world, recalling a figure who indeed made notable contributions during the Fourth Shinobi World War. A commendable young man. Yorihi nodded lightly, slowly articulating. Indeed, quite remarkable. As the dialogue unfolded between Yiren and Hinata Nichi, Hinata Takuma happened to glance in their direction, casting a curious look towards Yiren. However, upon hearing the unexpected appraisal from the younger Yiren, he furrowed his brow in surprise. Hinata Takuma shifted slightly, his expression stern as he approached Yiren. With purposeful strides echoing like the sound of a drum, he reached Yiren's side. Fixing his gaze upon Yiren, he spoke with measured dignity. Esteemed warrior, I appreciate your evaluation. Yet, judging by your calm demeanor, I presume your prowess surpasses mine. Would you be inclined to engage in a friendly duel with me at the Hinata family's training ground? I, Hinata Takuma, wish to witness your exceptional skills. Instantly, as Takuma's words resonated through the training grounds, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The members of the Hinata clan looked upon Takuma with fervent admiration and respect for strength. Their gazes towards Yiren tinged with a sense of amusement. It seemed they could already envision Yiren's defeat and Takuma's effortless victory. Only Hinata Nichi, observing the young man challenging Yiren, felt a grave seriousness descend upon him, a flicker of fear lurking deep within his eyes. You, the most distinguished youth of the Hinata clan, how dare you challenge Mr. Yiren? Return at once. Do not disgrace our family in front of such an important guest. Hinata Takuma paused, a hint of apprehension evident as he regarded Nichi. Yet, his combative spirit spurred him to muster courage, and he boldly continued, even so, a guest of such significance must possess corresponding strength. Therefore, I, Hinata Takuma, wish to gauge the capabilities of your esteemed self. Would you dare to face me in combat? Oh, Yiren mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he nodded. Very well. Since you earnestly wish to compete, I shall oblige. However, a glint of cunning sparkled in Yiren's eyes. The loser shall face a penalty. The nature of this penalty will be determined by the victor. What do you say? Agreed. It is settled. Excitement flickered in Takuma's eyes at the prospect of the imminent battle. He bowed slowly to Yiren, then gestured towards the training ground with a sweeping motion of his hand. Honored warrior, please. Very well, Yiren replied, his gaze reflecting a tinge of admiration for Takuma. Once, not long ago, he too had possessed such an indomitable spirit while diligently pursuing the art of the sword. And he was acutely aware of the significance of the challenge that lay ahead. Only through perseverance and an indomitable spirit can any samurai or ninja reach the pinnacle of their craft. Talent serves merely as a relatively elevated starting point. Step by step, Yiren, with his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, walked calmly to the center of the training ground, exuding an aura of authority simply by standing there. Come forth, Yiren called lightly to Hinata Takuma, who stood opposite him. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the silver strands of hair from his forehead, accentuating his formidable demeanor. The corners of his mouth were tightly pressed, yet a hint of supreme confidence lingered there. Wow! The ladies of the Hinata clan surrounding the training ground gasped in awe. This young man is quite handsome, but I wonder if he can prevail against Lord Takuma. Oh dear! Lord Takuma is a newly appointed jonin of our Hinata clan, capable of undertaking A-rank missions. How could he possibly lose? Not necessarily. A member of the Hinata clan interjected with a differing opinion. Though Lord Takuma is indeed impressive, I cannot help but feel that this warrior possesses a stronger aura. Humph. A voice of disdain chimed in. How could that be? Individuals like Lord Nichi and Lord Suki lack such an aura. How could this warrior possibly possess it? Moreover, do you even understand what an aura is? How dare you speak so frivolously? As the crowd surrounding the training ground engaged in heated debate, Hinata Takuma stepped into the arena, following Yiren's lead, and positioned himself opposite the samurai. Warrior, please enlighten me, Takuma declared, shifting his feet slightly in the sand and assuming a stance with his hands spread wide. His Byakugan activated, Takuma's eyes turned completely white, blood vessels rapidly engorging around them. Suddenly, Takuma paused. Warrior, there seems to be no flow of chakra within you? With a subtle smile, Yiren, still resting his hand lightly on the hilt of his sword, replied, Chakra? What need have I for such a thing? I am a swordsman, a pure swordsman. To win through the quantity and purity of chakra would be an affront to my honor. Spare me your lengthy discourse. Come at me. Yiren remained utterly still, his body appearing languid, save for the sharpness of his gaze. Taking a breath, Tokumen, emboldened by Yiren's words, no longer held back. His highly refined Byakugan scrutinized Yiren intently. How can this be? After several moments, astonishment filled Tokumen's wide eyes. He murmured, at first glance, "The warrior's seemingly careless stance reveals countless openings. With my bagua palm and gentle fist, I could easily defeat him with over 100 methods." Yet, a few beads of cold sweat trickled down Tokumen's forehead as he regarded Yiren, disbelief etched on his face. "Why is it that whenever I contemplate striking, I am overwhelmed by an intense sense of danger?" Gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Hinata Takuma gritted his teeth, ultimately overcoming the unsettling feeling within him. The promised challenge could no longer be postponed. With determination, Takuma forcefully stamped his foot on the ground, using the recoil to swiftly approach Nightblade. The 8 trigram's soft fist. Too slow. With a swift motion, Nightblade did not draw his sword. Instead, he held the scabbard in his right hand and deftly deflected Takuma's hand as it neared his body, striking directly at Takuma's wrist. Following the force of Takuma's attack, Nightblade redirected him towards the very direction of his assault, causing Takuma to stagger unsteadily. This sudden turn of events caught the attention of Hinata Nichi, who was watching the duel. His eyes lit up with excitement. This martial art seemed to carry echoes of the 8 trigram's fist, yet it appeared to be on a higher level. No. Hinata Nichi became increasingly animated. After the battle concludes, I must inquire with Lord Nightblade about the principles behind that technique. This truly is the fortune of the Hinata clan. In stark contrast to Nichi's exhilaration, the clash between Nightblade and Hinata Takuma continued unabated. Takuma relentlessly attacked Nightblade with a series of soft punches, fists, feet, elbows, knees, and legs, executing aerial strikes. Nightblade, however, merely utilized the hilt of his sword to gracefully deflect Takuma's attacks with precision, never yielding a single step. The strikes echoed, smack, boom, boom. His movements were both accurate and elegant. Yet, the intensity and prolonged nature of the assault led to a significant depletion of Takuma's chakra and stamina. Mere minutes later, he was forced to retreat to his original position, gasping for breath. "My lord," Takuma panted, looking at Nightblade. "Why do you not draw your sword?" "Oh." Nightblade gently patted the hilt of his first-generation kitty eye. "You mean this sword? The outcome of drawing it results in only 2 possibilities," he said, raising a finger. 1, a worthy opponent. He smiled, extending another finger. 2, to kill. Which do you choose? Taking a deep breath to restore his rhythm, Takuma's gaze fixed intently on the unmoving Nightblade. "My lord, you are truly the strongest swordsman I have ever encountered. Though I may not prevail, I shall unleash my utmost power in an attack against you." With that, a surge of chakra erupted from Takuma's body. Lines and modules, forming the 8 trigrams, gradually manifested beneath the feet of both Takuma and Nightblade. 8 trigrams, 64 empty palms. As the deep green trigrams emerged, the chakra Takuma had gathered was compressed to an extreme degree, targeting the vulnerable parts of Nightblade's body, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Chakra surged through the air, densely coalescing and hurtling towards the distant figure of Nightblade, warping the atmosphere in its wake. A tremendous force of wind arose from the onslaught, tousling Nightblade's silvery hair. "Oh, this is intriguing," he mused. The sound of the blade being drawn from its sheath resonated softly as the original Guetai emerged in Nightblade's grasp, its menacing blade gleaming ominously. An intense aura of slaughter emanated from the unsheathed Guetai. "Regardless of your myriad of ninjutsu, I shall cleave through it with a single stroke." As the Guetai slowly emerged from the sheath, a ripple of air erupted beneath Nightblade's feet, stirring up a cloud of dusky dust. With the explosive power in his legs, he ascended into the air. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Nightblade gripped Guetai in his right hand, swiftly positioning it behind him, while the muscles of his arm bulged like a coiled dragon. In the next instant, he swung downwards towards the oncoming barrage of air palms. Flying dragon flame. With a whisper-thin, razor-sharp edge, Guetai pierced through the air like a phantom, propelled by Nightblade's formidable strength. A burst of blue flames blossomed in the sky, taking the form of a colossal dragon with 2 horns due to the arc of Nightblade's strike. After a brief spiral, it lunged towards the dense barrage of air palms still suspended in the air. With a resounding roar, The immense blue flame dragon surged into the air palms, obliterating countless chakra-infused strikes in an instant. Not only that, the relentless flying dragon surged towards the weary Hinata Dijian. A cold sweat broke out on Dijian's face as he watched the approaching blue flame dragon, his pupils dilating in terror. This is it. Nearby, Hinata Nichi's eyes widened in shock. This technique was beyond even his capabilities to withstand, let alone that of the exhausted Dijian. Dijian-sama. Some timid girls in the crowd gasped at the sight, while several boys clenched their fists. Disbelief etched on their faces as they beheld the furious blue fire dragon racing towards Dijian. No. Oh, what a bother, came a soft sigh. Without sheathing his blade, Nightblade slashed through the air at the soaring blue fire dragon. The sharp sound of metal against air echoed as a silvery blade light surged forward, overtaking the blue fire dragon before the astonished onlookers. In an instant, the blue fire dragon and the silver blade light were both extinguished in the air. The original Goeitai, now shimmering with a chilling luminescence, was sheathed once more by Nightblade with a clang as it hung at his waist. I have lost. I shall acquiesce to your condition, even if it costs me my life. Hinata Tokima bowed his head, addressing Yeblade. Very well. Yeblade responded with an appreciative smile. A true man knows when to take and when to let go. As for the condition, I have yet to contemplate it. We shall defer that discussion for another time. With measured steps, Yeblade approached Hinata Tokima, who stood before him, eyes clouded with confusion and uncertainty. Quite impressive. Your move has indeed troubled me, compelling me to execute this swift, decisive strike. Indeed. Hinata Tokima offered a bittersweet smile, gazing at the young man before him, his spirits dampened. Was it merely a sense of annoyance that prompted you to wield your blade? Hinata sighed softly. Yeblade's single strike had effortlessly unraveled the painstakingly honed secret ninjutsu of the Hinata clan. Am I truly so far removed from the pinnacle of strength? Noticing the sudden despondence in Hinata's demeanor, Yeblade felt a twinge of compassion. What sorrow burdens you? Do not be misled by my current prowess in swordsmanship. I have endured numerous trials myself. Gently adjusting the hilt of his sword, a nostalgic glint flickered in Yeblade's eyes. Have you ever experienced the training of cleaving water with a blade, where the force must part the stream for 10 seconds? Have you endured the torment of suspending the hilt above a 1,000-pound boulder, only to slice through a fly? Have you witnessed the agony I suffered daily, being cut down time and again to hone my armament's color and will? Yeblade slowly unfastened his garment, revealing his robust physique, pulsating with explosive strength under the sun. Yet, across his chest lay a prominent scar, a testament to his trials, accompanied by countless smaller scars etched across his skin. Remarkably, there was not a single mark upon his back. To become a true warrior, how much life and death must one endure? Yeblade donned his clothing once more. There remains much more refinement ahead. Is that so? Hinata Tokima suddenly regained his composure, his gaze now imbued with admiration and reverence for Yeblade. Might you, esteemed warrior Yeblade, take me on as your disciple? Oh, Yeblade raised an eyebrow slightly. You must think carefully. Being my disciple entails great hardship. That matters not. Hinata Tokima knelt resolutely before Yeblade. I aspire to become a person of your caliber. For this, I am willing to endure any trial, longing for the day I shall grow ever stronger. Very well, Yeblade nodded gently, extending a hand to help Hinata rise. I acknowledge your martial spirit. Thus, I shall accept you as my named disciple, teaching you the art of physical combat and the utilization of chakra. Excellent, Hinata Tokima exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. What of being a named disciple? As long as I can learn the art of physical techniques and the application of chakra from Lord Nightblade, my lack of status is of no consequence. Hee. Hinata Dijian smiled as he entered the training ground. Dijian, aren't you going to thank your master? Oh. Hinata Dijian suddenly recalled and immediately knelt on both knees, bowing 3 times to Nightblade, his voice resonating as he proclaimed, Disciple expresses gratitude for Master's teachings. From this day forth, I, Hinata Dijian, pledge my allegiance to Lord Nightblade, and shall never betray him unless I meet my demise. Indeed, Nightblade smiled faintly, fully comprehending the underlying meaning of Dijian's words. An eternal loyalty to himself rather than to the village was certainly intriguing. He gently patted Dijian's head and spoke. Since you have chosen to be my disciple today, I have a gift for you. A gift? Hinata Dijian was taken aback, gazing at Nightblade with a perplexed expression. After all, Aside from the first-generation Kicho at his waist, Nightblade appeared to possess nothing else. Surely, his master was not jesting? Coughing lightly, Nightblade noticed Dijian's gaze and gently tapped his head. Duong, you little rascal, do you disdain your master's poverty? Hinata Dijian covered his head, offering an awkward smile. No, master, you misunderstand. All right then, Nightblade continued. Since you've already noticed that aside from Kicho, I have nothing else, I shall not pretend any longer. I shall lay my cards on the table. My gift is not a precious item. Nightblade observed Dijian's bewildered expression and spoke with utmost seriousness. It's nothing to worry about. Dijian was not surprised at all, preparing to comfort his master, believing that the absence of a ceremonial gift was inconsequential. He followed his master solely to grow stronger and enhance himself. How about this? Nightblade placed his right hand on the hilt of the first-generation Kicho, casually stating, "Let me explain the principle behind how I deflected your gentle fist with the sword hilt just now. Would you like to know why I could see through your attack? And at the most opportune moment, deflect your wrist at the perfect angle?" Hinata Dijian was momentarily stunned, then looked at Nightblade with eager anticipation, exclaiming, "Yes. I wish to know. Please, master, enlighten me. Why was Nightblade able to effortlessly block Hinata Dijian's gentle fist?" The younger members of the clan observing might have been oblivious, but Dijian, who had directly engaged with Nightblade, understood. The family's inherited gentle fist was said to contain elements of Tai Chi. However, Tai Chi had been lost to time hundreds of years ago, and now, as Nightblade fought him, there was a distinct flavor of Tai Chi in every movement. Moreover, this Tai Chi technique surpassed that of the Hinata clan. "Oh, are you going to teach?" Hinata Nichijiro, standing by, was also taken aback. He had been contemplating how to inquire about Nightblade's techniques, and now, it seemed that Nightblade was willing to impart his knowledge. Hinata Nichijiro mustered his courage and addressed Nightblade, "Lord Nightblade. The old man expressed his interest in your martial arts techniques. Might I join you beside Dijian to observe?" "Oh." Yiren turned to glance at Hinata. "Are you also interested?" "Yes, indeed." However, as Hinata met Yiren's gaze, he hesitated. This martial art surpasses the traditional techniques of the Hinata clan. To assert such a thing felt rather thoughtless. Just as Hinata began to chastise himself and contemplated withdrawing, Yiren slowly nodded. "Very well. Since you wish to learn, you may join us." Furthermore, Yiren slightly turned, surveying the multitude of Hinata clan disciples in the training ground. A gentle smile graced his lips. "Let us also call upon Hinata and Niji. It would be beneficial for the younger generation to listen in. Whatever they glean will be their fortune." In truth, Yiren harbored a great fondness for both prominent clans of Konoha, be it the Hinata or the Uchiha. His attitude towards these two families was one of support and assistance. Ultimately, however, Yiren's primary concern was merely to safeguard a select few individuals he valued, such as Niji, Itachi, and Shursui. As for how far the clan might progress, that was beyond his interest. "Excellent. No problem. Dijian." Hinata's face was instantly alight with excitement as he turned to Dijian, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Quickly, inform Niji and Hinata, and summon all the elite ninjas from our clan." "Understood." Hinata Dijian fully grasped the significance of this matter and nodded earnestly. "Oh, and do summon the clan leader as well." "Yes." Whoosh. Hinata Dijian nodded and immediately transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the depths of the clan. Ding dong. At that moment, a prompt echoed in Yiren's mind. The system detected that the host had altered the storyline. Hinata Dijian's future accomplishments would surpass that of a jonin. The system classified this as a C-level plot alteration, granting a reward of 100 points. Bah! Yiren spat at the system in disdain. Useless system. Truly stingy. System. Half an hour later, in the vast training ground of the Hinata clan, a grand lectern was placed in the center. Upon it rested a jar of rich, aromatic liquor. Yiren stood atop, arms crossed, gazing calmly at the throng of Hinata clan members clad in white kimonos below. In the front row knelt 4 individuals, the separated Hinata and Hinata Hisashi, alongside the 2 exquisitely delicate children, Niji and Hinata. Following them were Dijian and a group of robust young adults, followed by the elders and children. As Yiren's gaze fell upon Hinata in the front row, a faint smile appeared on his face. With a gentle tone, he inquired, "Little Hinata, are you unharmed?" "Ah." Hinata was momentarily taken aback, her hands tightly clasped together. Fidgeting nervously, a gentle breeze swept through. Hinata's princess hair was swept up by the wind, revealing her cheeks, flushed as red as a ripe tomato. Bowing her head, she responded in a faint whisper, "Thank you, brother Yeren. I am unhurt." "That's good." Yeren nodded toward Hinata and Niji below, then glanced at Hizashi and Hayashi. "It's almost time. I shall begin." A subtle smile graced Yeren's lips. "Greetings, everyone. I am Yeren. Today, I will elucidate the advanced applications of Gentle Fist." Instantly, upon the conclusion of Yeren's words, the training ground erupted into a cacophony of disbelief, as some unfamiliar with Yeren could not contain their incredulity. "What? This young lad is going to teach us about the advanced techniques of Gentle Fist? Who does he think he is? He must be barely as old as Lord Decima." Indeed. Moreover, Gentle Fist is a premier martial art that has been passed down through our family for countless generations, integrating chakra and physical prowess. Can he truly deliver? Humph. Let us see him make a fool of himself. Listening to the scattered murmurs, Yeren merely smiled gently and continued. "I understand that many of you have not seen me before and harbor doubts about my capabilities. However, I implore you to listen attentively, for I shall speak only once." With a slight bow of his head, his icy gaze surveyed the entire assembly. Suddenly, a fierce aura surged from Yeren, emanating from the depths of his soul. Overwhelming and inescapable, as if a beast were surveying its prey. Everyone, including Hizashi and Hayashi, felt a profound sense of suffocation, as the air seemed to freeze the moment Yeren's gaze locked onto them. Huff! The crowd exhaled heavily in unison, their eyes now filled with a grave seriousness as they regarded Yeren on the platform. "Very well." Noticing the instant silence that enveloped the training ground, Yeren nodded with satisfaction. "Since there are no objections, I shall now discuss some advanced applications of Gentle Fist in actual combat. As is well known, Gentle Fist involves channeling one's chakra into the enemy's body, thereby damaging their chakra pathways and internal organs. Furthermore, its true potency can only be harnessed in conjunction with the Byakugan, the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan. This technique, aimed at internal organs, is nearly inescapable for foes, which is precisely why the Hyuga family has maintained its illustrious legacy for so many years. As Yeren's words resonated through the air, the members of the Hyuga clan stood taller, their chests swelling with pride at his affirmation. However, Yeren's voice, devoid of any emotion, soon echoed again. "Yet, you have scarcely begun to tap into the full potential of Gentle Fist. You have solely focused on the aspect of chakra destroying the enemy's internal organs. Have the deeper principles of Tai Chi within Gentle Fist been utterly disregarded?" Boom. The audience's eyes widened in astonishment, staring in disbelief at the podium. Where Yeren stood like a sword, Hinata Hizashi was taken aback. Could this be real? He rose abruptly, gazing at the youth on the stage, his face a canvas of incredulity. Their astonishment was not merely due to Yeren's scathing remark about their practice of soft fists and Tai Chi being devoured by dogs. Rather, it was the implication that Tai Chi could be applied to soft fists. If such an application were possible, how would one go about it? This was a height that the Hinata clan had never reached in generations. Could this young man standing on the podium truly achieve it? Tai Chi. Before the audience could begin to murmur among themselves, Yeren continued, mastering stillness to control movement, overcoming hardness with softness, avoiding the solid and seizing the void, employing strength through leverage. He elucidated that if soft fists were to integrate such combat strategies, their adaptability would exponentially increase, their practicality would soar, and their applicability on the battlefield would broaden significantly. Do you understand? Yeren's 16 words resounded powerfully, striking at the hearts of all present. So it was. After over 20 years of delving into soft fists, I failed to grasp such fundamental principles. Was it truly so? Unbelievable. Hinata Hizashi exchanged glances with several powerful members of his clan, and they all recognized the profound astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Many experts, who had long immersed themselves in the techniques of soft fists, exhibited expressions of enlightenment. As their thoughts deepened, their gazes toward Yeren transformed from skepticism to shock, culminating in admiration and fervor. The name Yeren began to take root in their hearts. Bang! As Yeren spoke with fervor, he jovially removed the seal from a wine jar, tilting his head back for a hearty gulp. Refreshing. Now, who among you wishes to spar with me? Do not hesitate. Yeren laughed heartily. This bout is merely to aid you in comprehending the essence of Tai Chi. I shall not hold back with full force. But the opportunity is fleeting. Still hesitant? Allow me to go first. The relatively youthful Hinata Hisashi immediately stood up, bowing respectfully to Yiren as a junior to a master. Master Yiren, please bestow your teachings upon me. Very well. Yiren leaped down from the podium and began sparring with Hinata Hisashi. Boom. Hinata Hisashi was sent flying, his face alight with excitement. Muttering the principles of Tai Chi and newfound insights into soft fists, Yiren took another swig of strong liquor, his complexion slightly flushed. Come. Next. Boom. Hinata Hige was also sent flying, his face similarly flushed with exhilaration. Next. Boom. Hinata Takuma followed suit, equally enraptured. Hee. Yiren tilted his head back once more to drink deeply from the flask. With a single hand gesture, he beckoned. Next. This session of instruction continued late into the night, and by the time every participant had faced Yiren's prowess, only the two 5-year-old children, Niji and Hinata, remained in the arena. At that moment, little Niji gazed up at Yiren with a face full of admiration. Beside them, the young Hinata gazed at Yiren with palpable excitement. Brother Yiren, I long to learn the essence of the gentle fist's Tai Chi. Hey, with that, Hinata mimicked a few punches with earnest enthusiasm. Can you teach me? Though delicate in appearance, her flushed cheeks were adorned with a pair of resolute eyes. Oh. Yiren gradually crouched down to her level, leaning in closer. Why, little Hinata? Ugh. Hinata scrunched her brow, waving her hand in front of her. There's a scent of alcohol. Uncle Yiren, you truly are a drunkard. It's unbearable. Hey, you little rascal. Yiren's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet his mind remained clear as he looked at Niji and Hinata, the smile in his eyes growing ever more pronounced. How about this? Since you both wish to learn the essence of Tai Chi. He gently ruffled Niji's hair with his left hand, while his right hand tousled Hinata's. Smiling softly, he continued, You two shall become my esteemed disciples. What do you say? He patted the hilt of his sword, the first-generation ghost cutter. Not only can I teach you the essence of the gentle fist, but I can also impart various martial arts and my expertise in swordsmanship. Really? Niji's face lit up with astonishment. At that moment, the Hyuga clan was still untouched by the tragic fate that awaited his elder brother, and Niji remained an innocent, kind-hearted boy. Hearing Yiren's words ignited a spark of excitement within him. Thud. Master, please allow me to bow before you. Yiren waved his hand dismissively, swiftly helping Niji to his feet and brushing off the dust from his knees. From this day forth, you shall be my cherished disciple. In my school, the rules are not overly rigid. Just greet me as master when we meet. Yes. Niji looked up at Yiren with admiration. The disciple understands. All right. Yiren nodded, turning his gaze to Hinata. Little Hinata, what about you? Have you made up your mind? Yes. The blush on Hinata's cheeks had faded, revealing her youthful face, slightly rounded, yet filled with unwavering determination. I wish to become your student. As she spoke, however, shyness enveloped her once more, her cheeks turning crimson as she hesitated to voice her reasons. Niji interjected. Hinata, just say what you want without holding back. Fine. Hinata's blush deepened, her voice barely audible as she addressed Yiren. Because I want to be as formidable as you, Lord Yiren. Only then can I protect the village. After uttering those words, Hinata seemed to lose all her strength, leaning against Yiren's leg and burying her face in it. Excellent. Yiren laughed heartily at her declaration. Protecting the village? What is that compared to the strength we shall cultivate together? Do you aspire to become the Hokage? I can guide you step by step, enabling you to ascend to the position of the most formidable figure in the village. Niji's jaw dropped in astonishment at the mention of Hokage. I wish to be one too. Teacher, may I? Niji gazed at Yiren with his large, watery eyes. Of course you can. But you must allow Hinata to take her turn first. Niji's cheeks puffed up in indignation as he looked at his teacher and sister, feeling quite dissatisfied. Why should Hinata go first? I am her older brother. Indeed. Yiren shook the now empty sake flask and ruffled Niji's hair. Precisely because you are the older brother, you ought to indulge your younger sister. Niji was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? Suddenly, Yiren wrapped his arm around Niji's neck, and the scent of alcohol wafted towards Niji as Yiren spoke. Of course. Would I deceive you, my dear pupil? Hey, teacher, you've had too much to drink. The aroma of alcohol is overwhelmingly potent. Speaking of the master-disciple relationship, I have some words to share with you both. Yiren set down the empty sake jar and faced the two, who sat cross-legged, his expression turning serious as he regarded Niji with unparalleled confidence and intensity. "Since you are my disciple, you must comprehend the rules of my dojo." "Rules?" Niji was taken aback, his expression swiftly transforming to one of gravity as he nodded earnestly. "Every teacher establishes rules for their disciples. Please speak, and I shall remember them well." "Yes." Hinata also nodded vigorously. "I will certainly abide by what the teacher says." "It's not that serious." Yeren once again patted Niji and Hinata's heads, speaking authoritatively. "Listen closely. My rules are simple and straightforward. First, whether you are the aggressor or the victim, you must retaliate. If you cannot defeat them, flee and return to me. I shall assist you in vanquishing them." "Niji, Hinata, oh dear." Yeren tousled the children's hair, exasperated. "Look at your expressions. So young yet so stubborn. Heed your teacher. If you cannot handle it, simply call for me, and I will deal with them." "All right." Niji wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Yes." Hinata nodded gently, her gaze filled with emotion as she looked at Yeren. "Furthermore, the second rule." As he spoke, Yeren scratched his head lightly, addressing Niji while sitting cross-legged beside Hinata. "Ahem. Regarding the fact that your teacher is directionally challenged, you must not only keep this a secret, but also eliminate anyone who claims that I do not know the way." Upon hearing this, Hinata and Niji stared at their teacher, mouths agape. "Teacher," Niji stammered, "you truly are directionally impaired. How embarrassing." "Hey, you little rascal. Say that again." Yeren glared, lifting Niji off the ground. As Ningxi gazed at his levitating self, he felt a sudden surge of trepidation. "Heh, teacher. What I mean is, anyone who dares to call you directionally challenged, I shall dispatch with the martial arts and sword techniques you've taught me. Rest assured." Ningxi nervously scratched his head, his eyes wide with innocent bewilderment as he looked at Yebing. With an exaggerated roll of his eyes, Yebing gently set Ningxi back down on the ground. He mused to himself that, indeed, the carefree Ningxi was rather endearing, and Hinata, devoid of worries, appeared even more innocent and lively than in the original tale. Quite delightful, Yebing thought, blushing slightly as he let out a small belch. With a resounding thud, Yebing, lost in contemplation, crashed onto the training ground like a collapsing mountain, plunging into a deep slumber. In the hazy realm between dreams and wakefulness, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Detection complete. The host has altered the storyline. Hinata Hyuga and Ningxi Hyuga are destined to achieve greatness comparable to the legendary Sannin. This alteration is classified as a B-grade change, granting a reward of 500 points. Current points, 700. Is the teacher inebriated? It appears so. Heh. Shall we draw a turtle on his face? Ningxi wickedly contemplated. All right. Hinata silently produced a pen, unbeknownst to the small boy and girl busying themselves with Yebing's face. Years later, their accomplishments would indeed prove boundless, at the very least, rivaling the legendary Sannin. Collaborating seamlessly, Hinata and Ningxi swiftly adorned Yebing's visage with a grand turtle, complete with vibrant colors, and upon closer inspection, it even sported an extra leg. Although their artistic skills left much to be desired, the vibrant turtle, resembling a chibi version, hung harmoniously upon the slumbering Yebing's face. Haha, finished, Ningxi exclaimed, reveling in their handiwork. However, Hinata expressed her concern. Ningxi, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Nonsense. Ningxi waved his hand dismissively. This counts as our welcoming gift for our master. Huh. Hinata paused, then nodded thoughtfully. That does make a bit of sense. He won't punish us once he wakes up, will he? What's there to fear? We simply won't reveal that it was us. Ningxi replied with a strained smile. Indeed. Brother, you are so clever. Well, of course. Yebing continued to sleep soundly, while the two little ones, having completed their mischief, soon succumbed to drowsiness. Instead of returning indoors, they nestled beside Yebing, clutching the edges of his white martial arts uniform, and within moments, they drifted into a deep slumber. As the first rays of morning sunlight graced Yebing's face, his starry eyes slowly opened. Years of habit had conditioned him to awaken early, and his slumbering thoughts swiftly returned to his mind. Ugh, Yebing groaned, clutching his head. Goodness, is the Hyuga family's wine this potent? Having just downed a jar, I found myself utterly incapacitated. Yet, Yiren chuckled with glee, finding it utterly to his taste. Excellent indeed. Next time, I must procure more from the Sun Foot. As Yiren rose, his movement startled both Hinata and Niji awake. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, they sat up beside him, still somewhat dazed. They gazed at the peculiar patterns adorning Yiren's face, momentarily taken aback. In that instant, they completely forgot their involvement. An uproarious laughter erupted from them. Ha ha ha, teacher! Teacher! You have a turtle on your face. Niji's laughter rang out. Indeed, teacher, their essay, Hinata began but faltered, as the word turtle was rather difficult to articulate. What? Yiren, suddenly agitated, exclaimed. How could I, with my flawless, enchanting visage that captivates countless maidens, have a turtle on my face? This is intolerable. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, the ghost chopper, its blade glimmering like autumn waters, revealing Yiren's reflection in exquisite detail. The vibrant turtle on his face was unmistakably visible upon the mirror-like surface of the blade. Gasp! Yiren was taken aback. There truly is a turtle? He turned his attention to the bewildered Hinata and Niji. Who did this? I don't know. Niji stammered, panic evident in his voice. Yiren then focused on Hinata, coaxing her gently. Little Hinata, do take a look at the turtle on your teacher's face. TSK, the artistry is so unique. The colors so well distributed, and even the peculiar design of an extra leg is quite ingenious. This must have been crafted by a young artist with considerable talent. Feigning a serious examination of the turtle, Yiren nodded sagely. Oh, 3-year-old Hinata proudly interjected. This was not the work of a talented young artist. It was clearly done by my brother Niji. Suddenly realizing her slip, she quickly covered her mouth with both hands. Oh, Yiren nodded knowingly. So it was Niji. Under the scrutiny of Yiren's gaze, Niji's complexion turned pale, his expression frozen as he turned to Hinata, at a loss for words. Ah, Yiren continued, Niji, you truly are remarkable. To have created such a beautiful turtle at such a young age speaks volumes of your artistic prowess. Humph. Hinata could no longer contain herself. Pouting as she retorted, that is not true. I helped my brother Niji paint that turtle too. I had a hand in it. Oh, Yiren grinned mischievously, observing Niji's increasing pallor. He then lifted both of them effortlessly. Slap. The sound of Yiren's palm landing on Niji's backside echoed. Let us see you draw now. Slap. This is the sound of Nightblade's palm landing on Hinata's backside. Will you not confess? Smack. 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 The early morning training ground resonated with a series of crisp sounds, occasionally interspersed with low sobs. Woo-woo. Teacher, could you be a bit gentler? An hour later, Nightblade arrived at the dining hall with the tearful Niji and Hinata, simultaneously chastising them while they had their breakfast. Next time you draw, could you make it look a bit nicer? Why is everything drawn on my handsome face? Truly unacceptable. Lord Nightblade, just as he was enjoying his meal, a middle-aged man from the Hyuga clan approached Nightblade, bowing his head. The clan leader requests your presence in the council hall. Oh, what is the matter? Nightblade furrowed his brow slightly. It's the Cloud Village people. They have come to cause a ruckus in the council hall, insisting on seeing you. They claim that if they do not meet you, they will sever ties with Konoha. Understood. Nightblade nodded, reaching out to pat the heads of the two youngsters. You two continue your meal. I must attend to some matters. Okay. Hinata and Niji were unaware of the gravity of the situation, still sulking at Nightblade and munching heartily on their breakfast. Let us go. Nightblade nodded to the middle-aged man beside him. Take me to the council hall. Lord Third Hokage, our leader responsible for signing the peace agreement with Cloud, has been killed, and it was at the hands of your Hyuga clan. Are you implying that Konoha is seizing this opportunity to incite war between our villages? The representatives of Cloud and the Hyuga clan sat across from one another, with Sarutobi Hiruzen donning the Hokage's hat, bowing his head, his countenance darkened. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. We are genuinely eager to reach a peace accord with Cloud Village. Oh, the envoy from Cloud scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen, devoid of any respect in his gaze, and retorted aggressively. Very sincere indeed. Sincerity is killing our leader who came to sign the agreement? Lord Third Hokage, this is simply unacceptable. In the dimly lit room, under the flickering light, the rowdy representatives from Cloud pressed forward, cornering Sarutobi Hiruzen. Humph. The Cloud people should know that your leader's demise was a consequence of his prior act of abducting our clan's Byakugan princess. You broke the rules first. Hyuga Hayashi furrowed his brow and spoke without courtesy to the seated representatives from Cloud. Ha! We broke the rules first? The leader of Cloud sneered at Hyuga Hayashi. May I ask, did your Byakugan princess suffer even a single hair's injury? No. Hyuga Hayashi gritted his teeth in response. Good. Then let me ask you this. Is our leader responsible for this operation alive or dead? Dead. Hyuga Hayashi's eyes widened. Uttering those two words seemed to drain his entire strength, causing him to stoop slightly. Then that settles it. The leader of the cloud-hidden village let out an exaggerated laugh. The current reality before us is that the so-called abducted princess, whom you incessantly speak of, is utterly unscathed. Yet our operational leader has perished at the hands of your Hyuga clan. How shall we account for this? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hyuga Hizashi were left momentarily speechless. The current state of Konoha is, quite frankly, fragile. The suicide of the White Fang of Konoha, the death of the fourth Hokage, and the disappearance of the legendary Sannin leave the village bereft of any capability to contend with Cloud. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, compromise was the only path forward. Silence, then. The representative from Cloud gazed at the mute Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hyuga Hizashi, scoffing derisively. Very well. Since you choose to remain silent, allow me to articulate our demands. Given that our leader met his demise within the confines of your Konoha's Hyuga clan, the Cloud representative's smile was frosty. A life for a life. You shall exchange the life of your clan leader for that of our fallen chief. What? You are utterly delusional. Cloud, have you not gone too far? How dare you demand our clan leader's life when the fault lies with you? The Hokage would never consent to such a thing. Coughing lightly from his central position, the third Hokage raised his head to regard the Cloud envoy seated beside him. Such demands are excessive. Propose a different condition. The Hidden Leaf Village shall surely comply. Although lacking conviction, Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned confidence, hoping to intimidate the aggressive envoy from Cloud. Huh. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the envoy from Cloud chuckled softly. A different condition? I'm afraid I must speak candidly. With the current strength of your Konoha, what gives you the audacity to challenge us? If my memory serves me correctly, 2 of the legendary Sannin are no longer in the village, and the remaining one, Orochimaru, has defected. The 4th Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the 9 tails. Meanwhile, our Cloud Village is in its prime. In contrast, what grounds do you have to demand we alter our terms? The Cloud envoy pressed forward, disregarding the increasingly grim countenance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. To them, he was merely an aging man nearing his end. Their leader, A, and the formidable Karabi were in their prime. Must it be this way? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly exuded a formidable aura, regarding the Cloud envoy with furrowed brows. Are you truly willing to risk another war between our villages? The expression of the Cloud envoy shifted to one of solemnity. Absolutely. For the honor of Cloud, we will not hesitate. Coughing again, Sarutobi Hiruzen's posture slumped, his once powerful presence gradually dissipating as he turned his murky gaze towards the representative of the Hyuga clan on his left. He began to speak slowly. I shall consult with the patriarch of the Hyuga clan regarding this matter, and within 3 days, I assure you all a satisfactory response. Excellent. The leader of the Cloud Hidden Delegation's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I shall await your good news, esteemed Hokage. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door to the conference room was violently forced open, sending dust and wooden splinters flying. The sheer force startled everyone present. Step by step, footsteps of identical cadence echoed at the entrance, and against the light, a tall figure emerged in the doorway. A chilling voice, young yet foreboding, resonated within the room. The so-called leader of your Cloud Hidden is the one I have slain. You seek the wrong individual. Who is this? With a clatter, all members of the Cloud Hidden delegation drew their swords in unison, while those from the Hyuga clan appeared to have found a beacon of hope. Spirits lifted. They chanted with fervor, Master Nightblade. Master Nightblade has arrived. There's hope. Upon hearing the cries from Master Nightblade, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. This individual posed the greatest threat to his authority. Who are you? The affairs between the Cloud Hidden and Konoha do not concern you. One of the Cloud Hidden envoys remarked, glancing at Nightblade before turning back to Sarutobi. Isn't that correct, third Hokage? Humph. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, feeling displeased with the Cloud Hidden's demeanor, yet he slowly addressed Nightblade at the entrance. Nightblade, while I am unaware of your origins, this matter pertains solely to our village and the Cloud Hidden. I advise you not to intervene. Oh, Nightblade smiled lightly. Which of your eyes perceives my involvement in Konoha's affairs? Sarutobi was taken aback. Then you. I am concerned with the Hyuga clan's issues, which are none of your business. Nightblade scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Sarutobi, showing no regard for his authority. You. Sarutobi stammered, about to retort. What of it? Nightblade rolled his eyes. You cannot protect the Hyuga, nor can you safeguard your village. Do you still have the audacity to sit in the Hokage's seat, old man? You ought to step aside. As Nightblade's words echoed, the cloud-hidden members, with swords drawn, erupted into laughter, looking at him with scorn. Who is this? Since when can an inconspicuous figure meddle in the affairs between our two villages? How audacious! Perhaps I should teach you a lesson. In a flash, Nightblade appeared before the leader of the Cloud-Hidden, the stone slab where he had stood erupting into fragments. With a swift motion, he grasped the leader by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Teach me a lesson? You dare? As Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gleamed. The extraordinary speed displayed by Yorihi reminded him of a deceased disciple who had mastered the space-time ninjutsu, the flying thunder god, Minato Namikaze. Although Sarutobi could not discern the specifics, he was acutely aware that Yorihi's remarkable velocity did not stem from space-time ninjutsu. Nevertheless, the swiftness exhibited by Yorihi was nearly indistinguishable from it. It was purely a manifestation of his taijutsu, terrifying indeed. You would do well to release me, otherwise. Yorihi coldly chuckled, tightening his grip. The leader of the Cloud-Hidden village's face flushed crimson. Otherwise what? Our Raikage shall not let you go. He threatened Yorihi. Oh, then you may proceed on your way. Yorihi nodded. With a resounding crack, Yorihi's iron-like hand gripped the leader's neck and twisted with force, causing a spurt of blood to escape the leader's lips. With a thunderous crash, Yorihi discarded the leader as one would refuse, letting him fall to the ground. He dusted off his hands and addressed the surrounding Cloud-Hidden envoy, counting on his fingers. Let me calculate for you. Previously, I eliminated one of your leaders. And now I have dispatched your envoy, Captain. By my reckoning, you have suffered a significant loss today. Oh dear, this is quite the slap in the face for your Cloud-Hidden. I senti it. What will you do now? With the envoy leader's demise, the remaining members fell silent, quaking in fear as they gazed at Yorihi, who stood in the center of the conference room, commanding the space with unrestrained authority. No words? Yorihi echoed the leader's earlier threats. Very well. Let me enlighten you on what to do. Return whence you came. His voice grew increasingly frigid. And do convey to your Raikage that should he be dissatisfied with my methods today, he is welcome to challenge me, in Konoha. I am ever ready. The once imperious Cloud-Hidden envoy, now utterly cowed, began to circumvent Yorihi, and within moments, the conference room was left solely with Yorihi, members of the Hyuga clan, and the third Hokage, Lord Yorihi. Hinata Hizashi bowed deeply in sincere gratitude. Thanks to your assistance, our Hyuga clan has been spared from peril. We are truly appreciative. Not at all, Yorihi replied, shaking his head as he helped Hinata Hizashi to his feet. Firstly, that man was indeed slain by my hand. Secondly, with Niji and Hinata as my disciples, it is only right that I take the lead in this matter. However, Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brow. It is rumored that the fourth Raikage has mastered the lightning armor. He may not be so easily dealt with, Lord Yorihi. Yorihi waved his hand dismissively. What of it? Do not speak of the lightning armor. Even against Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, I could cleave it asunder with a single strike. The Raikage? He is still far from my level. Youngster, your words are rather audacious. The bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, known for summoning the Susanoo, is celebrated as the amalgamation of the mightiest spear and the most formidable shield. Do you truly believe you can sever it with a single strike? Such an act is beyond the capabilities of even the most esteemed warriors of the Land of Iron. Can you accomplish it? Sarutobi Hizashi, feeling slighted by the Nightblade's demeanor, and even more so by the Hyuga clan's preferential treatment towards him, could no longer contain his discontent upon hearing the boastful claims. Humph! Nightblade turned to face Sarutobi Hizashi, adorned in the Hokage's hat and cloak. Just because you have never witnessed something does not imply it is impossible. With the sword in hand and a fearless heart, all things can be cleaved. Do you doubt it? Nightblade offered a slight smile. Come, test it for yourself. Sarutobi Hizashi narrowed his eyes. Very well. Despite his age, your bravado is quite striking. Today, I shall gauge your mettle. Renowned as the professor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hizashi carried his pride with him. Having been challenged repeatedly by Nightblade, he could not swallow his indignation. Whoosh! The Hokage cloak billowed without a breeze as Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Boom! As his words fell, a blazing fire dragon roared forth, charging directly toward Nightblade at close range. Clang! The sharp sound of a blade being drawn echoed. Nightblade, gripping his sword, flexed his muscular arm, and swung his right hand with ferocity. One sword style, tornado. Whoosh. A violent and fierce whirlwind erupted before Nightblade, extinguishing the colossal fire dragon that had just approached him in an instant. What? Hisashi was taken aback, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Nightblade's casual slash exhibited the prowess of A-rank ninjutsu, and even more terrifying was the fact that this strike bore no trace of chakra usage. Huff. Hisashi exhaled softly, suppressing the shock within him. His eyes fixated on Nightblade as he once again began to weave hand seals like a phantom. Swish. Lightning release. Thunderclap. Zap. A blade of lightning, sharp as any sword, manifested in Hisashi's hand, shooting forth from his feet towards Nightblade with blinding speed. The highly concentrated lightning blade raced forward. In the next moment, it seemed poised to cleave Nightblade in twain. Clang. Just as the ghost blade was sheathed, Nightblade swiftly drew it once more from his waist. In that very instant, an exceedingly sharp slash erupted forth. One sword style, vermilion bird flame. Whoosh. The keen edge of the ghost blade, in Nightblade's rapid swing, ignited the air into flames. Following that, the flames began to dance in the air. Through the distortion and enhancement of the blade's wind, the flames morphed into the shape of a phoenix, their hue shifting from orange to crimson. Sizzle. The sound of space being torn asunder resonated. The lightning blade, swift as a flash, was effortlessly cleaved in two by the fiery red phoenix that had just materialized before Nightblade. Not only that, but the crimson flames swiftly ascended along the path of the lightning, incinerating it completely in an instant. Rijan was momentarily taken aback. If Nightblade's initial strike could be deemed an A-rank ninjutsu, this second strike, imbued with fiery red flames, possessed the formidable power to rival that of a shadow-level master. It was undeniably at the S-rank ninjutsu level. I refuse to believe that every strike of yours can unleash shadow-level prowess. Let me see whether your swordsmanship surpasses my ninjutsu. Swish, swish, swish. Sarutobi Rijan swiftly performed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, 5 identical Sarutobi Rijan stood directly opposite Nightblade. Humph. Let us see how you intend to cleave through this. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet. Earth release. Earth flow river. Wind release. Cyclone. Lightning release. Thunderclap. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The 5 clones simultaneously performed their hand seals, unleashing 5 different elemental ninjutsu from their mouths. In unison, the 5 clones shouted, 5 releases. Great multi-strike technique. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 distinct elemental ninjutsu surged toward Nightblade. Once these 5 disparate elemental techniques converged, they would create an unparalleled explosion. At that moment, even a formidable defense like Susanoo would be severely compromised. Still too young. Sarutobi Rijan chuckled lightly, seemingly envisioning the incredulous expression on Nightblade's face as he was flung away. 5 elemental techniques. Nightblade, observing the quintuple onslaught approaching him, smiled softly. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind, good, evil, balance. A person's life is fraught with 36 troubles. One sword style. Nightblade switched his sword from his right hand to his left, his arm slightly bent and raised, while his right hand grasped the base of his left arm. 36 troubles wind. Clang. The immense force generated by the combined strength of both arms was channeled into the blade, resulting in a rapid slash that surged forth like a cannonball toward the 5 ninjutsu. Boom. The spiraling slash pierced through the water dragon bullet, dispersing the earth flow river. In the moment Sarutobi Rijan was left speechless, the formidable assault obliterated the 5 incoming techniques in an instant. Furthermore, after penetrating the ninjutsu, the slashing wave born of the 36 troubles wind soared skyward, creating a 3-meter square hole in the ceiling of the conference room. What the hell? The young Hinata Hayashi, witnessing Nightblade's effortlessly unleashed strike, couldn't he help but exclaim. Nightblade's attack was terrifying. Such power surpassed even some S-rank ninjutsu. And there wasn't a trace of chakra fluctuation. Hayashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Could this truly be the pinnacle of swordsmanship? Boom. The ceiling, shattered by the force of the strike, cascaded in fragments to the ground. Amidst the rain of debris, Yiren gradually advanced towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed in the air. The blade, Goeichu, was once again gripped firmly in his right hand, and a solemn expression adorned Yiren's face. How is it possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in his hand sign formation, yet the astonishment was etched upon his features, his hands trembling ever so slightly. This is no mere human power. Who on earth are you? Ah, Yiren scoffed dismissively, having endured several fierce exchanges without even a bead of sweat to show for it. How utterly tedious. He shook his head. I had anticipated that your strength would at least afford me a challenge. To my dismay, you cannot even serve as a warm-up. How disappointing. Do not be so arrogant. The shock on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face gradually subsided as he regarded the approaching Yiren. He abandoned his ninjutsu assault, intent instead on summoning the monkey deity. He aimed to engage Yiren with the Rui Jingu Bang against the blade in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Sarutobi Hiruzen, watching Yiren draw nearer, swiftly began to weave hand signs, his hands becoming a blur of movement. He felt confident that, given just another second, the summoning technique would be fully prepared. However, before the immense weight of the Rui Jingu Bang, the outcome remained uncertain. Crack! The sound of splintering floorboards erupted beneath Yiren's feet. In that instant, Yiren vanished from sight. Boom! The sonic boom of air being pierced resonated through the air. Merely a fraction of a second later, Yiren materialized directly before Sarutobi Hiruzen, the glinting blade of the original Guechu poised at the latter's throat. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen had barely completed half of his hand signs. Ding dong! At the moment the blade pressed against Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck, a notification echoed in Yiren's mind. The system detected that the host had altered the narrative, forcing the retreat of Yunin during the Yun hidden negotiations, defeating the third Hokage, and changing the trajectory of the ensuing war. Reward, 500 points. Current points, 1,200. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief at the original Guechu, radiating a chilling aura of menace against his throat. How could you be so fast? I warned you. Yiren sheathed his blade slowly, casting a cold glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a fearless heart, one can sever all things and accomplish all deeds. Do you now comprehend the measure of my resolve? Yiren's piercing gaze bore into Sarutobi Hiruzen, akin to a predator fixating on its prey, instilling both awe and immobilization in the latter. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Good. Yiren nodded, withdrawing his aggressive demeanor and reverting to his usual nonchalant self, casting not a single glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He waved at the people from the Hyuga clan beside him. Let's go? Everyone disperse. With a sigh of relief from the pressure exerted by Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, his hands that had been forming seals slowly retracting and concealing themselves within the Hokage cloak, trembling slightly. Lord Uchiha. Under the overwhelming might of Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was compelled to bow his proud head and address him with respect. Uchiha halted, turning to glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen behind him. Is there something else? Well, there is one matter, but I would prefer to discuss it privately with Lord Uchiha. Very well. Lord Uchiha, Hokage-sama, we shall take our leave. Hyuga Hizashi cast a brief glance at Uchiha and Hiruzen, offering a slight smile as he led his clan members gently out of the conference room, thoughtfully shutting the door behind them. With a soft thud, the door to the conference room closed, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha inside. Uchiha crossed his arms. All right, now that we are alone, what do you wish to say? Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The situation in Konoha is quite dire. As you can see, even in the face of the threat from Kumogakure, we must tread carefully. Moreover, we currently lack sufficient elite shinobi capable of countering such threats. Our predicament is indeed challenging. Uchiha nodded. I understand, but what of it? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, then continued. Thus, I require your assistance, Lord Uchiha, to help us navigate through this tumultuous period. On behalf of our village, I am immensely grateful. Uchiha rolled his eyes. What use is gratitude? Can it be consumed? You've spoken at length, merely to request that I serve as a temporary advisor for Konoha, to aid in repelling external threats. There is no need for such grandiloquence. It is rather hypocritical. Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat embarrassed as Uchiha pierced through his true thoughts. However, he was not foolish. I understand. Lord Uchiha, what conditions would you require to grant my request? As Hokage, I have the authority to agree to reasonable terms. Since you put it that way, very well. Uchiha nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips as he extended 3 fingers towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have 3 conditions. A gleam appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes as he smiled faintly, gesturing for Uchiha to continue. Lord Uchiha, please go ahead. All right. The first condition, Uchiha raised his index finger. If I am to be your temporary advisor, I must be compensated accordingly. As far as I know, advisors like Tintin and Meito have a monthly salary of 100,000 ryo. My request is modest, just tenfold that amount. Yamato Hirazini was momentarily taken aback, a contemplative expression gracing his features. However, after nearly 5 seconds had elapsed, he furrowed his brows and nodded in agreement. Given Lord Yoru's capabilities, I can offer you such a price. Splendid. Yoru acknowledged with a nod, then extended a second finger. The second condition, hand over Itachi, Shursui, and Yuzuki Yuin to me. I shall serve as their jonin mentor. Furthermore, the villagers must not interfere with my guidance of them. This statement made Hirazini frown deeply. Setting aside Yuzuki Yuin, both Itachi and Shursui were integral parts of the plan he had devised with Danzo, crucial for the containment of the Uchiha clan. What unforeseen consequences might arise if he entrusted these two to Yoru? Hesitation began to creep into Hirazini's mind. He found himself unable to gauge Yoru's strength, origins, or intentions. Was he truly prepared to hand over these 2 children? Well, Yoru's impatience seeped through his voice. Have you made your decision? You're already wavering over the second condition? Where has your resolve as Hokage gone? Hirazini continued to furrow his brows, the condition exceeding his expectations and encroaching upon his authority. After all, utilizing Shursui and Itachi to address the Uchiha clan's issues was a plan he had firmly established with Danzo and the 2 advisors of Konoha. To hand these children over to Yoru would undoubtedly derail their previous strategy. Let us proceed this way. Yoru smiled faintly. I understand your concerns. Why not hear my third demand before making a decision? All right, Hirazini sighed in relief. These 3 demands are rather straightforward. Yoru chuckled lightly. I require Danzo's life. Isn't it merely a life? Hirazini nodded, considering that such a sacrifice might be worth Yoru's assistance. Suddenly, the words no problem caught in Hirazini's throat as he froze. Who? He turned sharply to glare at Yoru, incredulity etched on his face. Shimura Danzo? You heard me correctly. It is indeed he. Yoru replied nonchalantly, nodding. Danzo previously sought to exploit me, and I detest the sensation of being used. Hence he must perish. Impossible. Hirazini clenched his fists. Shimura Danzo is an essential force and core member of Konoha. He absolutely cannot die. I cannot agree to this condition. No. Yoru gently shook his head in response. I did not spend this time merely to negotiate with you. My point is that all 3 conditions are non-negotiable. They must be presented together as the necessary prerequisites for my temporary protection of Konoha. If you agree, then we can discuss everything else. If you refuse, I shall ensure the safety of only the Hyuga clan. As for Konoha, Yoru's smile turned frigid. What does it matter to me? The cold, emotionless words of Yeren jolted Sarutobi Hiruzen back to reality. Indeed, was Yeren negotiating terms with him? No. Regardless of his agreement or refusal, the greatest victims would be Hiruzen himself and the entire Konoha village. Was there truly no room for further discussion? With a tentative attitude, Hiruzen looked at Yeren and inquired once more. No. Yeren shook his head. You are now in a situation where you must act. Konoha has already provoked the Cloud Village. If I do not step forward to protect Konoha at this moment, how do you think the Cloud Village will treat you? It is you who instigated this, not I. Hiruzen gazed at Yeren, a hint of grievance in his expression. Come on, don't look at me like that, Yeren exclaimed, his lips twitching at Hiruzen's melancholic gaze. What are you, an old man, doing with that sorrowful look? It's utterly repulsive. As he spoke, Yeren took a few steps back, distancing himself from the scruffy Hiruzen. All right, you need not deliberate any longer. Allow me to make the decision for you. Yeren rolled his eyes in irritation at Hiruzen. I will eliminate Shimura Danzo, safeguard Konoha, and then become a temporary advisor for the village. For at least a year, I can ensure Konoha's prosperity. And Danzo? Yeren smiled lightly. Can his presence truly protect the village from the invasion of the Cloud Village? Can he stand against Ei or the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee? My value far exceeds that of the fool Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen cleared his throat softly, acknowledging Yeren's moniker for Danzo with a slight nod. While internally weighing the pros and cons of Yeren's words, Danzo was indeed significant. However, in the face of this imminent crisis, Danzo would be of no assistance whatsoever. Yeren was audacious and had many demands. Yet, at least for the time being, his strength was formidable, and he was not the type to procrastinate or make empty promises. A cold glint flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. For the sake of the village, sacrificing the head of the Hyuga clan was conceivable. So sacrificing a Shimura Danzo was also an option. I agree. Yeren smiled with satisfaction, nodding at Hiruzen. Now that you have consented, cooperate with my demands. I shall go to eliminate Danzo tonight. Tomorrow morning, I wish to meet with Shursui, Itachi, and Yugao. Understood. Hiruzen gritted his teeth. Tomorrow at the village gate. Those three will rendezvous with you. I also hoped that Hiruzen looked at Yeren, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. You spare those unrelated to Danzo. Rest assured. Yeren waved his hand dismissively at Hiruzen, then pushed open the conference room door and stepped outside. As he watched Yeren's diminishing figure fade into the distance, a cold sweat trickled down Hiruzen's forehead. What exactly did your arrival signify, good or ill? The terrifying prowess displayed here seems to be a challenge only the original master could contend with. Lord Yeblade. As Hyuga Hizashi observed Lord Yeblade exiting the conference room, he promptly approached him with utmost respect and inquired, Did Lord Hokage give you any trouble? Trouble? Huh. Yeblade waved his hand dismissively. You saw it yourself. That old man could never best me. How could he trouble me? Rest assured. Oh, indeed, Hizashi nodded in agreement. So, does Lord Yeblade intend to return to his chamber for rest, or do you have other plans? I can provide anything you require. There's no need for such fuss. Yeblade waved his hand again. I shall simply retire to my room. Just bring me some fine liquor and prepare a quality flask. Without a drink to hand, I find everything utterly dreary. Of course. Hizashi nodded, glancing at Yeblade. Is there anything else you wish to request? Yeblade shook his head. Not for now. Very well. Lord Yeblade, you may return, and I shall prepare what you need. It will be delivered to your room shortly. All right. Yeblade nodded and turned towards the back courtyard of the Hyuga household. However, as he turned to leave, he found himself momentarily stunned. The intricate layout before him, with its winding corridors, ponds, structures, open spaces, and flourishing flora, left him bewildered. Is this what wealth begets? Yeblade muttered, his lips twitching. What if I get lost? After murmuring to himself for a moment, Yeblade turned back to call out to Hizashi, who was about to prepare the liquor and flask. Hizashi, come here for a moment. Huh. Hizashi paused, then quickly approached Yeblade, frowning as he asked, Is there something else, Lord Yeblade? Could you tell me? Yeblade furrowed his brow. Who designed the layout of your clan's estate? It seems rather peculiar. Hizashi was momentarily taken aback. Although he was unsure why Yeblade had suddenly inquired about the designer, he answered earnestly. The estate was personally designed and constructed by the renowned architect of the Land of Fire, Lord Mizushita Nari. How splendid. Hizashi beamed with pride. Does Lord Yeblade not find our clan's environment pleasant, with its beautiful scenery and impeccably conceived layout? Impeccable, you say? Yeblade retorted. Mizushita Nari, huh? When I have the chance to visit the Land of Fire, I shall drag that scoundrel out and deal with him. Hizashi coughed. Lord Yeblade, may I ask why? Why, you ask? Yeblade scoffed coldly, his certainty unwavering. A design so convoluted would surely cause even your own kin to frequently lose their way, wouldn't it? Such a designer. Is there no intention to cut it off for the new year? It's rather intricate. Hinata Hizashi paused slightly, scratching his head. It's not overly complicated. And besides, our clansmen don't easily lose their way. Oh. Nightblade turned his head, casting a cold gaze upon the muttering Hizashi. You claim that none of your family members ever lose their way. The icy stare from Nightblade sent shivers down Hizashi's spine. Well, Hizashi faltered. Many clansmen do indeed lose their way amidst such peculiar designs, which leads me to lament that this design is exceedingly inhumane. How about this, Lord Nightblade? Hizashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Given the convoluted structure of our clan's territory, it would be prudent for someone familiar with it, like myself, to guide you back to your residence. Follow me. Feeling the beastly aura emanating from Nightblade, Hizashi gradually calmed himself, exhaling softly. He quietly lowered his head and stepped in front of Nightblade. Led by Hizashi, Nightblade returned to his quarters. By approximately 3 in the afternoon, the members of the Hinata clan delivered several jars of strong liquor and a gourd the size of a human head that Nightblade had requested. After a simple handling of the matter, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Nightblade secured the gourd filled with liquor at his waist, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. As Nightblade was utterly unfamiliar with the path, it was only natural for him to seize a random member of the Hinata clan along the way, guiding himself out of their territory and onto the bustling streets of Konoha. Quite delightful indeed. Nightblade observed the lively streets of Konoha, gently clasping his hands behind his head as he leisurely strolled along. Listening to the vibrant sounds of the street, the tension in Nightblade's body gradually eased. Suddenly, as he walked, Nightblade halted, directing his gaze to the right. This is Ichiraku Ramen. On one side of the street, a ramen shop of about 10 square meters was in operation. The sign at the entrance boldly displayed the name Ichiraku Ramen. Billowing steam accompanied by an enticing aroma wafted continuously from the warm curtains. Gurgle. Nightblade rubbed his somewhat hollow stomach. He had long heard that Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha was exceptional, and he happened to feel a bit hungry. Perhaps it would be wise to grab a bite. With a slight smile, Nightblade ambled towards the Ichiraku Ramen establishment. He reached out, lifting the warm curtain above his head, and took a seat. Good afternoon, esteemed guest. What would you like to have? Ichiraku greeted Nightblade with a smile, the wrinkles on his face nearly obscuring his eyes. I'll have a bowl. Nightblade glanced at the menu posted on the wall, his eyes locking onto the last item, a type of ramen. Miso chashu ramen, please. Certainly. Prepare a large bowl of miso chashu ramen. Very well, my lord. Wearing a white chef's hat, Shobu nodded and skillfully placed the pristine noodles into the funnel before immersing them in water to cook. Meanwhile, she quickly prepared the ingredients and sauce on the other side. In the prime of her youth, Shobu radiated an aura of innocence and vitality. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed softly not far from Yeren. A slender silhouette clad in black emerged atop a nearby rooftop of Ichiraku Ramen. Dressed in dark attire with silver gauntlets and armor, the figure wore a mask adorned with green patterns reminiscent of a traditional Peking opera character. Unlike the watercolor hues of the Umbu, this mask represented the Root organization. The members of Root possessed neither names nor emotions, existing devoid of a past or a future. They are deeply entrenched within the very core of Konoha, dedicating their lives to the hidden sacrifices that bear the village's honor and disgrace. Yet, under Danzo's leadership, this organization has gradually distorted from its original intent of protecting the village, transforming into a mere tool and weapon for his ambitions. In recent years, the members of Root have gained a notorious reputation to fulfill Danzo's desires. While sipping sake, Yeren utilized his observation Haki to sense the presence of this Root member. Remained motionless. Are you waiting for my appearance? Yeren chuckled softly. Well then, I shall indulge in my meal first before you escort me to Danzo. Fool. Clang. A bowl of fragrant miso chashu ramen was placed before Yeren by Shobu, its aromatic steam wafting enticingly. Delicious. Yeren's eyes sparkled. Thank you for the compliment. Please enjoy. Shobu smiled gently at Yeren, setting a cup of water beside him. She then softly admonished, Young sir, drinking too much alcohol isn't good for your health. Even the esteemed ninja shouldn't indulge frequently, and at your young age, excessive drinking is certainly not a wise habit. Perhaps you should stick to water. Reluctantly, Yeren scratched his head and halted the motion of uncorking the sake flask. He reached for the cup and took a sip of water. He sighed contentedly. A slight smile graced Yeren's lips. Finally, he felt a sense of belonging in this world, having Hinata and Niji as his students, serving as a temporary advisor to Konoha, and receiving Shobu's care at Ichiraku Ramen. At last, he had begun to put down roots here. Slurp, slurp. The sounds of noodle consumption resonated behind the warm curtain as Yeren unabashedly indulged in his meal at the small ramen shop. Delicious. Owner, another bowl, please. Who would have thought that such a figure once effortlessly defeated the third Hokage? With a deep breath, Yeren pushed open the warm curtain and stepped out of Ichiraku Ramen. His eyes cast a sidelong glance at a 4-story building across the street, a faint smirk crossing his lips before he turned and walked into a narrow alleyway. At this moment, the village of Konoha had succumbed to the night. Save for the faint glimmers of light along the main thoroughfare, the alleys lay shrouded in utter darkness. The soft patter of footsteps echoed through the pitch-black passage, accompanied by a lurking shadow in pursuit. Hey, I say. Nightblade gently rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, his crimson eyes scanning the depths of the alley. Have you not yet revealed yourself after all this time? An operative from Root. No sooner had Nightblade spoken than a tall figure materialized before him in the dimly lit corridor. Have you discovered my presence? A sleek silhouette slowly drew a blade from its waist, the finely crafted iron glinting with a brilliant silver sheen under the moonlight. How did you know I was here? Are you a reconnaissance ninja? Speak. Who are you truly? A somewhat youthful female voice resonated through the alley. The member of the Root organization, adorned with a mask bearing green patterns, leveled her long sword at Nightblade, her voice icy. Huh, a woman. Nightblade scratched his head, bemused. As expected. There are indeed many fools within Root. Just because I detected your presence, you presume I am a reconnaissance ninja? With a casual demeanor. Nightblade rested his right hand lightly on the hilt of his sword, addressing the female ninja. Do you also think I am a spy sent from another nation? My dear girl, your imagination is rather vivid, isn't it? Humph. Root 13 let out a cold snort as she gazed at Nightblade from a distance. Regardless of what you say today, you cannot escape the fact of your unlawful intrusion into the village. Come, accompany me. An element of danger, you say? Nightblade's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Where to? To our Root's interrogation room. Of course, Root 13 replied, her voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Only after confirming that you pose no threat will you be released. Her demeanor mirrored that of other members of Root, emotionless, friendless, and devoid of life. Driven solely by an unwavering belief in the necessity of safeguarding the village, even at the cost of wrongful judgment. Oh, may I pose a question? Nightblade's smile grew ever more enigmatic. Speak, came Root 13's unfeeling reply. I was merely curious, Nightblade said with a slight grin. How far is your Root's interrogation room from your headquarters? Why do you inquire about that? Root 13's cold voice finally betrayed a hint of curiosity. Huh. Nightblade waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a casual question. I hold a certain admiration for your leader, Danzo Shimura, and I wondered if I might have the chance to meet him. Upon hearing Nightblade's admiration for their leader, Root 13 relaxed her guard. If luck is on your side, you might encounter our leader while traversing the Great Bridge. However, not everyone is afforded such fortune. Very well, Nightblade nodded, his eyes alight with excitement. As I pondered how to gain entry into the headquarters of the Root organization, a rather endearing figure, Root 13, unexpectedly approached me, eager to escort me back to their headquarters. Was this not akin to a pillow arriving just as one feels drowsy? Very well, let us proceed. I shall accompany you to the interrogation room of Root to vindicate my innocence. Root 13 nodded coolly, sheathing the long blade in hand. At least you possess some sense. With a leap from the eaves, Root 13 sauntered over to Nightblade, producing a pair of specialized handcuffs to bind Nightblade's wrists behind his back, securing him tightly. TSK. Nightblade tested the strength of the unique steel cuffs, a faint smile playing on his lips. You think this level of restraint can truly confine my movements? Perhaps you should consider a more formidable alternative? Humph. Root 13 rolled his eyes beneath the mask. Speak not such bravado. If you possess the ability, then by all means, free yourself from those cuffs. With a delicate tap on a specific part of the handcuffs, Root 13 activated a mechanism that produced a sharp click, as fine strands of specialized steel encircled Nightblade's wrists from 4 directions, binding him securely. This wire is crafted in our very own laboratory. Its toughness sufficient to restrain even a jonin for a brief period. Do not entertain any thoughts of escape. Oh, Nightblade furrowed his brow. To restrain a jonin. Is the strength of this lock truly that formidable? What do you think? Root 13 scoffed. Nightblade cautiously tested the restraints and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Root 13. Tell me, little sister, what if I manage to break free? Impossible. Root 13 shook his head decisively. With your strength, you could never escape this binding lock. You might as well relinquish that hope. Huh. Nightblade's expression soured. What if I actually do manage to unlock it? Unlock it. Root 13's face concealed beneath the mask bore an expression of disbelief, mingled with arrogance as he taunted Nightblade. If you manage to unlock it, I shall address you as father. What? Now that's an intriguing wager. Nightblade smirked. Since you are so earnestly proposing a bet, I accept your challenge. If I can break free, you shall call me father. If I cannot, I will address you as father. How does that sound? Very well. Root 13 showed no hesitation, puffing out his chest proudly and casting a challenging glance at Nightblade. Who's afraid of whom? Break free now if you can. What a rush. Nightblade rolled his eyes. I will indeed free myself at the most opportune moment. Then, you shall be responsible for calling me father. Humph. Stubborn even at the brink of peril. Root 13 shot a cold glare at Nightblade. When you find yourself in our interrogation room, I hope you can maintain such optimism. Oh, Nightblade was taken aback. Is it truly that exhilarating? Humph. What say you? Are you frightened now? With a faint smile, Jin Shursan cast a disdainful glance at Yiren. Heh. Yiren chuckled in response. What are we waiting for? Lead the way. Jin Shursan huffed, biting his teeth. He grasped Yiren's shoulder with one hand and seized both of Yiren's restrained wrists with the other, leaping directly onto the wall. Without pausing, they bounded towards the outskirts of the village. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Jin Shursan, a distinguished chunin and a rising star within the Root organization, felt that tonight's target was rather extraordinary. Yet, he could not articulate what precisely made it so remarkable. There was merely a sense that this individual's shoulders were remarkably sturdy, akin to steel, unyielding and immovable. The Root organization, as its name implies, was established by Danzo as a crucial component deeply embedded within Konoha, providing sustenance and sacrificing everything for the village. However, in recent years, Danzo's ambitions had swelled and turned radical, rendering the organization's methods notorious. Initially, Danzo colluded with the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander to directly intervene in the internal strife of the Rain Ninja. Subsequently, he orchestrated the assassination of the third Hokage by Kakashi, who had recently attained the rank of Jonin, all in a bid for the position of Hokage. These actions incited widespread resentment among the informed villagers, instilling fear of Danzo and his organization. Whoosh! Outside Konoha, amidst the pitch-black forest, two figures swiftly navigated through the trees. One was Yiren, being led onward, while the other was the newly promoted Jonin, Jin Shursan. I say, Yiren impatiently twisted his neck. How much longer until we arrive? What's the rush? We're almost there. Jin Shursan maintained his composed demeanor, not even sparing a glance at Yiren as he continued to forge ahead. I'm not in a hurry, thought Yiren, feeling a slight headache. But how do I return after this venture? It's pitch dark. Who knows the way here? What did you say? Jin Shursan seemed to catch a faint murmur from Yiren and tilted his head slightly. Nothing. Yiren rolled his eyes. Do you even know the way? You're not lost, are you? We've been traveling forever. Nonsense. Jin Shursan retorted, incensed. Do you see that? While leaping between branches, he pointed towards a massive, dark gray trunk not far off. That is the headquarters of Root. Right at the base of that colossal trunk. Whoosh. Boom. As they approached the trunk, Jin Shursan slowed his pace, ultimately landing gently in front of the massive tree. He set Yiren aside, then carefully surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was present before gently tapping the trunk. Knock, knock, knock. It seemed to be some form of clandestine signal. After Route 13 struck nearly a dozen times, the colossal trunk appeared to split apart, as if by magic. With a resounding rumble, the ground trembled slightly, revealing a stone staircase about a meter wide that descended into the depths. Let us proceed. Route 13 placed a hand on Nightblade's shoulder, guiding him into the darkness below. As their figures gradually vanished into the abyss of the staircase, the massive trunk slowly closed once more, returning to its initial state. Inconspicuous amidst the depths of the forest. Clop, clop. The sound of their footsteps echoed along the dim stone staircase, each step resonating in the stillness. They traversed an uncertain distance until, at last, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. The illumination grew brighter, and the staircase widened, leading Nightblade and Route 13 to the final step, where they stood upon a platform carved from dark rock. Nightblade gazed at the scene before him, a hint of surprise crossing his features. It felt remarkably familiar. The deep underground, the dim staircase, the vast chasm, and before him, a slender suspension bridge elicited a slight smile. A long bridge. Route 13, standing beside Nightblade, paused in astonishment. Turning to face him, she inquired, You recognize this as a long bridge? Of course. Nightblade rolled his eyes. This bridge is long and narrow. Would it not be called a long bridge rather than a narrow bridge? Route 13 huffed. Enough with the banter. Follow me. Beyond this long bridge lies our interrogation department. There, you will grasp the essence of despair. Oh. Nightblade nodded expressionlessly. Just remember to call me father later. Route 13 cast an exasperated glance at Nightblade. She was not one to engage in verbal sparring, especially with Nightblade. But as they had now arrived at the base, she chose to ignore him and led the way across the slender bridge to the platform on the other side. A sudden, soft cough broke the silence from the darkness. Route 13 immediately halted, kneeling respectfully toward the shadows. Lord Danzo. From the darkness, Danzo's robust voice responded. and he emerged slowly, leaning on a cane. Who is this? Danzo's left eye shimmered with intensity as he regarded Nightblade, who, though bound, displayed no sign of fear or trepidation. Reporting to Lord Danzo. I suspect he is a spy sent from another village. Oh, Danzo raised an eyebrow in surprise. From which village? Route 13 stammered. My subordinate is still unaware. I intended to take him to the interrogation room for questioning. Once I ascertain his origins, I will report to you, Lord Danzo. Very well. Danzo nodded at Route 13. You may proceed. Yes. Wait. Suddenly, Nightblade called out, halting Danzo, who was about to turn and leave, and began to mock him. What has transpired, Danzo? Have you forgotten who I am? Yoru smiled disdainfully. Just yesterday, you had the Umbu inform me of Hinata's abduction by the Cloud Village, using me to extricate you from your predicament, and now you feign ignorance? What is this? Have you misplaced your eyes at home? Are you in such a hurry to retrieve them? Oh, Danzo turned around, scrutinizing Yoru from a distance. After a brief moment, his pupils slightly contracted. So it is you, Yoru. How amusing. Indeed, it is I. Yoru offered a chilling smile to Danzo. I detest being used by others. So can you guess the purpose of my visit tonight? Purpose? Danzo replied with a light chuckle. Huh. Surely, you have come to seek vengeance against this old man. But do you truly believe that you can act as you please within the headquarters of Root? Yoru. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. You are exceedingly arrogant. I cannot act freely in your headquarters? Yoru inquired with a smile. Are you certain? Bang. For specialized threads, along with a substantial metallic restraint, were effortlessly severed by Yoru's hands, forged as if from steel. Metal shards flew, sparks igniting the air. What? Route 13's eyes widened beneath his mask, staring incredulously at Yoru's unharmed wrists. You truly managed to break free from those restraints? Yoru flexed his somewhat stiff wrist and turned to the astonished Route 13. What else would you expect? Have you lost your eyesight? Is my escape not evident enough? Yoru rolled his eyes. All right, I have matters to attend to with Danzo, so you may wait over there for me. Once I am done, I will seek you out. Ah, Route 13 nodded obediently and stepped aside. Very well, just remember to call me father. Yoru chuckled. Route 13, understood. Yoru's eyes regained their previous indifference as he addressed Danzo, standing at a distance. Danzo, are you prepared to bear the brunt of my wrath? Huh. Danzo's wrinkled visage betrayed no hint of panic. He gazed steadily at Yoru and spoke calmly. Wrath? You merely broke free from customized handcuffs that even a Jonin could escape. What does that prove? Wind. Torian. Swish. Swish. Two figures burst forth from the shadows, positioning themselves behind Danzo. One was a tall man with orange hair, Shinjo Kaze from the Shinjo clan, adept in the art of mind manipulation, primarily employed for intelligence gathering and enemy control. The other was a man clad in leather, wearing black goggles, Aburame Torian, whose body was infested with insects that struck terror into the hearts of foes. Both now served as Danzo's personal bodyguards. Lord Danzo, we are here to protect you. Shinjo Kaze nodded at Danzo, then exchanged a glance with Torian before turning to the depths of the shadows and calling out. Where are A, B, C, and D? Where's Root? Swish, swish, swish. Boom. A, B, C, and D are here. Root is present. Dozens of dark shadows emerged instantaneously from the obscure corners, swiftly converging towards Danzo, kneeling before him in unison, their synchronized shouts reverberating through the ground, causing the very rocks beneath to hum. With two formidable warriors of the Root organization at his back and the elite forces of the entire organization before him, Danzo inhaled deeply, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. Now, you may unleash your fury. Oh. Nightblade lightly rested his right hand upon the hilt of Kicho, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Are you relying on those two imbeciles behind you? Or perhaps on this collection of rotten potatoes and foul eggs before you? With such a meager force, do you truly believe you can hinder me? A chilling smile spread across Nightblade's face as he pointed at Danzo within the throng. Today, Danzo, you shall meet your demise. I assure you, no one can save you. Humph. The cold laughter of Mountain Wind echoed. Spare us your bravado. If you possess true skill, let it be demonstrated through might. Root. A, B, C, D. Advance. Yes. The thunderous chorus of agreement resonated throughout the vast and empty space, stirring dust to fall gently from the rocks above. In the next instant, dozens of Root members, clad in armor and adorned with various patterned masks, including the four elite ninjas known as A, B, C, and D, charged directly at Nightblade. Excellent. The glint in Nightblade's eyes sparkled. Having arrived in the Hokage world without a single exhilarating battle, he welcomed their challenge. Whoosh. Crack. Nightblade surged forward rather than retreating, his immense strength shattering the rocks beneath his feet as if they were mere spider webs. He charged headlong into the throng of ninjas. Bang! With a swift motion, Nightblade grasped one ninja's mask midair. Crack! The muscles in his right arm swelled, and the once impenetrable mask shattered to pieces in his grip. The ninja, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, was sent crashing violently to the ground. Boom! The hardened earth yielded, forming a crater upon impact. A root member, whose features were now indistinguishable, lay at the edge of the pit, his head forcibly embedded into the black rock by Nightblade's tremendous might. Superhuman strength? Mountain Wind furrowed his brow, meticulously observing Nightblade's combat style, continuously analyzing methods to counter him while seeking the optimal angle for attack. Given that his heart-turning technique could only be unleashed in a straight line, Mountain Wind knew he must be infallible before daring to engage Nightblade. Clang! The long blade was drawn. Nightblade's right hand, resting on the hilt, slowly unsheathed the original Kicho. The thick, elongated blade glimmered with a chilling light in the dim environment, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. This sword Mountain Wind paused, a hint of intrigue crossing his features. It's rather peculiar. What is peculiar? The female root member inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Words fail to encapsulate the sensation that this blade evokes within me. It possesses an aura of undeniable sharpness. Even Yamazhongfeng felt a few beads of cold sweat trickle down his temples, as an unprecedented sense of peril began to germinate in the depths of his heart. This surpasses the legendary 3 artifacts. What? Yun Tsugen gasped in astonishment. The prowess of this individual is undoubtedly formidable. Who could have anticipated such a revelation? Yamazhongfeng, arms crossed, fell silent, his countenance darkening as he beheld the relentless path of destruction carved by Yeblade. Flash. A swift upward cut. Flash. A downward strike. Flash. A horizontal cleave. Flash. A diagonal slash. Yeblade wielded no combat techniques. Instead, he unleashed a furious barrage of strikes, fueled solely by his inherent strength and finesse, wreaking havoc amidst the crowd. Blood spattered, and anguished cries resounded. None could stand against Yeblade's might. Exhaling a breath of scalding air, the glimmering crimson in Yeblade's eyes sparkled with an otherworldly allure. The demon blade in his grasp continued to drip with fresh blood, while the ground bore witness to the lifeless forms of a dozen fallen root members, strewn about haphazardly. Is this all? Yeblade taunted the retreating members of Root. I have merely warmed up, and you already falter? Toanzo, do you wish to step forth and engage me? It would save me the trouble. Impudent. Yun Tsugen adjusted his spectacles as a swarm of dark phosphorescent insects erupted from his attire, converging upon Yeblade. I need not rely on Lord Toanzo to deal with you. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. You? Yeblade replied impassively. Do you wish to dance with me? Humph. Yun Tsugen, disinclined to engage in verbal sparring, chose instead to command the swarm of phosphorescent insects, directing them to engulf Yeblade with rapid ferocity. Phosphorescent insects. Poison dust technique. Buzzing and whirring filled the air as Yun Tsugen's words barely left his lips before the dark swarm surged toward Yeblade. This technique stands as Yun Tsugen's most powerful move, second only to forbidden arts. The multitude of phosphorescent insects he unleashed would create a tainted environment as they traversed space and terrain. Any victim inhaling the toxic dust would meet an immediate demise. This technique had previously claimed the lives of many formidable ninjas during Yun Tsugen's missions. He believed that even the formidable Yeblade before him would struggle to navigate through this miasma of poison. Once Yeblade is ensnared within a confined space by the toxins, Yamazhongfeng would then seize the opportunity to employ the heart-to-heart technique to control him. At that moment, regardless of Yeblade's strength, he would be unable to escape death under Yamazhongfeng's manipulation. Poison dust, you say? Yeblade furrowed his brow. The Oil Woman clan excels in commanding insects capable of annihilating human cells. Once these insects infiltrate a host, they mercilessly destroy their cells. Those infested by such creatures face a certain demise. If today, an alternate adversary confronted these loathsome insects, the challenge would be formidable. However, Nightblade gazed at Oil Woman, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I'm afraid you've encountered me. With a swift motion, the hilt of the first-generation Ghost Cutter turned effortlessly in Nightblade's right hand, the slender blade flipping over before being firmly grasped in a reverse grip. He then unleashed a fierce strike. Buzz. One sword style, tornado. A violent, surging tornado coalesced instantaneously before Nightblade. In Oil Woman's incredulous gaze, the phosphorescent insects, which had yet to reach him and disrupt effectively, were mercilessly torn to shreds by the raging whirlwind. How is this possible? Oil Woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the multitude of phosphorescent insects meeting their demise beneath the tornado. Can he truly generate even a minor tornado? Who on earth is this man? Hey, Mountain Wind nudged Oil Woman beside him. Why the days? I've observed that his tornado can only control its initial flight direction. Now is the perfect opportunity. Quickly, while the tornado has passed, unleash your phosphorescent insects to restrict his movement. Don't let him charge again. All right. Oil Woman composed herself and summoned a swarm of phosphorescent insects, launching them at Nightblade with even greater speed. Buzzing. The dark mass of insects emitted a chilling sound as they rapidly approached the distant Nightblade. Relying on the same trick again, Nightblade scoffed coldly, slowly straightening up and sheathing the first-generation Ghost Cutter. Do you really think you can use the same tactic on me twice? You underestimate me. A breath of scorching heat escaped Nightblade's lips, the extreme warmth stemming from activated cells. One sword style, aye. Whoosh. As his words fell, the ground beneath Nightblade shattered, and in that instant, he vanished from everyone's sight. What is happening? Mountain Wind, the most observant amongst them, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Where did he go? Clang. The sharp sound of the blade slicing through armor and flesh resonated simultaneously. Lion Song. Nightblade's emotionless voice suddenly materialized to Mountain Wind's right. With a soft rustle, the long blade was slowly returned to its sheath. Mountain Wind, realizing something, glanced towards Oil Woman beside him. Oil Woman. In an instant, bright crimson blood erupted from Oil Woman's waist, splattering in a fan-shaped arc across the black rock. Oil Woman, in disbelief, gazed down at her midsection, then slowly lifted her head for one last look at Danzo. Danzo. Boom. Oil Woman collapsed to the ground. This loyal aide who had risked her life for Danzo over nearly a decade had now completed the final chapter of her life. You killed him. In the mountains. Shanchong Feng glared fiercely at Yeren, gritting his teeth as he declared, I demand you pay with his life. The heart-to-heart technique. Buzz. In a swift motion, Shanchong Feng unleashed his most formidable control ninjutsu towards Yeren. Whoosh. Yeren deftly tapped the ground beneath him and evaded the attack before it could strike. Moreover, Yeren had accurately predicted the landing spot, which was merely a step away from Shanchong Feng. Click. In midair, Yeren grasped the hilt of Guiche, coldly fixing his gaze upon Shanchong Feng. You shall accompany him. With a swift motion, Guiche, along with its sheath, was raised high above Yeren's head. One blade style. Magoe. The downward slash erupted instantaneously, the sharp edge of Guiche seemingly severing the very confines of space, arriving before Shanchong Feng in the blink of an eye. Shanchong Feng was left utterly dumbfounded. Clash. The jarring sound of metal colliding echoed as a darkly gleaming metal staff abruptly interposed itself between Yeren and Shanchong Feng. The staff was firmly held in the hands of Danzo. Stop. Danzo's eyes widened as he fixed a fierce stare upon Yeren. Subsequently, to Danzo's incredulity, the specialized metal staff barely withstood the force for less than 0.01 seconds before Yeren cleaved it in two. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror. Whoosh. The blade of Guiche continued its descent without any hindrance. Like a hot knife slicing through butter, it cleaved the motionless Shanchong Feng in half from head to toe. Clang. Boom. A segment of the staff fell to the ground as Shanchong Feng's body slowly toppled to either side. Blood gushed forth, staining Danzo's garments crimson. Do you wish to spare Shanchong Feng? Yeren smiled faintly at the pallid Danzo. Can you really save him? Pathetic. Enveloped in blood, Danzo glared at Yeren with his left eye, his voice trembling with rage. You have ruthlessly slain two of my most capable subordinates. Indeed. Yeren nonchalantly flicked his right hand downward. Splash. A crescent arc of blood sprayed onto the ground from the blade of the original Guiche, producing a soft sound. Yeren regarded Danzo with a disdainful smile, and they met a most tragic end. Did you not witness it yourself? What is there to be surprised about? They were all elites protecting Konoha, nameless figures hidden in darkness and mud. Those sacrifices are common in safeguarding the village. Danzo sighed slightly. Their deaths today were somewhat unwarranted. It was unnecessary for them to make such a grand sacrifice merely to protect me. Humph. Yeren rolled his eyes, his right hand flipping slightly, the glimmering tip of Guha pointing downward, angled towards the ground. Why indulge in such meaningless chatter? I likely know you better than you know yourself. Spare me your prattle. Are you ready? You shall be the next to die. Yeren raised his head, coldly gazing at the still composed Danzo. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Danzo's left pupil abruptly contracted, and he leaped back, creating distance between himself and Yoru. The swiftness of Yoru was indeed a source of frustration for him. Humph. Danzo fixed his gaze intently on Yoru. The resources I have amassed and the plans I have devised were all aimed at achieving a singularly significant objective. However, you have appeared before me this very night. As he spoke, Danzo drew a kunai from behind him. Thus, in order to confront you, whom I have deemed the utmost threat to the village, I have resolved to exert all my strength. Danzo's eyes widened in determination. I shall ensure you remain here. Very well. Yoru nodded. Ambition is commendable. Then I shall engage. Whoosh. As he spoke, Yoru moved swiftly, the legendary blade, the Shodai Kitetsu, firmly grasped in his right hand, poised behind him. In the next instant, he stood directly before Danzo. Swish. The gleaming edge of the blade descended upon Danzo. Clang. Danzo remained composed, deftly intercepting the blade with his kunai from the side. Rather than engaging head-on, he skillfully grazed the razor-sharp edge of the Kitetsu. Oh. Yoru chuckled lightly, observing Danzo's face shift to one of solemnity after their exchange. You managed to block that strike. Your fundamentals are quite solid. Swish. With a light laugh, Yoru swung the Shodai Kitetsu horizontally at Danzo once more. How about this strike? Clang. Yoru accelerated his assault, nearly doubling his speed, catching Danzo, who was still reeling from the previous blow, off guard. Instinctively, he raised his kunai in defense. Years of combat experience compelled him to lean back slightly as he blocked the strike. Crack. The moment the kunai met the Kitetsu, the incredibly sturdy kunai was effortlessly severed, and the relentless blade continued its path towards Danzo's face. It was only by instinctively leaning back that Danzo narrowly avoided having his skin sliced open by Yoru's sword. Whoosh. Thud. Discarding the half-broken kunai, Danzo leapt backward, a grave expression upon his face. Once he had created sufficient distance, he fixed his gaze on Yoru and spoke slowly. You are indeed formidable. However, your prowess is confined to close-quarters combat. As long as I maintain distance and employ long-range ninjutsu against you, preventing your approach, what can you do to counter me? Oh, Yoru scoffed dismissively. You think that by retreating to evade one of my strikes, you have something to boast about? Do you believe that merely increasing the distance will suppress me? I must admit, your tactical analysis is quite astute. You know how to leverage your strengths and avoid weaknesses. Were it anyone else facing you, you would undoubtedly be a challenging opponent. However, Yoru, gripping the Kitetsu, advanced towards Danzo with measured steps, unhurried and resolute. The disparity in our strengths is indeed monumental. The intelligence you have analyzed serves you no purpose whatsoever, does it? Danzo remarked expressionlessly as he gazed at Nightblade. Let me put this to a tangible test, and see how formidable you truly are in long-range combat. As soon as Danzo's words fell, he opened his mouth wide and inhaled the surrounding air. His hands moved behind him, and with a sharp sound, 2 shurikens materialized in his grasp. With a solemn expression, Danzo held one shuriken, threading the central hole of it onto the index finger of his other hand. A fierce gale erupted from his mouth, gradually coiling around the shuriken on his finger, the powerful wind causing it to spin wildly. What once measured merely 10 centimeters in diameter now donned an exterior of 1 meter wide wind blades, exuding an extraordinary sharpness. Wind release, wind blade shuriken. Without hesitation, Danzo hurled the wind blade shuriken directly at Nightblade. Simultaneously, another shuriken appeared on his index finger. Once again, a tempest burst forth from his lips, enveloping the second shuriken in a 1 meter diameter wind blade. Danzo anticipated Nightblade's evasion and launched it upwards towards him. But that was not the end of it. Danzo's chest suddenly swelled as he inhaled a substantial amount of air. Wind release, vacuum sphere, a barrage of compressed air, infused with Danzo's chakra, erupted from his mouth towards Nightblade, distorting the very fabric of space in the wake of the invisible vacuum spheres. Threefold attack, is it? Nightblade mused as he beheld the two swiftly approaching wind-blade shurikens, followed by a swarm of vacuum spheres. He merely smiled gently, positioning the first-generation Kicho horizontally in front of himself. Is that all there is to it? Clang. The resounding clash of metal reverberated in the air as the tip of the horizontally placed Kicho precisely pierced the central hole of the shuriken, sending it hurtling back with a powerful downward stroke. Clang. In midair, it collided with another shuriken. The wind blades on both sides, evenly matched, rubbed against each other and subsequently annihilated one another. Deprived of their sustaining power, the shurikens fell to the ground with a clatter. Swish. Just as Nightblade dealt with the wind blade shuriken before him, he heard the whistling sound of the vacuum spheres rushing past his ears. The speed is quite decent. Nightblade mused with a faint smile. An unusual wave radiated from him, spreading in all directions. Buzz. It seemed as though the world had come to a standstill in that moment. Nightblade's unique ability, Observation Haki, also known as HeartNet, was activated. Under the influence of this power, Nightblade's vision expanded. The vacuum orb spewing forth from Danzo's mouth transformed from an imperceptible, colorless energy into radiant spheres emitting a soft violet glow. With a gentle smile, Yiren grasped the original Onigiri in his right hand, his feet gliding with a light and elegant grace. With a sidestep, he maneuvered, cleaving with the blade and deflecting with the hilt, leaping, shifting sideways. Under Danzo's incredulous gaze, Yiren strolled through the swirling vacuum orbs with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly advancing towards Danzo. The imposing aura he radiated caused beads of cold sweat to form on Danzo's brow. The precision was lacking. Having evaded all attacks, Yiren's gaze bore a heavy mockery as he regarded Danzo. What manner of monster are you? Danzo's voice trembled slightly. The most terrifying ordeal is not encountering an insurmountable foe, but rather realizing that despite your utmost efforts to analyze and gather intelligence on your adversary, they remain unfathomable. Engaging in a battle with a conviction of mortality, one fights for their very life. Yet, upon facing Yiren, Danzo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just moments ago, when Yiren had dispatched one of the organization's members, Danzo dismissed it. Anger stirred within him when Oil Woman Takan fell to Yiren. And even as Mountain Wind succumbed before him, Danzo was merely consumed by self-reproach and fury. It was only now, standing face-to-face with Yiren and engaging in combat, that fear began to creep in. For the first time in his life, having fought countless battles, he felt the urge to retreat in trepidation. A monster? Yiren raised an eyebrow. If you insist on labeling me as such, I cannot disagree. Thank you for bestowing upon me such a moniker. However, you still must perish. Yiren's gaze turned icy as he ruthlessly swung his blade towards Danzo. Though flustered, Danzo inhaled sharply in a moment of desperation, mixing chakra with air and compressing it within his mouth before expelling the chakra onto the swiftly drawn kunai. Wind release. Vacuum blade. The clash resounded as Yiren's magnificent Onigiri, gleaming with a resplendent silver light, collided fiercely with the swirling wind blades. Excellent. Yiren laughed heartily. Perhaps the precision is slightly off, but the power is commendable. Come, Danzo, unleash all your strength and skill. I shall match your might and take no advantage. It has been far too long since I have dueled with anyone. How I cherish the days of sparring with my master. A faint smile graced Yiren's lips. During his days studying the way of the sword in the pirate world, each battle was exhilarating. Although initially, there was a considerable gap between him and his master, Hawkeye. Without a doubt, Yiren's talent was the most formidable Hawkeye had ever encountered. Within just a year and a half, Nightblade not only mastered all the sword techniques of Hawkeye, but also proved to be on par with him in combat, ultimately triumphing with merely a fraction of an attack. Despite being adorned with wounds and blood, Nightblade earned the qualification to embark on his journey. Reflecting upon that exhilarating duel, where he unleashed all his potential, fills him with excitement even now. And now, the world of Naruto also ignites Nightblade's anticipation. The first step is to challenge the 5 Kage. A subtle smile graces Nightblade's lips. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already fallen. Next in line is the Raikage. With a swift motion, Nightblade unleashed a powerful slash. Clang. Danzo, exhausting all his strength, managed to block the strike, but the force propelled him backward. Gasping for breath, Danzo glanced at Nightblade, who remained unperturbed in the distance. And a storm of shock surged within him. He could distinctly sense that Nightblade was restraining his power to engage him, meaning the disparity lay solely in their techniques. In terms of swordsmanship, Danzo was utterly no match for Nightblade. Though he had engaged in battles with Mifune in his earlier years and possessed a rudimentary understanding of the sword art, nothing prepared him for the stark contrast between them when he faced Nightblade in earnest. Sighing, Nightblade shook his head at the exhausted Danzo, remarking, "A novice is still a novice. Even when given a chance, you prove inadequate." With an air of indifference, Nightblade raised his sword, Onigiri, aiming it at Danzo. "The warm-up is over, and you've had your opportunity. It is time to bid farewell, Danzo." Whoosh. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Nightblade vanished from his spot, the immense force shattering the rocks beneath his feet. Merely a fraction of a second later, slash. The blade of Onigiri pierced directly into Danzo's chest. Gush! A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Danzo's mouth as he stared in disbelief at Nightblade, who expressionlessly withdrew the blade from his chest. Gush! Vivid crimson splattered forth as Danzo clutched his wound and collapsed to the ground. Heh! Nightblade chuckled softly. "Did you think you could deceive me? You're right, I must be the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, right? You are not dead. You merely utilized as an Aji." With a soft hiss, Nightblade slowly sheathed Onigiri, and an invisible wave emanated from him, radiating outward in all directions. Kenbunchika Haki. Oh! Nightblade suddenly turned slightly, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed at a nearby vacant space. Will it manifest there? Buzz. A faint sound echoed as Nightblade's concealed right hand transformed into a jet-black hue, exuding a faint glow reminiscent of an extraordinary, resilient metal in the darkness. This was the armament Haki that Nightblade had comprehended. The unyielding and unparalleled aura enveloped Yi Ren's right hand, akin to donning an impenetrable suit of armor, its hardness rivaling that of diamonds, achieving astonishing levels of both defense and offense. Simultaneously, this aura did not merely encase Yi Ren's arm. The black-armed aura twisted like two entwined dragons, cascading down the hilt of the sword Guei, extending to the blade guard, ultimately enveloping the entire sheath. Once the entire Guei had transformed into a dark azure hue, mirroring the color of Yi Ren's right hand. He gradually lifted his gaze while maintaining his grip on the sword hilt. A scorching breath escaped his lips. "Can you evade this strike?" Yi Ren smirked coldly. "One sword style, aye, black blade path." The sharp, resounding clang of the blade echoed from the original Guei as the two entwined dragons of aura swiftly retracted, condensing upon the blade itself. In an instant, the entire blade of Guei radiated an intensely visually striking pure black, exuding an eerie glow amidst the night. "Deadlion. Sing." With Yi Ren's words, his figure momentarily froze in place, only to have his afterimage scattered by a gentle breeze in the next heartbeat. His true form already 10 meters away. The sound of Tuanzang's feet hitting the ground echoed, having exhausted his Anaji. Clang. The sound of the black blade, Guei, slicing through Tuanzang's armor and flesh resounded. Tuanzang's right eye, having utilized his Anaji, morphed into a blank expanse of white, his body coming to a standstill. Disbelief and shock evident in the remaining left eye. What happened? The black-armed aura enveloping Yi Ren's hand slowly receded as he sheathed the now-normal Guei. Addressing Tuanzang, he remarked, "Is it that my strike was so pleasurable that you couldn't react at all?" A spurt of crimson blood erupted from Tuanzang's mouth, staining his waist as viscous blood dripped down. Thud! He collapsed to the ground. The will of the root, rooted in the earth, leaning against Konoha. "I have countless plans yet to fulfill. I refuse to be resigned." Tuanzang's vision gradually blurred. At a certain moment, a pair of white shoes appeared before him. The owner crouching down to whisper near his ear, "You are merely a remnant of a bygone era. Only in your death will this age become better." Slap. Yi Ren struck Tuanzang's face. "How dare you glorify yourself? You, who would slay your own comrades for the sake of obtaining the Sharingan. What right do you have to speak of others? A pompous waste. You are nothing but a troublemaker." Tuanzang's eyes widened in shock, fixating on Yi Ren until he breathed his last. You actually killed Lord Tuanzang," standing silently on the sidelines. Konoha's 13 only reacted after Nightblade had dispatched Danzo. Astonished, he addressed Nightblade. "Is it possible, little sister? Only now do you wish to hinder me after I have finished my task?" Nightblade lazily rose to his feet, surveying the desolate structures below, where only Konoha's 13 remained. With such sluggish reflexes, how can you claim to be a ninja? Did you cheat your way through Ninja Academy? Konoha's 13 retorted. Who says so? I was among the top 3 in the ninja exams. Do you think I gained entry into the root organization by mere chance? As he spoke, he watched Nightblade slowly remove her mask, revealing an extraordinary visage. Her hair shimmered in a radiant purple hue, and her enchanting phoenix eyes graced a face of unparalleled beauty. Yet, his gaze upon her was fraught with gravity. I do not condone Danzo's methods. I infiltrated the root organization on a mission from the third Hokage, to monitor his every move and report back. Oh, Nightblade expressed mild surprise. In the original narrative, Yuzuki Yuin indeed served in the root for a considerable duration. Yet the aspect of her being a supervisor was unknown to Nightblade. If your role is merely to supervise, why did you not prevent me from taking action against Danzo? Yuzuki Yuin smiled brightly. Because I received the Hokage's directive not to interfere with your elimination of Danzo. Nightblade nodded thoughtfully, a light smile gracing his lips. Hisashi is quite an intriguing individual. It seems Danzo has long been a thorn in his side. Suddenly, Yuzuki Yuin looked a bit shy as she gazed at Nightblade. The Hokage mentioned you would serve as my Jonin mentor? Is that true? Oh, Nightblade nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is true. Yuzuki Yuin's eyes sparkled with excitement and awe as she looked at Nightblade. Then, Nightblade-sensei, does that mean you can guide me in my swordsmanship? Certainly, Nightblade replied with a smile. He had taken a particular interest in Yuzuki Yuin, especially given her profound passion for the way of the sword. As an elite jonin who had inherited the Konoha flow swordsmanship, she had even developed several sword techniques that rivaled A-rank ninjutsu. Such fervor and talent delighted Nightblade immensely. Wonderful. Yuzuki Yuin beamed, her eyes narrowing in joy, rendering her exceptionally adorable. With your guidance, my Konoha flow swordsmanship will surely reach new heights. Nightblade-sensei, she exclaimed excitedly, rubbing her hands together, her face alight with anticipation. When shall we commence our training? I am more than ready. Nightblade rolled his eyes. Ready for what? We still have a mess to clean up. We should first consider what to do about the root organization. As soon as Yi Ren's voice fell, the system's prompt echoed fortuitously within his mind. Ding. It detected that the host had altered the storyline by eliminating Danzo on the eve of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, thereby altering the fate of the Uchiha clan and earning a reward of 1,000 points. Current points, 2,200. Yi Ren smiled contentedly. Not bad, not bad. This time you, a mere door knocker, have finally shown some grandeur. System, huh? Xiang was taken aback. Following Yi Ren's gaze, she beheld the devastated headquarters of the root organization. In every corner, dozens of masked corpses lay sprawled, while Yamashiro and Oil Girl were cleaved in twain by Yi Ren. Even the leader of the root organization, Danzo, lay beneath Yi Ren's sword, eyes wide in eternal sleep. It was undeniably a pitiful scene of a lair being raided. What do you think should be done with the root organization, teacher? Xiang inquired, gazing at Yi Ren. You tell me your thoughts first, Yi Ren replied with a smile. The existence of the root organization is imbued with a certain uniqueness. One must admit that its initial establishment was commendable. As the foundation of Konoha, it operated from the shadows, bearing the weight of the village. It was an organization dedicated to protecting the village, unafraid of sacrifice, truly admirable. However, Danzo twisted the organization to fulfill his own ambitions, transforming it into a murky, cold-blooded private entity. This chilling fear overshadowed the entire populace of Konoha and its ninjas. This is the path to the organization's demise. The root organization merely operates in the shadows, akin to the Umbu. If I were to express my opinion, I believe it could be merged into the Umbu. What do you think? Xiang looked at Yi Ren with anticipation, awaiting his praise. No, Yi Ren decisively shook his head. The root was originally a division of the Umbu, merely led by Danzo as the captain of 4 squads. Yi Ren surveyed the number of deceased members of the root organization and chuckled coldly. According to regulations, a division comprises 4 squads, each with a squad leader and 3 members, meaning the standard configuration for the root, including Danzo, should be 17 individuals. Look at that. Yi Ren gestured towards the corpses on the ground. Are there 17 bodies here? Yuezi Xiang, far beyond that number. But Yuezi Xiang looked at Yi Ren in confusion. What does this have to do with the inability to reintegrate the root organization into the Umbu? Given the current situation, wouldn't more people be better? Hee hee, Yi Ren chuckled softly. If you consider it from Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, the larger the number of loyal followers, the greater the strength at his disposal, thus making it more advantageous. However, what if I wished to claim this organization for myself? Those words stirred a tempest within Yeye Xiang. She was astonished, gazing at Yi Ren in disbelief, her mouth agape. You, teacher Yi Ren, what purpose do you have in establishing an organization? Of course, it serves a purpose. Nightblade cast a cold glance at Mao Dongxian, his right hand gripping the hilt of the ghost's severing blade, and spoke with deliberate intensity. Every individual harbors ambition. I intend to establish an organization of my own, one that will encompass all the young talents of the world, whom I shall personally mentor. One day, I shall achieve this, Nightblade declared with commanding presence. Anyone emerging from my organization will possess the strength to challenge even the shadow level. Mao Dongxian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He gazed at this man, whose age was not dissimilar to his own, and for a fleeting moment, he found himself believing. Deep within, he began to yearn for the opportunity to join the organization that Nightblade would establish, to follow him and become a force capable of confronting shadow-level adversaries. Then, Mao Dongxian inquired with eager anticipation, "What name do you plan to bestow upon this organization, teacher?" As Nightblade pondered briefly, he responded, "Let it be called Shadow." His fingers lightly tapped the hilt of the ghost's severing blade. With fervor, Nightblade proclaimed, "Where light does not illuminate, there lies shadow. The mightiest force in the glorious realm of ninjas is shadow. Light and darkness intertwine, embodying the neutral strength of the night. If we are to do this, we shall strive to be the strongest." Henceforth, the Shadow Organization is officially founded. Slowly turning his gaze towards Mao Dongxian, Nightblade asked, "What say you? As the founder of this organization, I extend to you the first invitation to join. Will you accept?" Mao Dongxian wished to respond affirmatively, but she was acutely aware of her obligations as a member of the Hidden Leaf Sumbu, where her loyalty to the village must prevail. "I am uncertain," she confessed, torn by her conflicting feelings. Nightblade was destined to become her mentor, and she was fated to follow him beyond the village to hone her swordsmanship. In essence, she had already become part of Nightblade's organization. Yet, loyalty to her village was a psychological barrier that could not be surmounted easily. "Very well," Nightblade remarked, sensing her inner turmoil. "I shall not pressure you. Take your time to ponder this. You may join when you are ready. For now, return home, take a warm bath, and rest early. Await tomorrow's meeting with your two new teammates." New teammates? Mao Dongxian raised her head, intrigued. "Indeed, new teammates," Nightblade affirmed with a nod. "Who are they, Teacher Nightblade? Could you share their identities with me in advance?" "Ah," Nightblade chuckled softly. "Why must you girls be so impatient? Can it be a delightful surprise revealed tomorrow?" "All right." He waved dismissively at Xian. "I must return to rest. Please handle the aftermath here." "Ah?" Mao Dongxian blinked in surprise, pointing at herself. "But I am alone. What's wrong with that?" Nightblade turned back as he walked onto the long bridge. He spoke earnestly to Mao Dongxian. "Carrying bodies and managing the scene is also a form of training. It not only fortifies your physique, but also tempers your iron will. This is a rare blessing that many yearn for but cannot attain. You are fortunate." Yuzuki Yuin was taken aback. "Is it truly real, Teacher Yeblade?" "Indeed it is." Yeblade's expression turned serious. "Do I strike you as someone who would deceive?" "Not at all." Yuzuki Yuin recalled Yeblade's transcendent sword techniques during the battle against Danzo and his unparalleled might when establishing the Shadow Organization. She immediately shook her head. "Thank you, teacher. I shall strive diligently." "Very well." Yeblade, appearing earnest yet somewhat dismissive, nodded at Yuzuki Yuin before continuing towards the other side of the long bridge. Ascending the blackstone steps, Yeblade soon arrived at the entrance of the initial mechanism. With a soft click, he gently pressed a beast's head embedded in the stone wall. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the dark corridor as a fissure appeared above, allowing the cold moonlight to cascade down upon Yeblade's stern visage. Exhaling softly, he lifted his foot and emerged from the underground. Feeling the secret door close slowly behind him and listening to the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs surrounding him, Yeblade couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the surface is far more comfortable. Here, there is fresh air, vast blue skies, lush forests, and even the azure sea. Only someone like Danzo would prefer to dwell underground. He stretched languidly. Today's objective had been accomplished. That audacious little scoundrel Danzo had become a soul beneath his blade. Yeblade smiled with satisfaction, ready to return to the village for a good night's rest. The sound of shoes brushing against the grass echoed softly as Yeblade strolled through the serene forest illuminated by moonlight. Suddenly, his footsteps ceased entirely. With a grave expression, Yeblade furrowed his brow, standing still as if facing a formidable foe. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, jolting his head upward. Frantically scratching his head, he peered into the shadows cast by the moonlight, scanning his surroundings. The forest enveloped him on all sides. Which direction led back to the village? To be frank, the forest outside Konoha is exceedingly easy to lose one's way. Tomorrow, I must insist that Sarutobi Hiruzen set this forest ablaze. This is obstructing my plans. Ugh. Though lost, Yeblade was determined to return to the village. He had a rendezvous with his new team members at the village entrance. He could not afford to stand them up. Reluctantly, Yeblade steeled himself and began to navigate through the forest. In his first attempt, he sprinted eastward, only to discover an hour later that he had reached the edge of a lake. Frustrated, Yeblade turned and ran in the opposite direction. Another hour passed, and he found himself at the brink of a desert. Good grief. Yeblade's lips curled in exasperation. I can't possibly have wandered all the way to Sunagate here, can I? Damn it. Let us try again. This time, Yeblade resolved to be wiser. With a resolute determination, he sprinted towards a third direction, starkly divergent from the previous two. A confident smile gracing his face. This time, he was certain he would not err. An hour later, Yiren stood before a vast expanse of dark brown Yodon landforms, spitting on the ground in frustration. Damn it! Did we leave Sand Ninja Village only to arrive at Rock Hidden Village? Are they conspiring against me? Just wait. Next time, I will strike both your villages directly. He exhaled slowly, calming the tempest of his anger. This time, Yiren had truly learned from his past mistakes. The previous 3 attempts had been based solely on instinct, leading him to 3 unrelated directions, a randomness far too great. Thus, he resolved to ascend the highest stone mountain on the border of the land of Earth. With keen eyesight, he sought out a location abundant with dense forests. He would then traverse straight towards that direction. Surely, he would uncover the hidden leaf village deep within the woods, even if he could not find it. As long as he reached the land of fire, capturing any ninja to guide him to Hokage village would be equally delightful. A sly grin spread across his face. Standing atop the stone mountain, he had already pinpointed the direction of the expansive forest. Committing it to memory, he hurriedly descended the mountain, racing towards that destination. The sounds of swift movement echoed through the woods. A man clad in a white martial arts uniform, adorned with an exaggerated great sword, wore an impatient expression as he darted through the forest. This is exceedingly difficult. Venturing into the world of the Hokage is undoubtedly a hellish challenge. He sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a spark of recognition ignited in his eyes. Before him materialized a strikingly familiar sight, a well-known forest, recognizable trees, and a hidden passage. This cascade of familiarity nearly brought tears to the eyes of Yiren, the man known as the Great Swordsman. Without hesitation, he leapt from the towering treetops. Arriving at the entrance of the underground secret passage leading to the root organization, he knocked on the massive tree trunk. Thud, thud, thud. Silence enveloped the space within. Yiren furrowed his brow and knocked again. Thud, thud, thud. Several seconds elapsed, yet the silence persisted. It seemed there were no vigilant members of the root organization guarding the other side of this passage. Wait, vigilant members? Damn, Yiren cursed under his breath, nearly forgetting that apart from the remaining Mugetsu Yuin, he had decimated the entire root organization. And if all went as expected, Mugetsu Yuin was still engaged in cleaning up the battlefield. Thus, she would certainly not hear his knocking. Without a moment's hesitation, Yiren unsheathed his original sword, Kicho, and delivered several powerful strikes against the thick wall before him. Clang, 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 boom. The harsh sound of metal scraping against stone echoed as the thick walls crumbled in response, revealing a dark and profound path before Nightblade. With a soft thud, Nightblade sheathed his sword and continued his descent. Suddenly, a more urgent sound of footsteps resonated from the depths of the passage, swiftly approaching Nightblade. Yuzuki Yukino gazed in confusion at Nightblade, who had turned back. Teacher, why have you returned? Clearing his throat, Nightblade clasped his hands behind his back, his expression serious. I feared you might encounter dangers left by Danzo in the Root's lair, so I came back to check on you. Indeed, Nightblade nodded to himself. Seeing you unharmed brings me peace. Yuzuki Yukino was momentarily taken aback, then lifted her gaze to the figure standing at the entrance of the passage. Feeling a swell of emotion. For a long time, she had been an orphan, devoid of love and compassion, merely assigned by the Umbu to undertake various tasks. There was no familial bond, no friendship, only the relentless admonitions from the third Hokage urging her to make any sacrifice for the village. She had thought this existence would persist indefinitely, until today. She encountered Nightblade, a formidable man who radiated warmth. Teacher. A glimmer of moisture welled in the corners of Yuzuki Yukino's eyes. You are so kind to me. It's the first time someone has cared for me like this. Seeing her on the brink of tears, Nightblade felt a twinge of embarrassment. Rubbing the back of his head, he descended a few steps and approached Yuzuki Yukino, gently stroking her silky purple hair from a higher vantage. With a slight smile, he said, I am your teacher. My role extends beyond merely instructing you to succeed. I am also here to care for your well-being, to provide the warmth of family. That is the essence of a teacher. Nightblade offered Yukino a warm smile. Teacher. She looked up at him, her gaze reflecting a burgeoning admiration. This sentiment transcended mere romantic affection. It signified a profound recognition of Nightblade as a lifelong mentor and friend, someone she would come to respect and gradually rely upon. Very well. Nightblade affectionately tousled her purple locks again before turning serious. We shall discuss these matters later. Have you completed your first training objective for today? Yes. Yuzuki Yukino nodded, gently rubbing her slightly reddened eyes. She raised her head and addressed Nightblade. In the Root organization, including Danzo and his guards, Yamashiro and Aburame, 35 individuals have perished. The Root organization has been utterly annihilated. The fatal wounds on all were massive blade injuries that struck with lethal precision. At this revelation, Yuzuki Yukino cast a respectful glance at Nightblade. Have you observed these wounds? Nightblade inquired, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light as he regarded her. Yuzuki Yuin was taken aback for a moment. Then, with a serious expression, she responded, I have observed. Gathering intelligence from the wounds on a corpse is an essential skill for a competent operative. Nightblade nodded in satisfaction. Now, from the perspective of a swordsman, analyze for me how you would evade such lethal strikes if faced with them. Nightblade's question was rather challenging. Those familiar with their own matters know them well. Although Nightblade did not employ any swordsmanship against these members of Root, the natural and fluid strikes he executed in battle were exquisite blows of profound simplicity, capable of easily dispatching a jonin. Surely, the title of Swordmaster is not one to be taken lightly. Compared to most deceased Root members, Yuzuki Yuin had only just reached the rank of Chunin, still a considerable distance from advancing to jonin. Thus, it seemed somewhat unreasonable for Nightblade to expect her to analyze how to evade such deadly attacks. Nevertheless, this served as a small test of initiation for Yuin. If, after observing 35 corpses she had slain, she had not gained any insight, Nightblade would need to reconsider her inclusion in the Shadow Organization. Yuzuki Yuin furrowed her brow, recalling the various sword wounds she had seen while sorting through the bodies. After a long pause, she finally spoke to Nightblade. Those slain by the sword bore only a single wound, aside from Yamashiro Kazuki, Oil Girl Toryun, and Danzo, who were cleaved in two. From the other wounds, I discerned your exquisite skill, master. Oh, Nightblade's eyes sparkled slightly. Pray tell, how so? The blade sliced through muscle, severed bone, and ultimately, with the tip of the sword, precisely extinguished their life force. Yuzuki Yuin frowned. Your mastery of the sword and understanding of human anatomy have reached an extraordinary level. But her gaze intensified as she looked at Nightblade. What kind of innate talent allows you to possess such divine control? It is truly astonishing. Talent? Nightblade shook his head at Yuzuki Yuin. While much of what you said is accurate, this particular point is incorrect. Some things cannot be achieved merely through a modicum of talent. For instance, I have divided the path of the sword into 4 levels that I have personally comprehended and created. Nightblade counted on his fingers. They are iron cutting, void breaking, wind slicing, and the final level, dissolution. Attaining the first level may indeed require some talent, but the latter 3 stages can only be mastered through trials of life and death. For levels? Yuzuki Yuin was taken aback. As Nightblade elaborated on the levels of swordsmanship, it felt as if a vast treasure trove had been unveiled before her, causing her eyes to gradually brighten. Master, at what level do you currently stand? Nightblade smiled faintly, gently caressing the hilt of his sword. He uttered 2 words, disintegrate, though she was mentally prepared. When Nightblade informed her that he was at the pinnacle of disintegration levels, Yuzuki Shien still gasped in astonishment. What about me? Master, what level do you think my swordsmanship is at? Yours? Nightblade smiled slightly, gazing at Yuzuki Shien as he spoke. Not yet at the level of cutting iron. Not yet at the level of cutting iron? Yuzuki Shien was taken aback. As the successor of the Konoha-style swordsmanship, even the third Hokage had praised her unparalleled sword skills. How could she possibly fail to reach the most basic level? No way. Her expression dimmed with disappointment. Otherwise, Nightblade looked at her seriously. Have you underestimated the 4 levels of swordsmanship I mentioned? Do you know what is required to reach the first level, cutting iron? What requirements? Yuzuki Shien genuinely did not know there were 4 levels of swordsmanship, as neither in her previous life in Konoha nor in her subsequent role in the Anbu had anyone been a true master of the sword. Aside from Moonlight Gale, who could be considered a sword expert, she had no one to engage with in swordsmanship. Cutting iron. Nightblade regarded her with a serious expression. As the name suggests, if a sword master can slice through steel with a single stroke, they have attained this first level. Yuzuki Shien's eyes flickered with confusion. If that is the case, I can already cut iron. Why do you still believe I have not reached that level, master? Nightblade shook his head. A simple cut through steel, you can do. And so can the warriors of the Land of Iron. Even Danzo can. But do you consider Danzo to be my equal? Yuzuki Shien slowly shook her head. No. Exactly. Nightblade nodded. If it were merely a matter of slicing steel, most could accomplish it. The cutting of steel I refer to requires certain conditions. Conditions? Yuzuki Shien looked at Nightblade with curiosity. What kind of conditions? Follow me. Nightblade did not answer her question directly, but patted her shoulder, signaling her to follow. Without a hint of hesitation, Yuzuki Shien trailed behind Nightblade. The headquarters of the Root organization was divided into various departments, each with distinct functions, such as the Intelligence Division, Mission Retention Section, Interrogation Department, and most importantly, Danzo's office. Among these, the Intelligence Division was undoubtedly the most vital. With a soft thud, Nightblade halted before the entrance of the Intelligence Division, the core structure within the Root organization. Here lay numerous secrets regarding the 5 great nations and the latest intelligence from various ninja villages, serving as a hub of information and communication. As a crucial core, the Root organization is guarded with utmost vigilance. A colossal steel gate stands at its exterior, towering 10 meters high, 5 meters wide, and approximately 3 meters thick. Atop it rests a massive revolving wheel, reminiscent of a ship's helm. Typically, members of the Root organization enter and exit through a small door embedded within this grand entrance, which serves as a formidable barrier against potential intrusions. At this moment, it has become an obstacle preventing Yi-Run and Muyu Shiyan from gaining entry. Do you see that gate? Yi-Run pointed at the imposing steel door before them, addressing Muyu Shiyan beside him. Could it be? Muyu Shiyan felt a surge of anxiety in her heart. You don't expect me to cleave through this door, do you? I see it. Yi-Run nodded in affirmation. If I were to ask you to split this steel gate, how long would it take you? Or rather, how many strikes would you require? Muyu Shiyan opened her mouth, then let out a bitter smile. Teacher, please do not jest with me. This door measures 8 meters in height, 5 meters in width, and a terrifying 3 meters in thickness. To breach such a door, her smile grew increasingly strained. I would need to cleave at least 1/3 of its area or sever one side entirely to make any progress. This is, at present, an utterly impossible task for me. Oh, Yi-Run smiled faintly, unfastening the initial generation of the blade of Oni from his waist. He handed it directly to Muyu Shiyan, whose expression was one of disbelief. What if it were my sword? Do you possess the confidence to cleave it then? Staring at the exaggeratedly large blade before her, Muyu Shiyan observed its striking white sheath bound with intricate bandages, adorned with exquisite cross-like patterns. The expansive tsuba featured a hollow design, and the elongated hilt suggested it was a two-handed sword, ideal for powerful strikes. If it is this blade used by my teacher. A flicker of confidence passed through her eyes. I can give it a try? Excellent. Yi-Run reached out, retrieving the sword sheathed at Muyu Shiyan's waist. Now, 2 swords rested in his hands. He smiled and inquired, now, with these 2 blades, can you cleave the steel gate with greater speed and more techniques? 2 swords? Muyu Shiyan gasped. While I have seen some dual-blade wielders whose prowess in battle is formidable, She shook her head, her expression tinged with bitterness. I do not know how to fight with 2 swords. If I wield 2 swords, they remain merely 2 separate blades, devoid of any cumulative power. Very well. Yiren nodded, regarding Muyu Shiyin intently. When I asked you to use your own sword, you claimed you could not. When I offered you my sword, your confidence grew. Yet, upon receiving 2 swords, you state you cannot utilize them. So, Yiren gazed sternly at Muyu Shiyin. Is the ability to cleave this door truly dependent on the sword itself? If one must possess a divine weapon to attain the realm of severing iron, do you find such a realm to hold significance? A flicker of enlightenment crossed the countenance of Yuzuki Uyaka. The words of Nightblade resonated within him like the resounding toll of a great bell. Nightblade reattached the original demon slayer to his waist, slowly drawing forth Yuzuki Uyaka's slender sword, flicking its blade to produce a crisp, resonant hum. Nightblade nodded in approval. Indeed, it could be deemed a fine blade. Behold. Nightblade gradually returned Uyaka's sword to its sheath, then lifted it above his head, firmly grasping the hilt with his right hand. A gust of searing air escaped his lips as his pupils gradually shifted to a crimson hue. One sword style. Horse demon. Zing. Before Yuzuki Uyaka could fully comprehend, the seemingly delicate blade in Nightblade's hand had unleashed a stunning arc of light, descending with breathtaking elegance. With a crack, the enormous iron door behind Nightblade began to tremble, emitting a strained creaking sound. The harsh noise of steel grinding against steel resonated, and to Yuzuki Uyaka's disbelief, the massive door tilted at a 45-degree angle, splitting apart amidst a cloud of dust, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. With the most inferior sword, without employing the transformation of chakra, I cleave the iron before me into 2 segments, solely relying on my strength and conviction. This is the essence of the iron-severing realm. Boom. As Nightblade's words echoed, the upper half of the colossal iron door fell with a resounding crash, sending a billowing cloud of dust into the air, tousling Nightblade's silver hair. The dust also swept up Uyaka's purple bangs, revealing her beautiful Danfeng eyes, now filled with reverence and admiration as she gazed at Nightblade. Zing. The blade returned to its sheath, and Nightblade handed Yuzuki Uyaka's sword back to her. Did you witness the precision of that strike? He inquired, observing her stillness. Yuzuki Uyaka snapped back to reality, her mind racing for a few moments before she responded. I did not see it clearly. Very well, Nightblade nodded. If you could not discern the moment of my strike, did you catch a glimpse of what accompanied that blow? For instance, my state as I delivered it? Your teacher's state? Yuzuki Uyaka furrowed her brow, inevitably lost in reflection. The entire sequence of events from the moment Nightblade raised her sword above his head replayed repeatedly in her mind, gathering strength, raising the blade, drawing it forth. And then the swift cut. The cycle continued, each repetition deepening her frown, yet nothing seemed amiss. The Nightblade, whether poised or in action, adheres to convention, yet, if one were to pinpoint a deviation, it would be its departure from the traditional method of drawing the sword from the waist, opting instead for a downward strike. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the aura that emanated from the Nightblade at the moment of the strike. What state it embodied, something that Muyu Shiyin found elusive to recall. Was it the gaze, the temperament, or perhaps something else entirely? Muyu Shiyin endeavored to replay the sequence of events in her mind. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization. It was the gaze. At the very instant the Nightblade unleashed its strike, she had noticed its eyes, a gaze that seemed to disdain all. Unflinching and imbued with the ferocity of a wild beast, radiating a palpable sense of aggression. It was indeed the gaze. Muyu Shiyin lifted her head, her excitement palpable as she addressed the Nightblade. Teacher, your eyes are filled with fearlessness. This sensation was akin to a feeling she struggled to articulate, her cheeks flushing crimson in the process. It embodied an unwavering and invincible belief. The Nightblade smiled gently. Exactly. Muyu Shiyin nodded vigorously, her eyes alight with fervor. That's it. Fearlessness and invincibility. However, as she continued, her earlier excitement began to fade, her tone taking on a somber note. Such conviction comes effortlessly to you, while for me, it remains unattainable. The Nightblade chuckled softly, patting her shoulder. What you lack is not the technique of swordsmanship nor an understanding of the way of the sword, but rather a heart that knows no fear or defeat. Then what must I do to truly enter the realm of iron cutting? Muyu Shiyin gazed at the Nightblade, her eyes brimming with a yearning for such formidable power. The Nightblade smiled faintly. Do not rush. This is not a matter to be hurried. The demonstration I provided today was merely to illuminate the qualities required to become a true swordsman. How you progress thereafter relies on your own efforts. Mo Yuxian paused, momentarily taken aback, then nodded in comprehension, her gaze filled with reverence as she addressed the Nightblade. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. No need for thanks. The Nightblade waved a hand dismissively. Now, it is getting late. We should return to the village and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, you and your comrades will face a daunting test, so be prepared. All right. Mo Yuxian nodded fervently, her resolve steadfast. I will strive diligently. At this juncture, it was already 3 in the morning. The entirety of Konoha village was enveloped in darkness, save for a few locations still aglow, one being the Hokage's office. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, holding a report that had already been extinguished, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled deeply. The world of ninjas may soon undergo a profound transformation. Half an hour later, Yi Ren and Yuxian appeared together at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village. By the way, Yi Ren, with a serious demeanor, turned to Yuxian and inquired, "Do you happen to know the way to the Hyuga clan's ancestral grounds?" Huh. Yuxian was taken aback. The Hyuga clan's ancestral grounds? Why do you ask me this, teacher? Oh, come on. Yi Ren rolled his eyes impatiently, speaking with a feigned gravity. I've been staying at the Hyugas for the past few days, but tonight it's too dark, and I can't see the way to their house from the village gate. Please point me in the right direction. Yuxian hesitated for a moment, then, with a hint of skepticism, extended her hand to indicate a direction, saying, "It's that way. If you walk 2 kilometers in that direction, you will reach the Hyuga clan's grounds." Okay, Yi Ren nodded, preparing to walk in the direction she pointed. Suddenly, he halted again. Yi Ren scratched his head. If you have the time, could you accompany me? Even though I know the direction, I still can't distinguish my way once I enter the village. Teacher, Yuxian gave him a peculiar look. You can't possibly be lost, can you? Yi Ren's expression darkened. Lost? How could that be? It's merely that it's too dark to see the path. If it were daytime, I would have certainly found my way back on my own. Are you coming with me or not? If not, I'll go by myself. Hee. Yuxian, observing Yi Ren's flustered attempts at justification, stifled a laugh behind her hand. All right. Teacher, the Hyuga clan's grounds are quite far. If you don't mind, you could stay at my house for the night. Huh. Yi Ren was momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, Yuxian had already taken hold of his arm. Let's go, teacher. There's no need to be formal with your student. Yuxian's residence was located on the outskirts of the village. While it wasn't as remote as the suburbs, it was still a considerable distance from the bustling center of the Hidden Leaf Village. Recently, many houses had been built in this area, primarily inhabited by ninjas or civilians who had lost their families during the war. This starkly illustrated the plight of many war orphans in the village following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. The Third Hokage's promise to properly care for the families of martyrs? That was nothing but empty rhetoric. With a soft click, the door opened. Yuxian turned on the lights in her room and smiled back at Yi Ren, saying, "Please come in, teacher." She walked into the room and changed into a pair of slippers. Under the gentle glow of the light, the delicate, jade-like feet of Yuxian were adorned with purple nail polish as she skillfully slipped into her slippers. Then, turning her back to Yi Ren, she bent down to find a pair of slippers for him. With her graceful figure accentuated by the bending motion, Yi Ren was momentarily taken aback. Ahem, Xian, have you found the slippers? Not yet. Where on earth have those cursed slippers gone? With a graceful bend, Xiang brushed back a strand of hair and began rummaging through the depths of the oversized shoe cabinet. As she searched, her body swayed gently, causing the normally composed Yeren to feel a sudden dryness in his throat. Found them, Xiang exclaimed suddenly, emerging with a slightly oversized pair of pink slippers, which she bashfully placed before Yeren. Teacher, these slippers should fit you, although the color may not quite suit you. Please make do with them for today. Yeren winced slightly, drawing in a breath. Xiang, I must remind you that I am a man. Is it really appropriate to offer me pink slippers? A hint of fluster crossed Xiang's elegant, beautiful face. That's not it, teacher. It's just that no men have ever visited my home, so I've never prepared men's slippers. These are the largest I have. Never mind, Yeren said, shaking his head. It then dawned on him that Xiang was indeed single at this moment. While she had met Tsukikid Shippu at the Ninja Academy, their acquaintance had not yet deepened, and they were still far from familiar with one another. Therefore, it was not surprising that she had no men's slippers at home. It's just for one night. I want to need the slippers. Yeren added as he moved to the sofa in the living room, sitting cross-legged. He waved a hand toward Xiang. You needn't concern yourself with me. Get some rest. Tomorrow morning, I will introduce you to your other two teammates so you can commence your new training. All right, Xiang replied. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she returned the pink slippers to the cabinet. Teacher, please rest. I will take a shower first. After a day of missions and a night spent cleaning up, I will feel more comfortable after a wash. Go ahead, Yeren nodded, watching as Xiang entered her room. He then reached for the gourd of wine at his waist, uncorking it for a small sip. The rich aroma of the liquor began to fill the room with each breath he took. It had been 2 days since he arrived in the world of Naruto, and the plan to confront the 5 Kages would soon come to fruition with his meeting with Itachi and Shursui tomorrow. It was both their trial and his training. It's time to acquire a new sword, Yeren sighed, reflecting on the many tasks ahead. Fortunately, Danzo had already been eliminated. With a satisfied grin, he took another swig of the strong drink. System, come forth. I am here. What are your commands, host? Open the system shop. Understood. A blue light enveloped Yeren's mind, revealing a dazzling array of swords in the system shop's vibrant display. Currently, the host has a remaining balance of 2,200 points. Should items exceeding this point value be excluded? The system inquired within Yeren's mind. Exclude. The exclusion has been completed. A second later, the system's marketplace refreshed, revealing that many items had vanished, leaving only those priced at or below 2,200 points. Thud. In Yeren's mind, a virtual finger pointed towards an item. Ding. Would the host like to spend 1,000 points to exchange for the great knife, one of the 21 works, the famed blade? Yinmo? Yeren smiled faintly. Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. The exchange was successful. The great knife, one of the 21 works, the famed blade. Yinmo has been successfully exchanged. Would the host like to retrieve it? Retrieve it. Clang. As Yeren's voice faded, a resounding hum echoed in the air. Before Yeren, amidst the emptiness, a massive, sheathed famed knife gradually coalesced, revealing its robust blade. The black sheath was intricately engraved with blossoms symbolizing the land of harmony, while the hilt was 3-petaled, and the blade bore a chaotic black-red cross, measuring an astonishing 82 centimeters in length. Clang. As Yinmo fully manifested, Yeren smiled subtly and grasped it firmly. Crack. The black bandaged hilt was tightly held in his hand. Clang. The black-red chaotic blade was swiftly drawn from its sheath, emitting a deep, resonant hum. As Yeren withdrew the famed blade Yinmo, a stream of black flowery energy began to spontaneously creep up the blade from the hilt. The black-red hue of the blade instantaneously transformed into a profound black. Indeed, Yeren nodded. The legendary famed blade Yinmo is known to autonomously release the user's flowery energy or armed color Haki, unleashing immense power. If wielded by an ordinary person, they would typically be drained of their Haki and perish. However, if used adeptly, it becomes an exceptionally powerful weapon. For Yeren, this blade, which closely approaches the pinnacle of great knives, can unleash the might of the supreme great knife in his hands. With a satisfied smile, Yeren slowly sheathed the knife, and the deep black flowery energy gradually dissipated along with it. Just as Yeren finished examining the famed blade Yinmo and returned it to its sheath, Mitsuki Yuka, draped in a bathrobe and enveloped in steam, froze at the doorway of the living room. What is this black aura? Why is it so terrifying? This. Yeren drew Yinmo once more, causing the black Haki to automatically emanate from the blade. The terrifying pressure that gradually diffused filled the room with an oppressive atmosphere. Mitsuki Yuka nodded vigorously. This is the very black aura. It feels remarkably sharp. Clang. Yeren nodded, retracting Yinmo back into its sheath, and addressed Mitsuki Yuka, who stood at the doorway. You are not mistaken in your perception. This is what I wish to convey regarding the 4th level of swordsmanship, dissolution. Anyone who can perfect their swordsmanship will attain a substance that can arm their body and augment the lethality of their techniques. This unique black aura is known as the flowing Sakura dominance, also referred to as armament. Armament. The eyes of Yuzuki Iyaka sparkled with excitement. What a magnificent name. Teacher, will there come a day when I too can cultivate to the level where I can condense armament? Certainly. Yeren slowly unfastened the sword at his waist, placing both blades gently upon the table and settled comfortably against the sofa. Anyone can practice swordplay. Here, I do not solely consider a person's innate talent. I place greater emphasis on one's diligence and character. As Yiren spoke, he offered a gentle smile to Yuzuki Uyaka. As long as you exert yourself, it will surely come to pass. I understand. I will strive diligently. Upon hearing Yiren's affirmation, a bright radiance suddenly illuminated Yuzuki Uyaka's face. Surrounded by the warm mist and the contrast of her pristine bathrobe, she appeared exceptionally charming. Teacher, Yuzuki Uyaka bowed respectfully to Yiren and began to speak. I shall not disturb you any longer. See you tomorrow. Huh. After bending for quite some time, without hearing Yiren's reply, Yuzuki Uyaka felt a twinge of confusion. She then discreetly lifted her head, glancing at Yiren seated on the sofa with the corner of her eye. This. Yuzuki Uyaka's eyes widened in astonishment. Her bent form straightened instantly, her hands clutched tightly against her chest, feeling bashful as she gazed at the seemingly dazed Yiren, her face aflame with embarrassment. Teacher, what are you looking at? Huh. Yiren snapped back to reality. Then, with a hint of lingering intrigue, he remarked, I was not observing anything, just watching the game. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki Uyaka's complexion deepened in crimson. She averted her gaze, fixating intently on her fidgeting feet. Teacher Yuo? Yiren paused, then followed Yuzuki Uyaka's line of sight to her feet. Pat pat pat. Boom. Yuzuki Uyaka's face turned scarlet to her ears. She spun around, clutching her bathrobe, and dashed back into her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Teacher, do rest well. We shall meet in the morning. Oh. Yiren smiled faintly, observing the scattered droplets of water at the doorway and the firmly shut bedroom door, a smile gracing his lips. How very shy she is. A night passed in silence. When the sun shone through the window the next day, Yiren had already donned his attire, two long swords at his waist, standing upon the balcony. He gazed at the bustling pedestrians and the vibrant thoroughfare below. Lifting the gourd of wine at his side, he uncorked it and took a gentle sip. Ah! The rich aroma of the wine was swept away by the morning breeze. The weather is splendid. Teacher, the bedroom door opened softly, and the fully equipped Yuzuki Uyaka emerged from her room, her standard dark attire exuding a striking aura of elegance. A cascade of purple hair elegantly adorned her shoulders, exuding both dignity and grace. Yet, at that moment, Xiang was frowning at Yebing with evident displeasure. Drinking so early in the morning is not good for your health. You should consider giving it up, she admonished. Yebing, upon hearing her words, turned and waved the wine gourd at Xiang from a distance. Oh, come now. You speak nonsense. Wine is a cherished companion to every swordsman. Without it, your blade will lack the vigor to strike, and then how could one engage in combat? Is that truly so? Xiang inquired, her expression one of doubt as she regarded Yebing. Absolutely. How could it be otherwise? Lise replied earnestly to Xiang. Just look at any swordsman. Who does not indulge in wine? A sip before battle invigorates the spirit, while a drink after refreshes the mind. A little splash on your beloved sword. Then simply wipe it with a white cloth. Oh, the joy! Xiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue at Yebing's words, and she felt her resolve wavering. As she gulped, she asked, Then, teacher, may I have a taste? Just a sip. Yebing hesitated, glancing at the gourd, which contained nearly 60 degrees of potent liquor. Unsure if it was wise to let Xiang partake. Fear not, teacher. Xiang beamed, recognizing Yebing's uncertainty. I promise to take only a small sip. Very well. Yebing handed the gourd to Xiang. Just a tiny bit. Indeed, Xiang affirmed, receiving the gourd, ready to take a modest sip. However, unexpectedly, the opening of the gourd was too wide. In a moment of bewilderment, Xiang tilted her head back, and 2 large gulps of nearly 60-degree liquor rushed down her throat. Cough, cough. My throat, it burns. Xiang exclaimed, hastily pulling the gourd away. Her cheeks flushed as she coughed. Oh dear. Yebing scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for how to react to the scene before him. With her cheeks aflame and her vision slightly blurred, Xiang looked at Yebing, who had just let out a tipsy belch. Teacher, why are you swaying in front of me? Stand still, she exclaimed, pointing unsteadily at his feet. Did you not possess only 2 swords? When did you acquire so many? Does it not tire you? Yebing frowned. Tired of what? It was evident to him that Xiang had hardly ever consumed alcohol. Such potent liquor would surely leave her dazed and disoriented after just a couple of swigs. Hand me that gourd. You are intoxicated. Oh, come now. Xiang mimicked Yebing's tone, waving her hand dismissively. Who is drunk? I can still drink. In the midst of Nightblade's astonished gaze, Mitsuki Yuin once again lifted the gourd of liquor to her lips, taking several hearty gulps of the potent drink. The crystalline drops of alcohol dripped from the corners of her mouth, splattering onto the ground. Nightblade felt a pang of heartache at the sight. Without waiting for Mitsuki Yuin to continue her reckless indulgence, Nightblade swiftly moved beside her and snatched the gourd from her grasp. Huh, where's the drink? Mitsuki Yuin, still in the act of drinking, paused momentarily. Her hazy eyes then turned towards Nightblade, who held the gourd. Teacher, haha burp. If you want a drink, you should buy your own. Why are you stealing my liquor? Give it back. With that, the usually graceful Yuin lunged into Nightblade's embrace, incessantly reaching for the gourd in his hand. The scent of alcohol on her breath made Nightblade frown. Goodness, how much has she consumed? Nightblade thought, his expression darkening as he swayed the remaining half of the gourd. He then secured it at his waist and shook Mitsuki Yuin gently. You are intoxicated. Wake up. Who's drunk? Mitsuki Yuin tilted her head to look at Nightblade, one hand playfully touching his face, pinching it with 3 fingers. You? Are you the one who is inebriated? Huh. Mitsuki Yuin broke into a silly grin. I told you not to drink so much, yet you insisted. Look at you now, are you not drunk? Next time, listen well. Nightblade's expression darkened further. Feeling her hand tugging at his face, and witnessing Mitsuki Yuin's wild struggles in his embrace, a bold idea formed in his mind. I'll give you 3 seconds to sober up. Otherwise, I shall not be gentle. What does that mean? Mitsuki Yuin giggled, her eyes still hazy as she looked at Nightblade. Oh dear, teacher, please don't be polite with me. As long as you give me liquor, I'm fine with anything. Nightblade was taken aback. With a stern expression, he addressed Mitsuki Yuin in his arms. It seems you cannot regain your sobriety, so do not blame me for being ruthless. Ruthless? What? With a swift motion, Nightblade's hand struck decisively at Mitsuki Yuin's neck, rendering her unconscious in an instant. At that moment, he smiled contentedly. Indeed, the world had become much quieter. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Konohagakure, 2 friends, Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi, were engaged in casual conversation. Hey, have you heard? Gongzi Tai said to Izumi. The root organization under Danzo was annihilated overnight. Yes. The toothpick in Kamizuki Izumi's mouth wobbled slightly. Of course I've heard, he replied, his expression turning serious as he spoke to his friend. I've been hearing about this from my Umbu friends since early this morning. However, Shingetsu Izumi removed the toothpick from his mouth and lowered his voice to inquire of Steel Iron. It is said that a young individual, around 20 years of age, annihilated the root organization and subsequently eliminated Lord Danzo. I wonder if there is any truth to that. If it is indeed true, it would be astonishing. Steel Iron was momentarily taken aback, his face soon revealing a peculiar expression. I have also heard that it was a young person who single-handedly wiped out the entire root organization. What was that young man's name again? Steel Iron scratched his head. I believe it was called Yeblade. Yes, Steel Iron affirmed confidently to Shingetsu Izumi. This morning, while I was reporting to Lord Hokage in his office, I faintly heard that name. Hiss. Shingetsu Izumi immediately gasped in surprise. This young man is quite impressive. Indeed. Steel Iron nodded. A single individual defeating all members of the root organization, including Lord Danzo, who was a contemporary of the 3rd Hokage, is truly beyond comprehension. Yes, who could argue otherwise? Steel Iron sighed, casting a glance at the towering walls of Konoha above him, feeling a twinge of despondency. Sigh. When will I be able to achieve such greatness and no longer be confined to guarding the gates? Do you think this young man's destruction of the root organization will prompt the village to send someone after him? Will the 3rd Hokage take action personally? Shingetsu Izumi's expression grew increasingly animated. After all, the 3rd Hokage is renowned as the doctor of ninja techniques, and it is said that he is well versed in the 5 elemental natures, with a powerful summoning beast, the mighty ape. Just imagining such an exhilarating scenario fills me with uncontainable excitement. Hee. What else with the giggling? Steel Iron rolled his eyes at Shingetsu Izumi. You might not be aware, but the downfall of the root organization and the demise of Danzo were both sanctioned by the 3rd Hokage in agreement with that young man, Yeblade. What? Shingetsu Izumi's expression changed instantly, exclaiming in shock. Slap. Steel Iron rolled his eyes and swiftly slapped Shingetsu Izumi on the back. Keep your voice down. What if someone hears you? This information is a confidential tip I received from Senior Kakashi. You better not let it slip. All right. Shingetsu Izumi sheepishly scratched his head. He then looked at Steel Iron and asked, why is that? Wasn't he the 3rd Hokage, a former comrade of Lord Danzo? How could he agree to such a thing with this young man? Hee, Steel Iron smirked coldly, although I do not know the reasons behind it. As a guardian of Konoha, I find immense satisfaction in the annihilation of the Root Organization and Danzo. The infamous Root Organization deserved to be eradicated long ago. Shoo! Suddenly, Shingetsu Izumi nervously gestured for silence towards Steel Iron. Someone is approaching. All right. Step. 2 pairs of footsteps approached the gates of Konoha village. One belonging to a short-haired youth carrying a sword on his back, and the other to a young man with 2 lines of wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and a small braid at the back of his head. The former is slightly older than the latter, yet both individuals are renowned geniuses of the Uchiha clan. The youthful Uchiha Itachi, with faint nasolabial folds adorning his cheeks, inquired of Shursui, who walked ahead. What sort of task has the 3rd Hokage arranged for us this time? It all seems so mysterious. He only mentioned that we would discover the details upon arriving at the gates of Konoha. Shursui walked in silence, not responding immediately to Itachi's question. Earlier that morning, he had received the shocking news of the annihilation of the Root Organization and its leader, Danzo Shimura. Frankly, he was astonished. Just a short while ago, Danzo and the Hokage had approached him, hoping he might dissuade the Uchiha clan from their treasonous intentions while also keeping a close watch on Itachi, as the village's higher-ups suspected that he had betrayed them. Furthermore, Shursui had become aware of the clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha's treasonous thoughts and had been pondering how to address this predicament. Perhaps he would need to resort to the Kodoame Tsukumi Jinjutsu. Yet suddenly, how had Danzo met his demise? At the hands of someone named Yeye, no less. Moreover, according to the information provided by the 3rd Hokage, this seemingly suddenly emerged individual named Yeye posed a danger of the highest level, classified as SSS. Shursui, noticing that Shursui appeared lost in thought, Itachi called out to him again. Huh, what is it? Shursui halted, turning to face Itachi. Is there something on your mind? Sighing, Itachi replied. I was just asking you why this assignment from the Hokage is shrouded in mystery. What exactly are we supposed to do? Shursui offered a slight smile. I'm not sure, but we should find out once we arrive. Itachi paused, casting a look at Shursui that expressed a sense of helplessness. I knew you would respond like that. Asking was a waste of breath. The legendary duo of Uchiha geniuses, often regarded as prodigies, engaged in such mundane exchanges in private. Their conversations were often composed of this sort of tedious banter. Who would have thought? Let us go. Itachi sighed. We might as well head to the village entrance and hope our target doesn't keep us waiting for too long. With his arms crossed behind his head, he followed Shursui toward the village gates. As the two pushed through the morning mist and emerged at the entrance, they startled both Steel and Kamizuki Izumi. Oh, it's Itachi and Shursui. What brings you here? Another significant mission, I presume? Kamizuki Izumi smiled at the 2 Uchiha prodigies who had arrived at the gate. Typically, the presence of either of them signified an important task, but their simultaneous appearance suggested an exceptionally arduous assignment awaited them. Indeed, Shursui replied gently, nodding at the 2. The target of our mission will meet us here at the village entrance. The specific task level remains unknown. However, at this moment, Shursui gazed at the desolate entrance of the village, a faint smile gracing his lips as he casually remarked, It seems we have arrived first. We shall have to wait a little. No worries. Just a moment. Those associated with more advanced missions tend to be tardy. He chuckled lightly. Yet, upon realizing that Itachi and Shursui were utterly indifferent to him, Gangzadi retreated to the entrance, his enthusiasm waning, and yawned. Amidst the mist, Gangzadi and Kamizuki Izumo stood vigil at either side of the Konoha gate. Meanwhile, at the center, clad in the attire of the Umbu, Shursui and Itachi patiently awaited the emergence of their target from the shrouded fog. Suddenly, a steady footfall echoed through the thin mist. The cadence was strong and rhythmic. Itachi and Shursui exchanged a glance, sensing the gravity in each other's eyes. Damn it! A man's voice cursed through the fog. What kind of fog is this early in the morning? Just as I finally memorized the location of the village gate, this mist rolls in, deliberately playing tricks on me. Isn't it? You bastard. A gentle breeze stirred, and a figure swiftly traversed the mist, approaching the gate. His form gradually became discernible to the fore. Silver hair danced before his forehead, and he bore 2 massive swords at his waist, donned in pristine white attire, tall and striking. However, what captivated attention most was not these attributes, but rather the humanoid figure slung over his shoulder. Kamizuki narrowed his eyes. Old buddy, Does that figure on his shoulder not resemble Tsukuyami? Gangzadi furrowed his brow, nodding slowly at the distant silhouette. It is indeed Tsukuyami. At this revelation, both Kamizuki and Gangzadi exchanged a serious glance, their expressions instantly somber. Is he here to kidnap our Umbu member in Konoha? In unison, they exclaimed, "Arm yourselves." Gangzadi swiftly brandished a massive iron hammer adorned with menacing spikes, while Kamizuki unsheathed a large blade from his back. Shirzue and Itachi also assumed defensive stances. The quartet stood poised, ready for confrontation. The figure, Nightblade, carrying the intoxicated Tsukuyami, paused slightly, observing the four figures that flickered in the mist. He approached with quickened steps. "Itachi, Shirzue, I see you have already arrived. It seems I am indeed late. My apologies." Shirzue and Itachi exchanged glances before turning to Nightblade, who was advancing towards them, and inquired, "Who are you? Why do you bear one of our Umbu members?" "Me?" Nightblade, one hand supporting the slumped Tsukuyami while the other pointed to himself, smiled faintly. "I am Nightblade. From this day forward, I shall be your instructor. As for Tsukuyami..." Nightblade rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "I remarked that she was intoxicated and that I had carried her here on my back. Do you believe me?" Nightblade. The gatekeepers and the two prodigies of the Uchiha clan simultaneously paused, exchanging glances before turning to Nightblade in unison. "Are you the one who annihilated the Root organization?" Nightblade stared in astonishment at the four individuals gazing at him. "You know me?" "Of course we do." Uchiha Itachi calmly assessed Nightblade before speaking with meticulous clarity. "Nightblade, 3 days prior, you appeared suddenly at the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village without any unusual actions. However, that afternoon, you accompanied an Umbu member to the route taken by the returning Cloud Shinobi, where you slaughtered them and rescued Hinata Hyuga. 2 days ago, you gained the trust of the Hyuga clan by instructing them in the advanced Tai Chi Bagua Gentle Fist. Just yesterday, Itachi's expression grew serious as he regarded Nightblade. In the Hyuga clan's conference room, you publicly executed the Cloud Envoy, provoking the 4th Reikage, and effortlessly defeated the 3rd Hokage. What? With Itachi's eloquent narration, the nearby Steel and Kamizuki Izumi broke into a cold sweat. Initially, they believed Nightblade's overnight destruction of the Root organization was legendary, but they were astounded to learn of his remarkable achievements. The gatekeepers fell silent, their gazes toward Nightblade filled with admiration. Even Uchiha Itachi's expression became increasingly complex, tinged with a sense of reverence and respect. A person capable of annihilating the entire Root organization in a single night. Uchiha Itachi spoke with a tone of quiet awe. "How could I possibly forget?" Sighing, Nightblade approached a tree, gently setting the inebriated Yuzuki Yuki down to lean against it. He then turned to Itachi and Shirzue, who were observing him intently. "Given your extensive knowledge of me, can you guess what I intend to do now?" What do you mean?" Upon hearing Nightblade's inquiry, Itachi and Shirzue exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting shock. Surely, the typically composed and gentle Shirzue, with a slight tremor in his voice, addressed Nightblade with respect. "Are you planning to visit the Cloud Village to confront the 4th Reikage?" Nightblade cleared his throat softly, placing his right hand on the hilts of his 2 swords. His expression as calm as still water as he gazed at Shirzue and Itachi, and spoke gently. "Confronting the Reikage is indeed an intriguing notion, but not at this moment. Right now, this village is plagued with numerous issues, which we might as well refer to as a malignant tumor." Nightblade smiled slightly. "Although this village holds no significance for me, I have a fondness for certain individuals within it, those who embody the will of fire. Where the leaves flutter, the fire persists." Thus, Nightblade smiled faintly at the gradually moved Itachi and Shirzue. "To safeguard against external threats, we must first stabilize our own foundation. I must first excise the malignant tumors within Konoha." With an intense gaze, Shirzue fixed his eyes on Yoru and spoke. "Are you really going to do this?" Itachi, with an expression of eager anticipation, looked at Yoru as well. As members of Konoha's Umbu, they were acutely aware of the issues plaguing their village, and thus understood the gravity of Yoru's words. He was indeed correct. To secure oneself from external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. Yoru, contemplating the situation, addressed the two with solemnity. "I intend to form a task force, with myself as the captain, comprising the 2 of you and a certain Yuzuki Yugao." "What? Just the 2 of us?" Shirzue, usually composed, was taken aback for the second time, and Itachi beside him wore a look of disbelief. Lord Uru, Shursui said, gently clenching his fist, are you serious? Indeed, Uru nodded. After much contemplation, it seems you three are the most suitable for this endeavor. What say you? Are you willing to undertake a significant mission with me? Shursui furrowed his brow and replied, I acknowledge your prowess. Yet you have stated that you are not a native of this village. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that your methods and perspectives may be biased. Unless you can convince me, I shall never follow you. Yoru sighed, resting one hand on the hilt of his sword while rubbing his forehead with the other. This truly is a bit troublesome, Shursui. Tell me, what do you believe is the essence of protecting the village? Shursui paused, then resolutely declared, to eliminate any threats to the village and to defend Konoha with my life. Very well, Yoru nodded. In light of that, let me pose another question. If an enemy nation were to invade, would you kill anyone, even civilians, for the sake of the village? Shursui hesitated, then, with a furrowed brow, responded, if necessary, I would. I see, Yoru nodded, continuing his provoking discourse. Then I deem your belief in protecting the village to be rather narrow-minded. What? Shursui was taken aback, looking at Yoru in confusion. Why? Yoru's gaze was piercing as he explained, because your notion of protecting the village merely safeguards your own. To other shinobi villages and nations, you remain a murderer, having slain their kin while being hailed as a hero for defending your own village. You are someone loathed by enemy nations. The conviction in Shursui's eyes wavered slightly as he regarded Yoru, feeling an overwhelming sense of grandeur emanating from him. What should I do then? Cast aside your narrow-minded views. Yoru asserted decisively. Perceive the 5 great nations and the smaller ones as a unified whole, striving for collective peace, rather than indulging in the wanton slaughter of innocents for the sake of your village's dominance. But, Shursui was engulfed in confusion. What can I possibly do? Thus, Yoru smiled gently. To this end, I have established an organization named after shadows, where light and darkness intertwine, and the strong remain neutral in the shadows. Young man, are you interested in joining? The eyes of Ji Shui sparkled with intrigue. Will joining bring about universal peace? Indeed, Yiren replied with a confident smile. Then I shall join. Ji Shui no longer hesitated. Yiren's words had successfully garnered his approval, and he was willing to strive together for this grand objective. Yiren smiled faintly, having successfully persuaded Ji Shui, then turned his gaze towards Itachi. And you, Itachi? Me? Uchiha Itachi pointed to himself, then smiled gently at Yiren. While I regard Ji Shui as a brother, my thoughts diverge entirely from his. I care for the village, but I cherish my clan and my younger brother even more. I must admit, your words hold some merit. If what you say is true, and your organization can indeed usher in peace across the land, I would not mind joining. However, Uchiha Itachi looked at Yiren, his eyes flickering with the fervor of battle. Even so, what concerns me more is your strength. Is it truly as formidable as the rumors suggest? Oh, Yiren smiled slightly. So, you wish to measure your skills against mine? Itachi nodded calmly. That is precisely my intention. What say you, esteemed one? Clad in the sleek armor of the Umbu, Itachi's expression grew serious. His right hand poised to form seals while his left subtly grasped the short sword at his back. With keen eyes, he scrutinized Yiren, ready to strike. Very well. Yiren did not decline. Although Itachi appeared calm and seemingly disinterested in competition in the original narrative, deep within, he harbored great pride and confidence. Having become a legend at such a young age, he naturally wished to assess this burgeoning legendary figure, Yiren, to ensure he could serve well under him. Then I shall make my move. Do take care, esteemed one. Itachi smiled faintly. In an instant, his black pupils shifted, and the 3 tomo of the Sharingan manifested in his eyes, as his right hand began to weave seals, while his left stealthily drew the short sword from his back. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Boom. A colossal sphere of flames surged forth with immense heat, rapidly engulfing Yiren and curling the grass beneath it. The very air surrounding the fireball shimmered with a scorching wave. Crack. Yiren's right hand, resting on the hilt at his waist, stirred slightly as he slowly drew forth the pitch-black, cross-bladed scythe, Yen Mo whoosh. However, the pure black blade of Yen Mo did not cleave toward the great fireball. Instead, Yiren positioned it diagonally behind him, resting it upon his shoulder. Simultaneously, buzz, a black armored gauntlet enveloped half of Yiren's right arm in an instant. No blade style. Yiren's lips curled upward slightly. Black rope, great tornado. Whoosh. As Nightblade's voice faded, his pitch-black right arm violently trembled to the right. Instantly, a spiraling whirlwind materialized, effortlessly devouring the massive fireball that surged forth. Simultaneously, the sound of metal clashing resonated behind Nightblade. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi Uchiha, wielding a short sword, had skillfully employed his instantaneous body technique to appear behind Nightblade in an instant, striking down with a fierce slash. Yet, this blow was also anticipated by Nightblade. Realizing that his intentions had been discerned, Itachi raised an eyebrow and was about to retreat. How so? Nightblade swiftly turned, a cold smile gracing his lips. You wish to leave after coming this far. Whoosh. With the force of a whirlwind, Nightblade's armored black fist rocketed toward Itachi's face. The retreating speed of Itachi could not match the speed of Nightblade's assault, causing him to momentarily freeze. He hastily positioned his short sword before him, raising his right arm to shield it. Buzz. Nightblade's fist, enveloped in armed Haki, collided with the silver short sword. Then, to Itachi's incredulous astonishment, the gleaming blade shattered in less than half a second. Fragments of the sword scattered in all directions, while Nightblade's relentless fist continued its trajectory, striking hard against Itachi's arms. Boom. Itachi's body was sent flying by Nightblade's blow, crashing violently against a nearby tree trunk. The tremendous force indented the trunk, causing it to splinter and crack like a spider's web. Boom. Itachi slowly descended from the tree, gently shaking his trembling right hand, his gaze toward Nightblade growing increasingly grave. You have underestimated him, Itachi, Nightblade remarked with a slight smile, breathing heavily. He gently waved his famed blade, Inma, resting it upon his back. This shouldn't be, for you are renowned as a cautious ninja. How could you allow yourself to be complacent? Be more serious, or you shall have no chance of victory. Itachi remained silent, his dual, three-tomo Sharingan seemingly beginning to whirl, as the crimson illusionary realm swiftly enveloped Nightblade. An illusion, is it? Nightblade smiled faintly, closing his eyes. Mind's net, activate. Buzz. 100-meter radius centered around Nightblade became vividly clear within his mind. The positions and numbers of his foes, along with their imminent actions, could be anticipated even with his eyes shut. Oh, have you closed your eyes to counter my illusion? Itachi smirked. Then, how will you respond to my forthcoming attack? Whoosh. Discarding his short sword, Itachi charged toward Nightblade. Simultaneously, he rapidly performed hand seals, summoning 3 clones to his sides. His main body continued forming seals, leaving behind a shadow. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Whoosh. 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 Enveloped by the searing flames, the shuriken, radiating a scorching heat and accompanied by the whistling sound of slicing air, hurtled towards the distant figure of Nightblade. Simultaneously, 2 of his clones emerged from behind, brandishing shuriken as they charged at Nightblade. A faint smile graced Nightblade's lips. Too few in number. Not dense enough. As if anticipating Itachi's attack trajectory before the arrival of the fiery blossoms. Nightblade swiftly sidestepped, moving laterally and tilting his head, the tip of his blade cleaving through the air. Clang. In the briefest of encounters, the multitude of fiery shuriken was entirely evaded by Nightblade. Moreover, facing the imminent ambush from the 2 clones, Nightblade descended upon them with a decisive slash. Bong. 1 clone, along with its shuriken, was cleaved in 2. Without even a glance back, Nightblade executed a swift draw of his blade. Bong. The other clone, still a distance away, was pierced through by the separated Yama. Too weak. Nightblade gradually sheathed his sword, beckoning to Shizuki with a finger. You two, come at me together. This confident and audacious gesture left Steel Iron and Shinkei Izumi, who had been observing and cheering, utterly dumbfounded. Steel Iron gazed at the sword-bearing Nightblade, his eyes twitching. Izumi, did Lord Nightblade just invite Shizuki to join in? Did I hear incorrectly? Izumi, awkwardly extracting a broken toothpick from his mouth, glanced at Steel Iron. I was just about to ask you the same. Am I hallucinating? Huh. Steel Iron was taken aback, then turned to see the same disbelief mirrored on Izumi's face. How about this? Steel Iron suddenly exclaimed with a spark of inspiration. I'll slap you. And if you feel pain, then what we saw and heard must be true. How does that sound? Not really, smack. Before Izumi could finish his sentence, Steel Iron delivered a resounding slap to his face, producing a crisp sound. Instantly, a pink handprint materialized on Izumi's bewildered visage. Gulp. Steel Iron swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he inquired, "Does it hurt, Izumi?" Izumi's expression darkened. "What do you think?" "So it's settled then. Is Lord Nightblade being a bit overconfident? After all, Shizuki and Itachi possess strength comparable to that of the shadows. Is this really wise?" Rubbing the handprint on his face, Izumi retorted irritably at Steel Iron. "What is it to you? Just watch. Together then." Shizuki furrowed his brow. Observing the confident Nightblade and glancing at Itachi, who was beginning to show signs of struggle, Shizuki hesitated before ultimately nodding. "All right, if you can't hold your ground, just call for a halt." "Call for a halt?" Nightblade smiled slightly, exuding confidence. "No need for that. Do not hold back. Allow me to witness the true prowess of the Uchiha clan's two prodigies. I hope you can ignite some fighting spirit within me." Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances, each perceiving the fervor and determination to give their all in a decisive struggle reflected in the other's eyes. "Excellent." Uchiha Shursui nodded affirmatively, slowly reaching for the small blade at his back. "Be cautious, Lord Nightblade." Whoosh, whoosh. As if choreographed, Shursui and Itachi dashed toward Nightblade from two different directions, their movements intertwining swiftly. Both were adept in the instantaneous body technique, their speed dazzling enough to bewilder the ordinary eye, now reaching the pinnacle of their abilities, rapidly magnifying in Nightblade's gaze. Fire release. Great Fire Dragon technique. Shursui swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a fire dragon ablaze with intense flames that surged toward Nightblade, while simultaneously, he abruptly drew his small blade. In motion, he executed a unique series of seals. Instantaneous body technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As three great fire dragons charged toward Nightblade, Shursui multiplied into countless forms, surrounding Nightblade from the west and all directions. Concurrently, Shursui's steady voice resonated from all around. "This is the essence of the first level of my instantaneous body technique. My technique can be said to lack substance, yet can also be said to embody substance. How will you counter this?" "Huh." Nightblade chuckled softly. "In essence, your instantaneous body technique is merely speed so swift that it leaves afterimages in its wake. Thus, as you stated, each clone possesses substance, yet paradoxically, each is also devoid of it. If I were to attack any single clone, my strike would undoubtedly miss. However, Nightblade's weapon, Yinma, gradually enveloped itself in a layer of dark violet aura. Unlike the standard black-armed color, this black-violet aura was a unique manifestation of the Hell's aura, cultivated through Nightblade's diligent training. The effectiveness of this aura far surpassed that of the original Conqueror's Haki, enhancing the user's speed and strength, while simultaneously reducing the weight of both the user and the objects entangled by the aura. In essence, accelerating oneself. Huh. A searing breath escaped Nightblade's lips. "This move is my own creation, perfectly countering your instantaneous body technique. Watch closely." Nightblade's eyes widened. Wind, forest, fire, mountain. The swiftness of wind, the lushness of the forest, the intensity of fire, the weight of the mountain. Interplay and symbiosis. One sword style. Swift as the wind. Whoosh. Nightblade gently thrust Yinma forward, and in that instant, he seemed to flicker ambiguously, disappearing and reappearing within an exceedingly brief span of time. After executing the attack, he returned to his original position. The three fire dragons surged through Nightblade's afterimage. "This is bad." Shursui's Sharingan spun. He vaguely perceived that before each of his instantaneous forms, Nightblade flashed past with a sword. Instantaneous appearance, followed by instantaneous disappearance. A surge of danger gripped his heart. Time was too short for further reactions. Shursui swiftly positioned his tanto horizontally before himself. Mirroring his original form, countless clones of Uchiha Shursui simultaneously raised their tantos in unison, forming a defensive stance. With a swift motion, Nightblade's figure flickered and rematerialized, a gentle whirlwind swirling beneath his feet. Suddenly, a singular shadow of Shursui vanished in an instant, followed by a chain reaction as his clones rapidly disappeared one after another. Within mere seconds, all the clones had dissipated, leaving only the true Shursui behind. A faint cracking sound echoed. Shursui widened his eyes and lowered his gaze, staring at the perfectly bisected tanto in his hand, his mouth agape. "Did you truly strike down each of my clones with a single blow?" A bitter smile crossed his lips as he glanced at the fallen blade's tip. This speed has surpassed me by several folds. I am no match for you. Nightblade tilted his head, somewhat disinterested, as he slowly sheathed his weapon, preparing to speak. Just then, a figure adorned with a fox mask appeared atop the walls of Konoha, declaring, "Lord Nightblade, the third Hokage awaits you in the Hokage's office. There are pressing matters to discuss." Without acknowledging the Umbu, Nightblade turned to Itachi beside him and inquired, "What say you? Do you yield?" Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Itachi gradually lowered his proud head, respectfully stating to Nightblade, "I yield. Henceforth, I voluntarily join the Akatsuki, pledging allegiance to you, Lord Nightblade." While others may not have comprehended the depth of the situation, Itachi was fully aware. Before Shursui intervened, he had already been thoroughly defeated by Nightblade. After Shursui's arrival, it appeared as though Nightblade had effortlessly countered Shursui's fire style, dragon flame jutsu, and body flicker technique. In truth, even his own attacks were deftly thwarted by Nightblade's single stroke. Even his cherished Sharingan could not perceive the trajectory of Nightblade's strikes. The disparity was akin to a vast chasm. "Excellent." Nightblade erupted in hearty laughter. "Our Akatsuki gains another formidable warrior. Once we conclude our affairs here, I shall take you on an exhilarating adventure to broaden your horizons." "Indeed, Lord." Itachi and Shursui exchanged respectful glances, responding dutifully to Nightblade. "Lord Nightblade." The Umbu perched atop the wall frowned, noticing Nightblade's disregard for him, and impatiently reiterated, "The third Hokage requests your presence in the office. There are important matters to discuss." "The third?" Nightblade turned his head, irritation evident as he addressed the Umbu. "Did the third instruct you to summon me without advising you to be mindful of your demeanor towards me?" Dumbfounded, the ninja crouching on the wall paused, struggling to grasp the implication. With a cold smile, Yiren approached the wall beside the entrance of Konoha, refraining from further explanation. He slowly lifted his foot. In an instant, a brown aura enveloped his right foot, and to the astonishment of onlookers, Yiren delivered a powerful kick to the base of the wall. A thunderous roar erupted. The massive wall at the entrance of Konoha was punctured by a hole as tall as a person, causing it to tremble precariously before collapsing with a resounding crash after a few moments. The dark operative, who had been perched atop the wall with a cold demeanor, abruptly leaped down in panic, rolling on the ground and becoming entangled in the lush green grass. Rising to his feet, he pointed at Yiren, ready to speak. With a swift motion, Yiren, embodying the speed of a body flicker technique, appeared before the dark operative and delivered a sharp slap. Disrespect towards the village's advisor warranted punishment. Startled by the blow, the dark operative immediately switched to a tone of respect. "Are you one of the village's dark operatives? Is that even a question?" Yiren replied with a chilling smile. "Has Sarutobi Hizashi not informed you?" The dark operative, now thoroughly intimidated, stood before Yiren like a frightened chick, trembling slightly. "And no, he hasn't," he stammered. "Lord Hizashi requested your presence at the Hokage's office, saying there are important matters to discuss." "Very well," Yiren nodded. "Begone." To his surprise, the dark operative felt no discomfort at the command. In fact, he experienced a sense of liberation. Unbeknownst to others, he had personally felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Yiren, which far surpassed that of the third Hokage. In just a short exchange, he felt as if he had been drenched in water, cold sweat streaming down his face. "Let us proceed." Yiren approached the grand tree, lifting the still snoring Yuzuki weighing onto his shoulder, then turned to Shursui and Itachi. "Since the third Hokage has summoned us, we shall go. After all," Yiren added with a slight smile, "I have now become an official advisor of Konoha. It is essential that I voice certain matters, lest those stubborn old fools return to this village." "Understood, Lord Yiren." Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances, each recognizing a newfound hope reflected in the other's eyes, a vibrant energy destined to ignite within Konoha with Yiren's arrival. A new era was on the brink of unfolding. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi, sat behind the central desk. In front of him stood 2 rows of individuals. One row represented the conservative faction led by Tono Komatsu and Mito Kazuma, advocating for peaceful development and promoting the avoidance of war, even suggesting some sacrifices to quell conflicts. The opposing row, led by Nara Shikaku and Kakashi, comprised the younger faction. They advocate for a decisive response to the enemy's provocations. Turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade narrowed her eyes and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Is it necessary to discuss this with the Reikage to ensure the peace of the Hidden Leaf Village? A sigh escaped Hiruzen's lips as he furrowed his brow. Lifting his gaze to address the assembly, I wish to hear everyone's opinions. This village belongs to us all. A significant decision cannot be made solely based on my perspective. Kakashi, what do you think? Narashikaku felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Despite representing the younger generation and having lost a key figure, Danzo, from Tsunade's faction, he felt immense pressure. I believe the Fourth Reikage's demands are excessive. We cannot merely seek survival at any cost. Oh. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Narashikaku. Are you suggesting, young Nara, that you possess a better alternative? Shikaka scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I have yet to devise a suitable plan, but my intention in speaking is to encourage everyone to approach this issue with the mindset of never compromising our principles. I would rather engage in a fight to the death with the Cloud Village than make any concessions. Humph. Meito Minion scoffed coldly, addressing the assembly without reservation. A fight to the death? Given the current strength of our village, how do you propose we contend with the Cloud? Should we suffer catastrophic losses? How will we face the surrounding threats from the 5 great nations? In my view, Meito Minion's eyes sparked with determination. The position of Hokage must not waver. However, this Nightblade can be sacrificed. Boom. The moment Meito Minion's words fell, the door to the Hokage's office was violently kicked open from the outside, and a chilling voice echoed within. Who dares to suggest handing me over? Upon hearing this, the Hokage's office fell into a profound silence, with all eyes from both the young and the conservative factions turning toward the entrance. Creak, creak. Nightblade stepped through the shattered door, carrying Yuzuki Yugao on his shoulder, followed closely by 2 prodigies from the Uchiha clan. The trio made their way to the center of the Hokage's office, where Nightblade turned his head toward Meito Minion with a sinister smile. Was it you who proposed handing me over? Meito Minion, gazing at Nightblade's menacing grin and the 2 talented Uchiha behind him, swallowed hard. He faltered. We were merely discussing potential solutions. Nothing has been finalized. If you have suggestions, you are welcome to join our discussion. Oh, Nightblade nodded, then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated behind the desk. Hiruzen, what is this all about? I arrived late. Please enlighten me. Very well, Hiruzen replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke and lifted a document in his hand, addressing Yuru no Kiba with a measured tone. This letter, entrusted to us by the Reikage, conveys that they have dispatched a delegation to negotiate a peace treaty with us in Konohagakure. Yet their leader has been murdered in a foreign land. In pursuit of accountability, Kumogakure has sent forth another delegation, only to have its leader assassinated once more. The perpetrator being, at this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his gaze to Yuru no Kiba. Yuru no Kiba? Furthermore, they have heard whispers that Yuru no Kiba has declared his intention to respond to Kumogakure's actions. Thus, a missive is required. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice gradually deepened. Firstly, the Fourth Reikage, A, represents the entire Kumogakure in vehemently condemning Konohagakure and demanding that the third Hokage reflect upon his lax governance and step down from his position. Secondly, they demand the head of Yuru no Kiba, the instigator of their provocations. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, a wave of discussion erupted in the office. Nonsense. Such a treaty suggests that Kumogakure believes us to be without defenders. How audacious. These 2 stipulations are utterly unacceptable to us. But what can we do if we refuse? While it is true that we cannot acquiesce to such harsh demands, we may still engage in dialogue. If war can be averted, we may need to make certain sacrifices, including anyone. What do you mean by that? Would you be willing to sacrifice your family? Do not speak so lightly from a position of comfort. Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen rapped the table firmly, calming the raucous assembly. Let us not quarrel for now. We can address our opinions one by one. I have called you here to resolve this matter. I firmly believe that as long as we in Konohagakure stand united, we will overcome this crisis. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's usual rhetoric, everyone fell silent, lining up to express their thoughts. Kakashi, what do you propose we do? Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured toward Kakashi, who stood behind Narashikaku. As a capable aide recently acquired from Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen held high hopes for Kakashi, allowing him to speak in such a setting as a form of support. After a brief contemplation, the silver-haired Kakashi, his left eye concealed by a forehead protector, began. I believe the demands put forth by the Reikage are insidious. Replacing the Hokage could lead to internal strife within Konohagakure, providing them an opportune moment to invade our village, ultimately working against our interests. Therefore, the first condition must be categorically rejected. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in approval. And what of the second condition? Without even glancing at Yoru no Kiba, Kakashi continued, I have thoroughly investigated the events. It was the people of Kumogakure who sought to capture Hyuga Hinata of the main family in order to study the secrets of the Byakugan. We merely acted in accordance with our duties. What wrongdoing is there in that? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded once more, yet the admiration in his expression had faded, replaced by a profound gaze directed at Kakashi. What do you believe we should do? He inquired. Kakashi raised his eyes to meet Sarutobi's, his demeanor resolute. If we must fight, then let us engage. Indeed, shouted Might Guy enthusiastically from behind Kakashi. Kakashi is correct. If war is upon us, then we shall embrace it. In the Hidden Leaf Village, we have only those who stand and face death, not those who bow in submission. I disagree. Suddenly, the representative of the conservatives, Nara Shikamaru, interrupted Might Guy. After surveying the room, he spoke slowly. According to Kakashi and Might Guy, our actions are justified. But does that mean we should stubbornly endure to the bitter end? The current situation is unfavorable for us in the Leaf. If we persist in this manner, we will surely suffer devastating losses. If you insist on war, who will bear the consequences of the destruction that ensues? You or you? Upon uttering these words, Kakashi and Might Guy opened their mouths, yet ultimately found no rebuttal to offer. Nara Shikamaru was correct. In the face of overwhelming power, there exists no absolute right or wrong. Even if this time the fault lay with the Hidden Cloud Village, they must endure, at least until they are capable of resistance. Well, a voice emerged from the center of the room, belonging to Yoru, who regarded Nara Shikamaru with scorn. Your words are nothing but a cacophony of nonsense. What is it? According to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot relinquish his position as Hokage, yet my life may be offered to the Hidden Cloud Village to quell their fury? Is that the extent of your vision? Nara Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, staring at the cold gaze of Yoru, and boldly declared, yes. For the sake of the village, anyone may be sacrificed. That includes you, the newly appointed special advisor. I hope you will make a sacrifice for the village. Oh. Yoru's right hand slowly rested upon the hilt of his sword, Inma, his beast-like eyes fixated on Nara Shikamaru with a chilling intensity. Are you instructing me on how to act, old woman? Humph. Undeterred, Nara Shikamaru nodded at Yoru. And what of it? This matter concerns the survival of the Leaf Village. You are not one of us. What right do you have to make decisions for the Leaf? I believe there are many present who support my stance. You may ask them. Very well. With a menacing smile, Yoru turned to address the assembly, slowly drawing the famed sword Inma from its sheath, its rust-red blade gleaming with lethal brilliance. He raised the sword high, proclaiming to all, I shall represent the village and declare war on the Hidden Cloud. Who stands in favor, and who stands opposed? I oppose. Nara Shikamaru declared vehemently, stepping forward with determination, her voice resonating strongly within the office. Her declaration sparked a flicker of excitement among the conservative factions, who began to stir restlessly. Nightblade inclined her head slightly. Do you truly oppose it? Just as the crowd remained momentarily stunned, the formidable weapon, Yinma, was thrust forward by Nightblade, enveloped in a rush of wind, and struck directly against the face of Zhuangqin Xiaochun. A resounding crack echoed through the air as the impact reverberated across her features. Under the astonished gazes of those present, Zhuangqin Xiaochun was propelled backward by the immense force of Yinma, crashing through tables and chairs, shattering the glass on one side of the Hokage's office, and ultimately tumbling out of the window. The thud of a heavy object hitting the concrete floor resonated ominously. Everyone in the office, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, swallowed hard, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded Nightblade. Now, who is in favor and who stands opposed? Nightblade, wielding the cross-shaped black blade Yinma, surveyed the assembly before her and inquired. Gulping, the first conservative ninja, having caught Nightblade's piercing gaze, weakened at the knees and voiced his support. I concur. Meito Guy gazed at Nightblade with admiration. I too agree. Kakashi nodded in affirmation toward Nightblade. I support it as well. Let's fight. What have we to fear from Kumogakure? Precisely. What is Kumogakure compared to us? Were they not our subordinates in the Third Great Ninja War? Initially, it seemed one conservative, overwhelmed by Nightblade's presence. had reluctantly voiced his agreement, but soon the momentum shifted entirely in favor of the war faction. Amidst the fervent discussions and appeals to reason, all present came to believe that this battle was indeed necessary. Excellent. Nightblade clapped her hands together, directing her gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat solemnly behind his desk. She slowly posed a question. Hiruzen, now that we are all in accord regarding a confrontation with Kumogakure, I wonder what your thoughts are? With a faint smile, Nightblade fixed her gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen and calmly remarked, "You should ponder carefully before you speak." Coughing awkwardly at Nightblade's blatant threat, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself momentarily choked, the smoke from his pipe catching in his throat. After a few violent coughs, he managed to lift his eyes to meet Nightblade's and the assembly of high-ranking Konoha officials standing in the office. In truth, Nightblade's assertion holds merit. Our village has long prided itself as the foremost ninja village among the 5 great nations, a status that is undeniable in the ninja world. If we capitulate merely due to Kumogakure's intimidation, demanding the Hokage's resignation and the head of our highest advisor, it is a scenario none of us wish to witness. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned on his desk, inhaled deeply from his pipe, and spoke slowly. Given our current strength, should we engage Kumogakure in battle? There is an 80% chance we would face defeat. Thus, if everyone advocates for war, I must ask, how shall we proceed with this conflict? What will we do if we lose? The majority of those who had previously supported the onset of battle now found themselves in a state of astonishment. As senior members of Konoha, they were acutely aware of the current predicament. Following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru's defection and Tsunade's retreat into seclusion left the village in a precarious state. Jiraiya had also vanished while pursuing Orochimaru. The only remaining shinobi of considerable strength was Sarutobi Hiruzen, supplemented by a few emerging talents like Kakashi. This assembly was hardly comparable to the formidable might of the Hidden Cloud Village during its prime. A more prudent strategy was imperative. Narashikaku let out a faint sigh. Given the present circumstances, it was evident that they could only rely on cunning rather than brute force. I propose a strategy akin to the previous battle at the Kanabi Bridge. Launch a surprise attack on their logistics. Kakashi interjected thoughtfully. While we might not prevail in a direct confrontation with the Hidden Cloud Village, if we can stall for some time and dispatch a small team to sever their supply lines, they would inevitably crumble without support. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, a wave of admiration rippled through the office. Kakashi's reasoning was sound. Since a frontal assault is not feasible, employing strategy to cut off the enemy's supplies is indeed an excellent approach. I find it quite feasible. After a moment of contemplation, Narashikaku nodded emphatically. I too believe Kakashi's plan holds merit. However, to ensure the success of this mission, with the lives of countless villagers at stake, who among us is capable of undertaking such a crucial task? A hush fell over the room, and all eyes turned toward the man standing in the center, wielding a black, jagged sword, Uruhara. Oh, Uruhara smiled slightly. Why do you all gaze at me? Surely, you do not expect me to undertake this task of severing the enemy's supplies. Indeed, Narashikaku nodded solemnly. Among those present, only you, Lord Uruhara, possess the strength to execute this mission flawlessly. I implore you, for the sake of Konoha, to personally carry out the supply-cutting plan. Hee, Uruhara chuckled lightly. He patted the shoulder of Uzumaki Yuki beside him and gestured to Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi standing behind him, speaking slowly. With such a formidable team at my disposal, why should I concern myself with executing a mere supply-cutting plan? I find this undertaking rather bothersome. However, Narashikaku furrowed his brow. This is the most foolproof plan we have. Alas, Uruhara waved dismissively at Narashikaku. What I mean to say is, since I have such an extravagant team assembled, why not be audacious? Let us confront the wreckage directly. Narashikaku was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape as he gazed at Uruhara. Ah, what is this? Uruhara smiled slightly, thrusting his jagged black sword, Inma, into the hard floor with a resounding clang. Is there anything wrong with my suggestion? Well, Narashikaku's lips twitched slightly as he mustered the courage to respond. Lord Uruhara, it is not that there is anything inherently flawed in your proposal, but rather that it is utterly unfeasible. Oh, Nightblade smiled slightly and turned to the strongest intellect of Konohagakure, Narashikaku, inquiring, what are the obstacles? I would like to hear more. Firstly, Narashikaku began, furrowing his brow, the wreckage resides at the heart of the village. surrounded by layers of security that need not be elaborated upon. Even if you, Lord Nightblade, could breach these defenses, the guards by the rakeage side are not to be underestimated. Indeed, Nightblade nodded, acknowledging the validity of his words. Please, continue. Secondly, Narashikaku continued. Encouraged by Nightblade's affirmation, besides the formidable guards accompanying the rakeage, Kumogakure currently boasts two Jinchuriki. One is the host of the Two Tails, a young man of 19 who can wield the power of the tailed beast with moderate control, rated as an A-level threat. The other is a Jinchuriki capable of fully commanding the Eight Tails in combat, a formidable strength. I fear, Narashikaku said with concern, that you may not prevail against them. Your observations are quite astute, Nightblade replied, recognizing the diligence of the village's intelligence apparatus in gathering such information. Well done. Keep up the good work. He placed a reassuring hand on Narashikaku's shoulder. Then, Narashikaku asked expectantly, can we proceed with this plan? First, sever Kumogakure's supply lines, and then gradually wear them down? Nightblade patted Narashikaku's shoulder once more. It is feasible, but perhaps unnecessary. Some challenges can be conquered through wit, while others may simply require brute strength. Remember, sheer force can overcome 100 clever tactics. Narashikaku was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Nightblade's retreating figure, repeatedly murmuring, sheer force can overcome 100 clever tactics. Nightblade then approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, tapping on the desk before him. Thus, it is settled. This matter does not concern you. Send a reply to the rakeage, stating that my head is en route to the Land of Lightning and to request their patience for a few more days. I have some affairs to attend to in the village before I depart. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, somewhat dazed. Should we prepare for battle? Nightblade chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Prepare for battle? There is no need. The people of the Land of Lightning will never breach the borders of the Land of Fire. With just myself, I can hold off tens of thousands from Kumogakure. What need is there for battle preparations? Let this meeting conclude here. Everyone, return to your respective homes. As Nightblade carried the unconscious Yuzuki on his shoulder, flanked by Uchiha Shursui and Itachi, he calmly exited the office. Once Nightblade departed, a collective sigh of relief escaped the gathered crowd. Lord Nightblade is truly terrifying, isn't he? Just standing there exudes an aura that makes it hard to breathe, remarked an elite jonin, wiping his brow, still shaken. Indeed. When he uttered that phrase about a single person being able to stand against thousands, I felt an overwhelming surge of passion, exclaimed a red-faced ninja. Of course. My blood is boiling right now. Just touch me and see. He laughed, exhilarated. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with fervor. Lord Nightblade is truly formidable. I admire this boldness and long to find an opportunity to compete with him. Such a powerful adversary is indeed exhilarating. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Might Guy. Come now. You cannot even surpass me, yet you wish to challenge Lord Nightblade? Your bravado exceeds your ability. What? Guy's brows shot up. If you have the skill, let us go outside and compete. Kakashi yawned. Fine, let us do it. Loser treats the winner to ramen. Agreed. It seemed that even the usually languid Kakashi, who often lounged with his eyes glued to paradise of affection, was inspired by Nightblade's might and proposed a contest with Guy. The remaining individuals in the office were equally stirred. Oh dear, I must head home. I just remembered I have yet to lift my 500-pound stone lock today. This conversation is over. I'm off to lift my stone lock. Another elite jonin nodded in agreement. Speaking of stone locks, I just recalled that I have yet to complete my 20,000-meter rock climbing task from yesterday. I'll double it today, 50,000 meters. Witnessing such enthusiasm ignited a spark of ambition within the elder. Meito Minion trembled as he watched the young one striding out of the Hokage office. And with a swift motion, he snapped his cane in two. To hell with the cane. I am still young. I shall climb as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unbeknownst to Nightblade as he exited, his actions today would unleash an unprecedented fervor for training in the future of Konohagakure. Moreover, it was precisely because of Nightblade's deeds before the village's high-ranking officials that his unassailable position within the village was firmly established. Leader, should we not devise a plan before directly confronting the rakeage in the Cloud Village? After leaving the Hokage office, Shursui asked, somewhat anxiously, as he gazed at Nightblade ahead. Of course, Nightblade nodded. Do you have any other thoughts? Shursui shook his head. I have no other thoughts. I merely wish to inquire, leader. How confident are we in our victory against an entire village? 100%, Nightblade replied with unwavering confidence. Shirzue, I hope you always remember that one should approach the strong with reverence. It is a necessary experience on the path to success, learning from the powerful with humility. However, one must also possess a certain mindset. Only with fearlessness can one be invincible. Fearlessness leads to invincibility? A flicker of doubt crossed Shirzue's calm face at first, but after pondering the words several times in his mind, his expression swiftly transformed into one of astonishment. With purposeful strides, he approached Yi-Ren and bowed solemnly. Thank you for your guidance, Chief. Yi-Ren extended a hand, assisting Uchiha Shirzue to his feet, and chuckled, Why the formalities with me? Just do well under my command. Strike whom I instruct you to, and carry out the tasks I assign. That would be the best way to honor my teachings. Shirzue nodded in understanding. Indeed. Observing Shirzue's usual composure, Yi-Ren rolled his eyes, a bold idea brewing in his mind. With a smile, he addressed Shirzue. What else with them indeed? You ought to say, Memata. Shirzue gazed at him quizzically. Memata? Precisely. Yi-Ren grinned, speaking with feigned seriousness. I invented this phrase for our organization to express unyielding obedience to the commands or directives of our superiors. Henceforth, whenever you wish to convey that there are no issues or that you understand, you must say Memata. Understand? Shirzue nodded, feeling an inexplicable urge to comply. Understood. Yi-Ren rolled his eyes again. Didn't I just tell you how to respond with our organization's lingo when you comprehend something? With newfound confidence, Shirzue straightened his posture and declared, Memata? Huh. Yi-Ren chuckled softly and turned his gaze to Uchiha Itachi beside Shirzue. And you, Itachi, stop wearing that solemn expression. From now on, just like Shirzue, when you agree to my requests or respond to my commands, you must also say Memata. Do you remember? Itachi nodded, a fleeting strange expression crossing his face before he replied, Memata. Excellent. Ding. A notification sounded. The host has altered the storyline, rejecting negotiations with the Cloud Village, leading Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shirzue, and Ugetsu Shien to the Cloud Village, thereby changing the fates of the three. Earned reward, 2,000 points. Current points, 3,200. Yes. Yi-Ren nodded in satisfaction. The pace of altering the narrative has quickened, and the points have been accumulating. The unlocking of the next Supreme Blade should be imminent. Carrying Shien and accompanied by Shirzue and Itachi, Yi-Ren strolled through the streets of Konoha, a soft sigh escaping him. If one were to consider whose fate within the Uchiha clan was most convoluted, it would undoubtedly pertain to these two individuals. Throughout the years, Shirzue and Itachi, as the clan's prodigies, had been constrained by the rigid expectations of their lineage since the moment their talents were unveiled. To demonstrate the Uchiha clan's loyalty to Konoha, they were dispatched to join the village's umbu at a tender age, pledging their allegiance to the village. Consequently, during their adolescence, both learned various methods to conceal themselves amidst the complexities of village and clan loyalties. Apart from each other, any friendships were but a luxury. Moreover, had Yi-Ren not intervened in the narrative, one would have succumbed to despair after losing his eyes to Danzo, while the other would have been compelled to eliminate his entire clan by Danzo's coercion. Having infiltrated the Akatsuki, this life concludes in desolation. Fortunately, Nightblade has arrived in Konoha, guiding two young souls away from the path of destruction towards a brighter future. The aroma of grilled meat fills the air, as a newly opened barbecue restaurant offers a grand promotion: free dumplings with every meat order and complimentary beer. Amidst the bustling streets of Konoha, as Nightblade and his companions pass by, the restaurant is fervently advertising its offerings. Itachi, upon hearing about the free dumplings accompanying the barbecue, feels a twinge of temptation. Meanwhile, Shirzue, enticed by the promise of free beer, unconsciously swallows. What? Barbecue? However, the most vivid expression of desire comes from Yuzuki Yuin, who, slung over Nightblade's shoulder, drifts into slumber, oblivious to her surroundings. Suddenly, she stumbles down from Nightblade's shoulder, wiping the drool from her mouth as she dashes towards the newly opened barbecue establishment. Hey boss, barbecue please. She shouts exuberantly at the rotund proprietor. All right, how many of you ninjas are there? The jovial owner asks Yuin. There are 4 of us. Before Yuin can respond, Nightblade and the others have approached the owner, smiling. Nightblade contemplates. After all, this is their last night in Konoha for the foreseeable future. Letting them enjoy a barbecue in their hometown serves as a fitting farewell. All right, please take a seat. Awake yet? Nightblade furrows his brow at the flustered Yuin across from him. Hee hee, Yuen chuckles sheepishly. I just woke up, really? Is that so? A glimmer of skepticism shines in Nightblade's eyes. I suspect you're deceiving me. You've been asleep on my shoulder for so long and you refuse to get down. Are you? Under Nightblade's scrutinizing gaze, Yuen's face flushes crimson, which does not go unnoticed by Itachi and Shursui, who exchange curious glances. Could it be that Yuen and her leader, Nightblade, share an indescribable bond? No. Yuen quickly bows her head, blushing. Still denying it? Nightblade rolls his eyes dramatically. You've been lounging on my back all day, claiming you're not being lazy and avoiding walking? Young people should not be so indolent. Yuen, Itachi, Shursui, silence. Tonight's gathering at the Conchiao. Ahem. To alleviate the tension, Itachi swiftly grabs a sizzling piece of meat and hands it to Shursui. Hurry, Shursui. The meat is ready. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste as good when it cools down. Indeed. Shursui nods, opening a can of beer and offering it to Itachi. Quick. Itachi, drink it while it's still cold. It enhances the flavor. Certainly. With a hiss, Yiren slowly set down his chopsticks. His brow furrowed in disbelief as he gazed at Itachi and Shursui. You two aren't secretly harboring feelings for each other, are you? Uffed. Shursui, mid-bite of his grilled meat, inadvertently sprayed Itachi with a mouthful. Uffed. Itachi, having just taken a sip of his cold beer, found himself spilling it all over Shursui's collar. Cough, cough. Itachi abruptly coughed several times, then snatched a few napkins from the table, distributing some to Shursui. The two immersed themselves in cleaning up the mess. Itachi's expression was troubled, the lines around his eyes deepening with concern. I must say, Chief, you cannot phrase it like that. Moreover, this matter has nothing to do with Shursui and me. Isn't it more about you and Shiyen? Cough, cough. Shursui immediately ceased coughing and nudged Itachi with his elbow, whispering, Hey, can't you see what kind of person our chief is? He's utterly clueless when it comes to emotions. With a hiss, Itachi gazed at the oblivious Yi run across the table, inhaling sharply, and nodded in agreement with Shursui. Though this man is undoubtedly strong, he seems quite inept at handling matters of the heart. Should we not assist him? No, let's not. Shursui shook his head, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. It's best to let Shiyen and the chief develop their relationship freely. Whatever happens, happens. As subordinates, we shouldn't interfere. Itachi nodded in agreement. What on earth are you two whispering about? Have you finished cleaning up? Yiren frowned at the two, who were visibly flustered. Slowly, he raised his beer from the table. Instantly, his expression shifted, and he smiled at the three. Haha, once you're done, let us all have a drink together. Speaking of which, Yiren added with a slight smile, this marks our first gathering since the formation of the Shadow Organization. Tomorrow, we embark for the Land of Lightning's Hidden Cloud Village, so let this dinner serve as a moment to unwind before our departure. After the meal, I'll treat everyone to a hot spring. Really? Natsuki, Shiyen spun around to fix her gaze on Yiren, her lively eyes fluttering with excitement, radiating an indescribable charm. Indeed. Yiren nodded. Yay. The youthful Natsuki, Shiyen beamed brightly, raising her beer can to clink with Yiren's, exclaiming to everyone. It's rare for our chief to be this generous, so let us indulge in the barbecue to our heart's content. Boss, another 10 pounds of pork belly. Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances, their eyes twitching at her request. 10 more pounds. Do you think you can finish that? Yiren asked, bemused. Heh. When did you learn to speak like our chief? Natsuki, Shiyen waved her hand dismissively. If we can't finish it, we'll just take it with us. We can eat it on the way to the Land of Lightning. All right then. Today is all about relaxation, so let us eat and play to our heart's content. After finishing their barbecue, Itachi and Shursui, both reeking of alcohol, gently lifted the warm curtain of the grill house and stepped outside. Yorih was still assisting the dazed Yuzuki Yugao with the bill. It's been such a long time since I've felt this relaxed, Itachi sighed softly. His face slightly flushed. Gazing at the multitude of stars overhead, he smiled faintly. This was perhaps the most at ease he had felt in years. Free from the political machinations of the village elite, the pressures of his clan, and even the worries of where he would find himself the next day. Such a life is truly wonderful. Itachi, Shursui remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his own face tinted with a light blush, suggesting he too had indulged in a fair share of drink. It seems we have chosen a commendable leader. Indeed, Itachi's spirits unexpectedly soared. Although their leader may struggle with emotional matters, he was fundamentally a good leader. Following him, their clan would surely find protection. It must be so. Shursui nodded in agreement. With Danzo gone, even the Hokage's authority pales in comparison to his. Just look at the situation in the Hokage's office today. His words went unchallenged. For his methods were indeed shocking. Shocking, you say? Itachi smiled slightly. I would prefer to call it straightforward and unrefined, which is a style I quite appreciate. Hey, what are you two doing standing at the entrance? Hurry and take me to find the finest, most suitable hot spring in the village. Yorihi, supporting the tipsy Yuzuki Yugao, stepped through the warm curtain, smiling at Itachi and Shursui as he spoke. Let us go, while it's still early. All right. Shursui nodded with a smile, leading the way with Yorihi, Yuzuki Yugao, and Itachi towards the most renowned hot spring in the village. Toka and Ichiban was the most prestigious natural hot spring in Konohagakure. Every day, numerous ninjas and visitors flocked to soak in its warm waters. Moreover, the establishment strictly enforced gender separation and maintained tight security, rendering any peeping incidents virtually impossible. However, even with such precautions, some individuals were exceptions. For instance, Jiraiya, the author of the best-selling novel Ika Paradise, a legendary Sannin and renowned hero, was notoriously known for being an exceptional ninja ensnared in the vice of lust. After a few minutes, the four of them finally arrived at the entrance of the hot spring. After informing the owner of their intentions, each received a token for clothing storage and a bathrobe. It's been ages since I last soaked in a hot spring. I wonder if this place has changed. Will it still feel the same? Itachi mused, holding his robe in one hand and the token in the other as he slowly entered the male hot spring area. It should still be the same, he thought, with Shursui closely following behind, donned in similar attire. Once both Itachi and Shursui had entered, the atmosphere shifted, filled with the promise of relaxation and camaraderie. As Yuzuki Yuin glanced at Yeblade, and then at her own private hot spring, she softly remarked, I'll head in first. We shall meet again shortly. Yeblade nodded, watching as Yuzuki Yuin vanished through the entrance of the women's hot spring. After ensuring that no one was observing him, a peculiar smile crept onto his lips as he stealthily approached the women's bathing area from the opposite side. The design of this hot spring establishment was remarkably ingenious, with a men's bathing area on one side and a women's on the other, separated by enclosed changing rooms. Thus, it was virtually impossible for anyone to spy on the other side. However, Yeblade grinned slightly, crouching low as he made his way around the perimeter of the women's bathing area. In his mind, if there were someone capable of overcoming such meticulous designs to catch a glimpse of what lay beyond, that individual would undoubtedly be Jiraiya. Soft footsteps echoed outside the walls of the women's bathing area. A middle-aged man with long white hair cascading down to his waist, clad in a red outer garment over a brown tunic and wooden sandals, approached stealthily, his arms adorned with armor-like gear. He was nearing a blind spot of the wall, a place unseen from the outside, where those within would remain oblivious. Ha ha ha, the white-haired man chuckled quietly to himself. Fortunately, I took precautions while constructing the hot spring and bribed the craftsman. Otherwise, all these resources would have gone to waste. As he spoke, he retrieved a silver telescope from his garments and carefully poked it through a gap in the wall. Hee, with a grin stretching from ear to ear. He pressed his eye to the telescope, peering at the sights within. A trickle of blood oozed from his nostrils as he exclaimed, Quite splendid. This is indeed a treasure trove of material. He continued, Oh, this girl appears to be quite well nourished. I envy the other girls for her. This one seems promising as well, with the potential to develop into something noteworthy. However, upon seeing her features, he shook his head slightly, muttering, a bit lacking in charm. As he observed, he murmured critiques to himself, occasionally dabbing at the blood on his nose, all the while crafting an outline for a new chapter of his book in his mind. Suddenly, a hand landed silently on the white-haired man's shoulder, startling him into a tremor. Who goes there? He asked, feeling a pang of unease as he quickly concealed the telescope with his sleeve. Turning to face Yeblade, a stranger, he frowned. Kid, what are you doing here? You're not plotting to spy, are you? With a slight smile, Yeblade replied. Jiraiya, you have yet to rid yourself of your penchant for peering at beautiful women, have you? It is quite evident that you were the one sneaking a glance. How can you possibly blame me? Jiraiya, taken aback by the accusation, turned to the young knight Blade with a forced bravado. Young man. One must be cautious with their words. You claim I was spying. Do you possess any evidence? To falsely accuse an elder is rather unbecoming. Before Jiraiya could finish his protest, Nightblade calmly brushed aside Jiraiya's hand that was wedged in the wall-esque crevice, revealing a small monocular telescope. "Uncle," Nightblade remarked, rolling his eyes at the sight of the telescope in his hand. "If you're going to lie, at least do it convincingly. You haven't even hidden your tools of the trade, yet you attempt to conjure a flimsy excuse. This is hardly the demeanor expected of an elder, is it?" Suddenly, Jiraiya's playful expression faded as he sensed the force with which Nightblade had removed his hand, along with the two exaggerated long swords hanging at his waist. Frowning, he inquired, "Are you not the famed swordsman Nightblade, who has recently made quite a name for himself in Konoha?" "Indeed," Nightblade replied, arms crossed, nodding. "I am he. My name remains unchanged." "Ah, so it is you." Jiraiya's eyebrows arched as he finally regarded the young man before him. It was rumored that this youth single-handedly obliterated the entire Root organization in a single night. His power level now surpassed the SSS rank, displaying a true strength of a Kage. "I have heard you intend to confront the Raikage in the Land of Lightning alongside Shursui and others, to gauge his true strength. Is that true?" Jiraiya asked with a serious demeanor. In Jiraiya's mind, regardless of the circumstances surrounding Nightblade's decisions, there was an undeniable recklessness to this particular choice. He resolved to impart some wisdom to the young warrior. "No," Nightblade shook his head, his expression calm as he addressed Jiraiya. "We are not merely going to spar with the Raikage. We intend to defeat him. Do you understand?" Jiraiya's lips twitched as he scrutinized the young man before him, earnestly imploring, "Young man, I understand you have recently accomplished a significant feat, vanquishing Danzo and his Root organization. However, your upcoming venture to the Land of Lightning, facing the Raikage and the numerous formidable masters there, is a different matter altogether. The level of power is not comparable. This journey to the Land of Lightning will undoubtedly be fraught with peril." "Oh," Nightblade nodded. "I am aware of that. The Raikage is formidable, and Killer Bee is no less so. The collective strength of the Land of Lightning is not to be underestimated." "Precisely," Jiraiya affirmed. "It is good that you recognize this. Therefore, young man, I must remind you that this undertaking requires careful deliberation. Not everything can be accomplished simply by desire. The world of ninjas is exceedingly intricate." Jiraiya sighed gently. "Reflecting on my 3 exceptional disciples, I am reminded of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and my former comrade, Orochimaru, a bittersweet smile gracing my lips." "I understand." Nightblade nodded, slowly raising the monocular telescope in his hand, gazing at Jiraiya as he began to speak. "However, no matter how you attempt to divert the topic, it does not conceal the lewd reality of your peeping." "Jiraiya? Young man, are we discussing the matter of peeping? I am merely offering you advice. Is there any merit in your incessant mention of this issue?" Nightblade nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is interesting." Jiraiya's expression darkened instantly, a hint of anger surfacing as he regarded Nightblade. "Young man, I kindly advise you to act within your means. If you choose to disregard my counsel, must you also provoke me? A fight? Very well. Let us engage in battle." Nightblade placed his hand firmly on the hilt of Enma and the 1st Hokage's sword, a surge of battle fervor igniting within him as he faced one of the legendary Sannin. "Allow me to witness whether the famed sage of Mount Myaboku lives up to his reputation." "Very well. Young man, prepare yourself." Whoosh! Jiraiya charged towards Nightblade, engaging him in close combat with his highly acclaimed taijutsu. Crack! With a push of his right hand, Nightblade sheathed Enma halfway and advanced towards Jiraiya unarmed. Boom! Clap! Clap! The two engaged in an exhilarating exchange of martial arts on the narrow ground beside the women's hot spring, the resounding thuds of their colliding bodies echoing continuously. Jiraiya, having honed his skills since childhood, possessed a solid foundation in taijutsu, while Nightblade, through his sword training, exhibited unparalleled strength and reaction speed. The two fought to a standstill. Haha! Nightblade smiled slightly. What a thrill! It has been ages since I experienced such an exhilarating duel. Senior Jiraiya, you remain as vigorous as ever. Humph! Jiraiya huffed lightly. Although secretly astonished by Nightblade's formidable strength, his expression was filled with excitement upon finding a worthy opponent. He bellowed, "Enough chatter. Unleash your full potential. If this is all you can muster, I suggest you refrain from seeking death in the Land of Lightning." "Very well." Nightblade smiled faintly. "Since you wish to witness my strength, I shall oblige." Buzz! Armament! Nightblade called out softly, as black armor enveloped his fists in an instant. transforming his arms into a glossy, obsidian hue. This is Jiraiya's eyes widened, momentarily taken aback by the dark substance now cloaking Nightblade's arms. A protective armor for the body. How rare indeed. However, Jiraiya charged once more towards Nightblade, delivering a powerful blow aimed directly at Nightblade's face, the force of his punch creating a terrifying gale. And yet, what of it? Boom. Nightblade's jet black fist met Jiraiya's head-on, the two fists colliding with tremendous impact. Whoosh. As Jiraiya felt the incredible hardness of Nightblade's black fist, his expression shifted, and he quickly retreated. Indeed, Jiraiya was somewhat astonished. This layer of black material is remarkably solid. Is this technique of your own invention? Might you share its name with me? Jiraiya gently rubbed his somewhat stiff right fist with his left hand and inquired with admiration towards Nightblade. Not entirely of my own creation, Nightblade replied, shaking his head. His pure black hands lightly clapped together in the air, producing a resonant sound akin to metal clashing. I call this technique armament haki. The user can envelop any part of their body in a layer as hard as armor, enhancing their defensive capabilities and depending on the user's proficiency. It can also provide a corresponding increase in offensive power. Some skilled practitioners can even apply this armament haki to their weapons, augmenting their hardness or... Nightblade gestured to the two swords at his waist, their sharpness. Nightblade smiled slightly at Jiraiya. In other words, the strength with which I engage you in hand-to-hand combat is now threefold what it was before. Do you not feel a twinge of pain in your right hand? Does it not seem as though you are at a disadvantage in this physical confrontation with me? Jiraiya chuckled lightly, addressing Nightblade, who stood opposite him. I see now. I may have underestimated you. However, the people of the Land of Lightning will not grant you the opportunity for a physical contest. I wonder if your ninjutsu is as exceptional as your martial prowess? Jiraiya smiled faintly. With swift movements, he began to form hand seals, his cheeks visibly swelling at an astonishing rate. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. As Jiraiya's voice echoed, a torrent of oil, condensed from chakra, erupted from his mouth and ignited in midair due to his fire release. A massive wave of searing flames surged towards Nightblade at an alarming speed. Clang. The sound of a sword being drawn resonated softly as Nightblade's lips curled into a confident smile. Raising his black blade, the crossblade of Yama, he delivered a diagonal slash from above. One sword style. Iken bird. Zila. Encased in armament haki, the black blade of Yama unleashed a swift and powerful cut, creating a pale blue slash in the air that met Jiraiya's great fireball technique head-on. Swish. With a speed that surpassed all expectation, the razor-sharp Iken bird cleaved the great fireball in twain before Jiraiya's incredulous gaze. Boom. Amidst the scorching flames, a figure wielding a sword emerged slowly from the inferno. What is the matter? Nightblade smiled faintly at the astonished Jiraiya. Is this the extent of your ninjutsu's power? You cannot even withstand my blade. It seems the title of the legendary Sannin is somewhat undeserved. Jiraiya, unfazed, regarded Nightblade with increasing admiration. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled, a rarity in my lifetime. But tell me, how will you evade this technique? Summoning jutsu. Jiraiya bit his finger, swiftly forming hand seals. Collapse of the rooftop technique. With a resounding hum, he thrust his palm toward the ground. Boom. A vast cloud of white smoke erupted directly above the Konoha hot springs. Within the mist, a colossal toad began to materialize, gathering strength to come crashing down upon Nightblade's position. Oh, such a large creature must possess immense power, Nightblade mused with a slight smile. Let us test my new technique. With a swift motion, he drew the first-generation Kichaku from his waist. A wave of scorching breath escaped his lips. Dual sword style. Second slash. Ascending strike. Humming, Nightblade grasped the Enma with his left hand and the first-generation Kichaku with his right. The black, armed Haki coiled like two agile serpents along the blades. At a certain moment, the dark Haki extended to the tips of the swords, then retracted instantly. Both blades flashed with a sharp black light. Swish. In the sky, the summoned toad boss swung its two immense katanas down toward the diminutive figure of Nightblade by the hot spring. Simultaneously, Nightblade slashed upward with his two dark blades toward the colossal katanas wielded by the toad boss. Clang. The deafening clash of metal resonated throughout the vicinity of the hot spring. The toad boss's gigantic katanas barely held for half a second before being cleaved in two by Nightblade's black blades. The severed tips shot off into the distance. soaring straight toward the center of the hot spring. Ding! They plunged into the midst of a group of girls, still with their eyes closed, enjoying the hot spring. Instantly, all the girls fell silent, staring at the two gleaming blades in the water. Suddenly, the shrill screams pierced the heavens. Help! Where did these blades come from? Oh no, I'm not dressed. What should I do? I'm also not dressed. The girls in the hot spring erupted into a cacophony of panicked cries. At that moment, the toad boss descended from the sky. Boom! The colossal weight of the toad boss, coupled with the immense inertia from its fall, crashed beside the hot spring, sending the wooden fence flying. Splash! Crack! The tremendous impact brought forth by the fall of the giant toad sent the hot spring and its surrounding structures soaring into the air. First, it was the wooden fence, followed by the artificial hills and trees encircling the spring. Next, the changing rooms of the ladies enjoying the hot springs were also caught in the chaos. The shockwave, mixed with a fierce wind centered around the toad, swept over the entire hot spring pool, affecting not only the women's area, but also the men's. With the walls and artificial hills, along with the flowers and trees, being lifted by the colossal wave, the adjacent men's and women's pools were laid bare, exposed to the swirling mist of the hot springs. Perverts, don't look! The girls cried out in alarm. What is happening? Someone help me! Noticing a group of men soaking in the hot springs staring at them from across the air, the girls screamed once more. The men, after a moment of stunned silence, swam towards the edge of the pool, pointing and drooling unabashedly towards the women's area. What are you staring at? Suddenly, a purple-haired girl with flowing hair, clad in clothing and wielding a sword, charged towards the men's pool. Just as Yuzuki Saiko was about to change in the dressing room, she was drawn by the sounds of a skirmish. When she stepped out to investigate, she coincidentally witnessed the roof and walls being torn away. Everyone, retreat to the corners and cover your eyes. Otherwise, a fierce glint flashed in Yuzuki Saika's eyes. I'll take you down. All right. Please, dear ninja. Don't act rashly. We realize our mistake. The male patrons huddled at the edge of the hot spring, trembling in fear, swiftly retreating into the misty corners. Humph. Yuzuki Saika pouted as she observed Yeren engaged in a fierce battle with the giant toad. If you want to see the girls, just say so. I'm not stopping you. What is the meaning of teaming up with a toad to disrupt the ladies' pool? The leader truly is quite dull. Did you see that? Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, having slipped into the hot spring the moment the house was uprooted, emerged with only his wet head exposed. Is that the legendary Jiraiya-sama? Itachi, who also had only his head visible, furrowed his brow. It appears to be. Hey! Suddenly, Itachi's eyes narrowed as he focused on a figure battling the giant toad amidst the smoke and dust. In the hazy vision, the person's hair seemed to be silver. This person. Itachi's mouth twitched. Could it be our leader? Who? Where? Shursui immediately became intrigued, following Itachi's gaze into the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, in Shursui's line of sight, Yeren was engaged in a duel with the giant toad, wielding two swords, while Jiraiya stood atop the toad's back, occasionally assisting with a jutsu. However, even with the summoning of the spirit beast to engage in a one-on-two confrontation, Jiraiya found himself in a position of being suppressed, retreating steadily under the relentless assault of Yeren. Hiss! Itachi gasped, taken aback. The leader is astonishingly powerful. I recall that since we became aware of him, he has never faced defeat. Indeed, Jisue replied, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he observed Yeren wielding his blade. Even the legendary Sannin can be firmly subdued. Such prowess is truly exhilarating. When will we reach the leader's level? Suddenly, Itachi furrowed his brow in confusion. Did we not come here merely for a bath? It seems rather coincidental that while we were bathing, the leader engaged in battle with Lord Jiraiya. Jisue paused, momentarily stunned. You're right. We entered here for a tranquil soak, yet the leader has gone off to fight. This cannot stand. Jisue immediately began to rise. I must assist the leader. What assistance could you possibly provide? Itachi rolled his eyes at Jisue. Have you considered where Lord Jiraiya might appear and the location of our leader's encounter with him? What could provoke them to clash? Itachi smiled confidently. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. What does that mean? Jisue scratched his head, still struggling to comprehend. Oh dear! Itachi exclaimed, exasperated. Think about it. What does Lord Jiraiya enjoy most? The secluded corners he frequents. The leader must have discovered them as well. Their conflict likely arises from vying for a prime spot. Itachi smiled knowingly. Think it over. Jisue gasped in disbelief, glancing at Itachi with astonishment. Could it be that Lord Jiraiya is working here? Work, Itachi clarified, referring to the term used by all the ninjas of Konohagakure to describe the research activities conducted by Jiraiya prior to writing, a euphemism of sorts. Yes. Itachi nodded affirmatively to Jisue's speculation. Suddenly, Jisue's eyes widened as he looked again at the fierce battle unfolding between Yeren, Jiraiya, and Gamabunta. How can the leader, who appears so emotionally detached on the surface, engage in such intricate schemes beneath it? Itachi chuckled awkwardly, realizing that even amid the intense battle, he felt strangely disheartened. Let us continue to soak for now. Once the fight concludes, the leader will surely return to us. All right, Jisue agreed, settling into a comfortable position as he resumed watching the clash between Yeren and Jiraiya. Kid, Jiraiya exclaimed, sweat beading on his brow as he surveyed the destruction wrought upon the hot spring by the inadvertently summoned Gamabunta. The commotion we've created is too much. The bathhouse is utterly ruined. Shall we find another place to continue our battle? Yeren cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya. You are the true instigator of this chaos, aren't you? With such a colossal frog descending, every structure must have been obliterated. He shrugged off his white martial arts attire, revealing his robust muscles glistening with a metallic sheen, steam rising from his body. Engaging in a fierce battle against the immense force of the frog, he wielded no sword techniques, relying solely on brute strength, leading to an exhilarating clash that thrilled him to the core. A moment of awkwardness flickered across Jiraiya's face as he cleared his throat, addressing the young man firmly gripping his twin blades. None of us wished for such an outcome. Given the circumstances, we are left with no choice. However, to prevent further devastation to the village during the impending battle, let us relocate outside. Yeren pondered for a moment before sheathing his twin swords, stepping nimbly onto the back of the giant frog. All right, lead the way. Haha, excellent. Hold on tight. Jiraiya chuckled, crouching to pat the frog's back before commanding, frogs on. To the outskirts of the village. With a thunderous croak, the red frog compressed its powerful legs, channeling energy before launching itself forward with a resounding crack. The ground shattered beneath its weight as they soared toward the distant forest beyond Konoha. The wind howled fiercely as Yeren, bare-chested and gripping the sword hilt, gazed expressionlessly at the receding scenery, turning to Jiraiya to inquire, have you found Orochimaru in these years? Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise, and after a prolonged silence, he regained his composure. No, I have not. How do you know I'm searching for him? Do you have knowledge of his whereabouts? Yeren smiled enigmatically. He certainly wouldn't disclose that Orochimaru was conducting his nefarious research in the Sound Village. That would spoil the intrigue. I'm not entirely certain. But if the opportunity arises and you owe me a favor, I might consider assisting you in your quest. Very well, Jiraiya replied without hesitation, regarding Yeren earnestly. I promise you this. If you provide me with any leads on Orochimaru, I, Jiraiya, will owe you a favor, and I shall do my utmost to assist you in any endeavor. Agreed. Yeren nodded, appreciating Jiraiya's loyalty. Such a commitment from a man renowned in the ninja world was indeed invaluable. As they conversed, the colossal frog Zon gently descended from the sky, landing gracefully in a dense thicket just outside the village. A swirl of white smoke flashed by. Having fulfilled its mission, the toad, Zon, had returned to Mihawk Mountain just in time for the summoning. Shasha, standing opposite Jiraiya, took a measured step forward, approaching him with deliberate grace. With a subtle motion, the thumb of his right hand gently nudged the hilt of the cursed blade, Enma. A faint smile graced the lips of Shasha. Jiraiya-senpai, without Zon by your side, you must tread carefully, unarmed as you are. One misstep, and you may find yourself wounded by my renowned sword. In a flash, Shasha, with his right hand firmly gripping the sword's hilt, accelerated towards Jiraiya like an ephemeral shadow. One strike. The muscles in Shasha's right arm tensed slightly. Moon Shadow. With a swift draw, the blade Enma was unleashed, its gleam momentarily dazzling. A sharp and rapid slash manifested before him, compressing the air itself. A crescent-shaped, silvery arc of energy shifted positions, hurtling towards Jiraiya with alarming speed. Jiraiya, his expression grave, focused intently on the incoming strike, quickly forming hand seals. Earth style? Earth flow wall. With a resounding crash, a massive wall of earth, thick and sturdy, erupted from the ground, shielding Jiraiya just before the onslaught could reach him. The clash between the strike and the formidable earthen barrier was instantaneous. Dust and debris flew in all directions as the reliable wall was cleaved by the moon shadow's relentless force. The silvery strike, undeterred, continued its advance towards Jiraiya. With a swift roll, Jiraiya evaded and retreated, simultaneously forming a unique seal with his hands. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Concealment, wrapping himself in a cocoon of his own white hair. Each strand stood erect like hardened steel needles, bracing against the oncoming moon shadow. The impact resounded with tremendous force, sending clouds of dust swirling, obscuring Jiraiya's figure from view. Oh, Shasha, resting the black blade Enma on his muscular shoulder, gazed with a cold smile into the dust-laden distance. Jiraiya-senpai, have you hidden away? Merely an illusion. Do you believe you can conceal yourself in this forest and ambush me? Slowly, Shasha sheathed the black blade Enma and crossed his arms before him. A profound and potent aura emanated from his being. Armament Haki. As his words hung in the air, dark armor of Haki enveloped his crossed arms. A palpable sense of menacing power radiating outward. Without a blade, Shasha lifted his head slightly, bloodlust flickering in the depths of his black pupils. Black Rope Tornado. A tempest of formidable proportions, towering several meters high, materialized abruptly before Night Blade, swirling wildly as it absorbed the elemental winds of the earth and sky, and rapidly expanded towards the surrounding forest. With a resounding crack, a colossal tree trunk, wide enough for a man to embrace, succumbed to the ferocity of the tornado, splintering into fragments within mere seconds, which spiraled skyward like confetti. Boom! A massive boulder, half the height of a man, shattered explosively under the tempest's relentless assault. Rocks the size of human heads were unceremoniously drawn into the swirling winds, colliding with various objects, producing thunderous echoes akin to rolling thunder. Are you not emerging yet, Jiraiya-sensei? Nightblade, arms crossed, observed the ever-growing tempest as it spread outward, chuckling softly at the trees around him. If you do not reveal yourself soon, you might just be swept away. As soon as Nightblade's words fell, a disdainful snort echoed from the treetops above him. Kid, I must admit, your technique is indeed formidable. To wield such power without relying solely on your sword is impressive. However, do not underestimate me. Shadow Clone Technique. Bong, 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 bong. 6 versions of Jiraiya, positioned at various points atop the treetops, shouted in unison. Ninjutsu. Together with his clones, Jiraiya leaped down from the treetops. A swirling orb of pale blue chakra spinning violently in his hand, radiating a fearsome power as it descended upon Nightblade. Spiral Sphere. With a swift motion, Nightblade, resembling a crouched bear, unsheathed his blade, and the legendary swords, Enma and the first-generation Ghost Slash, appeared in his hands. Buzz. Nightblade's arms were enveloped in a cloak of black Haki, which surged like a fierce black serpent along the blades of his swords. The sharp aura erupted forth. Dual sword style. Black Blade Fury. 1,800 troublesome winds. Boom. The 2 gleaming black blades were gripped tightly in Nightblade's hands, his muscles coiling with power. With immense force, he slashed upward at the 6 Jiraiya clones charging toward him. Swish, swish, swish. What was initially a blue wave of slicing energy transformed into a mysterious, pure black under the influence of Nightblade's Haki. Countless black slashes erupted from his twin blades, and in a fleeting moment, they converged, surging toward the 6 colossal spiral spheres. Sensing the potency of the impending strike, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. However, before he could decide to retreat, the amassed black slashes collided violently with the 6 faintly glowing blue spiral spheres. Boom! A colossal shockwave radiated from the point of contact between Nightblade and Jiraiya, sweeping outward in all directions through the forest. The gusts generated by the shockwave sent trees swaying precariously in all directions. Gravel, leaves, pebbles, trees, and even various insects and creatures were scattered in disarray by the tremendous shockwave unleashed during the clash between Yeye and Jiraiya. After several seconds, the violent shockwave gradually subsided. As the dust settled, the trees ceased their trembling. At the epicenter of the shockwave stood 2 figures. One was Yeye, bare-chested and possessing a physique of explosive musculature, shouldering 2 blades. The other was the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, clad in a brown coat, wearing wooden sandals, and sporting long white hair that cascaded to his waist. With a gentle exhale, Jiraiya tidied his somewhat disheveled attire, and cast a glance at Yiren, who had yet to catch his breath after such an extended bout. Kid, you truly are a monster. After all this time, you haven't even taken a single breath? Huh, it's merely a trifle. Yiren replied with a slight smile. He sheathed his two long swords and turned to Jiraiya, speaking earnestly. As for you, Senior Jiraiya, I have witnessed your strength firsthand. Therefore, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my organization, the Shadow, to collaboratively forge peace in this world. What do you say? Oh, Jiraiya responded with a faint smile, his interest piqued. The Shadow Organization? You're not rushing to express your thoughts on my proposal. Forge peace in this world. To my knowledge, beyond the 5 great nations recognized by the ninja world, there are many smaller nations, each with their own powers and formidable warriors. Achieving peace in the ninja world is no simple feat. What gives you the right? Your mere words? Yiren chuckled softly, patting the hilts of his swords at his waist. You may find it hard to believe, but the strike I just delivered to you utilized merely about 1% of my strength. I possess far more techniques and even greater abilities yet to be revealed. With a subtle motion, Yiren's thumb pushed against the tsuba of his sword, revealing a glimmer of razor-sharp blade. If you still question my capacity to bring peace to the ninja world, he declared confidently, then allow me to enlighten you. It is solely due to the swords at my side and my unwavering will to cut through anything that stands in my way. Haha, how intriguing, Jiraiya exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze shifted to Yiren's youthful visage. With the approval of a senior addressing a junior, he spoke softly. Your confidence mirrors my own in my younger days. I am beginning to believe your words. If you truly achieve that day, I, Jiraiya, shall honor you as a hero. Of course, Yiren, with his rippling muscles and right hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sheathed sword, exuded an aura of explosive power. The steam of perspiration wafted from his shoulders and head. Turning to Jiraiya, he flashed a confident smile. In my hands, that day will surely come. Excellent. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, placing a hand on Yiren's shoulder, who stood at the same height as him, and continued to speak. However, regarding the so-called shadow organization you mentioned, I shall refrain from participating, for my heart remains with Konoha. Thus, let us consider this invitation null and void. Nightblade nodded nonchalantly. In truth, prior to the invitation, Nightblade had already contemplated that Jiraiya would not join his shadow organization. After all, a person truly devoted to his village and the world would never betray his heroic narrative. He possesses a distinctive perspective on the value of his existence. Suddenly, Jiraiya cast a peculiar smile at Nightblade, draping an arm around his shoulder and playfully raising an eyebrow. I actually wish to invite you to become the Hokage of Konoha. What say you? Oh, Nightblade gazed at the jovial Jiraiya and offered a faint smile. Your master, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, is still in office, is he not? Are you so eager to find a successor for him? Do you not believe your master is competent in his role as Hokage? Ah, that is not the reason, Jiraiya sighed, his playful demeanor gradually giving way to seriousness. In truth, at the age of the third Hokage, he should have already retired. However, due to the death of Minato during the Ninetales invasion, he was compelled to continue in his position. Throughout his tenure, he has worked diligently, and even in his twilight years, he remains an exceptional Hokage. Yet, Jiraiya gently shook his head. Given his current age, strength, and declining vitality, in a few more years he did not finish his sentence. But Nightblade understood the implication and nodded slowly. I comprehend. However, rather than entrusting the position of Hokage to someone like me, who has little connection to the village, wouldn't it be more prudent for you to assume this role yourself? Jiraiya smiled faintly. No, I have my own mission. When Orochimaru defected from Konoha, I was unable to stop him, and that remains my greatest regret. To this day, I have been searching for his whereabouts across the 5 great nations. Until I find him, I cannot return to Konoha with my head held high. Very well, Nightblade nodded. Though he yearned to inform Jiraiya that Orochimaru was currently in the Sound Village, he understood that for now, Orochimaru served a purpose for him. And it was not yet time for Jiraiya to uncover this truth. As for Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha 6 years hence, Nightblade chuckled softly. By that time, not only would Orochimaru dare not act against Konoha with Nightblade present, but the very existence of the Sound Village would also be in question. Are you truly uninterested? Jiraiya gazed intently at Nightblade, as if imbued with a certain conviction. I can sense that with you as Hokage, Konoha would embark on an unprecedented era of glory. This would be beneficial for you as well. Oh, Nightblade smiled faintly as he gently unfastened the gourd of liquor from his waist. Removing the stopper and taking a sip, he turned to Jiraiya beside him and inquired, "Are you truly certain? Can I lead Konoha to glory?" Jiraiya returned a subtle smile, confidence radiating from him. "I have never doubted my judgment of character, in the past or present." "Very well," Nightblade replied with a gentle smile, tilting his head back to drink another mouthful of the strong spirit. "I have my own organization, and like you, I possess my own ambitions and goals. The position of Hokage is not suited for me." However, Nightblade extended the gourd toward Jiraiya. "Your words signify that you genuinely acknowledge me. You are the first person who has recognized my worth not based on my strength. Is it strong liquor?" Jiraiya chuckled lightly, without hesitation accepting the gourd from Nightblade's hand and gulping down several hearty swigs. "Huh, delightful. Young brother, your phrase, a toast to true understanding, is quite poetic. Indeed, a drink with a kindred spirit is never too much." "After all these years," Jiraiya remarked, his face flushed with excitement as he gazed at Nightblade. "You are the first to evoke a desire in me to drink until we are inebriated together. Young man, you truly suit my taste." Nightblade rolled his eyes in response. "What on earth do you mean by that? You might as well write intimate paradise, but do you have other intentions? I warn you, do not harbor designs on me." Jiraiya was taken aback. "What are you implying?" "Humph." He quickly regained his composure, delivering a hearty punch to Nightblade's robust chest. "Nonsense. I am not the sort of person you think I am. If I were to sneak a glance, it would purely be for the sake of artistic creation. Such actions are a last resort. Kid, one must not speak carelessly." Nightblade smirked coldly. "No matter how you defend yourself, it does not change the fact that you have been peeping, you old lecher." Jiraiya was stunned. "Who are you calling an old lecher? Do you wish to compare skills?" With a furrowed brow, Nightblade swiftly drew his sword from its sheath. "Let us compare. Who is afraid of whom? You old lecher. You're courting death." Jiraiya, with hands flying in a flurry of seals, charged at Nightblade. "Fire style. Great fireball technique. Shadow clone jutsu. Ninja art. Spiral sphere. Clang. Dual sword technique. Second strike ascending." Boom. Outside the village of Konoha, as Nightblade and Jiraiya clashed once more, a spectacle of dust and smoke erupted, obscuring the sky as it billowed toward the village. On this day, all who witnessed their battle would refer to it as the heroic friendly duel. Panting heavily, Jiraiya leaned against a large rock, surveying the surrounding ruins and the serene Nightblade, who lay with arms crossed, gazing at the sky. The corner of Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly. "You are truly a monster. Having trained for such an extended period, I am genuinely intrigued by the limits of your endurance." Nightblade reclined with his hands clasped behind his head, biting down on the bitter grass stem in his mouth. This was one of his favorite pastimes amidst the brutal training in the world of pirates, in his own words. It was a way to reminisce about hardships and savor the sweetness of life. "Limits, you say? Have you not also yet to reach your own, Jiraiya-sensei?" Nightblade tilted his head slightly, gazing at Jiraiya as he continued, "Your strongest combat prowess, the Sage Mode, has proven ineffective." Jiraiya stared in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. "What a clever lad. You deduce that I have only just mastered Sage Mode. What is there in this ninja world that you do not know?" "Oh," Nightblade smirked. "Only just mastered, you say? In truth, I have long suspected when you acquired Sage Mode, and it appears that this was indeed the period of your initial mastery. As for why you did not employ it against Orochimaru years later, I surmise it was due to incomplete mastery and the sheer lack of time. If you have indeed mastered Sage Mode, why not utilize it in our battle?" Nightblade regarded Jiraiya with a slight smile, probing. Haha. Jiraiya momentarily faltered, then sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Well, given our age difference, as you would put it, we are kindred spirits. How could we unleash our full power against one another?" Alas, Nightblade's conjecture was entirely accurate. Jiraiya was indeed still quite unfamiliar with the newly acquired Sage Mode. With no intention of holding back, Nightblade derisively remarked, "Are you seriously telling me this? When you unleashed over 100 shadow clones to bombard me with just as many Raisingans, was that not exerting your full strength? I suspect you have yet to fully grasp Sage Mode." Jiraiya coughed lightly. "Now hold on. One cannot say it like that. Even if my mastery of Sage Mode is not proficient, I can still manage to use it, albeit with some difficulty." Nightblade chuckled coldly. "The likelihood of transforming into a stone toad would be considerably high." Jiraiya coughed again. "All right, enough of that." His expression turned serious. Having fought for so long, let us set aside these tedious topics. I have heard you are to depart for the land of lightning tomorrow, and I have a few pieces of advice to share. Nightblade nodded with a smile, eager to listen. First, Jiraiya stated gravely, the ninjas of the land of lightning not only wield lightning-release chakra, but many possess bloodline limits associated with it, which is extremely perilous. The lightning in their hands serves not merely as a means of attack, but also for accelerating themselves and decelerating their foes. For instance, the current Raikage has honed lightning-release chakra to an extraordinary degree, enveloped in blue lightning, making his speed astonishing. Indeed, Nightblade nodded. I am aware of this. What else? Jiraiya continued. Furthermore, in the land of lightning, there are two Jinchuriki. One is the second host, a formidable kunoichi, who harbors within her the two tails, a mystical cat spirit. Her combat style is agile and her strength substantial. The other is Killer Bee, the host of the eight tails. Upon mentioning him, Jiraiya glanced at the two long blades at Yiren's waist, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. He too is a master swordsman, proficient in the eight-sword style. Ah, Yiren nodded. I am aware that Killer Bee is also known as the Killer Bee. He revels in singing, dancing, rapping, and swordsmanship competitions. He is the only known Jinchuriki capable of perfectly controlling a tailed beast, classified with a danger level of SSS. Jiraiya exhaled softly, realizing that any information he provided to Yiren was redundant. She was already well informed. Feeling slightly dejected, he conceded, Fine, you already know all this. I shall refrain from further elaboration. Do take care on your journey to the land of lightning. Very well, Yiren replied with a smile, reaching for her white robe draped over a nearby boulder and gently adorning her shoulders. She turned to leave. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Itachi and Shursui are still waiting for me in the hot springs. Wait, Jiraiya suddenly called out to Yiren. If there is anything of value I can offer you. I believe I have 2 items. As Yiren turned back, puzzled, Jiraiya slowly opened his hand, revealing 3 small scrolls. Firstly, no matter where you are, the challenges you face, or the moment you require my assistance, you can reach me through my summoning technique, the Toad Concealment Technique. I shall lend you my support. Yiren smiled faintly at the earnest expression on Jiraiya's face, feeling a sense of camaraderie despite having known each other for merely a day. Secondly, Jiraiya continued, glancing at Yiren, his right hand sliding into his robes. As you embark on your journey to the land of lightning, the road ahead may be long and lonely. In those moments of solitude, you shall need this. With a swift motion, a pink-covered book emblazoned with an explicit warning appeared in Jiraiya's hand. You must have a copy of Paradise of Affection. It can soothe your lonely heart. Jiraiya remarked with a wink. Rest assured, the edition I present to you is an unreleased, completely new work. This is Jiraiya's exclusive custom edition. Yiren was momentarily taken aback, then approached Jiraiya without uttering a word. How do you perceive me, Jiraiya? Arriving before him, Yiren swiftly snatched the 3 scrolls from Jiraiya's hand and tucked them into her own robes. Do you think I would indulge in such trivial literature? As she spoke, Yiren quickly seized the Paradise of Affection from Jiraiya's incredulous grasp. To prevent you from corrupting the ninja world, I shall confiscate this new work. Jiraiya gazed intently at the Nightblade, who was ostensibly refusing, yet displaying an earnestness in his demeanor. A subtle smile graced Jiraiya's lips. Indeed, young Nightblade. He stood with his arms crossed, observing as Nightblade gently tucked Paradise of Affection into his embrace, sharing a moment of camaraderie. It appears our personalities and interests are remarkably aligned. Ha! Nightblade promptly rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. What do you mean by aligned? How tiresome. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Nightblade turned away, the gentle breeze stirring his robe. The pristine white fabric gradually kissed by the golden hues of the setting sun. Ha! Witnessing the figure of Nightblade slowly fade beyond the horizon, Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh. Truly, a fascinating young man. Despite his youth, he exudes an air of profound experience, and more remarkably, his prowess is exceptionally formidable. It seems, Jiraiya glanced up at the clear azure sky, a thoughtful click of his tongue escaping him. The ninja world is on the brink of transformation. Suddenly, just as Jiraiya was about to depart, he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Oh, he paused, scanning the horizon ahead. Today is quite lively. I wonder who has discerned the traces of our battle and traveled such a distance with what intent. Swish! Jiraiya swiftly raised his hands before him. poised to form seals should an enemy appear. The footsteps grew increasingly distinct. At a certain moment, a face marked by volatile emotions came into Jiraiya's view. "Hey, Jiraiya." Nightblade, with his right hand resting on the hilts of his twin colossal swords, boldly addressed Jiraiya. "Aren't you returning to the village? If so, let us go together. Keep up. Don't dawdle." Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in confusion, then nodded at the visibly agitated Nightblade. "Very well. I also have some matters to attend to in the village, so let us return together." Upon hearing Jiraiya's response, Nightblade's expression softened slightly as he gestured for Jiraiya to follow. "Let us go." Both were formidable warriors, their pace far exceeding that of ordinary ninjas. As the primordial forest scenery retreated rapidly on either side, swish, swish, they leapt effortlessly among the branches, with Jiraiya noticing something slightly amiss in Nightblade's demeanor. After much hesitation, he finally inquired, "Nightblade, is something troubling you?" Observing Nightblade's silence, Jiraiya found it peculiar but chose to press on. "You wouldn't happen to be unwell, would you? If so, feel free to tell me. I happen to know an exceptionally skilled medical ninja." With a sudden sense of unease, Jiraiya finally perceived that something was amiss. After having just engaged in combat with Nightblade, who had accepted his scroll and displayed an unusual reaction, this silence was decidedly out of character. Even if excitement was lacking, one would expect a pleasant mood. Yet this indifference was undoubtedly troubling. Furrowing his brow, Jiraiya turned to the uncommunicative Nightblade and inquired, "What is the matter with you? You've suddenly transformed into a different person. Are you experiencing a bout of schizophrenia?" Nightblade remained silent, his brow furrowed, even darting ahead of Jiraiya with a swift movement. With a sigh, Jiraiya slapped his forehead in exasperation, watching the suddenly distant figure of Nightblade with a wry smile. What on earth is happening? But wait. Hey! Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeper as he observed Nightblade leaping further away. "You need to stop." Without a word, Nightblade continued to bound forward, seemingly oblivious to Jiraiya's calls. "Hey!" Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes widening as he shouted towards the receding figure. "Do not head in that direction. If you continue, you will reach the land of rice." As Jiraiya's words echoed, Nightblade halted abruptly, one hand resting against a tree trunk, turning his head towards Jiraiya with a frosty demeanor. "You could have mentioned that sooner. I thought this was the right way." With that, Nightblade expressionlessly leapt back towards Jiraiya. Observing the rapidly approaching figure, Jiraiya hesitated momentarily before finally asking, "You do know the way, right?" Taken aback, Nightblade lowered his head and reached for the two swords at his waist. An overwhelming aura of menace enveloped the air. "Who doesn't he know the way?" he replied in a chilling tone. The swirling, dark energy coiled around him, causing Jiraiya to break into a cold sweat. Jiraiya said, slowly wiping the perspiration from his brow, casting a glance at the volatile Nightblade, who seemed ready to draw his blade. "Well, it's certainly not that you are unfamiliar with the route." Chuckling, Jiraiya gestured towards the direction ahead. "Look, Konoha is that way, and you surely know it. Let us have you lead the way." Indeed, Nightblade nodded in agreement, the ominous aura slowly dissipating. Turning to Jiraiya, he added, "Let us quicken our pace, otherwise Itachi and Swordsman in the hot spring will grow impatient. Follow me." "Very well," Jiraiya remarked, exhaling softly as he watched Nightblade set off swiftly in the direction he indicated. Gently wiping the sweat from his brow, still feeling the lingering apprehension, the boy's expression of anger was akin to that of a famished specter, rendering me momentarily immobilized. "What manner of being are you? Truly, it is perplexing." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its final rays upon the desolate street. Amidst the remnants of crumbling walls, two figures languidly stirred their arms in the steaming pool. "Itachi, do you think the leader will return? If he does not, must we remain here indefinitely?" Swordsman inquired, adjusting the towel on his head to warm it before placing it back atop. "Who knows?" Itachi replied, rolling his eyes. "Perhaps the leader is engaged in a confrontation with Jiraiya-sensei, or they have ventured to some extraordinary location." "Extraordinary location?" Swordsman looked at Itachi, sensing that this comrade, akin to a younger brother, often harbored peculiar thoughts. "What do you mean?" Itachi hastily waved his hand. "Never mind, I was merely rambling. Speaking of which," he gradually stood from the hot spring and addressed Swordsman, "we should hasten to prepare for departure. While I suspect there may be unspeakable secrets between the leader and Jiraiya-sensei, if the leader returns to find us still luxuriating in the hot spring, Itachi scratched his head. We would surely be in trouble. That makes sense. Shursui nodded in agreement. In fact, I have contemplated leaving the hot spring long before this, but he gestured toward the nearby changing room, now reduced to mere ruins. Where's the changing room? Where are our clothes? Are we to venture out bare and exposed? Cough, cough. Itachi promptly sank back into the hot spring. Let us remain here quietly. I would rather face the leader's reprimand than be gawked at by others. I shall wait for the leader to bring us our garments. An hour later, Uchiha entered through the village's main gate, accompanied by Jiraiya. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Uchiha glanced at the most severely damaged area of the village and proceeded directly toward it, for that was where the hot spring was located. Hey! From atop the remnants of the wall by the hot spring, Uchiha looked down at the somewhat embarrassed Itachi and Shursui, puzzled. The bathers have all departed. Why are you two still soaking? Is it too comfortable to leave? Moreover, Uchiha squinted at the two, their heads barely peeking above the water's surface. Where has Yuzuki Yeye gone? As teammates, why are you not together? Itachi shrank his head slightly at Uchiha's inquiry. Leader, you may find this hard to believe, but while you were fighting with Jiraiya-sama, the shockwave from his giant toad landing completely obliterated the changing room of this hot spring. Thus, it is not that we are unwilling to depart from the hot springs, but rather that Itachi's expression is somewhat constrained. With no garments to wear, we find ourselves utterly unable to leave. Very well. Nightblade rolled his eyes and addressed the two, saying, You shall wait here while I procure 2 outfits for you. Shortly, we will head to Shien's residence to devise our plans. As our departure is imminent, we must deliberate on this journey to avoid any potential pitfalls. All right, certainly. Itachi and Shursui's expressions immediately turned solemn as they replied in unison. At 8 o'clock that evening, as the city lights began to illuminate, Nightblade, clad in a white martial arts uniform, strode ahead along the street, followed closely by Uchiha Itachi and Shursui, both dressed in black martial attire. The streets of Konoha were aglow with brilliant lights, lined with a plethora of performances and dining establishments, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Quite splendid, Nightblade mused. Resting his arms behind his head, his mood slightly lifted as he admired the surrounding scenery. Surely, among the 5 great ninja nations, only Konoha boasts such a rich tapestry. Nightblade recalled the Wind Country, the Lightning Country, the Water Country, and the Earth Country. In these nations, the architectural styles and the attire of the people are dictated by the climate and environmental conditions. Either the surroundings are harsh, or the weather is exceedingly unfavorable. Konoha truly is a marvelous place. Indeed, Itachi, walking behind Nightblade, nodded in agreement, speaking in a measured tone. This is precisely why, for centuries, we have faced relentless conflicts. Fundamentally, it stems from the other 4 great nations coveting the geographical advantages of our land of fire. Coupled with the recent provocations from the Lightning Country, Itachi continued, calmly analyzing the situation. On one hand, their hidden village covets our clan's dojutsu, the Byakugan. On the other, our village's strength has diminished since the 3rd Great Ninja War. They seek to exploit this opportunity for their gain. Without your intervention, Nightblade, our village would undoubtedly face significant turmoil. Nightblade offered a slight smile, refraining from responding to Itachi's words. Wasn't that exactly the case? Had it not been for Nightblade's involvement, Konoha would have suffered grievously. The head of the branch family of the Hyuga clan would have been compelled to take his own life, and the village's development would have stagnated. It was only after the emergence of the legendary Sannin and the rise of Tsunade that Konoha found a chance to breathe and advance toward greater heights. As they conversed, the trio arrived at Shien's doorstep. With a gentle knock, the door swung open, and they stepped inside, a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Ah, Shursui inhaled deeply, his face lighting up with anticipation. This scent is utterly divine. Could Shien be cooking? It seems we may be in for a treat today. Indeed. Itachi replied with a gentle smile. The fragrance is enticing. I find myself rather eager. Suddenly, at the entrance of the kitchen appeared a girl with lavender hair styled in a large braid, adorning a charming pink apron and wielding a spatula. At this moment, she sweetly gazed at Nightblade, smiling as she spoke. Have you returned? Wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Suddenly, Shimizu's eyes widened in surprise as she beheld the adorably dressed Umizuki Yuin, who was clad in a chef's attire. Indeed, it is Yuin. I never expected someone who appears so fierce could cook. That is quite remarkable. Yuin, dressed in her chef's outfit with her hair tied in a ponytail, fell silent upon hearing Shimizu's remark. In the midst of an awkward atmosphere and under the scrutiny of her companions, she slowly wiped her hands on her apron and retrieved her sword from the nearby table. With a swift motion, she drew the blade, its cold glint flashing as it was positioned against Shimizu's neck. "Who are you calling fierce? Dare to repeat that?" Shimizu, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead, gently grasped the icy blade and offered a sheepish smile to the grim-faced Yue. "I didn't mean to imply you were fierce. I was merely jesting. Please don't take it to heart." Despite the significant disparity in their strengths, Shimizu could easily overpower Yue. However, it was illogical to initiate a confrontation with a girl after making a comment about her demeanor. "Humph." Yue huffed coldly, retracting her sword from Shimizu's neck, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Don't think you can bully me. I aspire to be the leader's wife, and you should think twice about the consequences before provoking me. Look at how formidable Nightblade is." As soon as Yue's words left her lips, the remaining 3 individuals in the room fell into stunned silence. Itachi and Shimizu turned to Nightblade, disbelief etched on their faces, while Nightblade stared incredulously at Yue. "Ahem. What are you staring at? Hurry up and serve the rice." Yue's face flushed slightly under Nightblade's gaze, and she called out to him with a hint of pride. "Oh." Nightblade was momentarily taken aback before he quickly pulled Itachi and Shimizu into the kitchen. "Leader," Shimizu said while serving rice, nudging Nightblade and whispering, "Is it true what Yue said? That she wants to marry you when she grows up?" "Yes, indeed," chimed in Itachi. His curiosity piqued as he looked at Nightblade with eager anticipation. Sighing softly, Nightblade turned to Itachi and Shimizu, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Ask that again, and I shall end you." Both Itachi and Shimizu, drenched in sweat, hurriedly finished serving the rice and quickly exited the kitchen, eager to avoid lingering with Nightblade for even a second longer. Following the earlier incident where Nightblade had intimidated Itachi and Shimizu in the kitchen, the subsequent dinner and conversation among the 4 unfolded in a remarkably relaxed and pleasant manner. Throughout the meal, whether discussing the planned route for their journey or sharing opinions on the training of the trio, the atmosphere remained lighthearted. Itachi and Shursui could not help but nod in agreement. Eventually, Yeye and Yuzuki Yayami enumerated all the formidable ninjas from the Land of Lightning and outlined the methods of engagement, including the locations for their encounters. Itachi and Shursui continuously nodded, obediently expressing their lack of objections. Ultimately, the entire military plan was finalized during a delightful dinner. Gazing at the map of the 5 great nations laid out before him, a red line pierced directly from the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire through the Sound Village in the Land of Rice, culminating at the Cloud Lightning Gorge in the Raikage's office in the Land of Lightning. Yeye smiled and nodded. With this, we shall never lose our way. And I relish this directness." The following morning, at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, the duo guarding the gate, Kozo Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo, appeared at their posts punctually. "Sigh, guarding the gate every day is utterly tedious. Izumo, when do you think we can be promoted to Jonin? This duty is truly disheartening." "Jonin?" Kamizuki Izumo cast a sidelong glance at Kozo Tetsu, the toothpick in his mouth slightly rising. "At least a decade, I suppose, given our talents. That might be the fastest we can hope for." Kozo Tetsu sighed again, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes as he gazed at the entrance. Lord Yeye was truly remarkable that day, effortlessly overpowering 2 talented Jonin from the Uchiha clan in a 1-on-2 confrontation. "If I could attain even a tenth of his strength, I would be thoroughly satisfied." Kamizuki Izumo spat out the toothpick from his mouth. "A tenth? Don't even think about it. You probably haven't heard, have you? Just yesterday, Lord Yeye had a duel with Lord Jiraiya near the hot springs, and from the onset, Yeye dominated the fight." In Kamizuki Izumo's eyes, admiration for the strong shimmered brightly. To avoid causing too much commotion that could potentially harm the Hidden Leaf Village, they had moved their duel to the forest beyond the village. "That battle, wow?" An exaggerated expression flickered across Kamizuki Izumo's face. It was said that the entire forest, spanning hundreds of square miles, was leveled to the ground. The sheer force was such that even people 100 kilometers away could feel the tremors beneath their feet. "Is it truly that terrifying?" Kozo Tetsu was momentarily stunned, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips as he recalled his earlier musings about achieving a tenth of Yaira's prowess. "A tenth? Indeed, I was overly ambitious." Just then, soft footsteps echoed from within the village, gradually approaching the entrance of the Hidden Leaf. The silhouettes of 4 figures slowly emerged into the line of sight of Kozo Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo. This is Kamizuki Izumo's pupils slightly constricted. Lord Yeye and Kozo Tetsu swallowed hard. It was Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, along with the former Umbu member, Yuzuki Uyami, as they beheld such a lavish gathering. Both Gongzi Tai and Shunyue Izumi gasped in unison, their breaths hitching in astonishment. Could it be that the rumors circulating were indeed true? Nightblade, who had approached the doorway, momentarily paused, casting a smile towards the duo. On duty, are we? The two exchanged a bewildered glance before fervently nodding their heads. Yes, we are on duty, Nightblade, with a hint of amusement, inquired. Oh, you wish to know why I am taking these three beyond the village, correct? With a sly grin, Nightblade declared, of course, we are off to confront Reikage. At this revelation, Shunyue Izumi and Gongzi Tai exchanged incredulous looks, their throats tightening as they swallowed in unison. It appeared that the matter was indeed genuine. What do you mean, true? Nightblade questioned, bemused by their astonishment. What are you talking about? Well, gulp. Gongzi Tai stammered. We heard that you, Nightblade, had engaged in a brawl with Tsunade in the Hokage's office, and had even challenged Mito Minyin, ultimately slamming the table and declaring your intent to assault the Hidden Cloud Village. We thought it was merely a fabrication. Gongzi Tai's excitement surged even further. So it turns out everything you said and did is indeed true, Nightblade. You are truly my idol. All right, Nightblade interjected, frowning as he regarded the chattering duo of Shunyue Izumi and Gongzi Tai. With an impatient wave of his hand, he admonished, why all the commotion? It's just a trip to the Hidden Cloud Village to confront Reikage. What is so remarkable about that? Look at you two, acting as if you've never encountered such a thing before. Stop embarrassing yourselves. Let us go. Before the astonished gatekeepers, Nightblade waved his hand to the three companions behind him, departing with an air of nonchalance that left the bewildered sentinels with lingering silhouettes. Impressive. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber beneath the land of rice, several figures stood in the shadows. What news? Inquired a middle-aged man with long black hair, golden elongated pupils, and purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils, addressing a young man kneeling before him. Upon hearing the question, the young man slowly raised his head, adjusting his round glasses. There is news. According to the intelligence I pilfered from the Umbu of Konoha, this Nightblade is adept with a sword, carrying two exceptionally powerful blades at his waist. Furthermore, he seemingly does not utilize chakra, yet his strength is remarkably formidable. He bears a resemblance to a warrior of the Land of Iron, albeit more potent. A crimson tongue slithered from Orochimaru's mouth, licking his lips as curiosity glimmered in his eyes. And what else? Well, Kabuto nodded gently, continuing his report. Recently, there has been a clash involving Nightblade and Konoha, notably with figures such as the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, the advisors of Konoha, and one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Oh, Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. This young man has only just emerged in the past few days, and he has already bested the elite forces of Konoha? Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses gently. According to the intelligence, that appears to be the case. Then, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. What was the outcome? Unscathed. Kabuto's calm voice echoed in the vast space below. Unscathed? Orochimaru was astonished. Indeed. Kabuto observed the furrowed brow of Orochimaru and let out a soft sigh before continuing. Allow me to share the details of the encounters with you. Very well. Half an hour later, in the underground secret base, Orochimaru sat at a stone table, gently tapping its surface. During this half hour, Orochimaru's mindset underwent a significant transformation. From his initial curiosity upon hearing Nightblade's name, to his mild shock upon learning of Nightblade's challenges against numerous formidable opponents, and finally to the astonishment triggered by Kabuto's narration of the battle details. Orochimaru was left utterly speechless. A few droplets of cold sweat trickled down his temples. How ironic. He mused with a self-deprecating smile. He had initially assumed that this mysterious young man might possess some extraordinary bloodline limit, potentially serving as his next vessel. Little did he realize that Nightblade was not merely prey, but a formidable giant. Orochimaru fully understood the gravity of facing someone who could openly intimidate Konoha. Then, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Have you inquired about Nightblade's current relationship with Konoha? Is it one of cooperation or mutual dependence? Orochimaru chuckled slyly. Perhaps. A relationship of interests. Haha. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and offered a confident smile towards Orochimaru. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you, Lord Orochimaru. I have observed Nightblade, and based on the information, he is a person who acts without restraint and possesses little in the way of principles, indicating that he holds no emotional ties to Konoha. His current role is merely that of a temporary advisor to Konoha, earning 100,000 ryo each month. In my view, Kabuto smiled gently, this powerful individual should be quite amenable to recruitment. We need only present sufficient monetary incentives and offer him something more advanced that Konoha lacks. He will swiftly turn against Konoha. Hiss. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils shimmered with a flicker of excitement, and he nodded with a smile. You speak wisely. Every individual has their vulnerabilities, and Nightblade's flaws are glaringly evident. Ha 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 ha, Kabuto. Orochimaru's golden eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed at Kabuto, who was half kneeling before him. Investigate where Nightblade is likely to appear next. Seek an opportunity to engage with him and discern the price we must pay to enlist his services. If possible, bring him to meet me. I wish to speak with him face to face. Yes, I take my leave. The pharmacist smiled faintly, a glimmer of cunning sparkling behind his round spectacles. Slowly rising to his full height, he bowed deeply to Orochimaru before vanishing into the depths of the underground passage. Ha ha! Orochimaru chuckled softly, his long, serpent-like tongue flicking out to lick his lips as he murmured to himself. Nightblade, is it? An intriguing young man indeed. I wonder what results might arise from making him the vessel for my next body. Just imagining it fills me with excitement. Achu! Nightblade, traversing the forests on the border of the Land of Fire, suddenly sneezed loudly, his brow furrowing in response. He scowled, saying, Wait, who dare speak ill of me? The Land of Lightning lies at the northernmost edge of the Land of Fire, bordered by several smaller nations, with the most notable being the Land of Rice, which shares borders with both the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. During the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru led an elite force to victory in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. However, this victory came at a great cost, inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy while suffering 800 losses of his own. From that point onward, Orochimaru's interest in warfare and the cultivation of ninjutsu waned, having witnessed the transience of life and the myriad joys and sorrows it entails. He sought to research a ninjutsu that could grant eternal life. The reanimation jutsu. This forbidden technique, steeped in the mysteries of life, has recently been perfected by Orochimaru. Soft, subtle footsteps echoed across the fields of the Land of Rice, positioned at the border between Konoha and the hidden Cloud Village. The Land of Rice features a relatively low terrain and is flanked by the sea on two sides. Its climate resembles that of Konoha, yet, in stark contrast to Konoha's forests, the Land of Rice is predominantly farmland. For ages, the Land of Rice has lacked a ninja village, and its feudal lord, in a bid to maintain the nation's prosperity and stability, has focused solely on the cultivation of grain crops for trade with neighboring countries. Subsequently, having defected from Konoha, Orochimaru used his wealth to bribe the feudal lord of the Land of Rice, establishing a ninja village marked by the musical note symbol, known as the Sound Village. We have now entered the territory of the Land of Rice, and by this afternoon, we should reach the borders of the Land of Lightning, Shizuku remarked, glancing at the map in his hands with a furrowed brow. I hope we can enter smoothly. Indeed, Nightblade replied, surveying the distant landscape filled with dark brown mountains and smiling faintly. It is said that the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning maintains a close relationship with the newly established Sound Village, which seems to have numerous connections with the Land of Lightning. If I am not mistaken, the people of the Land of Lightning are likely to have deployed heavy forces at the border, waiting for us to take the bait. Surely not. Ujetsu shook her head. The people of the Land of Lightning cannot possibly know we have arrived, can they? After all, only the higher-ups in Konoha and ourselves are aware of our movements. The hidden cloud must be oblivious. One cannot be so certain. Nightblade's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the distant mountains. Our objective is indeed significant, and the Sound Village in the Land of Rice would certainly be interested in our whereabouts. They would not hesitate to disclose our movements to the Land of Lightning. Thus, Shirzue calmly stroked his chin and addressed Yeren. I fear that every move we make is already under the watchful gaze of our adversaries. Infiltration has become futile. Why not boldly charge in instead? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow slightly, expressing concern. That seems rather reckless, does it not? Mizuki Shien nodded in agreement. Should infiltration fail, we can always seek an alternative means of entry. However, if we force our way through, I worry we may suffer significant losses. Perhaps we should reconsider? Shirzue replied. You raise valid points. However, given the current circumstances, we are undoubtedly discovered. Rather than being ambushed in secrecy, it would be more prudent to confront them openly and engage in a genuine battle. Yet, Shirzue shook his head and turned to the expressionless Yeren. Ultimately, the decision rests with our leader. With a slight smile, Yeren regarded the trio, particularly Shirzue. I believe Shirzue is correct. Instead of lurking in the shadows, it is far better for us to confront the enemy head-on and fight with all our might. Moreover, an indescribable aura emanated from Yeren, exuding both confidence and audacity. With myself leading this squad alongside the three of you, who in the ninja world could possibly impede our progress. Even if the entire ninja force of the Land of Lightning were to converge upon us, I would ensure they regret their actions. Indeed, our leader. Shirzue's eyes sparkled with understanding as he gazed at Yeren, feeling a profound connection. Their thoughts and styles aligned seamlessly. Itachi and Mizuki Shien were equally stirred. Indeed, with Yeren in our midst, we have nothing to fear from anyone. Absolutely. Itachi emphatically nodded. Let us heed our leader's words. We must not delay any further. We should hasten our journey and aim to reach the Land of Lightning before afternoon. Agreed. Yeren smiled slightly, nodding approvingly at the burgeoning cohesion of the first squad of the Shadow Organization. Let us depart. At the border of the Land of Lightning, within a grand canyon, hundreds of ninjas lay concealed behind the black rocks. They were crouched low, intently observing the distant horizon and the path leading from the Land of Rice to the Land of Lightning. Samui, is the information accurate? Will Yeren's squad arrive at the Death Canyon this afternoon? A graceful 19-year-old woman, dressed in blue battle attire and sporting flaxen braids, stood confidently at the cliff's edge. Addressing Samui. Yes, Samui confirmed, her flaxen hair framing her face as she slightly cradled two massive objects in her arms. According to the intelligence provided by the Sound Ninja, Yeren's squad has successfully traversed the borders of the Land of Rice and is expected to arrive in approximately 2 hours. Excellent. A flicker of excitement crossed the young Yumu's face, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for battle. It is said that whether it be the Night Blade or the two prodigies of the Uchiha clan, their prowess is undeniably formidable. At last, an opportunity to measure strength against one another has arrived. Do not let me down. Coldly, Samui, with an icy demeanor, approached Yumu and slowly began to speak. Do not underestimate these individuals. According to intelligence provided by the undercover agent I have stationed in Konoha, it appears that Nightblade has only recently emerged into the public eye. He has already obliterated Danzo's root organization upon his arrival. Such a person is not one we can afford to take lightly. Humph. Yumu replied with a chilling smile, his flaxen ponytail swirling behind him. And so what? Am I to believe that the power within me is to be taken for granted? If they choose to retreat in fear, that would be one thing. But should they persist obstinately, I shall ensure they experience firsthand the true might of a Jinchuriki in harmony with the tailed beast. Someone is approaching. Suddenly, the lookout beside Yumu shouted. For individuals are rapidly advancing from the opposite side of the Death Canyon, expected to enter in 3 minutes. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Thud, thud. In the distance, silhouettes of 4 figures raced across the vast plain, heading straight for the Death Canyon. Are you certain? Yumu furrowed his brows, glancing at the ninja beside him who was peering through a monocular, impatience creeping into his voice. Is it Nightblade and his entourage? The reconnaissance ninja hesitated, adjusting his vantage point several times before reluctantly lowering the monocular. I cannot be certain. The dust surrounding those 4 is too thick, obscuring my line of sight. Yumu frowned. Everyone, remain on high alert. Continue your observation. Once it is confirmed that the newcomers are indeed Nightblade and his companions, issue the order to attack without hesitation. Understood. The reconnaissance ninja nodded firmly, resuming his watch through the monocular. 5 minutes later, at the heart of the colossal dust cloud, 4 figures clad in white martial attire, each adorned with the kanji for shadow on their sleeves, gradually came into view through the reconnaissance ninja's lens. Leading the group with a stern countenance was Nightblade himself. Gulp. The reconnaissance ninja swallowed hard and shouted, Nightblade and his team have arrived. Prepare for an assault. Whoosh. In an instant, all the ninjas perched on either side of the cliff raised their hands before them, awaiting the signal to swiftly form hand seals and unleash a barrage of impenetrable ninjutsu upon the 4 figures. 1,000 meters. The reconnaissance ninja felt cold sweat trickle down his brow as he nervously watched Nightblade's group approach the Death Canyon. 500 meters. His grip on the monocular began to sweat. 300 meters. Veins bulged on the back of his hand as he observed intently. 100 meters. Everyone, get ready. 50 meters. 30 meters. Now. As the words of the ninja echoed in the air, all the ninjas standing atop the cliff swiftly began to form hand seals. The sound of swift movements filled the atmosphere. Most of the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village excelled in lightning techniques, yet a small faction was adept in earth techniques. And these few individuals seamlessly coordinated with their lightning counterparts. Lightning release. Lightning blade. Within mere seconds, the ninjas on either side of the cliff had completed their seals, their expressions turning grave as a razor-sharp, crackling lightning sword materialized in their hands. Gazing into the canyon below, where the Nightblade quartet swiftly traversed, all the ninjas employing the lightning blade technique struck down upon the rugged rocks beneath them. The unified roar of lightning surged forth from the cliff's summit, followed by the resounding crack of breaking stone, echoing like thunder from above. The sound of shoes scraping against the rocky ground resonated as the lead member of the Nightblade came to an abrupt halt, signaling the three behind him to stop with a gesture. Furrowing his brow, he spoke. I seem to have heard something peculiar. Did you hear it as well? At this, Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in unison. I believe I heard it too, Shursui remarked. It seems to be the sound of thunder? Itachi's eyes widened suddenly. If it were thunder, the mountains of the land of lightning are ceaseless, and thunderstorms are commonplace. Such sounds would be rather ordinary. No. Nightblade gently shook his head. It is not the sound of thunder. It resembles the rumble of stones colliding. He slowly raised his gaze upwards. It is coming from above. Boom, boom. Just then, a deep rumbling sound echoed again from overhead, prompting everyone to look up, their pupils contracting in alarm. Earth release. Earth covering the sky. The ninjas atop the mountain shouted in unison. In the eyes of the Nightblade quartet, a colossal stone, obscuring the sun, transformed under the ninjutsu of the ninjas atop the cliff, becoming an expansive, thick, and immensely heavy rock cover, rapidly descending amidst the howling wind towards them. My heavens! Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances, their expressions paling at the sight of the gigantic boulder hurtling down upon them. Sharingan. Shursui furrowed his brow as his pupils instantly turned crimson, the three tomo beginning to spin. A shuriken-like kaleidoscopic Sharingan gradually emerged in his gaze, and he swiftly began forming hand seals, his brow furrowing deeper. Susanoo. Just as Shursui was on the verge of unleashing the mightiest armor and spear of Susanoo, Nightblade gently tapped Shursui's shoulder and said, Do not worry. Leave it to me. Shursui was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the disdain and confidence in Nightblade's eyes, he gradually nodded. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan fading back into the three tomo. Yuin, may I borrow your sword? Of course. In a moment of fierce determination, Yuzuki Yuin nodded emphatically, drawing her sword from its sheath and presenting it to Yeblade. It has been ages since I last employed this move. Today, you shall once again shine in your glory. With a swift motion, Yeblade enveloped his right hand in the armor of Haki, dark mist coiling around him as it infused Yuin's sword with a hint of shadow. With a soft click, he grasped the sword's hilt delicately between his teeth. Yeblade then drew the legendary sword, Shodai Kitetsu, along with the dark blade, Enma, from his waist. The pure black Haki surged forth, winding itself around the blades. As Yeblade aligned the hilts of both swords, creating a formidable triangular formation imbued with deadly intent. S-shave, moonwalk, leap. In an instant, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers on the cliff, Yeblade soared into the air, 3 obsidian blades in hand, reaching the space beneath a colossal boulder in a mere 0.36 seconds. The worlds of the 9 mountains and 8 seas converge into a singular realm. 1,000 realms coalesce into a miniature universe, tripling the essence of this world. Yeblade's 2 immense black blades began to whirl rapidly, conjuring a veil of black mist around him. With another powerful thrust, he closed the distance to the massive stone, now within striking range. A great 1,000 worlds. The piercing sound of metal scraping against stone echoed as all present witnessed Yeblade's fleeting silhouette appear above the boulder. With a resounding crash, the thick stone was cleaved in twain by Yeblade's blade. In a state of disbelief, the onlookers watched as the 2 enormous fragments collided with the mountainside, producing a deafening cacophony. standing atop the cliff, the stoic figures of the two wooden beings exchanged incredulous glances, one of them shaking the arm of the icy beauty beside them. Did you see how that man ascended to the sky with a mere step? Can he truly fly? I don't know, Sammy replied, shaking her head. I've never witnessed such aerial prowess. It seems to be a novel form of ninjutsu. Indeed. The wooden figure nodded in agreement, then inquired further, did you discern how he managed to cleave that enormous stone? With a sword? Sammy responded, adjusting her arm slightly. Feeling the tension of her muscles, her expression turned sour. She sighed softly, a flicker of helplessness and fear flashing in her eyes. I could not fully comprehend it. Yet, there is no doubt that it was his blade that severed that colossal rock. Good heavens! The wooden figure's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there truly such extraordinary swordsmanship in this world? By comparison, our techniques in Yunin seem utterly trivial. Sammy rolled her eyes at the wooden figure's exclamation. Although I am inclined to agree with your perspective, I implore you to choose your words carefully in the presence of so many esteemed individuals. The wooden figure nodded. My apologies, a slip of the tongue. Shursui, did you discern anything? Uchiha Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan, which had activated unbeknownst to him, shimmered with a perplexed light as he inquired of Shursui beside him. Shursui scratched the back of his head lightly. I did not manage to see it clearly. What about you? Did your Sharingan capture the moment the leader struck, and how he severed that enormous stone? Itachi rolled his eyes at Shursui. Your Sharingan is superior to mine. If you could not perceive it, then neither could I. Hiss, Shursui stroked his chin, astonishment etched upon his face. So, you mean to say that the speed of the leader's blade has surpassed the limits of the Sharingan's ability to track dynamic attacks? Thus, we were utterly unable to comprehend his assault. Indeed, Itachi nodded, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. I believe that to be the case. Enough. Do cease your chatter. Suddenly, Yuzuki Yugao interjected, her tone laced with trepidation as she interrupted the two discussing the night blade strike. Have you not noticed that after the leader severed that stone, he has vanished? Hiss, Itachi and Shursui exchanged astonished glances. Indeed, after delivering that blow, the leader should have swiftly descended from the air to join us. Where has he gone? Hee, Yuzuki Yugao offered a numbed smile, gesturing towards the cliff's edge. Look there. The leader is seemingly strolling through the air at the cliff's edge, as if he intends to leap up the precipice in one breath. Itachi, Shursui, the leader wishes to ascend? Does he intend to single-handedly confront the entire vanguard of the Hidden Cloud Village? There are hundreds of ninjas stationed above that cliff. Shursui expressed incredulity. This is utterly insane. Amidst the expressions of horror from all, the Nightblade, armed with dual swords and a blade clenched in his mouth, maintained an air of calm as he treaded back and forth in the air. Pong, 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 accompanied by the tremendous sound of invisible shockwaves in the atmosphere. The stoic Night Blade ascended to the summit of the cliff, gradually touching down beside the wooden figure and Samui. With a soft thud, as his feet settled upon the ground, the Night Blade opened his mouth. Clang! The blade acquired from Yuzuki Yugao plummeted, embedding itself into the stone beneath him, the black aura of the weapon slowly dissipating. Meanwhile, the two swords he wielded remained entwined with the dark, formidable energy. I say, the Night Blade cast a cold gaze upon the still hidden cloud forces, as well as the wooden figure and Samui. Is this how you extend hospitality in the Hidden Cloud Village? To approach us with the intent to bring about our demise? That seems rather impolite, does it not? Nightblade. A fleeting glimmer of coldness passed over the face of the wooden figure. Do not speak to me of hospitality. We, the Cloud Shinobi, have suffered the loss of two of our leaders on your Leaf territory. Why do you not mention hospitality in relation to these events? Nightblade scoffed disdainfully. The two deceased from your ranks were one who sought to abduct my disciple, and the other who openly insulted me. Should they not have faced death? I, Nightblade. Act as I see fit. Do I require your guidance? You. The wood ninja was instantly enraged, his feet shifting as his body leaned slightly, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. If that is the case, what more is there to discuss? Let us battle. Nightblade smiled faintly, his dual blades dancing in the air, creating two mesmerizing spirals. Very well. Ninja art. Fire mouse jewel. The wood ninja swiftly formed hand seals, releasing a pale blue, compressed flame from his mouth, hurtling towards Nightblade's face. Flames. Nightblade chuckled derisively. Black blade technique. One sword style. Flying dragon flame. Swish. Nightblade's right hand wielded the original ghost cutter, slicing through the air, generating a unique blue flame from the rapid strike. It transformed into a blue dragon, charging towards the wood ninja's fire mouse jewel. Roar! Sizzle! The fire mouse jewel was instantly devoured by the dragon's bite. In the face of the wood ninja's horror, the blue dragon continued to pounce ferociously towards him. Lord Wood Ninja. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Several cloud shinobi swiftly positioned themselves in front of the wood ninja, forming seals, erecting 4 earth flow walls to intercept the dragon's fiery assault. Boom. Crackle. Roar. The immense blue flame dragon struck fiercely against the 4 walls, its scorching heat and sharpness tearing through them like dry twigs. It crashed down where the wood ninja had stood moments before. With a thunderous roar, a massive charred pit appeared atop the rugged cliff. 5 meters away from the scorched pit, the wood ninja crouched low, gasping heavily. Just moments ago, as the blue flame dragon shattered the earth flow walls, he sensed the imminent danger and rolled away at the last moment, narrowly escaping Nightblade's deadly strike. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. The blade's air-striking fire dragon possessed a power rivaling that of S-rank ninjutsu. Is this truly the extent of this man's might? Cold sweat trickled down the wood ninja's brow. Suddenly, a more terrifying thought crossed his mind. What if such a strike was merely a casual attack from this man? Could our forces withstand even his solitary assault? What purpose does our vanguard serve? Samui. With this realization, the wood ninja dashed to Samui's side, keeping a vigilant watch on Nightblade while quietly speaking to him. It is evident that the strength of this Nightblade is indeed unfathomable, and currently, we lack detailed information and intelligence about this individual. Therefore, Yumu gazed solemnly at Samui, instructing him to carefully observe and record every detail during my impending battle with Nightblade. It is imperative that you commit this individual's data and intelligence to memory. Seek an opportunity to escape and relay this information to Lord Raikage. Sam's frosty demeanor suddenly wavered. Is this person truly that formidable? Upon hearing Sam's inquiry, Yumu, who had just engaged in direct combat with Nightblade, could not help but smile bitterly. Gradually, he nodded in response to Sam's incredulous expression. The strength of Nightblade is unparalleled in my experience. Even the pressure exerted by Lord Raikage pales in comparison to that of Nightblade. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, Yumu provided Samui with this unsettling answer. How could this be? The icy demeanor on Sam's face vanished in an instant as he covered his slightly agape mouth with a hand, uttering in disbelief. Lord Raikage's lightning release armor is already at an exquisite level. He is merely a swordsman devoid of chakra. How could he possibly surpass Lord Raikage, who has mastered lightning release chakra and physical techniques? Have you misperceived? No. Yumu gently shook his head. The presence of the 2 tails within me grants an extraordinarily sensitive perception that cannot be mistaken. The 2 tails has informed me that the man before us, despite the absence of chakra flowing within him, exudes an aura of extreme danger and terror, relentlessly circulating within his being. Samui was immediately struck with horror, initially believing that Nightblade's declaration of intent to eliminate Raikage was merely bravado. To his astonishment, the man, adorned with twin blades at his waist, was utterly serious. Not only that, but his corresponding strength was also immensely formidable. Samui began to suspect that if they were ill-prepared to confront Nightblade, Lord Raikage might indeed be in peril. All right. A glimmer of determination flashed in Sam's eyes as he turned to Yumu, speaking softly. Please, do your utmost to hold him off or manage to contend with him. I will diligently observe from the sidelines. I will seize the opportunity to escape, risking my life to ensure this vital intelligence reaches Lord Raikage. Understood. Yumu nodded gravely in agreement. Thank you. Hey, Nightblade. Wielding 2 large black blades enveloped in armed color-domineering aura, impatiently addressed the 2 individuals conversing in hushed tones several meters away. What are you 2 whispering about? Have you finished your discussion? Are we still going to fight or not? I'm growing bored to the point of nearly dozing off. Haven't you reached a conclusion on your strategy yet? Humph. Yumu slowly turned his head, regarding Nightblade with a serious expression as he began to speak. Though you possess great strength, we have yet to reach the point of devising strategies to defeat you. Today, allow me to challenge you directly. Nightblade. Nightblade yawned lightly, raising his hand as the initial demon slayer relinquished its dark, armored presence, slowly returning to its sheath. You're alone then? If that is the case, I shall sheathe my sword, for you alone lack the combat prowess. The wooden figure paused, a flicker of agitation crossing its haughty visage. As the power of the tailed beast within began to surge, swish, boom, blue, feline-patterned chakra erupted from the wooden figure, its previously restrained ponytail unfurling behind it. Crack! A massive surge of chakra exploded forth, shattering the stones beneath the wooden figure's feet. Do not underestimate me. The wooden figure's eyes gradually transformed into cat-like slits as it bellowed at Nightblade. I am the guardian deity of the hidden cloud village. Prepare yourself. Fire style. Cat fireball. Boom. A multitude of chakra spheres enveloped in blue flames materialized before the wooden figure, ablaze with fierce azure fire, hurtling toward Nightblade. A mere repetition of the previous technique, albeit in greater quantity, ineffective. One sword style. Evil Crow. Demon Hunt. Clang. The pitch-black, chaotic scythe, encased in an armored presence, swiftly danced in Nightblade's hands as he brandished the blade. Nightblade's form became elusive, the blade spinning into a blinding flash of light. As he advanced steadily toward the wooden figure, swish, 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 the sharp black blade cleanly bisected countless blue-flamed fireballs, and with a serious expression. The wooden figure watched as Nightblade continued his assault. Humph! A bead of cold sweat formed on the wooden figure's brow. Gazing at the seemingly invincible black blade in Nightblade's grasp, an overwhelming sensation of doom enveloped her entire being. Here I am. With a thunderous roar, the wooden figure summoned forth the two-tailed spirits within her. Half-tailed beast transformation. Excellent. Boom. A colossal wave of chakra rapidly coalesced around the wooden figure. A dense red chakra enveloping her form, revealing a cat-like visage with two tails. Oh, quite impressive. Nightblade, holding the chaotic scythe, gradually ceased his advance, narrowing his eyes at the half-tailed beast transformed wooden figure, nodding slowly. Now, there exists a resolve to battle me, without the readiness to face death at my hands. Anyone in my sight is merely cannon fodder. Gur. The half-tailed beast transformed wooden figure was enveloped in an impenetrable layer of thick, red-tailed beast chakra, her cold, slitted eyes fixated fiercely on Nightblade. Ultimately, she let out a piercing feline cry. So, Nightblade remarked with a chilling smile, positioning the scythe horizontally before him. Are you prepared to meet your demise at my hands? A furious roar erupted from the wooden figure's throat, and in the next instant, it charged towards Nightblade. Its claws elongating dramatically, glinting with a sharp radiance in the sunlight. The clash of their claws resonated with a piercing metallic sound as the wooden figure, harnessing the chakra of the tailed beast, struck with ferocity. Nightblade deftly parried the assault with his blade, creating a harsh clang. The wooden figure's claws locked in a stalemate with the scythe, only to be swiftly kicked in the abdomen by Nightblade, sending it hurtling away. Its claws left deep scratches upon the stone surface. Nightblade, with a casual flick of his wrist, regarded the wooden figure, now on all fours, with a faint smile. In your tailed beast form, your strength is commendable, and your claws are quite sharp, though your attack patterns are rather monotonous. The tailed beast-enhanced wooden figure had lost a significant portion of its consciousness, distinguishing only between friend and foe, surrendering its combat instincts to primal urges. With a menacing growl, the half-tailed beast wooden figure, enveloped in crimson chakra, lunged once more towards Nightblade. In its scarlet vertical pupils, Nightblade's scythe appeared to magnify. The sound of clashing metal echoed again as the wooden figure's claws, imbued with formidable strength, attempted to slash through Nightblade's scythe. Capable of penetrating even the first stage of Susanu's armor, Nightblade smiled slightly, effortlessly deflecting the wooden figure's assault with a strike of his blade. As he parried the blows, he observed the wooden figure with calm curiosity. Engaging in combat with a half-tailed beast was a rare experience, and rather than hastily defeating it, Nightblade sought to gauge its true strength. A smirk crept across Nightblade's face. The wooden figure's half-tailed beast form only showcased decent power. Although one could not solely gauge strength by the number of tails, he found little motivation in facing a half-tailed beast. Another claw strike was gently repelled, and the half-tailed beast wooden figure retreated. Panting heavily, she remained on all fours, locking her gaze onto Nightblade, fatigue creeping in after the relentless battle. Even in her enhanced state, she struggled to maintain her composure, her crimson pupils flickering with traces of fear. Oh, Is this all you are capable of in your half-tailed beast form? Nightblade scoffed. Shall we explore the depths of your complete tailed beast transformation? Otherwise, your chances of victory are slim to none. With a defiant roar, the half-tailed beast wooden figure unleashed a fierce cry. Gradually, the crimson chakra receded, revealing a disheveled wooden figure crouched on the ground. Her blue combat attire had been partially eroded by the chakra, exposing her fair skin, which glimmered with youthful vitality. Nightblade furrowed his brow, surveying the tattered garments of the wooden figure. What are you attempting to accomplish? Engaging in a brawl, yet finding oneself unable to prevail. One resorts to such base temptations. How unseemly. As he spoke, Nightblade shielded his eyes with his vacant left hand, peeking through a narrow slit at the figure across from him, the wooden man. How could I, Nightblade, ever stoop to such a level? Even if you were to strip bare, I would not cast a second glance. Bah! Gasping for breath, the wooden man glanced at his own state, his face flushing with embarrassment as he spat in Nightblade's direction. Shameless. What? Nightblade promptly lowered his hand, regarding the wooden man with an exasperated expression. You dare accuse me of being shameless? Very well, since we are already at this juncture, I shall indeed show you my lack of shame. Today, not only shall I obliterate your advance party from Cloud Hidden, but I shall also take you. He pointed at the wooden man, and her. He gestured towards Samui, who stood at a distance, quietly observing. All of you shall be captured. The wooden man's eyes widened in alarm, terror etched on his face. As one familiar with their own capabilities, she knew well from previous encounters that Nightblade's threats were not mere bluster. He could easily bring them to fruition. Moreover, they would likely be unable to escape, for Uchiha Itachi and his companions had already scaled the cliffs, emerging behind the allied forces of Cloud Hidden, effectively enclosing them in a trap. In light of this, the wooden man bit his lip decisively, glancing at Nightblade, who appeared at ease, scarcely winded. A surge of resolve welled within him. Yuri, I am here. There is no other option. Let us transform into tailed beasts and make our last stand. However, the transformation would inflict grave harm upon your body. It is far too perilous. We should flee. No. The wooden man shook his head. We have both engaged this man in combat. We are acutely aware of his prowess. Setting aside whether we can escape his grasp, what of Samui? What of our advance party? Enough talk. Let us transform. I will bear the consequences. Very well. Boom. The moment Yuri acquiesced to the wooden man's plea for transformation, a torrent of blue, feline-patterned chakra erupted from him, expanding and contorting. In mere seconds, a colossal blue cat demon materialized before Nightblade. Roar! I shall rend you asunder. The voices of the wooden man and Yuri merged as one. The massive blue feline opened its maw wide, coalescing an orange-red inferno within. Yuri, fireball. Boom. The enormous orange fireball, radiating an intense heat, hurtled towards Nightblade's face, illuminating his steely countenance. Blackblade style. Clang. Nightblade sheathed his sword. The deep black of the Enma sheath glimmering as an iron-like armament aura enveloped it. One sword style. Die. Lion song. In the face of the swiftly approaching fireball, Nightblade bent slightly. A flicker of terrifying crimson light flashed through his pupils as a breath of heated air slowly escaped his lips. With a swift motion, the blade of the Yama flashed with a clear ring. In an instant, the figure of Nightblade vanished from the spot, and the stones beneath his feet shattered with a thunderous roar. Where had he gone? The newly arrived Itachi and Shursui, both adorned with their three-tomo Sharingan, gazed in bewilderment at the place where Nightblade had disappeared. With the dynamic capturing ability of the Sharingan, they were utterly unable to discern Nightblade's whereabouts. A sharp sound pierced the air as the blade sliced through it with remarkable speed. Maintaining a crouched stance, Nightblade effortlessly traversed the massive fireball, reappearing right before Yutori. In a moment of disbelief, Yutori watched as the enormous fireball was cleaved in half by the glinting blade. Even the fiery tails were severed cleanly. What manner of monster is this, capable of effortlessly splitting my great fireball? Yutori's colossal form froze in place. In the mental realm, the wooden figure shared the same astonishment. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples as he gazed at Nightblade through Yutori's vertical pupils. I cannot believe it. A hint of bitterness crossed the wooden figure's lips. Yet, I must apologize, Yutori. The wooden figure expressed his profound regret. I never anticipated that this adversary would be so formidable. It seems we may perish at this man's hands today. Yutori, upon hearing the wooden figure's words, paused for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile. What foolishness are you speaking? We are one entity, meant to support and protect each other. Even in death, we shall face it together. This is our destiny as tailed beasts and their hosts. There is no need for apologies. Moreover, a fierce glint flashed across Yutori's blue anchor-like face as he spoke solemnly to the wooden figure before him. We have yet to reveal our trump card. What do you mean by being unable to prevail? The wooden figure's previously despondent demeanor shifted abruptly as he lifted his gaze toward the confident Yutori. Are you suggesting we use that technique? Indeed. Yutori nodded emphatically. Given the strength of this man, even a full-tailed beast form would stand no chance in close combat. We might as well take a final gamble. The wooden figure fell silent, pondering deeply before cautiously raising his head to look at Yutori. But the power of that technique is immense, and its scope is vast. It could even result in devastation for those behind us and several villages. Upon hearing the wooden figure's concerns, Yutori gently shook his head. My only concern is for our safety. As for others, I am powerless to assist. His voice was resolute. If we do not take this desperate gamble, it is not only we who will perish, but even Samui and our forces behind us shall surely meet their doom. Very well. After enduring a grueling struggle, the wooden figure nodded slightly, signifying tacit agreement with the idea proposed by Yulu. Let us take a leap of faith, exclaimed Yulu, his feline pupils narrowing, while the azure flames of chakra surrounding him intensified fervently. Hey, Nightblade gradually straightened his posture. If you possess any further abilities, now would be the time to unleash them. Otherwise, you shall know regret when I decide to end you with a single strike. Humph. Coming back to his senses, Yulu emitted a cold snort through his nostrils. I acknowledge your strength, and I concede that as the two tails, I am indeed no match for you in close combat. However, what if I choose not to engage you in melee? The yin-yang chakra swirling around Yulu began to gather rapidly. Heh, Nightblade chuckled softly, observing the chakra sphere coalescing at the edge of Yulu's mouth in a ratio of 28:1. I was wondering if you had anything novel up your sleeve. So it turns out to be a tailed beast ball. Nightblade rolled his eyes, lightly resting his right hand on the hilt of his sword, mockingly stating, You think you can take my life with such a trivial orb made from a tailed beast? That's rather childish, wouldn't you say? Just a moment. With a casual flick, Nightblade turned his back on Yulu, who was concentrating on the enormous tailed beast ball, and strolled leisurely back to his original position. As Nightblade ambled over the black stone ground, he approached a pile of broken rocks, scratching his head in contemplation. Where did that blade, Shien, go? It's quite the headache. Squatting down, Nightblade began to sift through the rubble. At that very moment, the colossal tailed beast ball in Yolu's mouth had fully formed, aimed directly at the kneeling Nightblade, who continued to search for his sword with a slight smile. Die! Cried Yolu, unleashing the tailed beast ball. Boss! Nightblade! Uchiha Itachi and the others felt their hearts race from the immense energy emanating from the tailed beast ball, even from a distance. Should they be struck directly, their fate would surely be sealed. As the purple-tailed beast ball shot forth from Yolu's mouth toward the crouching Nightblade, he stood up with a faint smile. Found it! With a snap, the blade Shien, enveloped in an aura of armed color, was clamped between Nightblade's teeth, while the swords Guiche and Yinma rested in his hands. The wind gently tousled Nightblade's silver hair. Tilting his head, he aligned the three blades together. Black blade technique. White tiger seal. Broken peak. With a resounding clash of steel, a massive white tiger adorned with black patterns materialized before the converging edges of Nightblade's blades. It extended its colossal paw and forcefully swiped forward. In an instant, the tailed beast ball that had reached Nightblade's eyes was cleaved in two, and this was merely the beginning. The eyes of the beast transformed Yuri and narrowed as a claw penetrated the beast's jade, landing directly upon it. With a resounding scream that echoed through the air, the enormous form of Yoryu vanished in an instant, leaving only the unconscious body of the Yamukijin behind. Clang! Boom! Amidst the horrified gazes of onlookers, the dazzling strike that severed the beast's jade and toppled the two tails surged forth into the distance, cleaving a mountain asunder. Crack! The twin blades of Yoru Noya returned to their sheath, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Where the blade passed, mountains could be felled. Crunch! Several kilometers away, a colossal peak was neatly sheared off by Yoru Noya's white tiger strike. In the expressions of terror surrounding him, it gradually slid down to the base of the mountain. The thunderous sound of impact reverberated from afar, and at once, a cloud of dust was raised, akin to an explosion, as the shockwave swept across the faces of the crowd and tousled the silver-white hair of Yuru-no-Ya. Yumukijin-sama. The ninjas of the hidden cloud looked upon the fallen, unconscious Yumukijin, immediately calling out her name. Yet the disheveled Yumukijin had succumbed entirely to her unconsciousness. He has slain Yumukijin-sama. One of the ninjas from the hidden cloud pointed at Yuru-no-Ya, shouting, "We shall avenge Yumukijin-sama. Kill him." Altogether, the ninjas of the hidden cloud descended into madness. Witnessing the seemingly lifeless Yumukijin on the ground, they drew their weapons and charged toward Yuru-no-Ya. "Come at me." Yuru-no-Ya smiled faintly as the last remaining blade, the Mogetsu, was enveloped in the aura of armed color, transforming its blade into a deep obsidian hue. A chilling aura emanated from the blade. "Come together. Today, at the gates of your land of lightning, I, Yuru-no-Ya, shall send each of you from the hidden cloud to the depths of hell." With a swift motion, Yuru-no-Ya tore off his white martial arts uniform, revealing the dense scars and powerful muscles beneath, his cold smile directed at the approaching forces of the hidden cloud. Swish, swish, swish. The nearest ninjas from the hidden cloud rushed towards Yuru-no-Ya first, skilled in body techniques and lightning release, their long blades crackling with blue and white lightning. Swish. Die. 3 elite ninjas of the hidden cloud struck down upon Yuru-no-Ya. "Your strength is feeble, your blades inadequate. Break." A soft admonition escaped his lips as Yuru-no-Ya gently shook his head, the narrow blade in his grip, wrapped in armed color, sliced through the air like a crescent moon. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of blades clashing resonated immediately in the incredulous expressions of the 3 elite ninjas. The lightning-enveloped blades shattered into fragments upon mere contact with Yuru-no-Ya's weapon. Subsequently, with their disbelief escalating, the force of his strike continued unabated, slicing through their waists. Splat! Blood sprayed forth, severing them in two. 3 esteemed ones, roared the ninjas who followed closely behind. Subsequently, a flash of blood red flickered in his eyes, his pace quickening once more as he charged towards Nightblade. "Kill him. We outnumber them, so we have nothing to fear. Eliminate them. Let them perish. Those who invade the land of thunder, meet your demise." The ninjas, with crimson eyes, surged forward one after another towards Nightblade. At the vast and desolate cliff's edge, ninjas converged from all directions, encircling Nightblade entirely. Thud, boom, swoosh. The muffled sounds of collision and the slicing of blades through flesh and bone rapidly filled the air around Nightblade. Figures were sent flying in all directions. Knees, legs, elbows, fists, uppercuts, downward stabs, slashes, horizontal cuts, draw cuts, crescent arcs. The pupils of Nightblade's eyes turned scarlet, his bronze muscles quivering slightly as thick steam rose from him, a result of intense exertion and high-speed movement. "Ha ha!" Nightblade let out a boisterous laugh. "Come on. Keep coming. You are all still far from my level. Let us go all out." One after another, ninjas were sent flying by Nightblade's strikes, knocked dizzy by knees, crushed by fists, and impaled by elbows. The fallen from the hidden cloud lay at Nightblade's feet. Yet, aside from the steam rising from his sweat, there was not a hint of fatigue in him, let alone any signs of injury. Mizuki Yuin rubbed her eyes. At first glance, it seemed that the hidden cloud had surrounded their leader, but upon closer inspection, it appeared that the leader had single-handedly encircled the entire hidden cloud army. Moreover, it felt as if the leader had only just begun to warm up. Indeed, beside her, Shirzue was breaking out in a cold sweat. At this rate, most would have long since exhausted themselves. Yet our leader seemed to grow stronger with each battle. "What should we do?" Itachi observed the crowd, which surged like waves, being overturned by Nightblade, and felt a stirring within himself. "Should we join in and warm up as well?" "No." Shirzue shot Itachi a glance, his eyelids twitching. "I certainly won't. While our leader flows through the crowd with ease and vigor, do you think you can do the same? I dare say that as soon as we step in, all their hatred for the leader will be transferred onto us. At our level, we cannot match the prowess of our leader against 1,000 foes." Shirzue gently patted Itachi's shoulder. "Let us just watch here. If any stragglers escape, we'll be responsible for bringing them back." "All right then." Under Shirzue's persuasion, Itachi ultimately relinquished the idea of diving into the fray for a thrilling battle. The 3 stood together, blocking the sole escape route for the hidden cloud. Figures soared and blades flashed. In less than 10 minutes, Nightblade's blade had swept through the crowd, decimating more than half of the Hidden Cloud's ninja forces, causing Samui, who stood nearby and hoped to escape, to feel utterly despondent. Stop! Nightblade, cease your actions. The eyes of Nightblade never lingered on Samui's face for even a fleeting second. At the height of his fervor, he unsheathed two swords, striking through the crowd like a tempest. Nightblade. A fleeting expression of despair crossed Samui's icy visage. Stop! Lord Nightblade, I implore you to cease. Whoosh! No sooner had Samui's voice faded than Nightblade soared above the throng, landing upon a towering rock. Crouching slightly as he regarded Samui from a distance with a faint smile. You are Samui? Why do you beseech me to halt? From the Hidden Leaf, Lord Nightblade. We of the Hidden Cloud concede this round. Please, do not continue your slaughter of our ninjas. Concede? Nightblade chuckled softly, looking at Samui as though he were a fool. To concede, one must exhibit the demeanor of a defeated. What price are you willing to pay? Price? Samui stood bewildered, momentarily at a loss. What do you mean by price? Heh. Nightblade replied with a gentle smile from atop the colossal stone. Is it not obvious? As the vanquished, the price you must pay may not be of utmost necessity to me, yet it is undoubtedly your most treasured possession. Do you grasp my meaning? You. Samui's expression shifted, his pale blue eyes fixated on Nightblade as he spoke slowly. I possess nothing of value or worth, merely my life. If you desire it, you may take it at any time. However, I have a modest request. Nightblade nodded with a smile, gesturing for Samui to continue. If you wish to take my life and that of my companion, please, spare these innocent ninjas of the Hidden Cloud. Nightblade remained silent, perched atop the stone, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he observed Samui eloquently articulating his plea below. Lord Samui, you need not sacrifice yourself for us. This man is our enemy. I shall never flee, even to the last moment. We must fight. Let us vanquish Nightblade. The lives of the Hidden Cloud ninjas rest in our hands. Charge. Silence. Samui's voice boomed from below the rock. He then turned to the rushing ninjas of the Hidden Cloud, chastising them loudly. Do you not comprehend? Each of you is an indispensable asset to our village's strength. If you all perish in this battle, who shall protect our village? Who will safeguard Lord Raikage? So cease this madness. With those words, all the ninjas rushing forward came to an abrupt halt, their faces reflecting a mix of frustration and realization. Yet beneath that frustration lay a renewed understanding of their responsibilities as ninjas and the unwavering path they must uphold to protect the Raikage. Lord Yebane, leading the Cloud-Hidden elite, cast a glance at the two fallen figures, their fates uncertain, and then at Samui, who was in a position of subservience before Yebane. A mournful cry escaped his lips. We shall avenge our lords. Enough. Yebane interjected, casually digging into his ear with his pinky. His impatience palpable as he observed the group of Cloud-Hidden ninjas fervently swearing an oath beneath the rock. With a commanding shout, he silenced them. Did I consent to your departure? Do you presume you can simply leave? Itachi, Shirzue, Yugao, here. The trio's voices resonated sharply from a short distance behind the Cloud-Hidden, their gazes piercing as they regarded Yebane atop the massive stone. In unison, they declared, We await your orders, leader. A faint smile played upon Yebane's lips as he tossed the sword, originally belonging to Yugao, in their direction. The blade struck the stone before Yugao, embedding itself with a resounding clang. Only then did Yebane speak. From this moment forth, any Cloud-Hidden ninja daring to flee without my command shall face death, regardless of who they are. Understood. Itachi and his companions thundered in agreement, swiftly positioning themselves on the inevitable escape route behind the Cloud-Hidden, ready to execute any fleeing ninja with lethal intent. Haha. Yebane laughed heartily, before lowering his gaze to the visibly troubled Yugao, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. You are encircled by us four. Lord Yebane. Samui interjected, his countenance grim as he addressed Yebane from atop the stone, his tone steady yet respectful. Not only I, but the two fallen as well, are willing to bear any consequences. To kill or to torture, do as you will. However, in exchange, I implore you to spare the remaining ninjas of Cloud-Hidden, for they have surrendered. Oh, a subtle smile graced Yebane's features. Just because they have surrendered, do you believe I must spare their lives? Who decreed that surrendering grants one leniency? Do not forget, the victors are the strong, while the vanquished are the weak. What right do the weak have to impose conditions upon the strong? Samui's eyes widened in shock, and he trembled slightly as despair and reluctant fear etched across his beautiful, haughty visage. What must I do to ensure the safety of these ninjas behind me? Haha. Yebane chuckled lightly. Since you have inquired, I shall reveal your solitary choice. You must bring the fallen to join the organization I am establishing, thus severing ties with Cloud Hidden. Only then will I spare the remaining worthless ninjas of yours. Who are you calling worthless? Samui retorted, his indignation palpable. You are insufferably arrogant. Silence. Samui bellowed at the Cloud-Hidden ninjas behind him before turning back to Yebane, his expression composed as he threatened, Lord Yebane, should you merely kill me, there remains a possibility of reconciliation between you and Cloud-Hidden. However, if you insist on compelling us to join the organization you have founded, can you withstand the collective might of the entire Yunin village? Huh. Yiren smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively at Samui. This is no longer a matter for you to ponder, whether Yunin spares me or not. I have already come this far. Having eliminated so many of your ninjas, does it truly make a difference? Samui replied, enough. My patience is rather limited, and the time I afford you for contemplation is scant. So make your decision swiftly, before I lose the inclination to await your response. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Samui's smooth forehead. The situation had escalated to this point, and she suddenly regained her composure. As a member of Yunin village, she felt compelled to join Yiren's organization in order to save her compatriots. Perhaps, in a sense, she would be the one rescuing the village. Moreover, everyone had witnessed the threats posed by Yiren. Surely, Lord Raikage would not hold her accountable. If she could endure until Raikage arrived to rescue her, it would be the end for Yiren. All right, I agree. Huh. Observing Samui's sudden calm demeanor as she expressionlessly acquiesced, Yiren exhibited a knowing smile. Excellent. He gently clapped his hands. Yiren sheathed his twin swords, the overwhelming aura of his armed presence gradually dissipating as he leapt down from the boulder, approaching Samui. Now that you have consented to my request, you are officially a member of our organization. I am the leader of this group. Come, call me leader so I may hear it. With an icy expression, Samui held back for quite some time before finally uttering the word leader, her face flushing crimson. Ah, very well. Yiren laughed heartily, placing a hand on Samui's shoulder with a forceful pat that sent ripples through her ample bosom. I accept your commitment. Turning to the throng of Yunin forces gathered behind him, Yiren smiled slightly and proclaimed, Itachi, Shizue, Setsuna, clear a path. Allow them to depart. Samui and Yamuki remain. Smirking, Yiren disdainfully regarded the agitated ninjas of Yunin and added, the exit lies behind you. However, I grant you merely 3 minutes. Should anyone remain here after that time, you shall meet your demise. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Yiren's eyes. We cannot leave. A courageous Yunin ninja shouted defiantly at Yiren. Indeed, we will not abandon Lady Samui and Lord Yamuki. We refuse to live in disgrace. We shall not depart. With the first voice raised in protest, the remaining Yunin ninjas rallied in fervent indignation. We cannot prioritize our own escape. If Lord Yamuki and Lady Samui cannot accompany us, we would rather not leave at all. We will not go. Hee. Yiren leaned gently against the massive stone behind him, casually picking up a shuriken from the ground to delicately groom his nails, while nonchalantly addressing all the Cloud-Hidden ninjas. It matters not whether you choose to leave or stay. However, Samui has granted you a mere 3 minutes. Oh no. Yiren lightly blew away the nail clippings from his fingers. Now, only 2 minutes remain. Hearing Yiren's unperturbed voice, all the Cloud-Hidden ninjas were momentarily stunned, and the previously boisterous shouts dwindled to silence. Samui, filled with concern, urged, everyone, cease the shouting. Hurry and leave. You only have 2 minutes left. Do not allow Mai and Yumu's efforts to be in vain. Return to Cloud-Hidden Village at once. Inform Lord Raikage of the situation here, and prepare him accordingly. That is your duty. Under Yiren's emotionally devoid words and Samui's desperate pleas, some of the Cloud ninjas began to waver. Perhaps we should leave quickly. We cannot let Samui and Lord Yumu's sacrifices be in vain. Transmitting the intelligence back to Cloud-Hidden Village is the least we can do to honor their sacrifice. Nonsense. You are fleeing in the face of danger, sacrificing your comrades to save your own skin. Are you still a ninja? What of being a ninja? Our duty is to protect Lord Raikage. If we cannot even relay the intelligence from here, then not only are Yumu and Samui's sacrifices in vain, but ours will be as well. That would be a senseless loss. I agree. I concur. Let us depart. We must not allow Lord Yumu and Samwee's sacrifices to be for naught. Within mere seconds, all the cloud-hidden ninjas reached a consensus, retreating tearfully towards their escape route, completing the entire process in under a minute. The swiftness of their retreat brought to Yi Ren's mind a singular phrase. Orders must be followed. Hee, Yi Ren scoffed, observing the suddenly desolate battlefield atop the cliff, disdainfully turning to Samwee with a smile. Do you truly believe these individuals are worth your effort to save? Humph. Yumu regained his icy demeanor, letting out a heavy snort towards Yi Ren. The world of ninjas is akin to that of commoners. There are both virtuous and nefarious ninjas. Nevertheless, as long as they belong to Cloud Hidden Village, their purpose remains the same, protecting Lord Raikage. This has nothing to do with whether they are worth saving. It solely concerns whether saving them will yield greater benefits for the village, and nothing more. Hee. Yi Ren gazed at the now composed Samwee with a slight smile. You are indeed a calm woman. You would serve perfectly as our strategist in the Shadow Organization. Henceforth, you shall be our temporary strategist. Consider the organization in all your decisions. Humph. Samwee coldly huffed, her arms slowly crossing over her chest, her form swelling with unspoken defiance. Enough. Nightblade cast a glance at the cold Samwee before turning to call out to Yuki Xiong, who stood not far away. Xiong, bring the wooden man, we shall depart. Understood. The Land of Thunder, situated on a peninsula surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, has but one path for entrance or exit, which winds through a vast canyon known as the Death Gorge. At this moment, within the Raikage's office in the Hidden Cloud Village, a tall figure reclined on the sofa, perusing a dossier that had just been presented. His right hand, clad in steel bracers, trembled slightly. What has transpired? Have both the wooden man and Samwee been captured? Were you all merely fleeing? The fourth Raikage's gaze was fierce as he directed his thunderous inquiries at the kneeling Jonin before him. The ninja forces I provided should have been sufficient to severely cripple the Leaf Village. Yet you now tell me that the assailant was but Nightblade alone? Do you take me for a fool, blinded by age? Have my faculties waned? And no, my Lord Raikage. The Jonin quaked in fear, stammering out his response. Though it may be hard for you to believe, it was indeed Nightblade alone who acted. He first defeated Lord Yuki, then unleashed his extraordinary, unparalleled blade techniques that surpassed even our lightning-release swordsmanship, utterly routing our ninja forces. We didn't even stand a chance. Not a single chance. The Raikage's voice roared like thunder, nearly overturning the entire office, his eyes wide and fierce as he fixated on the quivering Jonin at his feet. Why yes. The Jonin gritted his teeth and reiterated to the Raikage. There were 4 of us who accompanied Nightblade, yet he alone engaged in battle. He single-handedly crushed our ninja battalion. Is this truly the case? Thud. As the Jonin's words settled, the Raikage's expression froze in disbelief. He promptly sank back onto the sofa, his eyes fixed ahead as he fell into deep contemplation. A sense of dread began to creep into his heart, not fear for his life, but a profound anxiety about the future of the Hidden Cloud Village. If they had provoked someone else, or if Nightblade were merely a lesser foe, then the consequences would be manageable. They could simply eliminate him. This was akin to their original plan to seize the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan of the Leaf at all costs, regardless of the bloodshed involved. However, Nightblade, this sudden interloper, was not merely a target to be trifled with. His prowess eclipsed that of the entire Leaf Village. Accompanied by 3 others, he resembled a formidable army, capable of traversing any nation with impunity. He embodied the adage that those barefoot fear not the shod, and this barefoot individual was far more formidable than those in shoes. How does one contend with such an adversary? After much contemplation, the Raikage finally rose from the sofa, his aura no longer exuding the previous oppressive intensity, which allowed the kneeling Jonin to breathe a sigh of relief. Pray tell, who are the other 3? The Jonin, still half kneeling, pondered for a few moments before respectfully responding to the Raikage. Among the accompanying ninjas, one appears to be a young man who once joined the Umbu of Konohagakure, named Yuzuki Yugogo. The Raikage nodded. The reputation of Yuzuki Yugogo was not widely known, so the Raikage had not heard of him. And the second? The second is a prodigious ninja from the Uchiha clan, known as Uchiha Shursui, the Shunshin of the body flicker technique. What? The Raikage was taken aback. Uchiha Shursui was a ninja renowned throughout the 5 great nations. Anyone who had crossed blades with him would never forget his formidable prowess. Although A's brother, Killer B, often resided in the Kumogakure, he still possessed some knowledge of the man bearing the title of Shunshin of the body flicker technique. In this conflict, has Uchiha Shursui engaged in battle? Have you speculated on his capabilities? The Jonin's expression grew troubled. No. Nightblade single-handedly defeated Lord Tsuchikage and obliterated our entire ninja army. While Uchiha Shursui was tasked with guarding the rear, blocking our only path of retreat, thus he did not make a move. Very well, the Reikage nodded, furrowing his brows as he continued to inquire. And who is the final individual? The last one. The Jonin lifted his gaze to the Reikage's visibly displeased countenance, hesitatingly murmuring, "Is Uchiha Itachi?" The Reikage was momentarily stunned, then turned to the Jonin and queried, "In a four-man squad, two are prodigies from the Uchiha clan?" Nightblade managed to bring these two out, and neither Konohagakure nor the Uchiha clan offered any resistance. The Jonin's face contorted with discomfort, glancing at the Reikage as if he wished to speak yet feared to do so, ultimately casting a pleading look towards the Tsuchikage, who stood on the Reikage's opposite side. Ahem, the Tsuchikage gently cleared his throat to capture the Reikage's attention, then spoke softly. To be frank, Konohagakure and the Uchiha clan once vehemently obstructed Nightblade's plans. Moreover, it was mentioned in a response from Konoha. However, you, the ever-impulsive Reikage, did not take the time to read it. Humph. The Reikage was taken aback, crossing his arms as he addressed the Tsuchikage. Then enlighten me as to why Konoha and the Uchiha clan's attempts to thwart him were unsuccessful. Well, according to reports from our intelligence ninja embedded within Konoha, during a collective meeting in the Hokage's office, Nightblade, as a temporary advisor, literally kicked the opposing advisor, Haruno Sakura, out of the window. He then threatened the Hokage, ultimately garnering unanimous support for his plan. The Uchiha clan likewise dared not voice any opposition. Hiss. The Reikage frowned. This young man's fiery temperament truly resembles my own. Were we not adversaries, I would certainly wish to share a drink with him. Damn it. Foundation, Lord Reikage, please be mindful of your words and actions. Oh, understood. That. Lord Reikage gestured to Mabui, who was standing nearby. Inform Kurabi at the Cloud Thunder Gorge that I wish to see him immediately. I have significant matters to discuss with him. Very well. Mabui nodded and promptly pushed open the office door, stepping out. Lord Reikage's gaze sharpened slightly. Nightblade, what exactly are you intending to do in my hidden cloud village? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures, no, 6, one of whom was slung over another's shoulder, swiftly made their way toward the distant town. I say, Samui. Nightblade remarked with a slight smile, observing Samui, whose flowing garments resembled rolling mountains. I have heard that the land of lightning is renowned for its abundant hot springs. What do you say? Shall you take us to enjoy a soak tonight? Itachi, Shizum, and Yagugo, upon hearing the mention of hot springs, couldn't help but recall the incident when Nightblade and Jiraiya had disrupted a hot spring pool, causing them to shiver in unison. They looked at Samui with eyes full of sympathy. Humph, humph, what are you huffing about? Nightblade retorted, his voice icy as he fixed his gaze on Samui. Do not forget that you are our captive. Should you disregard my words, I will not merely take your life, but will slaughter the ninjas of your hidden cloud village. Do not test my patience. I ask you one last time, where are the famous hot springs? Nightblade stated with utmost seriousness. Samui paused, then, with great reluctance, responded to Nightblade. I will take you there. The land of lightning, one of the 5 great ninja nations, is established amidst towering peaks, shrouded in mist, resonating with thunderous roars, and boasts the 2 tails and 8 tails as its Jinchuriki. The villagers predominantly possess dark skin, excelling in swordsmanship and lightning techniques, with ninjutsu being quite prevalent. For instance, the 4th Reikage and the 8 tails Jinchuriki are paragons of ninjutsu. As a nation where mountains and seas converge, the land of lightning is famed for its widespread hot spring regions. Currently, Samui is leading Nightblade and his companions to one of the 5 most celebrated hot springs in the entire land of lightning, the Yamano Hot Spring. Dressed in a white martial arts uniform, Nightblade stretched languidly. The recent skirmish had left him drenched in sweat, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to soak and cleanse himself in the hot spring. Haha, this truly looks splendid. The nearby Yagugo nodded in agreement. Before them stood a grand, traditional Japanese structure, from which wisps of white steam rose, carrying a hint of aromatic spices. The air was suffused with a relaxing fragrance. The hot springs of the land of lightning are indeed marvelous, far superior to those in our land of fire. Miss Samui, could you please enlighten us on the proper etiquette for enjoying these springs? Samui harbored a rather favorable impression of the girl Yuzuki Yuki, nodding gently as she spoke. Due to its unique topography and climate, the Land of Lightning boasts the highest number of hot springs among the 5 great nations. Consequently, a plethora of methods for enjoying these springs has emerged within its borders. One such method involves the addition of fresh milk, which aids the young women of the Land of Lightning in maintaining their skin, ensuring it remains radiant even under abundant sunlight. Oh, Nightblade nodded, casting a few glances at Samui. Is it like you? With a haughty sniff, Samui crossed her arms and glanced at Nightblade. This is entirely natural. Ah, I see. Nightblade replied, encouraging her to continue. The second method of enjoying hot springs is particularly favored by travelers from other nations visiting the Land of Lightning. They typically rent private hot spring rooms within well-regarded facilities, combining the pleasures of soaking with accommodations. Each method boasts the assistance of specialized hot spring masters to enhance the experience, though the costs are significantly higher than standard rates. Nightblade smiled slightly. There's no need for concern. My salary as a consultant in Konoha has already been prepaid for this month. I could stay here every day without issue. Oh. Shursui suddenly paused. Lord Leader, what is the remuneration for your consultancy in Konoha? Nightblade hesitated, scratching his head as he replied to Shursui, not too much. It's merely 1,000,000 ryo per month. As he spoke, Nightblade sighed. In retrospect, asking Sarutobi Hiruzen for just 1,000,000 ryo feels rather cheap. I ought to have requested more. Shursui remarked. During my time as the Umbu captain, including mission rewards, I earned just over 80,000 ryo a month. You, Lord Leader. Ah, the disparity between people is quite disheartening. Shursui sighed, then turned to Itachi beside him, smiling as he patted his shoulder. Brother, how much do you earn monthly? Itachi replied, with missions included, just a little over 40,000. Haha. A smile returned to Shursui's face. Although he could not compete with the leader's earnings, he still felt quite comfortable compared to Itachi. In stark contrast to Shursui's laughter, Itachi appeared bewildered. Brother Shursui, aren't you my senior? You are my mentor and a good brother. Why this sudden comparison? Haha, enough of that. Aren't we here to enjoy the hot springs? Let us go, let us go? Nightblade chuckled, gently patting the somewhat disheartened Itachi, while taking the hand of the shy Yuzuki Yuki with his other hand. And they slowly made their way into the hot spring establishment. Boss, open 4 rooms. Nightblade tossed a pouch of money to the proprietor with a smile. Certainly. The boss's eyes scrutinized the group's attire. You gentlemen don't seem to be locals of the Land of Lightning, do you? Indeed, Nightblade nodded. We hail from the Land of Fire, having come here to indulge in a vacation, for we have heard tales of the unparalleled hot springs in this locale. The proprietor's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. There are 4 rooms available. Here are the room keys. Do take care of them. Nightblade accepted the keys with a slight smile. These must be the finest 4 rooms, I presume. The proprietor paused momentarily. Nightblade waved the room keys playfully. Should they not meet expectations, I shall have your head. The proprietor cleared his throat, visibly shaken by Nightblade's menacing aura. He swiftly snatched back the 4 room keys from Nightblade, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow, and hastily retrieved 4 other keys from the table, presenting them to Nightblade. Ah, my apologies for the mix-up. These are indeed the finest hot spring accommodations we offer. I wish you all a delightful stay. Nightblade rolled his eyes, turning to leave with the 4 keys in hand. In the world of pirates, such occurrences were commonplace. Could he truly be deceived once more in the realm of shinobi? Wait, Samui interjected, her demeanor suddenly icy as she barred Nightblade's path. There are 6 of us. Why have you only booked 4 rooms? Nightblade regarded Samui with a mocking smile. You too, as our temporary captives, have yet to join my organization. Why should I provide you with a separate room, granting you the opportunity to escape? Fine. Samui acquiesced begrudgingly, nodding. You may book 4 rooms. But Yomurin and I will share a room with this kunoichi. Nightblade chuckled softly. That is also out of the question. What? Samui crossed her arms, her expression frostily challenging, her eyes blazing with fury. Are you suggesting that we share a room with you? Nightblade nodded, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Indeed. You two shall reside in the same room as I. Samui trembled with indignation, her fury palpable. I refuse. You refuse? Nightblade regarded her with a predatory grin, his eyes glinting with mischief. Yes, Samui retorted, her glare unwavering. I would rather you end my life than endure such humiliation. Sighing gently, Nightblade began to stroll towards the entrance of the hot spring establishment. It seems you have forgotten my previous words. I stated that you are our captives, devoid of any decision-making power, even over your own lives. So, should you reject my proposal? Nightblade's right foot crossed the threshold of the door. He turned to face the stunned Samui, a chilling smile adorning his face. I shall hunt down your fellow shinobi from the hidden cloud. Wait here. With that, he stepped out of the hot spring establishment, striding away with purpose. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wait. Samui summoned her courage, calling out to the retreating Nightblade. I am willing to share a room with you. Samui's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head and called out to Yeren in the distance, her entire being trembling violently at the utterance of those words. Her perfect figure was undeniably accentuated by the subtle quivers. Please come back. Her final call was but a faint whisper. The gentle sound of footsteps re-emerged before Samui, as Yeren smiled and delicately lifted her chin, brushing aside the hair from her face. There, isn't this better? Just look at yourself. Wouldn't it have been easier had you agreed sooner? Must I resort to improper means to compel you? Come now, lead me inside, and prepare me a bath. To be clear, Yeren's request for Samui to assist him with his bath was no idle jest. It was a genuine desire. Just like now, by the edge of a misty hot spring, Yeren reclined partially in the water, while the blushing Samui, head bowed, diligently scrubbed his back. Her alluring figure flickered in and out of visibility amidst the swirling steam, stirring the imagination. Samui, you're a ninja, for heaven's sake. Put some effort into it when you scrub my back. Are you even trying? I am trying my best. Samui replied, her cheeks flushed. What? Yeren turned in disbelief to glance at Samui, whose clothes were nearly drenched from the steam. He earnestly implored her. You're putting in effort? I've told you countless times, little E. I have no intention of gazing upon your body, nor will I sneak a glance. So don't be nervous or shy. Grasp the scrubbing cloth firmly and apply some pressure. Do you understand? Loosen up a bit. Okay. Samui brushed her slightly damp hair aside, nodded bashfully, and resumed scrubbing Yeren's back with renewed vigor. Ah, that's the spirit. Right there, put some strength into it. I haven't enjoyed a bath like this in ages. I declare, you shall be my dedicated bath attendant in our shadow organization from now on. Ah, how delightful. An hour later, within Yeren's quarters, the shadow organization, including the captured Samui and Yumu, gathered in a circle on the floor. After a lengthy afternoon, Yumu stirred awake. Her pride wounded upon learning of her capture, and despair washed over her. Her gaze toward Yeren was filled with loathing. Coughing lightly, Yeren glanced at Yumu, who was fixated on him. You needn't stare so intently. To the victor belongs the spoils. Do try to accept your defeat gracefully. Humph. Yumu paused, then turned her head away with a soft huff. Let us convene for a brief meeting to strategize our upcoming plans, Yeren suggested, looking at Uchiha Itachi and Shirzue with a smile. With a nod, Shirzue unfurled a detailed map of the land of lightning upon the wooden floor, pointing to a specific location as he spoke. Leader, look here. This is the Death Valley, the very place where we first clashed with the wooden man. Hiss. With a serious demeanor, Jishue slid his finger across the map, directing it toward a specific location, eliciting expressions of horror from both the wooden man and Samui. Jishue addressed Yi Run, stating, Our next target is the Raikage office, Chief. When shall we set forth? Upon hearing Jishue's words, Yi Ren did not respond. Instead, he furrowed his brow and lowered his head, beginning to search the map for something. His finger pointed here and there. Then he withdrew his hand and slowly scratched his head. This left Jishue and the others bewildered, unsure of Yi Ren's intentions, yet hesitant to inquire. They could only wait anxiously. At that moment, the wooden man and Sam exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear in each other's eyes, as well as their concern over whether Yi Ren's forthcoming decision would mirror Jishue's to charge directly into the Raikage office. After several seconds, Yi Ren exhaled gently and, under the varied gazes of the group, slowly shook his head. No, we shall not go to the Raikage office. Sam and the wooden man simultaneously let out a long sigh of relief, embracing tightly, their faces alight with joy. Why? Jishue queried, somewhat perplexed. We have traversed the Death Valley, and now we should seize the opportunity to take down the headquarters of Yunin. This is the optimal plan, swift and astonishingly efficient. Indeed. Yi Ren nodded at Jishue. I understand your thoughts, but there is someone I wish to meet. We can postpone the matter of confronting the Raikage. Oh. Jishue was taken aback. Who is this person that warrants your special attention, Chief? With a slight smile, Yi Ren elegantly extended his right hand. pointing directly at a certain area on the map, and began to speak to the group. Yunlei Gorge. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Yiren smiled faintly. I have heard he is a formidable ninja, skilled in physical arts, and a master of the eight-sword style, wielding his blade with exceptional proficiency. I wish to have an audience with him. Ji Shui hesitated, reaching out to grasp Yi Ren's right hand and gently redirecting his finger to another location, awkwardly stating, Chief, I understand your reasoning, but this is indeed Yunlei Gorge. Yi Ren paused, then followed Ji Shui's gaze to a small section on the map, his finger trembling slightly. He then adopted a serious expression and stated earnestly, Yes, I am aware. It is precisely this location. Yi Ren lightly tapped the map. I was merely testing the three of you on your familiarity with this map, and it appears Ji Shui is quite well versed. Very good. Now, let us resume our previous discussion. Nightblade nodded slightly, adopting an air of nonchalance as he surveyed the peculiar expressions of those around him. With utmost seriousness, he proclaimed, Ahem, rather than seeking trouble with Raikage, I am more inclined to meet with Karabi at Yunlei Gorge. I find his mastery of body techniques and the eight-sword style, as well as the eight tails, quite fascinating. I am certain that you three will be equally eager. He glanced at Itachi, Shui, and Yuya, noticing their somewhat odd expressions. Before any questions could arise from them regarding their shared excitement for visiting Karabi, the nearby Yuki scoffed disdainfully. Some people clearly can't find their way and concoct such pathetic excuses. Truly disappointing. Under the dim light, Nightblade's expression darkened suddenly. His body, clad in a pristine white martial arts uniform, began to tremble slightly, and even the two swords at his waist rattled, emitting a metallic clanging sound. What did you say? Repeat that. Shui was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Itachi and Yuya, who were kneeling nearby, immediately panicked, exchanging glances and swiftly making the most prudent decision. Itachi grasped Nightblade's left arm, while Shui took hold of his right. Yuya was even more direct, wrapping her arms tightly around Nightblade's leg and imploring, Stay calm. Leader, Yuki is unaware of the truth. Ignorance is no crime. Please do not harm her. Unmoved, Nightblade, despite the three desperately trying to restrain him, remained composed as he reached for the weapon at his waist. Shui, witnessing Nightblade slowly draw his blade, shouted, Leader, Yuki and Samui are important captives for us, and you personally expressed a desire for them to join our organization. If you kill them, they will be lost. Nightblade paused, and, under the watchful gazes of his companions, he gradually sheathed the Enma. Clang. Shui exhaled softly, relieved. He then addressed Yuki and Samui, who were sitting opposite them, stunned into silence by Nightblade's imposing presence. Yuki, you cannot speak like that anymore. The leader despises hearing such words. Yet you insist on voicing them. Remember, such remarks can indeed lead to fatal consequences. What did I say? Yuki was bewildered, still reeling from Nightblade's terrifying aura, causing her to forget her previous words. Suddenly, she turned to see Nightblade's expression had softened somewhat, and realization dawned upon her. Oh, I remember now. It was about that. I meant to say, Nightblade, you are quite lost. In a fluster, Samui quickly covered Yuki's mouth, looking awkwardly at Nightblade and the others, who were nearly startled into a cold sweat. My sincerest apologies. Continue your conversation as if we are not here, Sam said with a cold smile, causing a momentary awkwardness among the group. Shui glanced at Itachi and quickly redirected the conversation. Leader, you mentioned that our upcoming journey to find the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, is something we should look forward to. What does that entail? Itachi and Yu Yen turned their expectant gazes towards Yi Ren as well. Yi Ren smiled slightly. I cannot divulge the reasons just yet. You'll understand once we meet the Eight Tails. But be prepared, for such an experience is not something everyone gets to have. Shui was momentarily taken aback, then resignedly nodded. All right then. Enough for today, Yi Ren said, rising to his feet and addressing the seated group with a smile. Let us rest well tonight. And we shall set forth in the morning, our destination, Yunlei Gorge. The following morning, the sun rose slowly over the eastern horizon of the Land of Lightning, waking everyone with its warmth. At the entrance of a hot spring town in the Land of Lightning stood several formidable young ninjas, led by the leader of the Akatsuki from the Land of Fire, Yi Ren. Behind him stood Itachi Uchiha, Shui Uchiha, Yu Yen, Sam, and the somewhat recovered Yuki. With a gentle pat on Shui's shoulder, Yi Ren said with a smile, Shui, open the map and find out which direction Yunlei Gorge lies. How do we get there? Understood. Shui nodded, retrieving the map they had used the previous night. Analyzing their current position, he quickly determined the location of Yunlei Gorge. Over there. After a few seconds, Shui raised his head and pointed northeast. We are quite close to the border of the Land of Lightning. Yunlei Gorge is somewhat distant, nestled deep within the Land of Cloud. However, the good news is that it is not far from the Raikage's office on the other side. So, if we can meet Killer Bee first. Unbeknownst to him, Shui had been subtly influenced by Yi Ren, his demeanor and speech growing increasingly bold. Then we can directly confront the Raikage. Haha. Yi Ren laughed heartily, squeezing Shui's shoulder. Excellent. Being near the Raikage's office certainly simplifies matters. Your map-reading skills are commendable. Shui. Thank you. Shui replied with a chuckle. Lead the way, Shui. Everyone, stay close. Ignoring Shui's peculiar expression, Yi Ren turned to the others and declared, we are setting off for Yunlei Gorge. Yes. Itachi and Yu Yin nodded seriously, positioning themselves behind Yi Ren. As for the rest, Yi Ren smiled slightly. Let us proceed together with Shui leading the way. I trust you are well acquainted with the various locations within the village of Hidden Clouds in the Land of Lightning. Samui nodded resignedly, obediently guiding the wooden puppet beside her to Shui's side. Very well. Yi Ren smiled faintly. Let us depart. The Yunlei Gorge is situated at the heart of the Land of Lightning, within the confines of the village of Hidden Clouds, and is a sacred ground passed down through generations. Typically, only the Raikage or those who share a bond of life and death with him through the formidable technique known as the Absolute Thunder Plow are granted the privilege to enter and train there. Kurabi, being the brother of the fourth Raikage, is part of the renowned duo known as the AB combination, a formidable pair within the ninja world. Usually, Kurabi secludes himself in the Yunlei Gorge for intense training, occasionally emerging to host rap concerts with his disciples. As he would put it in his rap, I still have energy, my charm shines bright. The Eight Tails, Kurabi, that's me. Yay. However, just yesterday, after Yi Ren led the Shadow Team to invade the Land of Lightning and triumphed over the coalition of Hidden Cloud ninjas in the Death Gorge, Kurabi was summoned to the Raikage's office. No one knows the specifics of their conversation, yet many observed Kurabi emerging from the office in a decidedly foul mood, leaving behind enormous footprints. Judging by the size, they unmistakably belonged to the fourth Raikage. Since the conclusion of their meeting yesterday afternoon, Kurabi retreated directly back to the Yunlei Gorge to resume his meditation. Rumor has it that in anticipation of Kurabi's return, his disciples prepared a concert stage for him. Yet, Kurabi exhibited no interest whatsoever. Even his disciples were perplexed by the change in their typically vivacious host, the embodiment of rap prowess in the village of Hidden Clouds. As Yi Ren and his company journeyed through the Land of Lightning, the towering mountain ranges and diverse landscapes swiftly receded behind them. At that moment, a voice resonated in Yi Ren's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has altered the narrative by defeating the Hidden Cloud ninja army in the Death Gorge, capturing Samui and the wooden puppet, while concurrently compelling the Raikage to abandon them. Kurabi has developed a favorable impression of the host. Reward, 1,500 points. Current points, 4,700. Yi Ren gasped in surprise. Defeating the Hidden Cloud ninja army and capturing both Samui and the wooden puppet constituted a narrative alteration, a fact Yi Ren fully grasped. Even the system's note regarding the Raikage's relinquishment of the captured Samui and wooden puppet could be accepted as a minor narrative shift. However, what could Kurabi's newfound affection imply? Could this also alter the narrative? Yi Ren was suddenly reminded of the somewhat greasy image of Kurabi, donning a cute little dress and sunglasses, spinning in circles while awkwardly rapping. A shiver ran down his spine. No, this cannot be. I must extinguish Kurabi's fondness for me. As Yi Ren hurried along, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This man is the most perilous in the entire ninja world. I cannot allow him to harbor any affection for me. I must eliminate him. Yes, I must extinguish him. The most dangerous? And yet he must be eliminated? Itachi, who stood beside Yi Ren, furrowed his brow, having faintly overheard Yi Ren's assessment and intentions regarding Kurabi. Instantly, he steeled his resolve, determining to perform admirably and assist the leader in vanquishing Kurabi. Leader. Itachi addressed Yi Ren, whose expression appeared rather grim. You need not worry. Leave the matter of Kurabi to me. I shall ensure his demise, erasing him from the entire ninja realm. Rest assured. Yi Ren was taken aback, then glanced at Itachi, who wore a reassuring smile, and nodded in agreement. Itachi-san, you truly understand me best, he exclaimed with a chuckle. Of course, Itachi replied, patting his head. Several hours later, Yi-Run and his entourage finally arrived at the precipice of the Cloud Thunder Gorge. The gorge, built against the mountains, lived up to its name with towering peaks, pristine, cool white clouds, and the perpetual rumble of thunder. At the heart of the gorge, the group came to a halt on a vast platform that Kurabi typically used for training. The immense platform bore no trace of enemies. Only Yi-Run and his companions stood in quiet anticipation. Strange, Jishui remarked, furrowing his brow and stroking his chin. This shouldn't be the case. They should have received word of our presence in the Death Canyon yesterday. We even allowed Yunin a full day to respond. Logic dictates that Kurabi must be aware of our approach. Could it be that he is choosing not to engage? Impossible, Yumu retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Jishui. Lord Kurabi is the quintessential Jinchuriki, a powerhouse even without the use of his tailed beast's abilities. There is no need for him to avoid responding to you insignificant pests. Oh, Uzuki Shien interjected, visibly displeased. Then what does that make you? Having been bested by us insignificant pests? Yumu was momentarily taken aback. You enough? Yi-Ren waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of Kurabi's reasons for not appearing before me, or whether he is aware of our entrance, I shall. He gently rolled his neck. Let us assume he is oblivious. Therefore, Yi-Ren smiled slightly, clenching his right fist against his chest. A peculiar sound emanated from his fist, enveloped in a pure black aura of Haki. I shall make him aware of my arrival in my own way. With a resounding crash, Yi-Ren unleashed a powerful punch upon the massive rocky mountains behind him, shattering the foundation of the towering pillar. The 100-meter-high rock column began to teeter precariously, moments later crashing down with a thunderous roar. The smoke billowed, shrouding the sky, accompanied by the resounding thunder that shattered the tranquility of the entire Cloud Thunder Gorge. Samui and the Wooden Man were momentarily taken aback by the crude and forceful actions of Nightblade. What is this? This is indeed the style of our leader. In the face of absolute power, there are no so-called rules. Uzuki Yuin cast a disdainful glance at the Wooden Man and proclaimed with pride, "Humph." The Wooden Man coldly snorted in response. Wait until Kurabi emerges. After you witness his strength, then you may speak. 10 seconds passed. Yet the figure of Kurabi did not appear at the entrance of the massive platform. Nightblade frowned slightly. A minute went by, and still, Kurabi was nowhere to be seen. 3 minutes elapsed, and Kurabi's presence remained absent. Humph. Nightblade, growing impatient, furrowed his brow and shouted loudly toward the entrance of the platform. Kurabi, I know you are inside, and I am aware that you do not wish to fight me. But this battle today is unavoidable. I may choose not to kill you, but I have declared that I will defeat you. Come out and fight. After a prolonged silence, a low sigh emerged from the dark and profound entrance of the platform. Soft footsteps echoed from within the shadows, and a robust arm reached out first, steadying itself against the firm doorframe, marked by an iron symbol. I have just emerged from seclusion, and you have indeed come to visit. Although your intentions are less than favorable, I find it quite commendable. A voice, laden with a rich timbre reminiscent of street vendors, resonated from the darkness. Soon after, Kurabi, with his dark skin, light yellow hair, black sunglasses, and 7 narrow blades strapped to his back, slowly stepped out from the door. He regarded Nightblade and the others with a slight smile. You fool, you rascal. Nightblade's expression darkened. You truly are a pitiful rapper. Why have you been hiding inside? Why not face me in battle? Pitiful. Kurabi immediately bristled, frowning at Nightblade. Without further ado, he dashed right up to Nightblade, nearly bumping his head against him. Little brother, speak with evidence. My rap is invincible, just like my combat prowess, unmatched. Hey, little brother. Smack. Nightblade raised his hand and lightly pushed Kurabi's massive head away from his own face. Enough. With your rap skills, I could effortlessly outdo you. What? Kurabi's eyes widened in surprise, crossing his arms and forming a U gesture. If your rap is indeed superior, then demonstrate it through action rather than exaggeration. You fool, you rascal. Fine. Nightblade nodded, his gaze oddly fixed on Kurabi, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then inquired, by the way, do you in the land of lightning eat ramen? Ramen? Kurabi paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, facing Nightblade, he spoke honestly. My favorite food is ramen. I eat it every day. Ramen is the most delectable dish. Nightblade nodded, and, taking a deep breath, addressed the eagerly waiting Karabi. I shall begin, so listen closely. Observe this bowl. It is both large and round. And look at these noodles. They are long and wide. I feel truly honored that you have come here to dine with me. Why engage in rivalry? This bowl is indeed grand and round. When we gather, we must raise our cups. These noodles are remarkably long and wide. As I read through the martial arts novels, I found myself moved to tears. Nightblade proceeded to rap for Karabi, performing the rap he had heard on Earth during his 2 previous journeys. The novelty of the rhythm, the freshness of the lyrics, and the dynamic beats emanating from Nightblade's lips captivated Karabi. Without hesitation, Karabi pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and began to jot down notes with a pencil, his body swaying as he recited the lyrics aloud. The beautiful rap inspired him, and he expressed gratitude for Nightblade's presence, which ignited new creativity within him. Oh hi! A slight cough escaped Nightblade's lips as he observed Karabi fervently recording his inspirations. With disdain, he remarked, "Look at you. Is this kind of rap something anyone can just produce? After years of study, how can you still be in such a rudimentary state? I find this quite disappointing." Karabi paused, hastily stowing away his notebook and pencil, and walked silently toward Nightblade. A gentle breeze brushed against Nightblade's cheek as the tall Karabi bowed slowly before him, saying, "Although we are adversaries, I must express my gratitude. Your rap skills are unparalleled. I, Karabi, humbly bow to your prowess." Startled by such words, Nightblade regarded the bowing Karabi with newfound admiration, offering a slight smile as he patted Karabi's iron-like shoulder. "How about this? Once my matters in your land of lightning are resolved, let us become friends. I will take you around the world for concerts and teach you rap techniques. What do you say?" Karabi gasped in surprise, hesitating as he inquired, "Nightblade of Konoha, are you speaking the truth?" "I, Karabi of the land of lightning, do we have an agreement?" A gust of wind swept by as Karabi extended his fist toward Nightblade, presenting it expectantly. With a smile, Nightblade met Karabi's fist with his own, nodding affirmatively. "Of course, it is true, but first, you must understand one thing." "Oh." Karabi looked slightly puzzled. "What is it? Speak, Nightblade." Nodding with a smile, Nightblade turned to face the bewildered figures of Uchiha, Itachi, and Yuzuki Yugugo standing behind him. "This battle's outcome shall be determined by your representation as you face Karabi. The 3 of you may engage together." Stopping Water paused momentarily before inquiring of Nightblade, "Chief, is this the segment you previously mentioned that we should anticipate with great eagerness?" "Indeed." Nightblade responded with a subtle smile. "Surprising, isn't it? Unexpected, perhaps?" Stopping Water's lips twitched slightly as he offered an awkward yet polite smile. Though Nightblade's decision was indeed somewhat astonishing and unexpected, Stopping Water did not oppose it. Rather, he found himself somewhat in agreement with Nightblade's arrangement. After all, throughout their journey alongside Nightblade, he had always been the one charging into battle, leaving little opportunity for them to engage. Thus, Stopping Water felt a pressing desire to assess his own capabilities. As he pondered, he turned his gaze toward Itachi, who nodded and gave a thumbs up. "I share the same sentiment as you, brother." "Excellent." Stopping Water replied with a slight smile, then directed his attention to the weakest among them, Yuzuki Yuin. "Humph, what are you staring at?" Yuin straightened her posture and coldly huffed. "You are all participating. So as a member of the first squad of the Shadow Organization, what reason do I have to abstain?" With that, she swiftly unsheathed her sword, pointing its blade toward the ground with a cold smile. "Let us advance together." With that, Stopping Water and his companions positioned themselves defiantly against Karabi, radiating an air of formidable resolve. Nightblade, Shunshin Stopping Water, Uchiha Itachi, and a little girl. Their strength is formidable. Would it not be rather unfair to engage all at once? Karabi observed the group before him, feeling a pang of headache. The presence of Shunshin Stopping Water alone was already a challenge, let alone the addition of a seasoned Uchiha Itachi and Yuzuki Yuin. "What is the worry?" Nightblade patted Karabi on the shoulder encouragingly. "You are hailed as the perfect Jinchuriki, the killer bee of the Hidden Cloud Village. Even without resorting to the powers of the tailed beast, your combat prowess rivals that of a Kage. What is there to fear against these 3? At this point, Nightblade gestured toward the trio prepared for battle, dismissively adding, "If it were me, I could defeat them with one hand." Karabi and the trio of Stopping Water coughed in unison. "Chief, what side are you on? Shouldn't you be cheering us on?" Stopping Water could no longer contain himself and furrowed his brow as he addressed Nightblade. Nightblade paused, suddenly realizing the awkwardness of the situation, and offered an embarrassed laugh as he waved his hand dismissively at stopping water and his companions. My apologies. I was merely encouraging Kairabi. Otherwise, wouldn't you lack an opponent? All right. Nightblade moved to the opposite side of the vast platform and found a spot to sit cross-legged. With a faint smile directed at the few individuals in the arena, he remarked, I shall not intrude upon your duel. Whenever you are ready, feel free to commence. Rest assured, I shall rescue you should either side find themselves in peril. Engage with unreserved fervor. As the Nightblade departed from the scene, the trio of Jisue confronted Karabi head-on, for surging auras converged in the very center of the platform, clashing and resonating before dissipating into nothingness. Swish! Jisue began to weave hand signs with both hands, his eyes transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan. Here it comes. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Jisue's mouth, swiftly followed by a torrent of shurikens enveloped in scorching flames, hurtling towards Karabi. Swish! Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha distanced himself, racing towards Karabi from another angle. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom! A massive fireball, equally searing, surged towards Karabi, painting half the sky in crimson hues. Crack! Whoosh! At that moment, Yuzuki Yuyaza's silhouette vanished from the spot as fissures formed in the ground where she once stood. Indeed, Nightblade nodded in approval from the sidelines. This technique seems to have reached a level of proficiency. I wonder how their swordplay fares. As Nightblade keenly observed the trio's prowess and coordination, their onslaught had already approached Karabi. With a stoic expression, Karabi leaped backwards, simultaneously transforming his hands into their tailed beast forms, effortlessly crushing the two fiery attacks from Jisue. Scorching flames, prepare to roast the octopus. Hey! Whoosh! A tentacle shot forth from behind, drawing a sword and interposing itself before Yuzuki Yuyaza's blade. Clang! With a sharp sound, half-tailed beast Karabi successfully deflected all three attacks. Your combined strength is formidable. Now I shall unleash my full power, and I hope you all emerge unscathed. You fool, you rascal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Karabi's words echoed, the tentacle beneath him retained the power of the half-tailed beast, unsheathing 7 slender swords from behind. Here it comes. Whoosh. With a blade nestled in each joint of his limbs, Karabi soared high into the sky, flipping at the apex of his ascent, resembling a spiked porcupine as he descended upon Itachi and Jisue below. Take care. Suddenly, Nightblade's voice rang from afar. His unpredictable and rapid swordplay was nearly impossible to counter. Now, with his tailed beast transformation, his speed and strength had further intensified. I advise you not to rely on the Sharingan for predictions. Instead, utilize your senses. Trust in your instincts for danger. Nightblade urged emphatically. Jisue furrowed his brow, the blade-like gleam in his Sharingan nearly coalescing into a singularity, allowing for a faint glimpse but failing to facilitate any foresight. Was he relying on a sense of impending danger? He would test it. Gradually, Jisue concealed his Sharingan, fixating his gaze on the approaching killer bee, drawing forth a kunai from behind him. Clang! The first strike was impeccably parried by Jisue. Clang, clang! The subsequent 2 attacks were effortlessly blocked as well. Clang, 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 clang. Killer bee frowned slightly, accelerating both the speed and force of his strikes, forcing Jisue into a stationary position. A bead of cold sweat trickling down Jisue's forehead. A look of distress crossed Jisue's face. Although he could defend against the blows, the sheer magnitude of power, was this the might of a tailed beast? Coordinate your efforts. At the edge of the platform, Yeblade sat cross-legged, observing the chaotic melee among the 4 fighters, his brow furrowing as he spoke. Jisue has already restrained Killer Bee. You two should seize the opportunity to launch a vigorous assault. Do not fear that your ninjutsu or swordsmanship might injure Jisue. In this battle, life has long been entrusted to your comrades. To secure victory, one must dare to take risks. Yeblade's commanding shout ignited a spark of determination in Itachi and Yuin, who were seeking their moment to strike. In truth, both of them possessed considerable combat experience. Yet facing such formidable opponents for the first time in collaboration left them feeling somewhat hesitant. All right, Itachi nodded slightly, under Yeblade's encouragement. The familiarity of once fighting alongside Jisue began to resurface. The black pupils in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a pair of three-tomo Sharingan that began to whirl rapidly in response to Killer Bee's slashing motions. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Itachi's swiftly formed hand seals. Unleashing a powerful fire ninjutsu at a slanted angle aimed directly at Killer Bee, who was suppressing Jisue. This angle ensured Jisue would remain unharmed. Boom. A massive, searing dragon head of flame rapidly coalesced before Itachi and charged toward Killer Bee. Killer Bee continued his relentless assault on Jisue while remaining acutely aware of the movements of the other two. Sensing Itachi's approach, he leaped into the air, evading the Great Fire Dragon technique by a hair's breadth, using the rebound force from his strikes against Jisue to propel himself. Boom. The colossal dragon head collided with the ground, erupting in a conflagration of scorching flames. Meanwhile, the tip of Killer Bee's long scarf gradually extinguished a few embers. Plop. As Killer Bee landed, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. Although he had just faced two geniuses from the Uchiha clan single-handedly, appearing remarkably dominant, he was the only one privy to the truth. Jisue's Sharingan seemed to barely keep pace with his wild, aggressive strikes. And that was while he was in a semi-tailed beast transformation, enhancing his strength and speed. Moreover, Itachi's feigned attack, the Great Fire Dragon technique, sent a jolt of alarm through Killer Bee. He even cast a glance at Yeblade, from which a rap spontaneously flowed from his lips. Your subordinate is 3 against 1, and you still seek a flaw in me. You fool, you scoundrel. Nightblade chuckled softly. They are all juniors, yet you, as a seasoned veteran, possess vast experience. Humph. Karabi let out a heavy snort. Just as he was about to speak, an ominous sensation crept up from behind him. Whoosh. The subtle sound of the ground fracturing echoed persistently. Izumi Yuin, who had been lurking for an opportunity, surged directly towards Karabi with remarkable speed. The ground beneath her feet cracked slightly. Chafe. Yuin's eyes were filled with calm determination as she slowly spoke. Mr. Bai, during combat, never expose your back to the enemy. Do not underestimate your adversary. One sword style, aye. The cold and confident expression of Izumi Yuin magnified in Karabi's eyes in an instant. Lioness song. Whoosh. Clang. The rapid friction of air and the clash of blades resounded simultaneously. Yuin's figure abruptly vanished from behind Karabi, only to reappear before him, her back turned. An instant, 36 seconds later. Click. The samurai sword in her hand was sheathed with grace, a smile gracing Yuin's lips. Teacher Nightblade, I have finally executed your eye strike. I have lived up to your teachings. Hee. Sitting at the edge of the platform, Nightblade smiled faintly and nodded at Yuin. Well done. Yet, a sense of astonishment lingered within Nightblade's heart. He recalled the recent moment when he had seized the opportunity to instruct Yuin in his swordsmanship. Nightblade had not exhibited the utmost professionalism at that time. Although his understanding of the blade was unparalleled, teaching a student was a different endeavor. He remembered Yuin's puzzled inquiry about how to utilize his swift and lethal eye strike. Nightblade explained that executing this technique required a solid muscle foundation to facilitate high-speed movement, necessitating the practice of the shave technique to enhance speed, enabling one to fully unleash the power of the eye strike. Yuin eagerly inquired about the shave technique and how to practice it. Nightblade nodded affirmatively and demonstrated the shave, causing the ground beneath him to rupture with tremendous force, much to the astonishment of Itachi, Shursui, and Yuin. Wow, impressive. Yuin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she implored Nightblade to teach her the application of the shave technique. Nightblade scratched his head and replied, the essence of the shave lies in the ability to rapidly stomp the ground dozens of times within an instant, 36 seconds, to generate explosive reactive force for high-speed movement. To the enemy, it appears as if one has vanished in an instant. Moreover, if this speed and impact are harnessed in an eye strike, the lethality will be staggering. Yuin's eyes glimmered as she turned to Nightblade. I understand the principle, but how should I practice the shave technique? In the twilight, Yiren scratched his head, feigning composure as he addressed the eagerly expectant Ezuki Shien. The essence of the technique sway lies in the ability to rapidly stomp the ground dozens of times within an instant, 36 seconds, utilizing the resultant reaction force for swift movement. Thus, the crux of this skill is the rapid succession of footfalls. Ezuki Shien displayed a look of uncertainty. Master Yiren, are there any specific techniques or key points to this? Or how should one practice it correctly? with a slight grimace. Yiren scratched his head once more and earnestly replied to Xian. Simply put, you must stomp quickly on the ground, and then boom, you will vanish from your spot, only to reappear elsewhere. It's that straightforward. He placed a reassuring hand on Xian's shoulder. Let us practice this. Once you master sway, I will teach you how to wield the Iaedo strike. Unexpectedly, just 3 days later, Aizuki Xian had already grasped the fundamentals of sway. What? You must be joking. Upon hearing that Xian had managed to understand the technique in such a brief span, Itachi and Shui were left astounded, their jaws nearly dropping. The physical technique sway had left them envious when Yiren demonstrated it. Its speed of movement was remarkable, rivaling even the body flicker technique in close combat. Moreover, unlike Shui's technique, which created afterimages, Yiren's sway was a powerful close-range offensive maneuver. However, despite their attempts, they found themselves unable to replicate it. Witnessing Xian's swift progress in merely 3 days left them utterly bewildered. Xian, observing the astonished expressions of Itachi and Shui, smiled gently. Well, I'm not quite sure how it happened myself. I just stomped down and then poof, I appeared far away. It really doesn't seem to involve much technique. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Yiren, who was equally astonished. Itachi and Shui exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a wave of defeat. Yet Yiren smiled slightly and addressed them, saying, the reason Xian could learn so easily is quite simple. Unlike you two, who possess bloodline limits. She is solely practicing the leaf-style swordsmanship and isn't particularly adept at ninjutsu. Furthermore, her combat skills are predominantly focused on swordplay and physical techniques, making the learning process simpler for her. He nodded gently towards them. As for you two, with your ability to see through all techniques, replicate ninjutsu, and even summon Susanoo with your Sharingan, this technique loses its significance. At the very least, Shui, you are proficient in the body flicker technique, and Itachi, your speed is exceptionally agile. Each of you has your own strengths in combat. Yiren smiled softly. There's no need to force it. After hearing Yiren's analysis, Shui and Itachi exchanged knowing smiles, bowing respectfully to Yiren. The words of Nightblade inadvertently influenced the development between the two individuals. Teacher Nightblade, Xian said, elegantly placing her right hand on the hilt of her sword, emulating Nightblade's nonchalant demeanor. How can I master your one-sword style Iaedo? I have long yearned for this swordsmanship. I hope you can teach me. Nightblade nodded slightly, mirroring the moment he had previously instructed Xian on the technique of shave. He stood before the sturdy tree and executed the one-sword style Iaedo, Lion's Song. Crack! In an instant, Nightblade vanished, and the ground beneath him erupted. Whoosh! Clang! A heartbeat later, Nightblade reappeared behind the tree, gracefully sheathing his sword. The massive tree that could be embraced by a single person toppled to the ground with a thunderous crash. Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher Nightblade, I want to learn. Nightblade smiled gently. All right, I will teach you. First, draw your sword and sheath it, then crouch slightly to gather your strength, concentrating all your power in your feet and fingertips. Then, with a mighty thrust, propel yourself forward using shave, and finally, with a resounding clang, pierce your target. It seems the reason I cannot master these techniques is due to the leader's teaching methods, Itachi remarked, his lips curling in a wry smile. Shui gently patted Itachi's shoulder. Little brother, do not speak further. It would not bode well if the leader hears you. Although Xian did not fully comprehend, she diligently followed Nightblade's instructions. Little did she know that just a few days later, during a battle against the strongest Jinchuriki, she flawlessly executed the technique. Clang! Just in time to assume a defensive stance, Karabi was taken aback as his narrow sword shattered, the tip falling to the ground. Karabi turned to gaze at the previously unremarkable ninja, Yamozu Xian, his eyes reflecting newfound respect. That strike was truly astonishing. My sword was no match. May I ask your name, esteemed swordsmanship ninja? Hey, yo. Though she failed to injure Karabi, the brilliance of her strike had indeed surprised him, earning her his due respect. Yamozu Xian, she replied, neither humble nor arrogant, as she turned to face Karabi and said calmly, Yo, I recognize your swordsmanship. I wish to bestow upon you a title. Karabi smiled gently, extending his hands to perform his signature gesture, and continued, let it be called Dance of the Flashing Blade. Yamozu Xian was momentarily taken aback. She then looked at Karabi, bowed respectfully, and said earnestly, Thank you, Senior Karabi, for bestowing this title. I will strive to improve. Good. Come at me again. This time, I shall not hold back. I will unleash my full strength. Please, everyone, be cautious. Whoosh. Sound wave, thunderstorm blade. Killer Bee's expression gradually turned serious as he found himself surrounded by Itachi and his companions from 3 directions. The narrow swords he had positioned around his body suddenly erupted with a dazzling glow of lightning chakra. This was Killer Bee infusing his blade with lightning chakra to enhance its sharpness. By generating high-frequency vibrations through the lightning release, he bestowed upon his weapon a penetrating power that surpassed even that of wind release. Further augmented by his swordsmanship and the strength and speed afforded by his partial-tailed beast transformation, Itachi and his companions felt the pressure mounting. Swish, swish, swish. Shirzue swiftly formed hand seals, his body instantaneously darting through the air in multiple directions. One after another, the figures of Shirzue appeared before Killer Bee. Be careful. All of my clones are solid. Killer Bee smiled faintly, excitement glinting in his eyes behind his dark sunglasses. The reputation of Shirzue's instantaneous technique was indeed well-deserved. Killer Bee felt a surge of exhilaration. Boom. 6 tentacles suddenly sprouted from beneath Killer Bee's feet. By this point, all 8 of his tailed beast tentacles had manifested, further enhancing his power and speed. Whoosh. In his fully transformed state, Killer Bee's speed surged dramatically. His figure vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Yuzuki Yugogo. Swish. Killer Bee brought down his supersonic lightning blade. Yugogo instinctively raised her sword to block. Clang. The katana was instantly cleaved in 2. Yugogo gasped, staring blankly at the half of her sword still in her hand as a bead of cold sweat trickled down her temple. Meanwhile, Killer Bee, wielding the supersonic lightning blade, leaped back. Boom. He narrowly evaded Shirzue's fireball technique. The surprise attack from Shirzue had missed, and the dance of lightning blade had been severed. Now it was my turn to perform. The fearsome Killer Bee was here. You. Hey. Yoruchi waved a hand at Killer Bee, who was now equipped with 6 lightning-infused blades. B. It's not good to carelessly sever another S weapon. One must understand that a swordsman S blade is often akin to a second life, he admonished. This is a heartless act. Killer Bee paused slightly, glancing at the severed narrow blade on the ground, deep in thought. Yes, I am the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and I wield 8 blades. If one of my blades was cut by the dance of lightning, have I not lost a life? Yoruchi replied, I see your point. However, he sighed softly, the battle must continue. Without her sword, Yugogo cannot unleash her full potential, rendering this conflict unfair. Then, allow me. Yoruchi slowly drew the first-generation Onigiri from his waist. The blade, reflecting a chilling light, had recently been imbued with Yoruchi's will and Haki, transforming it into a formidable black sword. Thus, the original Demon Slayer has now been transformed into a black blade by the armament Haki of Nightblade. The sword's unique characteristics have awakened, forever maintaining its ebony hue, as if enveloped by the Conqueror's Haki. Indestructible and eternally unbreakable. Glancing at the Demon Slayer in his hand, Nightblade effortlessly tossed it towards the distant Yuzuki Yuya. Use this, he called. Your Sonic Thunderblade is absolutely unbreakable. With a clatter, Yuzuki Yuya was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively gripping the enormous long sword, the original Demon Slayer, that was soaring towards her. Its exaggerated tsuba, elongated blade, and lengthy hilt defined it as a sword of heroes. For a woman of Yuya's caliber, wielding such a long sword required both hands. She slightly bent her body, gripping the hilt of the original Demon Slayer, angling it toward the ground as she cast a fierce gaze at the opposing Killer Bee. Breathing out softly, the battle raged on. Oh, Killer Bee regarded the black, two-handed long sword in Yuya's grasp with mild curiosity, a flicker of significant perplexity crossing his small eyes concealed beneath his dark sunglasses. The formidable black blade, once impervious in its original owner's hands, shattered at a mere touch in the grasp of lightning dance. Yay! Killer Bee's 6 swords radiated with electrifying energy. In an instant, he leaped into the air, spinning as the 6 sonic thunder blades around him coalesced into a dazzling sphere of light, plummeting fiercely towards Yuya below. Clang! Clang! The 6 sonic thunder blades, wielded by the half-beastified Killer Bee, relentlessly struck the original Demon Slayer in Yuya's hands, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes. Fire style. Great Fire Dragon technique. Observing the dire situation of Yuya, Uchiha Shursui quickly formed seals, summoning 3 colossal fire dragons ablaze with crimson flames, charging directly at Killer Bee. How timely! Killer Bee smirked. He leaped into the air, performing a somersault to dash towards Uchiha Shursui on the opposite side. Since you care so much for your teammate, let me deal with you first. With terrifying speed, Killer Bee surged towards countless Uchiha Shursui, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks with his sonic thunderblades, capable of nearly 360-degree strikes. Swish! Thud! In the face of Shursui's grave expression, his clones disappeared one after another beneath Killer Bee's onslaught. Is it a speed illusion? Killer Bee bellowed. Now, my speed is more than sufficient to keep up. Swish! With the final strike, only Shursui's true form remained in the arena, his gaze sharpening as he regarded the distant Killer Bee. With a glint, just as Killer Bee raised his sword, Shursui swiftly drew the small tanto he had kept concealed behind him. Fire style. Uchiha clan's solar eclipse dance. As the voice of Shursui fell, his mouth subtly puffed up, and in the next moment, searing flames erupted from his lips, enveloping the small tanto in his hand. The body flicker technique. Whoosh! Shursui vanished from his original position, reappearing directly behind Killer Bee in an instant. With a flourish, the scorching fire, infused with a hint of wind chakra, was swiftly swung towards Killer Bee. A slash resembling a half-circle solar halo approached in a flash. Boom! Killer Bee abruptly turned, his supersonic thunderblade cleaving through the blazing halo with a crackle of red and blue electricity amid the flames. But that was not the end. Shursui shouted, his body vanishing once more. When he reappeared, it was again behind Killer Bee. Whoosh! Another dance of the halo was unleashed. Boom! Killer Bee barely managed to pivot, shattering the second dance of the halo with his blade. Whoosh! Shursui's figure vanished yet again, and for the third time, he executed the body flicker technique. Arriving not far behind Killer Bee, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he softly declared, the third strike. Whoosh! An even more intense flame slash erupted from the fiery tanto, hurtling towards Killer Bee's back. With little time to turn, Killer Bee could only glance at the incoming dance of the halo, raising his octopus tail in defense. Sizzle! The sound of flames searing through octopus flesh echoed, and a savory aroma of grilled seafood wafted through the air. Hiss! Killer Bee spun around, leaping away with both feet and octopus tail, grumbling as he went, ouch, ouch, ouch. Shursui, your fire technique is meant to roast me alive? Truly infuriating. Meanwhile, Nightblade's eyes sparkled with interest. Hiss! That smells delightful. What a pity there's no onion. A creature this large would surely taste exquisite grilled. Hee. Beneath the dark sunglasses, Killer Bee cast a resentful glance at the fidgeting Nightblade not far away, then extinguished the flickering flames still clinging to his tail. Hey, you, Nightblade, your words are terrifying. Do you wish to feast on this grand octopus? How dreadful. Shursui's prowess was indeed formidable. The combination of body flicker and fire techniques was unprecedented, a novel endeavor. Impressive. The rhythmic, rap-laden dialogue infused a dynamic energy into the tense and exhilarating battle. Yet, it caused Nightblade to furrow his brow. I say, when I mentioned roasting you, it was merely jest. However, should you continue babbling with your clumsy rap skills, I shall take it upon myself to sever your octopus tail and roast it for my own feast. Just as Killer Bee was about to speak, he was taken aback. Coughing lightly, he swiftly sealed his lips, and under the influence of the tailed beast's extraordinary healing abilities, wisps of white smoke began to rise from his singed tail. The searing marks gradually faded away. Shursui's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this self-healing ability? The power of the 8 tails is undeniably formidable. It appears that the only way to dismantle Killer Bee's will is through a psychological assault. Resolute in his determination, Shursui's 3-tomo Sharingan began to rotate slowly within its sockets. Subsequently, a pair of exquisite Mangekyo Sharingan manifested within Shursui's gaze. Unlike the straight Mangekyo Sharingan, which amplifies offensive capabilities, Shursui's perfected Mangekyo enhances illusions. Kodo Amatsukami. Shursui covered his eyelids with his hand, his strange Mangekyo Sharingan fixed intently on Killer Bee. A golden radiance abruptly emanated from Shursui's eyes. In an instant, the golden light surged forth, enveloping Killer Bee completely. If Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami is a pure eye of will domination, transforming those it gazes upon into mere puppets. then this evolved version of the illusion is specifically targeted at the individual. What? Killer Bee was momentarily taken aback, attempting to discern the changes within Shusui's Sharingan. When suddenly his body froze, he sensed a shift in the surrounding scenery and air in an instant. Simultaneously, his body became entirely unresponsive to his commands. Before his eyes, it seemed as though towering golden spires with sharp points descended slowly upon him. As the next moment approached, Killer Bee was on the verge of being crushed within the illusion crafted by Shusui's light. At that instant, Shusui smiled slightly, preparing to withdraw the illusion. Heh! Defeat is imminent for Killer Bee. The Shadow Squad has emerged victorious. Suddenly, an unexpected twist occurred. B. A deep and tumultuous voice resonated within Killer Bee's mental realm. As the Eight Tails, Gyuki, clenched his fists and delivered a powerful punch to the slumbering Killer Bee's head. Boom. Time to wake up. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Eight Tails, you insufferable octopus. You put all your strength into that punch. It feels like I've been drained of energy. Gyuki paused momentarily, then unleashed a flurry of blows to Killer Bee's face with both fists. Boom. Boom. I can't take it anymore. Big bro Eight Tails, please stop. As Killer Bee was battered and shaken, he could no longer afford to act defiant and began to plead with Gyuki. Humph. Gyuki snorted coldly. You fool. Look around you. You didn't even notice when you fell under an illusion. What use are you now? Illusion? Killer Bee was taken aback, opening his eyes to observe his surroundings and discovering he had departed from the Yunlei Gorge, now finding himself in a wondrous space. Enormous golden spikes and mountains loomed above him, slowly descending towards him. He was on the brink of being crushed. Ah, 8. Break free. All right. Gyuki smiled faintly. Every time Killer Bee affectionately called out this name, it filled Gyuki's heart with warmth as he gazed at Killer Bee. The Eight Tails, Gyuki, swiftly raised both fists before the onslaught of the golden spikes and the mountain. With tremendous force, he struck down towards Killer Bee. Boom. The reverberation echoed. The Eight Tails intervened as a third party in the genjutsu between Shursui and Killer Bee, directly disrupting the flow of chakra within Killer Bee's body with his heavy hammer, instantly unraveling the brilliance of Shursui's Kodoamatsukami. Once freed from the illusion, Killer Bee experienced a flash of light before returning to the realm of reality. He found himself firmly grounded once more on the vast platform. Glancing at Shursui, who appeared astonished not far away, he nodded slightly. Indeed, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is formidable. Even the mighty Killer Bee could not withstand it. Danger. The moment Shursui broke the genjutsu, he gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down from his temples. He was astonished that Killer Bee had managed to escape his illusion. It seemed that Kodoamatsukami could not be used without endangering the opponent's life. A direct assault was necessary for victory. Itachi, Yugugo. Shursui called out to his teammates, speaking rapidly. Yugugo, your blade can withstand Killer Bee's soundwave techniques, so you will engage him directly with your swordsmanship. Itachi, your speed is exceptional. Use fire techniques as a feint while looking for opportunities to ensnare Killer Bee with genjutsu. Finally, Shursui turned his gaze to Killer Bee with a slight smile. I shall deliver the final blow. This battle has dragged on long enough. We cannot allow the leader to underestimate us. Yes, yes. Yugugo and Itachi immediately straightened, their bodies leaning forward in a poised stance, ready to unleash their assault at Shursui's command. Indeed, sitting at the edge of the platform, Yaiba observed the trio, who were gradually developing a deeper synergy as they fought, and nodded slightly. Unbeknownst to him, Shursui had already become the intellect and leader among them. Under his guidance, Itachi and Yugugo each played their roles to maximize their abilities. A gentle smile graced Yaiba's lips as he watched the three poised for action, his heart filled with anticipation. Would this wave of attack be executed with precision? Shursui, brimming with confidence, looked towards Killer Bee, exhaling deeply. Let us go all out. Crack. Whoosh. Yugugo unleashed the technique she had just mastered, Shuanpa, as the stones beneath her feet shattered. In an instant, her form vanished from sight. The next moment, she materialized in midair directly before Killer Bee. Swish. The sharp black blade, Kicho, descended heavily towards Killer Bee. Clang. Zing. Killer Bee raised his twin narrow blades above his head with all his might, and the two sound wave swords collided with the pitch-black Kicho, producing a jarring sound. Yugugo landed perfectly in front of Killer Bee, effectively obstructing his line of sight. Zing. Zing. Clang. As Karabi intercepted the initial demon blade, held by Yuzuki Yuin. An immense force propelled her downward, sending her flying. In an instant, Kurabi advanced forward, the sonic thunderblade slicing through the air with remarkable finesse, poised to cleave Yuzuki Yuin once more. However, just as this masterful strike, accompanied by a rush of wind, seemed destined to strike the unsuspecting Yuin, she appeared to have anticipated the move, reclining backward with grace. In that fleeting moment, as Yuin lay retreating, a distinct silhouette emerged behind her, rapidly magnifying in Kurabi's view. With an expression of stiff surprise, Uchiha Itachi surged through the air towards Kurabi at astonishing speed, seemingly intent on a mutual destruction. Kurabi was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly utilized the octopus tentacles beneath him to retreat, widening the gap between himself and Itachi. With a sense of urgency, Kurabi positioned the sonic thunderblade horizontally across his chest, ready to deliver a horizontal slash at the approaching Uchiha. Yet, upon catching sight of Itachi's eyes, Kurabi froze for a moment, a split second that irrevocably altered his course of action. In a flash, Kurabi retracted the sonic thunderblade, his expression devoid of any superfluous emotion, and redirected himself towards the power of the tailed beast's tail at a sharp 90-degree angle. With an impassive demeanor, Itachi collided with the ground, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion mere seconds later. The skyward plume of dust rose slowly from the platform. Not far from the epicenter of the blast, Itachi, having formed a seal, uttered softly, "Shadow Clone Great Explosion." High above, Kurabi observed the tremendous impact of Itachi's technique. Swallowing hard as he realized that while Uchiha Shursui was a renowned master, the Uchiha clan concealed even greater talents, and Itachi was no ordinary adversary. Suddenly, Kurabi was struck by a chilling thought. Where had Uchiha Shursui gone? Just as he pondered this, a swift slicing sound pierced through the air behind him. Imbued with a palpable sense of danger, Uchiha Shursui, calm and collected, wielded a fiery tanto aimed at Kurabi's back. Uchiha style, Gale Blade. In that precarious moment, suspended in the air and unable to turn in time to defend himself, Kurabi felt a jolt of alarm. The sharp edge of the blade seemed poised to pierce him. Kurabi furrowed his brow. With 8 octopus tails at his disposal, he could sever one in times of peril. If asked when such a moment arose, Kurabi would assert that now was that moment. "Abba!" Killer Bee let out a thunderous shout. Behind him, 8 octopus tentacles twisted and writhed. And just as the small sword in Uchiha Shursui's hand was about to strike, 4 of the tentacles intervened at the critical moment, shielding the blade. With a sharp sound, the searing pain of a weapon piercing flesh echoed behind Killer Bee, as a blazing sword swiftly penetrated through his 4 tentacles in an instant. A thick plume of smoke rose, and the aroma of grilled octopus once again enveloped the platform. In a swift turn, the sword's tip emerged, and in the midst of Killer Bee's bewilderment, it plunged directly into his back. Drip, drip, several drops of blood fell from the blade of Shursui's sword. Feeling the wound on his back, Killer Bee's lightning-infused sword technique extinguished instantly, a hint of frustration appearing on his face. Alas, the pride of the Cloud Village. The Killer Bee. Defeated. How shameful. With a faint smile, Shursui slowly withdrew the small sword from Killer Bee's body, and simultaneously, the 4 tentacles behind Killer Bee began to emit a faint white mist. Hiss! The 4 penetrating wounds gradually began to heal. "I concede. You are superior, senior," Shursui said with a slight smile, sheathing his small sword and nodding to Killer Bee. "Huh." The look of disappointment on Killer Bee's face lasted only a few seconds before he regained his previous optimism. "The new generation surpasses the old. You 3 are truly remarkable. Impressive. All right." Nightblade rose to his feet, lightly applauding the Shadow Team and Killer Bee, his face adorned with a smile. "You need not be polite with one another." Killer Bee's vast experience and formidable combat prowess, managing to hold his ground against 3 opponents for a brief period, is a testament to his strength. Nightblade cast a satisfied glance at Itachi and the others, nodding slightly. "In this practical exercise, you have honed a perfect synergy. From now on, continue to refine your skills and strive to become a flawlessly coordinated team." "Yes, thank you, leader." Itachi, Shursui, and Yuin exchanged glances, sensing a familiar bond in each other's eyes. This connection, forged through cooperation and entrusting each other's backs, had undeniably begun to blossom. "Mr. B," Nightblade smiled gently, preparing to discuss the upcoming concert with Killer Bee, when a sudden, ferocious sound of wind whipped up from behind him. Accompanying the howling wind was a boisterous shout from the reckless man. Shining Ball. With one foot as a pivot, the fourth Raikage launched himself like a cannonball from the air, descending upon Nightblade on the platform with tremendous force, flickering with an underlying current of lightning. He hit the ground with a thunderous boom. The sheer magnitude of this descending power and utmost speed reverberated through the air, creating a series of sonic booms that made Nightblade furrow his brow slightly. With such immense strength, do you intend to take my life? You ought to assess whether you can withstand the might of this stone. Take care of your teeth. Buzz. The white martial attire adorning Yeye fluttered autonomously in the absence of wind, gradually cascading down from his form. His powerful arms were suddenly exposed to the open air, and upon hearing that peculiar sound, a dark aura of armed color swiftly enveloped them. A searing breath escaped from Yeren's lips, and his pupils transformed into a vivid crimson. He abruptly fixed his gaze upon the fourth Raikage hovering above. 100 strengths. Boom. Yeren's right arm instantly swelled, doubling in girth. 200 strengths. Boom. His left arm followed suit, expanding to more than double its original size. A captivating black radiance emanated from his arms, saturating the atmosphere of the Yunlei Gorge platform with a palpable sense of danger. The no-blade style. Yeren grinned widely, under the astonished gaze of the fourth Raikage. He interlaced his hands, resembling two colossal black hammers, and slowly raised them. White tiger seal. Earthquake. Boom. Before anyone could react, Yeren surged upwards, directly confronting the charged attack of the fourth Raikage descending from the sky. His immense black arms formed a V shape, colliding with the Raikage's descending foot. Crack. A faint sound of bones fracturing echoed, and the fourth Raikage froze momentarily. A piercing pain radiated from his foot, coursing through his entire body, propelling him backward like a cannonball. Boom. He crashed against a rocky cliff, causing it to shatter and debris to scatter wildly. Uchiha Shursui wiped the cold sweat from his brow and threw his Sharingan. He could barely discern the Raikage's swift kick in midair and Yeren's lightning-fast response that sent the Raikage flying. What just happened? Who was launched away? Yuzuki Yuin scratched her head in confusion. To her, it appeared as though a blurred figure had swiftly darted towards the wild man, only to return in an instant. Is this a circus act? Yuin observed the solemn expressions of those around her and tentatively inquired. Cough, cough. Uchiha Itachi leaned closer to Yuzuki Yuin and softly explained. This is no circus act. The fourth Raikage attempted a sneak attack on our leader, only to be sent flying by him. As he spoke, Itachi pointed towards a middle-aged man embedded in the rocks not far away. Look, right there. The Raikage was literally punched into the mountainside by our leader. TSK, TSK. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Yeren with admiration. Previously, he had only known of their leader's prowess with a sword. He never anticipated that his physical skills could overpower even the Raikage, famed as the strongest in the land of lightning. How formidable! As Yueshien's eyes sparkled with realization, she thoughtfully stroked her chin and nodded. Although the words eluded her comprehension, she grasped the undeniable prowess of the leader. Indeed. Meanwhile, as the members of Team Shadow whispered among themselves, Killer Bee gazed in bewilderment as his brother was sent flying backwards, colliding with the boulders nestled in the mountainside. His lips twitched slightly. Beneath his dark sunglasses, Killer Bee's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed Nightblade. His elder brother had returned quicker than anticipated, and this young man's punch was remarkably fierce. The elder, renowned for his mastery of physical techniques, had miscalculated. Oh no! With a grunt, the fourth Raikage struggled to extricate himself from the rocky embrace halfway up the slope, frowning as he cast a glance at the exuberant Killer Bee, and bellowed. Stop your babbling, Bee. This individual is Nightblade, the one I warned you about. He intends to invade our hidden cloud village. Why aren't you joining me to eliminate him? Oh. Killer Bee paused momentarily, then slowly shook his head at the fourth Raikage. Brother, I've mentioned before that I feel an inexplicable kinship with Nightblade. As a tailed beast, I sense no malice emanating from him. Therefore, I cannot bring myself to harm him. You might as well concede, brother. You fool. You imbecile. The fourth Raikage erupted, blue lightning crackling anew around him, his hair standing on end in response to his heightened state. In a flash, A appeared before Nightblade, declaring, If you refuse to strike, I shall take matters into my own hands. Lightning released chakra, full power. With a whoosh, the Raikage vanished, and in the next instant, a powerful fist materialized before Nightblade. Body flicker technique. Lightning annihilation. Nightblade smiled faintly, planting his foot firmly on the ground. As debris scattered, he deftly sidestepped and delivered a punch to A's right wrist. Boom. A was sent flying, creating a massive crater in the once smooth earth. Not quite. Nightblade gently shook his head, addressing the slowly rising A. Your strength and speed are sufficient, but your agility is lacking. Too reckless. Then allow me to demonstrate this technique. The rakeage vanished once more, only to reappear above Nightblade. At that moment, Nightblade smiled slightly. Shien's sword. With a whoosh, Nightblade's sword, the first-generation Kicho, was firmly grasped in his hand. He then drew the Enma from his waist, enveloping it in Haki, positioning the two formidable blades on either side of him. Compared to raw power, I am a master swordsman. Two-sword style. A wave of scalding air escaped Nightblade's lips. Boom. His muscles, now immensely enlarged, wielded the two obsidian blades, slicing through the air at supersonic speed, aimed directly at the rakeage above. Twin Blade Fury. Righteous Thunderaxe. Clang. Nightblade's muscular arms swelled with power, infusing tremendous strength and sharpness into the two ebony blades. Two pale blue slashes cleaved through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, hurtling towards the fourth rakeage, who had leapt into the air. The collision resounded like thunder. The rakeage, undeterred, countered with his right leg, which shimmered with blue lightning. Resembling a formidable battle axe, descending with a speed that rivaled Nightblade's strikes. The heavens trembled as the two forces, Nightblade's slash and the rakeage's lightning-infused body technique, collided mid-air, creating a massive shockwave centered around them. The ferocious winds stirred the shoulder-length hair of Uzumaki Yuin and the short locks of Uchiha Shursui. Suddenly, a barrage of colossal debris rained down, propelled by the shockwave, scattering chaotically like cannonballs. Eba! Karabi let out a thunderous roar, and the Eight Tails, understanding the cue, assisted Karabi in fully transforming, his immense and solid form shielding him from the incoming rubble while firmly anchoring itself to the mountainside platform. Itachi, Shursui, and the dance of lightning. Quickly, come here. The flying stones are terrifying. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster. Hide behind Eba. Let him handle all the troubles. Yuya. All right. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you. The three surged forward, propelled by the shockwave, pressing closely behind the Eight Tails, listening to the ongoing cacophony of clashing metal resonating throughout the battlefield. Within the swirling clouds of dust, Nightblade's crimson eyes glimmered, adeptly employing the technique of Shuinpa. The red light flickered alongside his figure, dancing like ghostly flames. With a swift motion, he struck. Meanwhile, the fourth rakeage, clad in his blue lightning armor, unleashed formidable force, raising clouds of dust upon the vast platform. The red and blue luminescence clashed violently within the haze. Ha! Nightblade chuckled heartily. I recognize that your speed in this chakra mode is astonishing, but my foot strikes the ground at an astounding frequency of over 100 times in a mere moment, achieving a speed 5 times that of the Shuinpa technique. This velocity rivals even the rakeage's instantaneous body technique. Yet, it remains insufficient. With a swift motion, he executed the two-sword style, sand pattern, gripping the two blades tightly. Nightblade unleashed a powerful upward slash at a 45-degree angle towards the rakeage, who stood within arm's reach. What? The fourth rakeage's eyes widened in surprise as he witnessed Nightblade keep pace with his speed, instantly appearing before him to execute a strike. With his right hand sharpened like a blade, he unleashed a horizontal slash imbued with crackling lightning, emitting a thunderous roar. Classical torture level, 1,000 generations dance. The clash echoed through the air. One is a cherished ancestral blade, honed to a razor-sharp brilliance through the crucible of relentless training. The other is a formidable dual-wielding technique executed in a state of armed Haki. As the two strikes collided in an instant, a resounding clang echoed, the metallic reverberation slowly emanating between the two combatants. For a fleeting moment, the right hand of the fourth rakeage and the dual blades of Nightblade were momentarily separated due to the shockwave of their clash. In that very instant, a profound confidence sparkled in Nightblade's crimson eyes as he exhaled a heated breath, invigorated by cellular activation. With a deft motion, he flipped his hands, transforming the downward-pointing black blades into an upward position. The dual-wielding technique, second slash ascending the tower. What? The rakeage's eyes widened in disbelief. Has this young man seamlessly connected his second strike so swiftly? This is dire. With his right hand just repelled and caught in a state of vulnerability, the Raikage found himself momentarily stunned. As he gazed upon the sharp upward slash from Nightblade, he had no choice but to brace himself. Pushing his lightning chakra to its utmost limits, raising his hands defensively. Clang! Crack! The weights on the Raikage's wrists were instantly severed by Nightblade's strike, crashing to the ground, and the blow even sliced through the weights, leaving a gash on the Raikage's wrist, all while in full lightning chakra state. With a soft thud, Nightblade descended gracefully, the enchanted weapon, Enma, held delicately in his mouth, casting a smile towards the fourth Raikage. Impressive. You managed to block it. Although the weights contributed, your skin's resilience in this state is commendable. Humph. The Raikage replied, flexing his wrist slightly. With a cold smile directed at Nightblade, he declared, "This is my lightning chakra, honed over decades, enveloping my body to enhance both hardness and speed, an armor that invigorates the flesh. It rivals your blade in strength." Oh. Nightblade smirked slightly. "Stronger than my blade. Be prepared, for with the next strike, you shall be defeated." The Raikage was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Defeated? I may fall, but it will never be at your hands. I assure you, if your swordsmanship remains at this level, my next move will lead to your downfall as well." From a distance, Killer Bee observed in astonishment, noting his brother's intent to unleash his full power. His expression suddenly turning grave. It seems he is about to use that technique. That technique? Shizune, positioned behind the eight tails, inquired, momentarily taken aback. "What does that entail?" With a serious tone, Killer Bee responded, "It refers to my brother gathering all his lightning chakra to its fullest potential, then utilizing his body's maximum speed to unleash unparalleled wrist strength in a split second, executing a technique that is nearly impossible to evade." Wow. Jishui nodded slightly, his expression once again returning to its previous indifference. "Well, it's nothing," he said, languidly squinting as he watched the arena. Observing the familiar motion of Yiren gently holding Yen Mo in his mouth, a soft smile involuntarily graced Jishui's lips. How exhilarating this is. What powerful swordsmanship shall be displayed this time? Suddenly, the lightning coursing through the body of the fourth Raikage surged and flickered more fiercely, resembling a ferocious beast, as the hair on his head stood on end, emanating an air of danger. At that moment, Yiren quietly connected with the system in his mind. "System," he called. "I am here, host." The system appeared in Yiren's mind, appearing rather apprehensive. "Open the system store. I wish to select another fine blade." "Understood." Without hesitation, the system gently unveiled the store within Yiren's consciousness. A blue luminescent screen rippled like waves, gradually revealing a plethora of rare items sparkling within the marketplace interface of his mind. Hee. Yiren chuckled lightly, remaining unfazed by the dazzling array of treasures. Instead, he addressed the system directly. "Check my remaining points." Querying. Ding. The host currently has a total of 4,700 points. Would you like to exclude items priced above 4,700 points? Yes, Yiren nodded. Exclude. With a ripple, the blue product bar oscillated, and all items priced above 4,700 points silently vanished from the marketplace, leaving only blades behind. Observing the delightful selection of swords before him, Yiren felt no confusion, directly reaching out to select the blade he had long since chosen in his heart. Black blade, Autumn Water, priced at 1,000 points. Would you like to exchange? Exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. 1,000 points have been deducted. The host now has 3,700 points remaining. Would you like to summon Black Blade, Autumn Water immediately? Summon. A glimmer of anticipation spread across Yiren's face as he extended his empty right hand behind him, awaiting the arrival of Black Blade, Autumn Water. With a soft thud, a light sound echoed behind Yiren, invisible to all, as the Black Blade, accompanied by its sheath, was instantly gripped tightly in his hand. The sheath slipped away, revealing a uniquely curved, chaotic black blade now resting in Yiren's right hand. Hee. A gentle smile appeared as Yiren regarded the first generation. Guiche in his left hand, the black blade, Autumn Water in his right, and Yen Mo clenched in his teeth. He addressed the poised Raikage opposite him. In my hands, this black armor signifies unparalleled defense and offense, now evolved into a formidable purple aura. I shall refer to it as flowing Sakura dominance. To become a great swordsman, one must refine a famed blade into a permanent great black sword using one's own dominance. With a smile, Yiren lightly raised his hand. Now I possess 3. The unprecedented slash that had never been witnessed across the 5 great ninja nations. Are you prepared? A wave of scorching air, born from the extreme activation of cellular vitality, slowly exhaled from the mouth of Nightblade, as his pupils transformed into an even more enchanting shade of purple. Blackblade style, 3-sword flow, extreme tiger hunt. Boom. Nightblade stood before his adversary, brandishing 2 black blades, while the chaotic Blackblade, Cross Hell, was held horizontally in front of him, with the imposing aura of purple flowing Sakura swirling around his arms. Then, with tremendous arm strength, he executed a swift slash. Roar. The remarkably rapid strike generated a white shockwave that directly scraped against the air, coalescing into the form of a white tiger. With a fierce roar, it charged towards the 4th Raikage, who was not far away. Humph. Do not underestimate the Raikage. Lightning release. Lightning plow heat blade. Whoosh. The 4th Raikage, sensing the overwhelming power of Nightblade's strike, felt the thunder within him boiling to life, slightly bending his right arm, harnessing explosive force. He surged forward toward Nightblade. Roar. The white shockwave tiger bellowed ferociously. Ziz. In an instant, the clash between the slash and the lightning plow heat blade erupted. Boom. The 2 attacks, one blue and one white, confronted each other on the vast platform, half the sky illuminated with the flickering blue light emanating from the 4th Raikage, while the other half was painted with the ominous purple hue of Nightblade's dark aura and the white tiger. Crack. Merely 1 second into their standoff, the white tiger in the purple sky snapped its jaws, instantly devouring the Raikage's form. In that moment, the blue lightning vanished, and the white tiger charged forward, now devoid of resistance. Boom. The colossal white tiger barreled down, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Debris flew, and the wind howled. Brother, Kurabi gasped, alarmed at the sudden disappearance of the 4th Raikage. Taking a deep breath, Nightblade, still in the extreme tiger hunt state, straightened up and turned to Kurabi with a reassuring smile. Do not worry. He merely lost consciousness. Rest assured, I exercised restraint. Kurabi glanced at Nightblade, nodding slowly, hesitantly asking, but, Brother Nightblade, you exercised restraint, yet my brother was sent flying. Where did he go? Nightblade paused, the purple gleam in his eyes gradually fading, as he sheathed his blades, Kachiri and Yinma. Click. After crouching to retrieve the sheath of the black blade, Autumn Water, he walked towards a pile of rubble ahead. If I am not mistaken, Nightblade said to Kurabi with a slight smile, gesturing towards the stone mill, he should be somewhere within this pile of debris. Could you lend me a hand in digging? Perhaps we might just uncover him. Kurabi replied, all right then. Under the participation of Nightblade and Killer Bee, along with the later involvement of the 3 members of the Shadow Squad, it did not take long for them to unearth the unconscious 4th Raikage, who was buried beneath the pile of rubble. Killer Bee gazed at the flamboyant 4th Raikage, who was rolling his eyes, and scratched his head in confusion. He turned to Nightblade and the others and declared, I must take my brother for treatment. Please, you all rest for now. My room is stocked with everything you could desire, so do not hesitate to help yourselves. Hey, you. Nightblade waved his hand at Killer Bee with a smile, saying, go ahead, we will wait for you here. Whenever your brother regains consciousness, take us to him. I have pressing matters to discuss with him. Killer Bee observed Nightblade's serious expression and nodded slowly. No problem, Brother Nightblade. As soon as my brother wakes up, I will take you to him. I must go now. His life is paramount. Hey, you go on. Nightblade nodded back at Killer Bee, turning with Shizuka and the others to enter Killer Bee's residence. This natural gesture left Killer Bee momentarily stunned. Truly, Nightblade is remarkable. With a light-hearted stride, Nightblade led the 3 companions through the woods in front of Killer Bee's abode. At one point, he extended his hand and beckoned to Yuzuki Yuin behind him. Come here. I have something to discuss with you. Me? Yuin was taken aback. Yes, come. Nightblade nodded. Without further hesitation, Yuzuki Yuin quickly approached Nightblade, walking alongside him. Sniff, sniff. Yuzuki Yuin lightly wrinkled her delicate nose, inhaling the peculiar scent that wafted from Nightblade. Reflecting on his formidable strength and the impressive sword techniques he had displayed throughout their journey, she felt her cheeks flush. The thought that she alone had mastered the techniques of the blade and one sword style taught by Nightblade filled her heart with an unusual sensation. It seemed as if she shared a unique connection with the leader. However, as she recalled the broken katana from the recent battle, her lips pouted slightly. and a wave of disappointment washed over her. Just as she had finally learned the one-sword style, her blade had shattered. Surely, there must be shops selling katana in the land of lightning. She would need to find time to purchase a new one. Yuin. Just as Yuzuki became lost in thought, Nightblade's voice, now slightly raised, echoed in her ears. Ah, what is it, leader? Startled, Yuin gradually returned to her senses and looked at Nightblade. I was saying, your sword broke during the previous battle. Are you now troubled about it? Nightblade rubbed his forehead, looking at Yuin with a helpless smile before speaking softly. Yes, Yuin replied, gazing at Nightblade's smiling face and gently nodding. After much effort, I have finally mastered the formidable art of Aido, yet my sword has broken, leaving me in distress over where to procure another. Sighing softly, Shien's expression grew somewhat dejected. Oh, if your concern lies with your sword, I may have a solution, said Yeblade gently, stroking Shien's hair. Though the ninjutsu and lightning techniques of the Land of Thunder are impressive, and the abundance of swordsmen here results in countless shops selling blades, finding a sword that suits you perfectly is indeed a challenge. Shien nodded lightly in agreement. That being said, not every swordsman can possess a sword that resonates with their spirit like the leader's. Thus, one must settle for a decent blade. At this juncture, Shien leaned closer to Yeblade and whispered, So, where did you acquire your sword, leader? Well, Yeblade replied with a smile, scratching his head as he playfully evaded the question. This was forged by a renowned master craftsman long ago. I only just decided to use it these past few days. Really? Shien regarded Yeblade with a girl's intuition, skepticism written on her face. That seems a bit implausible. If it was crafted long ago, why did you only begin to use it recently? Do you perhaps harbor a grand secret, leader? Hearing her words, Yeblade smiled faintly, thinking to himself that, indeed, he bore a monumental secret. He was not of this world at all. However, it was not the right time to reveal such matters to Shien. Feeling a touch of frustration, Yeblade glanced at her and, with a spark of inspiration, swiftly changed the subject. How about this? Grant me one night, and I shall endeavor to find the sword most suited for you, one that rivals the sharpness and durability of my own. It should serve you splendidly. Really? Shien's eyes widened in astonishment, completely forgetting her previous inquiry about Yeblade's sword. Her gaze sparkled with excitement as she asked, Is it truly of the same caliber as your sword, leader? Yeblade nodded affirmatively. Observe how effortlessly I present these three swords. There can be no doubt. Shien paused, then nodded slowly, murmuring, I trust you, leader. Still, I am curious about the origins of your three swords and the one you intend to give me. Yeblade covered his forehead in exasperation. This question just keeps circling back. I can only look at you with resignation and sigh. It's a secret. Secrets mean they cannot be shared with others. Oh, Shien nodded. Then tell me quietly. I am not just anyone. Yeblade replied. I've already declared it a secret. Please, no more questions. As the night slipped away, the trio of Yi Ran, Ji Shui, and Karabi found themselves peacefully slumbering in Karabi's abode. Undoubtedly, Yi Ren was the first to awaken. Years of honing his swordsmanship had conditioned him to require only a few hours of profound slumber each night. Before dawn had even graced the sky, he commenced his training on the platform. Boom! A towering mountain, reaching a height of 100 meters, slowly shifted upwards by 20 centimeters. 9,990, boom. The mountain descended, only to rise once more. 9,991, boom. The mountain fell again. Beneath this colossal peak stood the bare-chested Yi Ran, gently gritting his teeth as he engaged in muscle-building exercises. Having traversed the realm of pirates and undergone further enhancements through the system, such a mountain felt like a mere toy in his hands. Clap! In an instant, a figure descended from afar onto the platform. Mr. Yi Ren, your brother has awakened. Boom. 9,999. The mountain slowly descended, and Yi Ran turned to regard the astonished Karabi, whose temples bulged with tension. Calmly, he inquired, Your brother has awakened? Yes, Karabi responded, his face slick with cold sweat as he gazed at the massive mountain beneath which Yi Ren was performing his daily lifting exercises, a single hand supporting the immense weight. His lips twitched slightly. He woke up this morning, but he is fine, merely knocked out by the overwhelming force. At this revelation, Karabi could not help but cast a look of admiration towards Yi Ren. It was the first time he had witnessed someone able to knock out his elder brother in a contest of strength. Such power was utterly beyond his comprehension. Yi Ren nodded gently towards Karabi, droplets of crystalline sweat cascading down his bulging muscles. Drip, drip, several beads of sweat fell onto the stone surface. All right, I understand. Yiren replied with a slight smile. Please wait for me a moment. I still have 10,000 lifts to complete with my left hand. Karabi's cold sweat continued to trickle down his brow. Typically, an individual's left and right arms do not possess identical strength. But based on the past few days of observing Yiren, it seemed that both of his arms were remarkably equal in power, both astonishingly formidable. As Karabi gazed at Yiren in astonishment, Yiren, with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly tossed a mountain several hundred meters high with his right hand. In the blink of an eye, under Karabi's wide-eyed gaze, Yiren extended his left hand and caught it steadily. Crack! The ground beneath Yiren merely cracked in a few places. This indicated that when Yiren hurled the massive mountain with his right hand, he had completely offloaded the mountain's gravity using his own strength and physique, rather than transferring the weight to the ground beneath him. 1, 2. Karabi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, swallowing hard as he watched Yiren continuously lift the white mountain with his left hand, maintaining a constant speed. The Nightblade brothers are truly formidable, with the elder brother merely using a 100-pound weight for wrist training. In comparison, it is rather unimpressive. However, when Killer Bee perceived that Nightblade's strength in both arms was remarkably balanced, capable of lifting a mountain peak 100 meters high, he found this situation quite extraordinary. 5 minutes later, with a thunderous crash, Nightblade, having completed 10,000 lifting motions with his left hand, effortlessly tossed the enormous white mountain back into its original position. He then lightly dusted off his hands and donned his white martial arts attire. Let us go. We mustn't keep your brother waiting. I quickened my pace, eager to discuss an important matter with your brother. Killer Bee stood before Nightblade, transforming into a rigid stone statue. Even the Eight Tails Jinchuriki within him gazed on with wide eyes, brimming with immense confusion. Who is this man before you? Such power and control over it. Surely even I, as a tailed beast, could not achieve this. Killer Bee nodded. The remarkable man is a role model for him. From this day forth, Nightblade shall be my elder brother, and I will follow him. Hey, you fool, you rascal. Upon hearing Killer Bee's rapping, Nightblade frowned slightly, giving a gentle pat on Killer Bee's shoulder, adorned with an iron tattoo, and spoke. Enough with this clumsy rap. Let us attend to the matter at hand. When time permits, I shall teach you how to rap properly. Nightblade smiled slightly. Then we can hold concerts across the 5 great nations of shinobi. It's truly something to look forward to. Oh, Killer Bee's eyes brightened. A concert? I'm looking forward to it as well. The meeting took place in the office of the 4th Reikage, where he typically handled village affairs. At that moment, with his head wrapped in white bandages, the Reikage was reclining on the large sofa by the expansive window, sipping alcohol and gazing at the scenery outside. His lips twitched slightly. The memory of yesterday, where his full-force lightning release technique, the lightning cutter, was effortlessly countered by that young man with a single sword strike, left the Reikage feeling a burning embarrassment on his face. What on earth is this young man? He muttered to himself. In the shinobi world, there exists someone who can rival my lightning release armor purely through physical prowess and astonishing swordsmanship, and who has completely bested me. This poses a significant threat to Kumobikure. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the Reikage was deep in thought, a series of knocks echoed at the door of his office. Startled, he exchanged a glance with Mabui beside him. Go answer the door. It must be Bee and that young man. Understood. Mabui nodded, cradling a folder in her arms as she slowly approached the door and opened it. Brother. Killer Bee entered, accompanied by the Nightblade, and called out to Reikage, who wore a serious expression. Reikage nodded slightly at Bee, signaling him to stand beside him. His gaze then shifted directly to the Nightblade. Young brother, I must concede that your strength is formidable. I am no match for you. However, I am aware of your grievances. The 4th Reikage slowly rose from the sofa. Due to the actions of our Cloud Ninja in your Leaf Village, you harbor discontent towards us and have declared your intent to deal with the Cloud Village and me. As the Reikage. As he spoke, Reikage's tension eased slightly, and he sank back into the sofa. Indeed, you have succeeded. You have effortlessly defeated me. But, Reikage suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the Nightblade, whose eyes shimmered with a faint blue lightning. If you intend to do anything to the Cloud Village, I, the 4th Reikage, will fight to my last breath, dragging you down to hell with me. Stop. The Nightblade frowned, dismissively waving his hand at Reikage. There's no need for that. and you are not worthy. The brilliance in the Night Blade's eyes flickered. While I publicly claim to have come to Cloud to teach you and your village a lesson, my true purpose is to negotiate a deal with you. The Night Blade observed the stunned Raikage and shrugged helplessly. Who could have anticipated that you would attack me without provocation? I had no choice but to respond in kind. Is your head still hurting? The fourth Raikage instinctively touched the bandage on his head, his broad lips twitching slightly as he looked at the Night Blade with a serious expression. Let us not dwell on the past. You mentioned wanting to propose an unusual deal. What does this entail? The Night Blade, noting the slight awkwardness on Raikage's face, smiled gently and refrained from mentioning the incident where he had knocked him unconscious. Instead, he replied, "This matter concerns Killer Bee." Oh, Raikage paused, surprised. Does it involve our village's Jinchuriki, my brother? Do elaborate. The Night Blade nodded, turning to sit on the couch beside Raikage, pouring himself a glass of strong liquor from the table. After savoring a sip, he turned to Raikage and said, It has been quite a while. I see Raikage enjoys a good strong drink as well. What a coincidence, I too relish drinking. Perhaps we can compare our tastes sometime? Raikage frowned slightly, observing the Night Blade calmly sipping his drink, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier proposal. He slowly replied, "Certainly. However, I am more curious about what you mentioned earlier. The deal, what is it?" The Night Blade took another sip of his liquor, smiling at Raikage. "You truly are impatient. Very well. I will lay my cards on the table. I wish for the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud, your brother Killer Bee, to join the organization I have founded. What say you? Do you concur?" Night Blade's gaze was fixed intently upon the Raikage, each word carefully articulated. What? The Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a blend of anger and astonishment as he bellowed. "You want me to join your peculiar organization? I refuse. Bee is a vital member of our Hidden Cloud village and cannot simply abandon it for your strange enterprise." The Raikage glared at Night Blade, his tone resolute and unwavering. "You might as well give up that notion." Sighing softly, Night Blade delicately touched his ear, rolling his eyes. "I say, if you disagree, then just say so without shouting so loudly. You're about to deafen me." Night Blade cast a disdainful glance at the fourth Raikage and continued in a calm demeanor. "Listening to someone finish their thoughts is the most basic form of respect. Wouldn't you agree? Especially when it's someone who has bested you." The fourth Raikage paused, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face as he addressed Night Blade in a more composed tone. "Very well, speak your piece. What justification do you have for claiming Bee should join your organization?" Night Blade nodded thoughtfully, meeting the fourth Raikage's gaze unhurriedly. "As I previously mentioned, what I propose is a trade. Since it is a trade, both parties must offer something of value. Therefore, my request is for your village's Eight-Tails Jinchuriki to join my organization. Naturally, the compensation for the Hidden Cloud village will be equally substantial." The Raikage's interest was piqued. Although Killer Bee held significant status both within the village and in his heart, the prospect of joining the organization without jeopardizing his life was enticing, especially if it came with advantageous terms. He promptly inquired of Night Blade, "What conditions do you propose?" "Excellent," Night Blade affirmed, addressing the Raikage. "One condition of this trade is Killer Bee's inclusion in my organization, and the benefit I offer is this. Once he joins, your Hidden Cloud village will fall under our organization's protective umbrella." Night Blade's confidence radiated as he spoke. "As long as Bee remains with us, regardless of what transpires in your village or the crises you may encounter, my organization and I will extend our assistance." After a moment of silence, the fourth Raikage regarded Night Blade with a slight smile, his mustache curling at the edges. "I initially expected something of substance, but after hearing your proposal, it appears to be a transaction devoid of any real investment. Do you take me for a fool? Devoid of investment?" Night Blade rolled his eyes at the fourth Raikage. "It is quite evident that I am attempting to outsmart you, and you needn't ponder further on it." However, Night Blade's smile remained, hinting at the complexities yet to unfold. "In truth, whether this transaction can be deemed as a mere ruse is a matter that, if you possess any intellect, should be readily apparent to you. It is, in fact, a venture devoid of risk for you." The fourth Raikage's interest is piqued. With eyes wide as saucers, he gazes at Night Blade and inquires, "Do enlighten me. Why is this transaction also a no-cost endeavor for us?" Night Blade lets out a soft huff. "Isn't it obvious? You need only apply your intellect to comprehend it. Your brother, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, possesses formidable strength. He could traverse the 5 great nations with little fear of adversaries. Furthermore, Nightblade adds with a slight smile, once he joins our shadow organization, he merely needs to accompany me on a personal rap concert tour across the 5 nations, and your hidden cloud village shall receive the protection of our organization. With such terms, why would your hidden cloud village not be inclined to agree? The 4th Raikage ponders, nodding slowly. You make a valid point. Killer Bee's prowess is indeed impressive, and I need not worry for his safety. However, he fixes a piercing gaze upon Nightblade. Do we truly require the benefit you propose of having your shadow organization as the umbrella of protection over our hidden cloud village? Our own strength suffices for self-preservation. Self-preservation? Nightblade chuckles coldly. Do not forget, a chilling glint flickers in his eyes, brimming with confidence in his own power, as he coldly addresses the 4th Raikage. My strength alone could obliterate your entire hidden cloud village, should I so desire. You would not last even a day in defense. How can you speak of self-preservation? The 4th Raikage is momentarily taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Nightblade. Are you threatening me? Is that even a question? Nightblade retorts haughtily. The fact that I have condescended to converse with you this long is already a testament to my respect for you. Should you utter even a hint of dissent, beware, I'll dismantle your Raikage office and annihilate your village. You, the Raikage, his demeanor growing icy, glares at Nightblade, his voice rising. Our hidden cloud village is the most formidable ninja village among the 5 great nations. Do you think your threats will compel us to submit? Oh, Nightblade's cold laughter resonates. Will it not? At this moment, Samui and the 2 wooden men are in my grasp. With but a command, my subordinates shall strike. And your Two-Tails Jinchuriki will meet his demise. And once the uncontrollable Two-Tails is unleashed upon the land of lightning, a massacre of its citizens will ensue. Nightblade continues. Simultaneously, I will hunt down your elite ninja, Jonin, Chunin, and then Jinin, within the borders of the land of lightning, leaving your high-caliber fighters for last. Ultimately, you will witness your deserted hidden cloud village, a desolate and tragic sight, as you perish beneath my blade. This is the fate I have predetermined for you. Are you satisfied? Nightblade, with a chilling smile, lightly pats the shoulder of the Raikage, whose expression grows increasingly grim with every word. The resolute determination in the 4th Raikage's eyes gradually faded. He gazed at Nightblade, whose eyes resembled those of a wild beast. And the flicker of hope within him collapsed instantly. Finally, he bowed his head in resignation and sighed, saying, If you wish for my brother to join your shadow organization, I have 2 conditions. Very well, Nightblade nodded. Do share, whether I agree depends on my mood. The Raikage chuckled helplessly and began to articulate his 2 requirements. Firstly, I implore you, Lord Nightblade, to make every effort to ensure my brother's safety and not allow him to face danger alone. After a moment's contemplation, Nightblade nodded in agreement. That is certainly manageable. When he chose to invite Killer Bee to join his shadow organization, he never intended for Killer Bee to undertake missions solo. Instead, he envisioned him leading a small team, much like himself. As an organization established upon the ruins of the Root, Nightblade's shadow organization inherited the structural framework of its predecessor. The entire organization is divided into 4 combat teams, each comprising 4 combat squads, and every squad consists of 4 ninjas whose strengths and abilities complement each other, all under the leadership of a squad leader. The first team of the shadow organization, which Nightblade originally formed, includes himself as the leader alongside Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and Yuzuki Ieyasu. Thus, once Killer Bee was received into the fold, Nightblade's primary objective was to assign him 3 teammates. Regarding the Raikage's first condition, there was no difficulty at all. Now, please state your second condition, Nightblade requested, looking at the 4th Raikage. All right, the Raikage replied with a slight smile, addressing Nightblade and the ever-present Killer Bee beside him. Since you are inviting my brother to join your organization, it must be asked whether he consents. If he does not wish to participate, you cannot compel him, can you? Hearing this, Nightblade nodded affirmatively. That is indeed a given. But are you certain that if your brother desires to join my organization, you will allow him? Without a doubt. The Raikage sighs widened as he firmly nodded at Nightblade. As long as he consents, I, the Raikage, will keep my word and ensure he can join. Excellent. Nightblade affirmed, turning his gaze towards Killer Bee, who had been standing silently. B, you have heard our agreement. Your brother has consented to your joining my shadow organization. What are your thoughts on this matter? Beneath his dark sunglasses, Killer Bee's eyes brimmed with hesitation. Lord Nightblade is my idol. I long to wander the world alongside him. Yet, My brother and village are of utmost importance that I must protect. This choice proved to be exceedingly difficult for him. You fool. You absolute fool. Nightblade smiled faintly, observing the peculiar glimmer in Killer Bee's eyes, and slowly began to speak. Is choosing too difficult for you? Hee. I promise to take you on a concert tour across the 5 great ninja nations, and I shall teach you the most formidable rap techniques. Are you not excited? Underneath his dark sunglasses, Killer Bee's pupils trembled as the scales of his heart began to tip. Gazing at Nightblade's smile, his thoughts swiftly gained dominance in his mind. I'm sorry, brother. Suddenly, amidst the bewilderment of the fourth rakeage, Killer Bee bowed deeply, his expression grave. I have cherished your teachings over the years, but one must pursue their ideals and hopes. If one day I fulfill my dreams, I trust you will take pride in my accomplishments as well. I have decided. I shall join Lord Nightblade's organization. The rakeage was momentarily taken aback, but as he observed Killer Bee bowing respectfully before him, his expression shifted from shock to warmth. Well, I have never seen you speak so earnestly before. It seems this choice holds great significance for you. The rakeage rose, gently lifting Killer Bee back up. Smiling as he said, follow your heart. Your truest desires are what you must pursue. Go forth and fulfill them. Brother. Killer Bee lifted his gaze, deeply moved by the rakeage's gentle demeanor. Thank you for your understanding. I will never forget the village in you. After I have held 100 concerts, I shall return. Suddenly, the rakeage's expression changed. A's iron fist. Boom. In an instant, before Killer Bee could react, A struck him into the floor of the rakeage's office, leaving him bewildered. Ha! The fourth rakeage chuckled heartily as he watched the dazed Killer Bee slowly rise from the ground. Go on, no matter how many concerts you hold. My love and hopes for you are encapsulated in this punch. Pursue your dreams. Leave the village's protection to me. Brother, Killer Bee exclaimed, deeply touched, as he called out to the fourth rakeage. Indeed, the rakeage's face reflected his reluctance. Enough. Nightblade's expression darkened as he grasped Killer Bee by the collar and gestured dismissively to the rakeage. Our deal is sealed. If any matters arise, send someone to me. No matter the complexity, I shall assist you in resolving it. As he spoke, Nightblade was heading towards the door, with Killer Bee being dragged along, his feet scraping against the ground. The rakeage paused, observing Nightblade pulling Killer Bee towards the office door, and inquired with confusion, I understand all this. But is there something of great importance in dragging Bee away? You seem quite anxious. Of course. Nightblade turned to the astonished fourth rakeage behind him and spoke. I have accomplished my purpose in visiting your hidden cloud village. What reason do I have to remain here? I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Thus, farewell. The fourth rakeage scratched his head, hesitatingly addressing Nightblade. To celebrate our successful agreement, let us share a drink. I recall you expressed a desire to savor the unique flavor of our distillation from seawater, did you not? As the rakeage mentioned the prospect of drinking, Nightblade's steps gradually halted. Under the rakeage's expectant gaze, Nightblade turned slightly, gently shaking the gourd at his waist, and remarked, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Your village's liquor is quite commendable. Before we depart tomorrow, ensure you procure a vessel to hold 100 pounds. I shall enjoy it on the journey. 100 pounds? The rakeage was taken aback. Is that truly necessary? Indeed, Nightblade nodded. For a swordsman, this amount is hardly excessive. Were the journey not so short and the liquor cumbersome to carry, I would have requested several 100 pounds. Very well, the rakeage acquiesced. Before we set off tomorrow morning, I shall see you off and bring the drinking vessels along. Excellent, Nightblade acknowledged, departing the rakeage's office with Killer Bee. 10 minutes later, upon returning to Killer Bee's residence in the Cloud Thunder Gorge, they found Itachi, Shursui, and Yeye already awake. Even the captives, Yuki and Samui, glared at Nightblade and Killer Bee as they entered. Really? Yuki furrowed his brow. Are you truly aligning yourself with this man? Killer Bee was taken aback. In the heat of their previous battle, he had failed to notice that Yuki and Samui had become Nightblade's captives, and he gasped in astonishment. Hey, Samui, Yuki, how did you end up here? Were you also captivated by Lord Nightblade's charm? Yuki rolled his eyes at Killer Bee and replied, Isn't it obvious? Prior to Nightblade approaching you, we engaged in a fierce battle with him in the Death Gorge. We were outmatched, thus we became his captives. More importantly, Yuki pressed, how did you come to associate with this man? Killer Bee scratched his head. I was drawn in by Lord Nightblade's extraordinary rapping skills and formidable combat prowess, and thus I agreed to join his organization. You too? Killer Bee glanced at the astonished expressions of Yuki and Samui. Have you joined as well? How could that be possible? The two women exclaimed in unison. Hee. Nightblade smiled slightly. Why is it not possible? Moments later, after Nightblade and Killer Bee elucidated the circumstances, Samui and Yuki finally accepted the reality that Killer Bee had joined the organization with the Raikid's approval. It was even revealed that the village had reached an agreement with Nightblade, whereby he would protect Yunin village in the event of any threats. Instantly, the two exchanged glances, and the barrier between their hearts began to waver. Very well. Nightblade smiled as he withdrew his right hand from behind. A slender katana with a snow-white sheath, a cherry blossom-hued hilt, and a three-petal plum blossom Suba materialized in his grasp. With an air of anticipation, he gently pushed it toward her. Sheen, I present to you your blade. Behold, are you satisfied? Carefully, Mugetsu Sheen accepted the elegant katana, drawing it from its sheath with a fluid motion. The blade gliding forth like a stream of clear water, shimmering in the air. A splendid sword. Her eyes brightened with excitement as she gazed at Nightblade and inquired, Chief, does this sword have a name? Indeed, Nightblade replied with a subtle smile, flicking the blade's edge. The brilliant blade emitted a peculiar sound reminiscent of raindrops falling. Its sheen was as clear as water, the reverberation akin to a soft patter of rain. This sword is called Shiyu. Shiyu, Mugetsu Sheen repeated, her gaze fixed upon the katana as she savored the name. Moments later, her face lit up with joy. With this Shiyu, I can learn swordsmanship from Chief Nightblade. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Rising onto her toes, she lightly pressed a kiss on Nightblade's cheek in front of everyone. Thank you. Flushed with embarrassment, she turned and dashed out of the room under the amused stares of the onlookers. Ahem, back to business. Nightblade exclaimed, slightly taken aback, then clearing his throat as he regarded the group with peculiar expressions. Well, our mission in the Land of Lightning has essentially concluded, and we are about to welcome new allies. The captain of Team 2, Kurabi. Nightblade nodded slightly at Kurabi, then shifted his gaze to the two individuals, Yomurin and Samui. As for Team 1, I am the captain, with Itachi, Shursui, and Sheen as my comrades. For Team 2, let Samui and Yomurin serve as temporary members. If you are to cooperate with Kurabi, it is expected that you will comply somewhat, wouldn't you? Yomurin opened his mouth, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. With the village's alliance with Nightblade, there was no longer any sense of opposition, and thus, they found themselves devoid of enmity. All right, if there are no objections, I will outline our next steps. Shursui, Nightblade smiled gently. Unfurl the map. Without uttering a word, Shursui swiftly produced the world map of the 5 great ninja nations from within his robes, spreading it out on the ground before everyone. Chief. Yes, Nightblade nodded, squinting as he began searching the map. The Land of Lightning, the Land of Wind, the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth. Nightblade nodded approvingly. The map was quite comprehensive. Once again, they resumed their search on the map. The crowd watched intently as Yi Ren meticulously sought the desired information, holding their breath in anticipation of his command. Only Ji Shui's lips quivered slightly. He understood that if the leader could not locate the sought-after position within 3 seconds, he would enter a state of aimless searching akin to a headless fly. However, Ji Shui dared not directly inquire about the location Yi Ren was searching for, fearing the leader's wrath. Suddenly, as impatience began to permeate the air and Yi Ren's brow furrowed deeper, Ji Shui's eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea. Ahem, leader. Shall we first return to Konoha for a period of rest? Yi Ren paused, then glanced at the slightly smiling Ji Shui, instantly comprehending his intent. It was not that Yi Ren was unaware. He straightened slowly, pointed at the map, and addressed Ji Shui. The light here is too dim. I cannot see clearly. Can you assist me? He continued. There exists a minuscule nation known as the Land of Rain. Is it not nestled in the angle between the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Fire? Ji Shui was taken aback for a moment, then followed Yi Ren's gaze to the map. Kurabi and the others also began their search. Here, a few seconds later, Ji Shui pointed to a small nation in the western part of the map and looked up at Yi Ren, stating, "This is the Land of Rain. I have been there during a previous mission." Ji Shui's expression turned grave as he addressed the group. We must not underestimate this nation. Despite its internal strife and perennial warfare, coupled with stringent security measures against potential espionage, it is home to the Hidden Rain Village. This village has developed numerous unique techniques, pushing every ninja's abilities to their limits, and has continuously innovated various distinctive skills. Its assassination techniques are highly advanced, often accepting commissions from foreign nations for covert operations, rendering it an exceedingly perilous country. Indeed, Yiren nodded at Ji Shui. Your intelligence is remarkably detailed, closely aligning with what I know. However, you have overlooked one crucial piece of information. Crucial information? Ji Shui frowned at the tiny dot representing the land of rain on the map, pondering what significant details he might have missed. After a long moment of contemplation, he despondently shook his head and replied to Yiren. That is all I am aware of. Ah, Yiren smiled gently at Ji Shui. Do not fault yourself. This vital information is known only to a select few within the entire ninja world, and I am one of them. He gently poked the map's representation of the land of rain and lowered his voice to address the group. Are you familiar with the Akatsuki organization? What? Ji Shui's eyes widened, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Leader, are you referring to that mysterious organization clad in red cloud robes? Indeed, Yiren affirmed with a nod. Observing the bewildered faces of those around him, who were as still as the tranquil waters, Yiren slowly began to elucidate the situation. The Akatsuki organization has only recently been established, and it is understandable that you are unaware of its implications. However, the strength of this organization should not be underestimated. Perhaps your knowledge of it is limited, but I can assure you that its leaders, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, have already slain the so-called demigod, Hanzo the Salamander, thus becoming the new masters of Amigakure. The membership now includes the original trio, along with the rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konohagakure, Kukazu, and the Red Sand Scorpion, Sasori, who transformed the third Kazekage into a puppet. Boom. Like a massive bomb dropped into a serene pond. Yiren's revelation caused an immediate change in the expressions of all present. Silence enveloped the group as they absorbed the weight of his words, compelling them to process and integrate the overwhelming information in their minds. Yiren observed the silence with a slight smile of understanding. After all, the Akatsuki had only been established for a little over 2 years, and not many were familiar with it yet. Finally, it was Shui who first regained his composure. Exhaling gently, once he collected his thoughts, he recalled Yiren's initial inquiry about the location of the Land of Rain. Leader, you confirmed the location of the Land of Rain with me earlier, but is there a specific purpose for that? With a subtle smile, Yiren tapped the map laid out on the ground and spoke softly. We have 2 missions this time. First, he raised one finger. We shall travel to a Wagakure to locate an individual and recruit him into our organization. With another smile, he raised a second finger. The second mission. Once we have successfully integrated this final member into our ranks, our 2 teams will officially be formed. After that, I will lead you to Amigakure, where we shall annihilate the Akatsuki and assimilate their members. Ultimately, we will establish the entire Kumogakure as the base of our organization, fostering its growth to realize our ultimate plan, the unification of the world. Gasping, both Yuki and Samui exchanged glances, their expressions betraying disbelief as they stared at Yiren as if he were a madman. Yiren, you cannot be serious. Unifying the entire ninja world is an ambition that even the legendary first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, could not accomplish. You seek to achieve this? With a slight smile, Yiren replied, is there a problem? Just because Hashirama could not accomplish it does not mean I cannot. Little sister, he said, gently patting Yuki's head with a grin, your perspective is flawed. As successors, our achievements must surpass those of our predecessors. Otherwise, how can we claim to pursue development? Yuki gazed at the confident man before her, falling into a contemplative silence. Perhaps he was right after all. Although Yiren did not endorse the methods and ideas of Yiren, nor did he believe that Yiren had even the slightest chance of success, he nonetheless decided to observe the situation further. What if it succeeded? Eagerly watching the now silent Yiren shifted his gaze towards Karabi. There was another matter at hand. We could actually hold an exhilarating and thrilling rap concert in the Rain Village, right beneath the headquarters of the Akatsuki. What do you think? Really? Karabi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement beneath his sunglasses, fixated on Yiren. And he began to break into his usual rap routine with exuberance. The feeling of joining the Shadow organization was truly delightful. The dream of performing concerts around the world was coming to fruition. Today, I feel splendid. I can compose marvelous verses. Thank you, Leader Yiren. Yiren, observing the jubilant Karabi, surprisingly refrained from criticizing his lack of musical talent, instead chuckling and continuing. as the captain of our Shadow Organization's second squad. You now have Yurin and Sammy as your team members. During this journey from the land of lightning to the land of earth, your task is to foster cooperation among your teammates and to fully leverage their respective strengths. Do you understand? Understood. No problem, Karabi replied, momentarily adopting a serious demeanor. Although I haven't led a ninja squad in quite some time, I possess the fundamental skills. Rest assured, Leader Yurin, I will ensure we work well together and accomplish our tasks before we reach the land of Earth. Good. Yurin nodded slightly, his expression turning serious as he addressed Karabi. Once you achieve a commendable level of synergy with your squad members, I will assign you another important task, the recruitment of new members. New members? Karabi blinked in curiosity at Yurin. Is it the person you mentioned who will be personally recruited in the land of Earth? Yes, Yurin affirmed with a nod. This individual possesses considerable strength, meeting our Shadow Organization standards, and upon recruitment, will directly join your squad. This way, the second squad will be fully staffed. Who is this third teammate, leader? Karabi inquired eagerly. Patience, Yurin replied with a slight smile. When the time comes for you to meet them, you will understand. They are quite similar to you, possessing an obsession with art. Oh, Karabi's eyes lit up. I'm looking forward to it. Let us go full throttle. We depart for the land of Earth tomorrow. The night passed without incident. As the first rays of sunlight graced the training platform of Yunlei Gorge, everyone opened their eyes. At that moment, Yurin had just concluded his routine morning exercises, casually tossing the enormous 100-meter peak back into place. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed through the air. A colossal silhouette descended from the heavens, accompanied by the sound of liquid sloshing. The fourth Reikage extended a hand, presenting a massive gourd of wine to Yeblade, his hearty laughter echoing. Ha! Yeblade, I have brought you 100 pounds of fine wine from our hidden cloud village. With a flourish, Yeblade grasped the gourd, weighing it lightly in his hand before nodding in approval. He smiled at the fourth Reikage, remarking, Indeed, you keep your word. That is certainly commendable. The Reikage observed Yeblade's well-defined muscles and, with a slight grin, leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. So, upon departing from our hidden cloud village, who shall be your next target for mischief? Yeblade's expression darkened. What do you mean by mischief? And why do you, on the surface, appear so proud and haughty, yet are, in reality, a gossip monger? A hint of embarrassment crossed the Reikage's face as he was caught off guard by Yeblade's retort. Not mischief, not mischief. I merely wondered where your next destination shall be. I am quite curious. He stammered, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. Truly curious? Yeblade inquired, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Well, it wouldn't hurt to hear, the Reikage replied, attempting to maintain his composure. Oh, Yeblade nodded. Then perhaps I shall keep it to myself, for you seem disinterested. The Reikage's forehead furrowed as he glared at Yeblade, gritting his teeth. In truth, I am rather keen to know. Please, do not keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Very well, Yeblade replied with a slight smile. My next target is the land of Earth. I intend to abduct the disciple of the great Inoki and recruit him into my organization. What? Abduction? The Reikage's thick brows furrowed in shock as he shouted in disbelief. Why must you shout so? Yeblade rolled his eyes at the Reikage. Is abduction such a topic for discussion? You are the Reikage, yet you lack composure. The Reikage, with an incredulous expression, retorted, Speaking of composure, I assent at you. As the leader of the organization, who lacks it? You just caused a ruckus in our hidden cloud village, and now, while every hidden village is on alert, you wish to abduct Inoki's disciple in the land of Earth? It seems rather reckless of you. Huh? Yeblade chuckled coldly, gazing intently at the Reikage. On alert? What good does that do? Wasn't your hidden cloud village also wary of my arrival? Yet, in the end, I pierced through your defenses effortlessly. What lesson does this tale impart? The Reikage paused, pondering Yeblade's words as he awaited further explanation from the smiling figure before him. This story teaches us that, in the face of absolute strength, what use are defenses or strategies? They are mere trifles, regardless of your myriad schemes and cunning. I shall shatter them all with sheer force. The Reikage was momentarily taken aback, then began to ponder deeply over the words spoken by Nightblade. After a considerable pause, a spark of realization ignited in the Reikage's eyes. He swiftly slapped his right hand against his left palm. It makes sense, he exclaimed. Nightblade regarded the Reikage with a knowing smile. Trust me on this. He confidently patted his chest. In the future, should you in the hidden cloud village encounter similar situations, Strive to refrain from excessive chatter, just as you have realized today. If trouble arises, our organization will shoulder the burden for you. Excessive chatter? The Raikage was taken aback, gazing at Nightblade with a perplexed expression. What does that mean? Oh, that. Nightblade chuckled, almost forgetting that the Raikage was unfamiliar with the term. He quickly flashed a smile and eagerly explained. Excessive chatter refers to those who talk too much, especially before a fight. In such moments, you might as well use your fists to silence them. No more needless prattle. The Raikage, with a look of sheer astonishment, widened his eyes as if seeing a kindred spirit. Brother Nightblade, you are absolutely right. I have just realized that we have truly bonded over our shared experiences. I am quite like you. With a resounding clash, the Raikage brought his fists together in the air, emitting a flicker of lightning. When faced with those who prattle on before a brawl, I won't indulge them either. A single punch will suffice. Nightblade listened, a hint of admiration in his gaze. If I were not the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, I might indeed consider joining your esteemed organization, but alas, he sighed lightly. I have my responsibilities to uphold. Indeed, what a pity. Nightblade replied with a sidelong glance at the Raikage, choosing not to respond further. Who would believe the Raikage's previous words? Others might be unaware, but Nightblade certainly was not. On the surface, the Raikage appeared to be a brash individual. However, beneath that facade lay a keen intellect. After all, how else could he manage the vast Hidden Cloud Village with such precision? It was not mere bravado, but rather astute reasoning. Nightblade smirked coldly. The Raikage's attitude had undergone a dramatic shift from the previous day to today, and the reason was quite simple. The Raikage saw hope in Nightblade, or rather, in the organization. Rather than passively allowing Nightblade to forcibly take the two Jinchuriki from his village, it was far more prudent to cultivate a relationship with him, thereby intertwining the fates of the Hidden Cloud Village and the organization more securely. Only then could the village truly rest easy. Leader? It was Shirzue who first emerged from the doorway. Oh, the Raikage is here too. At that moment, Shirzue, accompanied by a total of 6 individuals including Killer Bee, slowly stepped out from the entrance of the grand platform of the Cloud and Thunder Gorge, standing neatly in front of Nightblade, illuminated by the gentle golden light of the rising sun. Leader, we are prepared and ready to depart at any time, Shirzue stated with a serious demeanor. Very well. Nightblade nodded solemnly. The speed is commendable. However, starting tomorrow, our rest periods will be significantly shortened. It is from the journey commencing tomorrow that I shall subject all of you to a rigorous trial. The details of this trial shall be gradually revealed to you along the way. Nightblade's gaze swept across each individual's face. The singular purpose of this trial is unequivocal: to grow stronger. To grow stronger. To grow stronger. Is my intent clear enough? Nightblade's voice resonated with the thunderous echoes throughout the Cloud Thunder Gorge. Clear. The 6 individuals wore solemn expressions, nodding in unison towards Nightblade, responding in a harmonious chorus. Even Yu Mu and Sam E, who had expressed reluctance regarding joining the Shadow Organization just yesterday, found their final reservations crumbling upon witnessing the Thunder Shadow himself come to bid them farewell. They began to contemplate their integration into this organization. After all, it is only natural to seize a low-risk opportunity to strengthen oneself. Who would decline such a chance? With a slight smile, Nightblade surveyed the fully prepared members of the Shadow Organization, nodded at Thunder Shadow, and waved his hand. Let us embark. The Land of Earth lies to the west of the Land of Thunder. If the Land of Thunder is bordered by the sea on 3 sides and connects to the inland on 1, then the Land of Earth can be likened to an expansive and boundless plain. Moreover, this vast plain is utterly desolate, characterized by yellow earth hills and Yodon landforms, eroded by fierce winds over the years, with scarce vegetation. At this moment, having just crossed the border, Nightblade and his team were scattered in a peculiar manner across the border of the Land of Earth, seemingly engaged in strange activities. Is this difficulty too high? In the first squad, Jishue was caked in dirt, leaning against a hillside at the border of the Land of Earth, gasping for breath as he took a hearty swig of water. Indeed, leaning beside him, Itachi wiped the sweat from his brow. This trial may prove exceedingly challenging for us. To breach the leader's blockade into the Land of Earth, we must maintain a distance of no more than 5 kilometers apart. Such a requirement seems excessively stringent. With a splash, Suki Yuin splashed a jug of water gently across her face, revitalizing herself slightly before reaching for the shiyu that was planted in the ground. Addressing Itachi and Jishue, she remarked, Karabi's team has just been formed. In comparison, our team's strength surpasses theirs. Brother Jishui, let us deliberate our tactics once more. Very well. Jishui paused, then, noticing Yuin's resolute gaze, nodded affirmatively. He addressed Itachi and Yuin. Itachi excels in illusions. I specialize in speed and illusions, while Yuin is adept with the blade. According to the rules set forth by the leader, as long as one member of the squad enters the territory of the land of Earth, the trial task for that squad is deemed complete. Thus, I propose we allow Yuin to serve as a feint while I create the pretense of a charge. In the end, Jishui smiled slightly, pointing at Yuin. We will do our utmost to assist Yuin in utilizing the shave and the Iaido to break through and enter the land of Earth. He chuckled softly. In that case, victory is assured. After exchanging a glance, Itachi and Yuin both perceived hope in each other's eyes. I believe it is feasible. Excellent. Shui offered a faint smile. Everyone, prepare yourselves. In 5 minutes, we shall march toward the land of Earth. Yes. Itachi and Yuin responded in hushed tones, and within moments, their figures gradually vanished at the uneven borders of the land of Earth, concealed in the shadows of the boundary line. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Killer Bee, Samui, and the trio of Yamurai were also awkwardly hiding behind a dirt mound. Yamurai brushed the dust off his blue robe. Can't even you evade that man's scrutiny? Killer Bee wiped the yellow earth from his forehead, revealing a bitter smile. You may not fully grasp the magnitude of Nightblade's power. This man is a top-tier individual in nearly every realm I have yet to encounter, aside from his use of chakra-less ninjutsu for attack. Regarding concealment, even if I temporarily sever my connection with the Eight Tails and refrain from utilizing any chakra, I cannot escape his perception. A few beads of cold sweat formed on Killer Bee's forehead. This is a concealment technique that even Shui from another team cannot detect. Yamurai was momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. So, how shall we proceed? If concealment proves impossible, can we defeat him and force our way in? Allow me to interject. Samui, who had been resting her arms, slowly lowered them and gestured to interrupt Yamurai. As she made this slight movement, 2 mountains swayed slightly. I do not advocate for a direct confrontation, Samui said with a furrowed brow, speaking calmly. Previously, we faced this man in a direct battle at the Death Valley, resulting in a devastating defeat. Subsequently, he lost to several of his subordinates. Shortly thereafter, the 4th Raikage was knocked unconscious by a single blow from him. If we engage in a head-on clash, Samui cast a cold gaze at Bee and Yamurai. We stand no chance whatsoever. Disheartened, Yamurai glanced at Samui with a hint of disappointment. What shall we do then? If we cannot conceal ourselves, it seems we have no choice but to confront him directly. No. Samui smiled slightly, her short hair dancing in the wind, enhancing her elegance and confidence. You have overlooked another method. Oh, another method? At this moment, Killer Bee's interest was piqued. His small eyes behind the sunglasses fixed intently on Samui, and he inquired in his unique rap style. Samui has devised a plan. I am certain it will be splendid. Speak quickly and share it so we can all join in. Listening to Killer Bee's peculiar and convoluted rap, Samui felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, but suppressed her discomfort, slowly addressing the two. Have you forgotten that, besides our team, another team is participating in this trial? Furthermore, that team's overall strength is likely superior to ours. As our own team proves ineffective, Samui smiled faintly, casting a knowing glance at the enlightened Karabi. Oh, I see now, Karabi exclaimed, grasping Samui's intent. We must forge an alliance. Together, we shall confront the Nightblade. How exhilarating. Yet, as Karabi resumed his rap, Samui's expression darkened, his right fist clenched in a fierce warning. Lord Bai, I have tolerated your antics for far too long. Should you continue to communicate through your rap, I will not hesitate to expose our location, prematurely concluding this trial, and swiftly distance myself from you. I shall request to reform a new team with Lord Yeblade. Fine. Bai acquiesced, attempting to restore some semblance of normalcy. Samui, if you have something to say, then speak up. Samui nodded thoughtfully, preparing to articulate his thoughts. Just then, Yomu, standing nearby, brightened, his right hand slapping against his left palm. Indeed, forming an alliance is a splendid strategy. Samui gently rubbed his brow, observing his 2 companions. One, a seemingly aloof yet fervently passionate ally. The other, a rather eccentric individual prone to spontaneous rap. Samui felt a tinge of weariness. All right, you two should listen to me, he instructed. lowering his voice as he spoke to Karabi and Yomo. What I meant was not to form an alliance, but rather, Samui smirked cunningly, to utilize them. With confidence, Samui elaborated. Our two teams share the same objective, to find a way through the Nightblade's blockade and enter the land of Earth. This endeavor requires not only stealth, but also the strength to force our way through when stealth fails. Yet, it is evident that both paths are obstructed by our leader. With a composed smile, Samui continued, I surmise that Team 1 must already have a comprehensive plan. They possess 2 members with Sharingan and another with nearly instantaneous speed. Thus, I shall venture a guess that female swordsman from their team shall serve as the breakthrough. Upon hearing Samui's analysis, Karabi pondered for a brief moment before slowly nodding. You make a valid point, but how does this relate to our utilization plan? Samui chuckled coldly. This connection is paramount. Listen closely. As long as we act in conjunction with the female swordsman's movements, we shall face no issues. Oh, after absorbing Samui's strategy, Karabi and Yomu's eyes gleamed with understanding as they nodded in agreement. Understood, it will soon be our turn. As the wind swept through, wisps of yellow dust danced across the ground, and at an indeterminate moment, a foot gently pressed upon it. The little rabbits, with a toothpick held between their lips. Nightblade effortlessly sliced through his white martial arts uniform, resting his right hand on the hilt of 3 swords, smiling as he gazed at the horizon of the border. Are you ready? With the sound of Nightblade's voice, dust began to rise in great clouds on both sides of the national boundary. The first and second squads moved in perfect harmony, swiftly charging towards Nightblade. Oh, are you planning a full-force assault this time? Slowly extending his right hand, he drew the black blade, Yenmo, from his waist, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let me test your mettle, my dear comrades. At that moment, Ji Shui spotted the team of Karabi, who had coincidentally charged alongside them, a frown immediately creasing his brow. Everyone, take heed. Karabi's team has also launched their attack, as we made ours. There is certainly a conspiracy at play here. Let us proceed with caution. We must not allow ourselves to be exploited. All right. Itachi and Shiyin quickly glanced towards the other side, where Karabi's team was, their brows furrowing in agreement. As the distance between Ji Shui's team and Nightblade continued to close, Nightblade's figure became distinctly visible to everyone. Ji Shui's eyes narrowed. Attention! Ji Shui suddenly drew his small dagger from his back, forming seals with his hands, causing countless clones of himself to materialize across the vast, desolate sands. Body flicker technique. We advance, Ji Shui shouted, prompting Itachi and Shiyin to step forward, aligning themselves with him, surrounded by the multitude of clones. Oh, Nightblade squinted at the altered attack strategy of Ji Shui's team. This seems different this time. Who will be the breakthrough? Just as he was observing Ji Shui, movements erupted from Karabi's team, a significant action that startled Nightblade. Together, ba, boom, boom, with the resounding shouts of the wooden figures and Karabi, a massive blue cat adorned with vibrant black patterns materialized amidst the yellow sands. Beside it stood the 8-tailed beast, missing one horn, resembling a colossal octopus. Between the 2-tailed beasts stood the stern-faced Samui. Beneath his loose robe, his proud figure was accentuated by the wind, and he had a pair of ears that bounced playfully like those of a rabbit. Nightblade chuckled softly. One team seeks to take advantage, while another aims to utilize their opponent. Both strategies are commendable. However, a cold glint flickered in Nightblade's eyes. As long as you do not unite, you shall never pass through my domain. Do you not yet comprehend? One sword style. Nightblade observed Ji Shui's team, now within his striking range, his gaze sharpening. His right hand, clutching the black blade Yenmo, tightened slightly. He uttered a swift command, as swift as the wind. Whoosh! The silhouette of Nightblade vanished in an instant, akin to a wisp of breeze swiftly sweeping across the sandy expanse, only to reappear amidst a multitude of still waters. With a swift motion, Nightblade executed a circular slash with the Enma, the blade gliding through the air at a deliberate pace. As the still waters furrowed their brows, an omnipresent zephyr swept through the space, brushing past all the ephemeral forms of still water. In a mere heartbeat, the myriad manifestations of still water dissipated into thin air, leaving the sandy terrain utterly vacant. Ineffectual. Observing the still water that had materialized behind him, Nightblade offered a subtle smile. One sword style Ekinotori. With a reverse grip, Nightblade slashed downward towards the distant still water, the blade slicing through the air with such velocity that it generated a formidable gust. This rush of air coalesced into a colossal wave of energy, imbued with a faint azure hue, hurtling towards a now perspiring Stillwater. Surely not, thought Stillwater. His expression one of bitter disbelief. I merely executed a momentary shift. Must you escalate this so dramatically, boss? A slight smile graced Nightblade's lips upon hearing this. If I do not escalate matters today during the trial, how will you fare in future confrontations? Stillwater paused, muttering under his breath, who can compare to the boss? A freak of nature capable of such terrifying strikes? Moreover, I have never tasted defeat. Oh, Nightblade's smile widened, clearly hearing Stillwater's whispered retort. Dare you to speak back? One sword style. Ekinotori. With incredulity etched on Stillwater's face, Nightblade wore a playful smirk, launching another strike from a different angle towards the hapless Stillwater. Stillwater felt tears welling up, witnessing the dual waves of energy sealing his fate. His expression turning grim. Surely, boss, are you trying to end me? Humph. Enough prattle. As Nightblade engaged in this fierce clash, Yeye and Itachi, closely trailing Stillwater, aligned themselves with Nightblade, preparing their assault. Sharingan. Genjutsu. Kage no Shackle. Itachi swiftly formed hand seals, his dark eyes transforming as the three tomo of the Sharingan emerged, fixating intently on Nightblade's gaze. Meanwhile, Yeye, with a serious demeanor, slightly bent forward, her right hand gripping the hilt of Shiyu. One sword style, Kiri. Iato, Lion Song. In an instant, Yeye vanished from the heavy sandy ground, reappearing before Nightblade, drawing Shiyu from its sheath with remarkable speed. Clang. The lightning-fast Iato strike was effortlessly perceived by Nightblade, who merely parried it with the back of his blade, producing a crisp sound of impact. Genjutsu? Nightblade chuckled coldly. Conqueror's Haki. Boom. A surge of deep purple energy erupted from Yeye, radiating outward in a shockwave that extended for a kilometer beyond the arena. The individuals present, Ji Shuei, who was deftly maneuvering to fend off the threats posed by the Agang birds, Itachi, conjuring illusions, and Yuji Xia, who had sheathed her sword, were all taken aback, as was the approaching team led by Kirabai. In an instant, they each felt as though their hearts were gripped tightly, overwhelmed by an indescribable force emanating from Yeye, which collectively induced a state of lethargy among them. Not too far from Yeye, Kirabai and the Eight Tails, in their tailed beast form, scratched their heads in confusion, glancing at the fallen Samui. What just happened? Was it the leader's overwhelming power that caused you to faint? Kirabai mused, a hint of disappointment in his expression. Or perhaps it was the leader's charm that ensnared you. He jested, though he too soon felt a wave of dizziness. Turning to the Eight Tails, he queried, Hey Abba, why do I feel a bit lightheaded? Are you draining my chakra? Stop it at once, or I might pass out. Idiot. With the vast amount of chakra within me, do I really need to absorb yours? The Eight Tails retorted, rolling its eyes at Kirabai, beads of cold sweat trickling down its massive head. Despite not comprehending the situation, the Eight Tails observed Yeye, whose robe billowed dramatically, exuding an aura of seriousness and indifference. I sense something unusual emanating from that man. It's compelling me to retreat from my tailed beast transformation. How about you, Bai? As Kirabai's vision began to blur, he struggled to remain upright while listening to the Eight Tails' analysis. Finally, he could bear it no longer and collapsed to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. The Eight Tails, astonished, was about to try to rouse Kirabai when its own tailed beast form was forcibly retracted back into Kirabai's body, severing their connection for the time being. In the shadowy expanse, the Eight Tails was drenched in cold sweat, pondering the nature of this man's formidable abilities. Unlike the others, Kirabai and the Eight Tails were the last to succumb. Itachi and Xia, closest to Yeye, had fallen the moment his overwhelming might was revealed. While not far off, the two swordsmen who had just exerted themselves to evade Yeren's strike collapsed with a resounding thud. Following them was the two-tailed Jinchuriki, the wooden man. Indeed, the very first to fall was the weakest among them, Samui. Yeren observed the fierce battle that had just unfolded with a moment of surprise, followed by a gentle smile as he strolled back to his initial position, effortlessly lifting the massive wine jug. He tilted his head back and drank deeply from it. It remains ineffective. If I cannot withstand even a fraction of the Overlord's Haki, then such strength is indeed rather disappointing. Wait a moment. A gurgle resonated as Nightblade's throat rolled, and a few droplets of crystalline liquor trickled down his neck, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the light. Furthermore, Nightblade offered a faint smile. There has been quite the commotion along your borders. Surely the appropriate parties have arrived by now. I await your presence. At this moment, on a broad, ochre-hued road nearing the borders of the land of Earth, a contingent of ninjas clad in red uniforms hastily approached, led by two individuals. Father, who exactly are the ones causing such a significant disturbance at our borders during this invasion? Has the intelligence department provided any directives? A figure in a snug red outfit, adorned with a ninja vest and one arm devoid of sleeves, inquired of his father. The father, Huang Tu, nodded gently. The intelligence department of the village indicated that the invading ninjas are primarily a coalition from the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. Among them is the recently emerged swordsman, Nightblade, along with Shunshin no Jutsu, Itachi with his Sharingan, and the lightning dance, Yuzuki Yugao, as well as two Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village. What? Heitu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at her father with confusion. Given the formidable nature of our adversaries, do you truly believe that we and the ninjas behind us can adequately manage this invasion? With a chuckle, Huang Tu turned to Heitu and offered a gentle smile. Do not be anxious. You are my most cherished daughter. As a chunin accompanying me, do you think our purpose is merely to engage them in battle? Heitu paused, gazing at her father in bewilderment. Isn't our mission to punish those ninjas invading the borders of our land of Earth? No. Huang Tu shook his head. It is not as such. Our task this time is to ascertain their intentions, meaning we can uncover their objectives without engaging in combat. Even if they force our hand, given our mastery of Earth release techniques, escaping will not pose a challenge. Heitu's brow eased slightly as she nodded at her father. I understand now. By the way, father, she seemed to recall something, her eyes sparkling with interest. I have heard of that swordsman named Nightblade. It is said he has recently undertaken numerous shocking feats, slaying an envoy from the Hidden Cloud, defeating the legendary Sannin, and conquering the Two-Tails Jinchuriki in the Death Gorge. Such tales are utterly thrilling. I would love to meet him. Heitu smiled slightly. I've heard he possesses quite the striking appearance, haha. Huang Tu paused, casting a concerned glance at his daughter, who was laughing heartily beside him. I hope you do not harbor any interest in that man. He is exceedingly dangerous. Half an hour later, the 6 members of the Shadow Organization, sprawled on the ground in disarray, gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Nightblade, who stood in the center sipping a drink, an innate instinct as ninjas informed them of their failure. Indeed, they had all been collectively defeated in an instant. As Jishui observed the dazed individuals regaining awareness, he let out a gentle sigh. How naive I was to think that through our efforts, we could one day catch up to the leader. I never imagined that merely the leader's aura could render us all unconscious. Such a disparity is truly disheartening. Who could argue otherwise? Mizuki, cradling her long katana, Shigure, gazed at Nightblade with a look of deep resentment. Our differences are not solely reflected in our strength. They extend to the leader's utter lack of compassion, mercilessly taking action against girls like me, Samui, and Yuki. Nightblade smiled faintly, addressing the already awakened assembly. Just in time. Now that you have all regained consciousness, gather around me as we prepare to welcome the guests from Awagakure. Jishui rubbed his still dizzy head and slowly stepped to Nightblade's right side, inquiring, who has arrived from Awagakure? I suspect it could very well be that Anoki fellow. It was Itachi, who had approached leisurely, who replied, no, that is unlikely. Following closely behind was the somewhat awkwardly behaving Kurabi, who stood to Nightblade's left. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued, this time, we have not made any announcements about invading Awagakure. And given that we have spent quite some time here without inflicting any substantial damage to the land of Earth, they are likely to perceive our entry as a routine occurrence. Sending a few jonin should suffice. Is that so? Xian shook her head, still inclined to agree with Jishui's perspective. Our leader has brought the elite of our 2 villages to the borders of the land of Earth. Creating such a commotion, would Awagakure dare to send only a handful of jonin? Coughing lightly, Itachi interjected, there is indeed merit to what Kurabi says. Another possibility is that the people of Awagakure may believe that facing our leader and this group, even the Tsuchikige's presence would be futile. Rather than placing the Tsuchikige in a precarious situation, it would be wiser to dispatch a team of reconnaissance ninjas to probe the situation. That would be the most prudent course of action. Xian paused, then nodded in agreement, seeming to find some rationale in his words. While that may hold some truth, wouldn't it be disrespectful not to send at least a couple of formidable ninjas? Heh, Itachi smiled slightly from the side. If it's disrespect, then let us just eliminate them all. Nightblade was taken aback, observing Itachi, whose expression was growing increasingly cold. And a flicker of doubt surged within him as he regarded Itachi in this manner. It seems that, rather inadvertently, one has come into contact with the organization they established, and has been stirred by the organization's objectives and the formidable individuals within it. The notion of ambition has been re-evaluated, and it is likely that this marks Itachi's period of confusion. A glimmer flickered in Yeblade's eyes. It appeared to be the opportune moment to engage Itachi in a meaningful conversation, as it would not do to allow the changes within him to escalate unchecked. As the entire team stood alongside Yeblade, facing the borders of the land of Earth, a series of urgent footsteps echoed from afar, causing the ground beneath to tremble. Eventually, a duo of ninjas clad in crimson bodysuits and brown ninja vests materialized on the horizon. Oh, Killer Bee shielded his eyes with a hand, gazing at the two figures gradually emerging in the distance. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Yeblade and remarked, "It appears there are about 10 individuals approaching. The leader is the Jonin from Awagakure, Yellow Earth. There is also a young girl accompanying him." Killer Bee frowned slightly. "I don't quite recognize her." Yeblade's brow furrowed as he suddenly recalled an Awagakure ninja with short black hair and exceptionally long legs. Kuratsuchi. Is that girl the one with short black hair and remarkably long legs? He inquired. Killer Bee paused, then shifted his gaze toward Kuratsuchi, whose attire was tightly wrapped around her legs as she sprinted against the gusty winds. He nodded slightly. Given what the leader has said, it indeed seems so. This girl's legs are far longer than those of the wooden man. Just because her legs are long, what does that imply about mine? The wooden man retorted darkly, glaring at Killer Bee, who was intently observing their opponents. Are you suggesting you wish to spar with me? Killer Bee quickly interjected. No, I absolutely meant no offense. The wooden man huffed coldly, turning his head away. As the group conversed, the swift approach of the Awagakure ninjas brought them to a halt not far from the gathering. Yellow Earth, observing the leader of the Akatsuki, Yeblade, raised an eyebrow and cautiously inquired, "Are you indeed the esteemed Lord Yeblade of the Akatsuki?" "Indeed," Yeblade replied, his expression impassive as he nodded. "What is it you wish to discuss?" Yellow Earth hesitated momentarily, beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples as he regarded Yeblade and his powerful companions. Mustering his courage, he continued, "While I wouldn't say there's much to discuss, I am curious about your intentions in coming to the borders of our land of Earth with such commotion. However," he added, noticing Yeblade's expression turning colder, "please do not misunderstand. We are merely conducting an investigation. If your presence poses no threat to the security of the land of Earth, we would be more than willing to welcome you." "Oh," Yeblade smirked playfully. "What if we are here to threaten your land of Earth? Look at the individuals surrounding me." Yiren extended his hands, pointing out each of his subordinates. "As we gathered, do you believe there exists a threat to the power of your Earth country?" Cold sweat began to trickle down Huang Tu's forehead, and he instinctively took a step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his daughter. "Hey Tuesday Lord Yirun, please do not jest with me. We, the people of Awagakure, have never wronged you. If you intend to make things difficult for us, there is no justification for it." Yiren smiled faintly. "Very well. You make a valid point, and I shall not trouble you further. I merely wish to pose a few questions. As long as you respond earnestly, I assure you, I will not undertake any actions that jeopardize the safety of the Earth country. Do we have an accord?" Huang Tu hesitated for a moment, gazing at Yi Ren's cheerful demeanor, contemplating for several seconds before slowly nodding. "As long as it does not concern the secrets of Awagakure, you may inquire as you wish. I promise I will not deceive you." "Excellent." Yiren nodded, pleased. "Now, allow me to ask you this. Where has that young individual Deidara, who has a penchant for bombastic terror, gone? Do you have any leads on his whereabouts?" "Deidara?" Huang Tu paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he sought confirmation. "You wish to inquire about Deidara, Lord Yiren?" "Indeed," Yiren affirmed with a nod. "Is this the individual you are aware of? Do you know where this young lad currently resides?" Upon hearing Yiren's sudden inquiry, Huang Tu felt a wave of hesitation wash over him, his gaze faltering as it darted away from Yiren's penetrating eyes. "What troubles you?" Yiren furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you unaware of his whereabouts?" Or are you reluctant to share? Do you wish to incite a conflict between our organization and the Earth Country? Huang Tu, flustered, waved his hands in protest. No, Lord Yiran, it is not that I am unwilling to divulge Daidara's movements, but rather his expression grew grim. More than 2 years ago, Daidara was exiled from the village by Lord Suchikage for recklessly employing clay explosives and engaging in acts of terror. I truly do not know where he is now. Huang Tu anxiously explained to Yi Run, his heart heavy with bitterness. The question posed by Yi Run was, in essence, quite simple, merely the whereabouts of an individual. However, by sheer misfortune, Yi Run had inquired specifically about Daidara. This left Huang Tu in an exceedingly awkward position. Oh, is that so? Yi Run paused, momentarily taken aback, as he recollected the trajectory of Daidara's life that he was familiar with. When Daidara was expelled from the village, he was approximately 9 years old, subsequently wandering amidst various destructive missions until about 2 years later. That would be around the 55th year of Konoha, when he encountered Itachi Uchiha in the Earth Country and was compelled to join the Akatsuki. Therefore, with Itachi now in his own camp, Daidara should now be approximately 11.5 years old. Although it is impossible to ascertain the precise whereabouts of Daidara, there is no doubt that he remains within the borders of the land of Earth. Under the tense expressions of Yellow Earth and Black Earth, Nightblade slowly nodded. Since you truly do not know where Daidara has gone, let it be so. I have just concluded a training exercise with members of my organization, and now we seek a place to rest within your land of Earth. Fortuitously, you have arrived. Please, guide us to a tranquil location. Yellow Earth, without a moment's hesitation, readily acquiesced to Nightblade's request. He found it amusing that Nightblade oscillated between inquiries about entering the land of Earth and the whereabouts of Daidara, neither of which was within his capacity to resolve. With the sudden emergence of a more manageable task, he felt a sense of relief and immediately led the accompanying ninjas to flank Nightblade's entourage. He then approached Nightblade with his daughter, Black Earth, by his side. With a slight smile, Yellow Earth regarded Nightblade, clad in a pristine, white martial arts uniform, exuding an aura of quiet authority. Is the leader of Nightblade here in our land of Earth solely to seek Daidara? Despite an underlying fear of Nightblade and a trepidation at provoking him, as a ninja from a Wagakure, it was his duty to comprehend the intentions of any strangers who dared to enter his homeland. Indeed, Nightblade replied, revealing no hint of concealment. Not only do I seek Daidara, but I also wish for him to join my Akatsuki organization. Thus, I shall remain in the land of Earth until I locate him. Yellow Earth maintained a stoic exterior while internally sounding alarm bells. The events Nightblade had set in motion in Kumobikure had already reverberated through the grapevine. And when combined with his own observations, it was evident that the rumors circulating in the ninja world were not far from the truth. This man would undoubtedly disrupt the stability of the ninja villages and abduct their Jinchuriki. Very well, Yellow Earth conceded, nodding to Nightblade, signifying his commitment to provide any assistance in locating Daidara. Are you Nightblade? Just as Yellow Earth was conversing with Nightblade, Black Earth, adorned in a tight-fitting red outfit that accentuated her long legs, blinked her almond-shaped eyes and curiously inquired about Nightblade, seemingly intrigued. Alarm bells rang in Yellow Earth's mind as he felt a cold sweat trickle down his temple. The evident fascination his daughter had for the young and powerful Nightblade posed a potential dilemma. What if she, too, were to be drawn into his organization? Indeed, I am Nightblade. You must be Black Earth, Nightblade responded with a gentle smile, addressing the striking beauty beside him. I had long heard tales of a disciple of the Earth Shadow from the land of Earth, a paragon of beauty whose every gesture emanated exquisite allure. Today, upon meeting her, I found the rumors to be undeniably true. Haidu was momentarily taken aback. Having grown up amidst boys, she had never received compliments regarding her appearance. The most she ever garnered were cheers from her peers during fights, with shouts of impressive. Yet, to hear praise from someone like Yeren was a first for her. Do you truly think I am beautiful? Absolutely, Yeren replied with a subtle smile. Your beauty ranks among the top 5 of the female ninjas I have encountered. Really? Haidu's cheeks flushed at his words, her bashful demeanor drawing a frown from the nearby Huang Tu. Yeren smiled slightly, internally adding to himself that he hadn't encountered many female ninjas. Since you have complimented my beauty, may I, like those esteemed sisters, join your shadow organization? Oh, Yeren was momentarily startled. His inquiry met with Huang Tu's incredulity and Haitu's eager anticipation. What is your reason for wanting to join my shadow organization? Heh, Haida smiled softly, her spirited eyes sparkling with ambition. Your strength is well known, as is the might of the organization you have established, filled with formidable ninjas. My desire to join is simple. I wish to grow stronger. At this point, her cheeks flushed again, her voice slightly diminished. Of course, it also has to do with you, Yeren. Oh, Yeren observed Haitu's shy demeanor with a subtle smile, teasingly asking, what connection do I have to this? Haitu was momentarily stunned, her face reddening further. It is because of your immense strength. If I join the organization you have founded, learning from you would ensure rapid progress. Very well, Yeren nodded, smiling at Haitu. At such a young age, you have already reached the level of Chunin, and your proficiency in lava release is apparent. Given your potential and strength, I shall reluctantly permit you to join our shadow organization. You will be assigned to Killer Bee's team. How does that sound? Are you willing? Really? Haida gazed at Yeren, then at Killer Bee, who smiled kindly at her. Her eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed as she sought confirmation from Yeren once more. Indeed. Yeren replied with a gentle nod. Would I deceive you? If you are willing, you can begin participating in our daily trials starting tomorrow. Absolutely. Haitu exclaimed with joy, eagerly anticipating the trials Yeren had mentioned. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Haitu's enthusiasm for the trials, the others exchanged glances, silently expressing their concern for the young girl, who seemed blissfully unaware of Yeren's formidable methods. Suddenly, after listening to his daughter converse with Lord Yiren for quite some time, Huang Tu finally spoke up. Lord Yiren, may I inquire if you have officially consented to my daughter joining the organization you have founded, the Shadow Organization? Yiren replied, glancing at Huang Tu and nodding slightly. Indeed, do you have any objections? Huang Tu wiped the sweat from his brow. Well, I don't have any significant objections, as this is my daughter's choice, and it is commendable that she wishes to challenge herself. However, but what? Yiren's gaze turned slightly frosty. However, my agreement does not hold weight. All ninjas are committed to protecting the land of Earth and the Hidden Stone Village, and must resolutely obey the orders of the Tsuchikage. If Lord Yiren wishes to recruit Hei-Tu into your organization, it would require the consent of our Tsuchikage. Oh, Yiren smiled faintly at Huang Tuesday. Are you suggesting that I require Lord Inoki's approval to admit Hei-Tu into my organization? Are you threatening me? Not at all. Huang Tu shook his head. As a resident of Konoha, Lord Yiren may not fully grasp the current situation of our Hidden Stone Village. He spoke with a bitter expression. In recent years, our village has suffered a decline in talent. Even Deidara, whom you mentioned, was expelled due to his penchant for terrorist activities. If Lord Yiren insists on taking Hei-Tu away, our new generation's strength will be significantly diminished. Therefore, if you are determined to take Hei-Tu, it is imperative that you seek the approval of our Tsuchikage. After listening to Huang Tu's reasonable explanation, Yiren stroked his chin thoughtfully. Very well. You make a valid point, and I shall not impose upon you further. Since Hei-Tu's admission into my organization requires Lord Inoki's consent, please lead me to your Hidden Stone Village. I shall speak with Lord Inoki personally. Yiren's mind stirred with a new idea. Additionally, I have another matter I wish to discuss with Lord Inoki. Huang Tu was taken aback. Lord Yiren wishes to meet our Tsuchikage now? Of course. Yiren rolled his eyes at Huang Tuesday, lead the way. The Hidden Stone Village was enveloped by towering rocky mountains, providing a formidable defense against intruders. However, this geography also rendered external communication quite challenging. Consequently, the land of Earth has developed more steadily compared to other nations over the past few decades. A fact evident since Lord Inoki's tenure. We are approaching the Hidden Stone Village. Ahead lies a grand tower with a prominent spire, inscribed with the character for Earth. That is the Tsuchikage's office, and Lord Inoki should be there now. Please wait here, Lord Yiren, while I go in to announce your arrival. Very well. Yiren nodded, standing patiently beneath the towering structure as time passed slowly. Half an hour later, Huang Tu emerged slowly from the colossal structure, turning sideways to gesture invitingly towards Lord Yiren. Lord Yiren, Lord Inoki requests your presence. Very well. Yiren nodded, turning to smile at Shishui and the others behind him. I will have a brief audience with Lord Inoki. You shall wait for me below. Should anything arise, I will signal you. Do not worry. Understood. Shishui responded nonchalantly, his expression as unfazed as those of his companions, as if Yiren's meeting with Lord Inoki were an inconsequential affair. This left Kuratsuchi, standing nearby, feeling a twinge of confusion. Aren't you concerned for the leader? After all, he is entering the office of the Tsuchikage alone, amidst a gathering of formidable experts. Huh. Shurshui tilted his head slightly, glancing at the young girl Kuratsuchi, and replied with a smile. Formidable experts? Care to place a wager? In a moment, our Tsukikage will soar out from several stories above. Soar out? Kuratsuchi exclaimed incredulously. How could that be? Our Tsukikage is the strongest of all generations, and surely, a mere conversation could not lead to conflict. Hey! Shurshui smiled faintly, exchanging knowing glances with his teammates, who wore similarly enigmatic smiles, and then fell silent. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Karabi and the Wooden Man recalled Yaren's past exploits in the Hidden Cloud Village, instinctively taking a few steps back. Kuratsuchi was taken aback. Why are you stepping back? Karabi smiled slightly, and, with animated gestures, responded in rap. I fear that should a fight break out, it might escalate too violently and harm us innocent bystanders below. Hey, you're worried about collateral damage? Kuratsuchi pondered for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. Speaking of which, the Tsukikage's dust release is indeed terrifying. It makes sense for you to step back. I suppose I should also move back a bit. With a slight lift of her foot, Kuratsuchi retreated 2 steps. As everyone took a few steps back, Yeren followed Huangtu up the stairs and arrived at the Tsukikage's office, where he met Inoki. You are Yeren? Inoki inquired, his sharp gaze fixed upon Yeren. Ah, you are Lord Inoki? Yeren rolled his eyes at the elder. You flaunting your age? If you dish it out, I shall return the favor, and with added intensity. That man with the bad back? Inoki replied, it seems rather inappropriate for you to speak in such a manner, as I am the leader of a Wagakure. Disrespecting me implies a lack of respect for this village itself, does it not? Oh, Yeren smiled slightly. Speaking of disrespect, your earlier remark carries an implication of condescension due to your seniority, suggesting you look down upon me. Thus, your lack of respect for me also reflects a lack of respect for my subordinate organization, the Akatsuki, does it not? The initial intention of Inoki was rather straightforward. He merely sought to instill a sense of caution in Yeren, who had recently arrived in the land of Earth. However, to his astonishment, he found himself outmaneuvered by Yeren. The reputation of Yaren's shadow organization had spread like wildfire, becoming known to all and sundry during this period. Even among the youthful ninjas of the 5 great nations, many aspired to join Yeren, the esteemed leader of this organization. In that moment, Yaren's words effectively silenced the Tsukikage, leaving him choked with indignation, unable to articulate his frustration. It was not without a hint of humiliation that Inoki gazed at Yeren, whose expression bore a playful smile. He gently shook his head and said, Since you hail from Konoha, it is important to note that the relationship between Konoha and our Wagakure is quite amicable. Therefore, we hold both Konoha and you, Lord Yeren, in high regard. Yeren nodded, taking a seat on the sofa opposite Inoki. If that is the case, then resolving this matter should be quite simple. Inoki paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, What matter? Today, you dispatched Kodo and his daughter, Kuratsuchi, to the border to gather intelligence on me, Yeren explained, crossing his legs comfortably. At that moment, I took note of Kuratsuchi's aptitude and potential for growth. Thus, I felt it necessary to inform you that Kuratsuchi will be joining our shadow organization. What? Inoki's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Yeren. Kuratsuchi is my apprentice. How can you simply claim her for your organization? I refuse to consent. Oh, Yeren shrugged nonchalantly. It appears negotiations may have reached an impasse then. It is not an impasse. Rather, Kuratsuchi cannot possibly be entrusted to you or your organization, Inoki retorted, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. I hope you can understand, Lord Yeren. Chuckling coldly, Yeren regarded the now frowning Tsukikage and uttered a few chilling words. What if I choose not to understand? What if I insist on Kuratsuchi joining my shadow organization? What will you do then? Inoki, momentarily taken aback, straightened his posture, taking a deep breath before responding with a steely smile. If you insist on coercing her, do not blame me for using my remaining strength to ensure you leave with something of significance. Oh, Yeren's smile widened slightly as he replied, leave with something significant? With all due respect, you won't even be able to retain a shred of my clothing. In an instant, a cold glint flashed in Yeren's eyes as he grasped the hilt of his initial sword, the Kicho, and slowly drew it from its sheath. He spoke to the visibly tense Inoki. Words are futile. Let us settle this matter through our actions. I prefer to resolve disputes with my fists. Humph. You shall come to regret this. With no room left for negotiation, Oyamaki slowly levitated from his seat, facing Yer with a grave expression. Dust escape. Original realm separation technique. A white, translucent cube gradually formed as Oyamaki manipulated it with his hands. Then it descended directly towards Ye's head. Die? Ye coldly scoffed. The notion of disintegrating an object into atomic form might sound terrifying, yet it was hardly so. Yama wrote. Instantly, the armed color of Haki converged upon Ye's right hand, undergoing a transformation under his command. Strands of purple Haki manifested, enveloping the black blade, Onigiri, in an iridescent hue of violet. One sword style, steaming mountains and boiling seas. As the original realm separation technique was hurled towards him, Ye swiftly slashed the purple Onigiri above his head. In a split second, he sheathed the sword again. Are you trying to amuse me? Oyamaki observed Ye's rapid draw and immediate sheathing of the blade. Though the movement was quick, Oyamaki felt no trace of the blade's potency. A pretender, he sneered, watching Ye, who seemed destined to perish under his original realm separation technique. Suddenly, at the tip of Ye's blade, a small white dot materialized in an instant. This tiny point erupted with a chilling power, and as its radiance spread, it completely vaporized Oyamaki's technique into thin air. Moreover, this burgeoning light, expanding endlessly, surged past the desk, advancing towards Oyamaki. What on earth is this? Oyamaki gasped, quickly bringing his palms together to gather all his chakra. Dust escape. Original realm separation technique. As the white cube began to expand in his hands, a blinding light encroached upon him. Without hesitation, Oyamaki pulled the transparent cube and dove inside. Ye watched Oyamaki's actions with disdain. If Oyamaki's original realm separation technique could break everything down to atomic levels, then his own steaming mountains and boiling seas could reduce everything to quark states. Such techniques were not of the same caliber. How could Oyamaki withstand it? Thunderous roars echoed as Oyamaki, enveloped in his realm's protective glass, managed to withstand the initial assault. However, after a few moments, he sensed something amiss. It seemed his original realm separation technique could not withstand Ye's strike. His body instinctively retreated backward. As Inoki retreated, he was secretly astonished. Initially, he believed that the formidable reputation of Yeren was merely the exaggeration of others, and that both Konoha and Kumabikure were reluctant to see their village's leader humiliated by Yeren. However, it was only when Inoki faced Yeren directly that he realized the true extent of his power exceeded his wildest imagination. Panting heavily, the aged Inoki struggled to maintain the technique of Doton Jinshuribori while resisting Yeren's fierce strike, slowly retreating backward. It was not simply a matter of evading the attack. Rather, Inoki was unable to withstand the force and was compelled to continue backing away while fending off Yeren's blade. Hey, Yeren, reclining casually on a sofa with his legs crossed, smiled slightly, and pointed behind Inoki. Still retreating? If you continue, you might just fly out of this 10-story Tsuchikage office. Although you can fly, it would be quite a scandal for the Tsuchikage to be thrown out of his own office. Inoki scoffed. It's merely one sword strike. I refuse to believe that I, Inoki, cannot withstand it. He then declared, Doton, Mugen Kokai. Boom. As his words fell, the transparent cube in Inoki's hands suddenly expanded dramatically, instantly turning the tide of battle. Yeren's sword strike was shattered to pieces by Inoki's technique. Gasping heavily, Inoki observed Yeren, who remained seated on the sofa, smiling faintly, and sighed in relief. Finally, I have managed to hold my ground. Clapping his hands together, Yeren grinned at Inoki, speaking in a tone laced with irony. Not bad. Your strength still holds some merit. Although you are nearing the end of your days, you do possess some skill. Inoki, floating slowly in the air, chuckled. I am the Tsuchikage of Awagakure. Do you think my title is merely for show? Yeren shook his head, an enigmatic smile on his face as he replied. Whether your title is for show, I cannot say, but do you truly believe that after blocking my sword, you are out of danger? Raising the purple blade embedded in the ground, Yeren smiled slightly as he regarded Inoki's pale complexion. You might be overestimating your safety. Single sword style, wait. Inoki's expression shifted dramatically, his lips twitching involuntarily. Although he had just exerted all his strength to block Yeren's strike, that had drained him completely. Despite appearing outwardly unscathed, his hands trembled violently behind him. Wait. Yeren paid no heed to Inoki's horrified expression, unleashing the initial form of the cursed blade with a flourish. Engulfed in the overwhelming aura of Yama. Swish. The mountains would boil, the seas would part. Oh. Oyemu gazed up at the faint glimmer that coalesced above Nightblade's head, identical to the previous one, and was instantly engulfed by despair. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Oyemu once again employed his bloodline limit, invoking the original realm separation technique. Futile. Nightblade, arms crossed, smiled faintly. As the subtle radiance of the purple hellish aura dissipated from his right hand, confidently sheathing his sword. You could barely withstand the previous strike. This time, you might as well roll away. Boom. In the instant Nightblade's words fell, the original realm separation technique in Oyemu's hands swiftly dimmed, his expression shifting. He decisively chose to retreat, exiting the Earth Shadow's office, floating in the air outside. Enough of your chatter. Our Earth Shadow is formidable, Heitu remarked, glancing back at the distant members of the Shadow organization with a furrowed brow. While I concede that our leader is exceptionally strong, it does not imply that he can effortlessly expel our Earth Shadow from his office. Boom. Just as Heitu finished speaking, a diminutive figure crashed through the walls of several stories, soaring forth. Already? Ji Shui paused momentarily, then looked up. Itachi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and addressed Karabi beside him. This occurred several minutes earlier than we anticipated. Does this not suggest that the leader's temper is worsening? Karabi blinked, then twitched his lips. Could it be? It hasn't been long. The leader's temper shouldn't change so swiftly. Who knows? Karabi smiled slightly at Heitu, who was staring blankly at the sky. Did you see that? Your Earth Shadow, your mentor, has just been hammered out of the multi-story office by our leader. It's no deception. Heitu opened his mouth, then slowly turned back to Karabi, struggling to respond. Our Earth Shadow can fly. He merely flew out of the office. What of it? Oh, a puzzled voice echoed down from above. Do not worry about the flying. I shall bring him down. Earth Shadow, no blade style. Yellow Dragon Roar. Roar. Nightblade's right hand transformed into a shimmering purple with metallic luster before he leaped from the Earth Shadow's office, delivering a powerful punch towards the astonished Oyemu. Boom. Nightblade's right fist, enhanced by the hellish armed color, struck with terrifying force into the air above Oyemu's head. Roar. The rapid friction between the fist and the air conjured an energy form that instantaneously solidified into a colossal dragon head, resplendent in golden hues. With a deafening roar, it descended upon the astonished Inoki below. There was no escape now. A shadow of despair flickered in Inoki's eyes. He had already exhausted himself with 2 successive uses of the realm separation technique and the even more demanding boundary separation technique, pushing his body to its limits. Yet, if he did not block this punch, he would likely perish at the hands of Nightblade. With a soft exhale, Inoki finally comprehended the nature of Nightblade. He was a chaotic force, devoid of reason and unbound by logic. Astonishingly, no one had yet managed to defeat him. Earth Release. Rock Golem Technique. With a thunderous boom, Inoki rapidly descended while forming hand seals, summoning a massive rock creature from beneath the earth to shield him. Boom. The enormous golden dragon charged headlong into the newly summoned rock golem. To Inoki's utter disbelief, the colossal rock giant was obliterated in an instant by the golden dragon. Crack. As Inoki landed, he gazed in shock at the shattered remains of the rock golem that had been meant to protect him. How could it have failed to withstand even a second of that assault? Just how terrifying was this man's punch? Roar. Just as Inoki lamented Nightblade's overwhelming power, the golden dragon, having demolished the rock giant, surged towards him on the ground. It was over. Was there no effect at all? Inoki had not anticipated that his rock creature would not only fail to withstand Nightblade's punch, but that the force of the blow would remain undiminished even after breaching his defenses. Descending relentlessly upon him once more, Inoki's eyes widened in horror. In that fleeting moment, he clenched his teeth and summoned the last vestiges of his strength to form seals with urgency. Earth Release. Arm of Rock. Roar. The golden dragon struck down, sending tremors that reverberated throughout the hidden stone village, radiating from the Tsuchikige's office in all directions. Boom. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. Both Akudo and the Yellow Earth were taken aback, quickly forming seals. With a stomp, 2 colossal, sturdy walls rose from the ground, seamlessly merging to block the oncoming tempest of wind and debris. The Yellow Earth felt the tremendous impact of the blow and paled. Lord Tsuchikige, he must be all right? Shirzue and the members of the Shadow Organization standing behind the Earth Flow Wall seemed unfazed by such occurrences, immediately engaging in animated discussions. How many ribs do you think that Tsuchikige will break from this? Ujetsu, reveling in the spectacle, inquired of the wooden figure beside him. After a period of profound contemplation, The wooden figure raised 3 fingers toward Shiyuan. Perhaps 3 indeed. After all, the Earth Shadow possessed some means of self-preservation. No, at some point, Shirzue had unknowingly transformed his eyes into the 3-tomo Sharingan, which emanated a faint crimson glow amidst the swirling yellow dust of the earth. The Earth Shadow was no longer at the epicenter of that powerful punch. He had mysteriously vanished. What? Shiyuan was taken aback and turned to Shirzue, asking, has he disappeared? Did you see how he did so? Shirzue shook his head. No. Shiyuan's eyes darted around, landing on Huangtu and Haitu. Oh dear. Has your Earth Shadow inadvertently mastered the body flicker technique? A fleeting bitterness crossed the faces of Huangtu and Haitu. They knew their master well. Their Earth Shadow certainly did not possess any such technique. All right. It seemed he did not. Shiyuan could tell from their expressions that the Earth Shadow, aside from being able to fly, completely lacked the body flicker technique. So, where could he have possibly gone? Had he evaporated into thin air? Right here with me. Suddenly, as everyone searched for the Earth Shadow's whereabouts, atop a brownish-gray building, a figure was holding the embarrassed Earth Shadow, smiling gently at the crowd. I saved him at the last moment, Nightblade declared as he leaped down from the structure, still holding the embarrassed Earth Shadow, as if he were a mere chick, and approached the gathering. With a thud, Nightblade let go, and the sulking Earth Shadow landed squarely on the ground. Nightblade, I'm completely drained of energy. Can't you show some respect to the elderly? The Earth Shadow exclaimed, throwing a venerable elder to the ground. Does your conscience not ache? Oh. Nightblade nodded at the Earth Shadow. Indeed, it does not. Allow me to assist you, Haidu said, rushing over to help the Earth Shadow up from the ground, which slightly improved his mood. Ah, my disciple Haidu is truly considerate, the Earth Shadow mused, placing a hand on his lower back. By the way, I've heard that Nightblade intends to recruit you into the Shadow Organization. What are your thoughts on that? With a grand gesture, the Earth Shadow declared, I've already spoken with Nightblade. As long as you are willing, you may proceed. Nightblade rolled his eyes. You were compelled to change your tune after I defeated you. The Earth Shadow shot Nightblade a glare, exasperated. You fought me, and now you want to even allow me to speak? Have you no respect for an esteemed elder? All right. Nightblade scratched his head and replied, that is not important. You should inquire quickly whether your precious disciple is willing to join my shadow organization. The Earth Shadow smiled faintly, gazing at Yi Ren with confidence as he declared, It is impossible. My disciple would never abandon the village. As he spoke, he gestured with his chin towards the side of him, where Kuratsuchi stood. Isn't that right, Kuratsuchi? The latter, feeling somewhat embarrassed, smiled back at the Earth Shadow, and then, observing the gradually stiffening expression on his mentor's face, resolutely stated, I wish to join leader Yi Ren's shadow organization. What? Anoki looked at his proud disciple Kuratsuchi with disbelief, trembling as he repeated, What did you just say? Please say that again. Kuratsuchi, noticing the unusual demeanor of Anoki, began to sweat nervously, yet he cast a glance at Yi Ren, who was smiling encouragingly at him. He reaffirmed, I wish to join leader Yi Ren's shadow organization. With a heavy sigh, Anoki deflated like a punctured balloon, his head drooping in despair. Why, Kuratsuchi? You are my most esteemed disciple. Why are you here telling me that you wish to leave the village with an outsider? Have I truly failed as your Earth Shadow? Kuratsuchi paused, scratching his head awkwardly as he looked at Anoki. Lord Earth Shadow, why would you think that? I have great respect for you and a deep love for our village, yet I yearn for a broader stage, to learn greater skills and pursue a more ambitious dream. Therefore, I implore you not to hinder me. Is that so? Hope rekindled in the depths of Anoki's eyes, his nose reddening. If it is knowledge you seek, I can teach you. Even my Kekkei Genkai, I could let you attempt to master it. Kuratsuchi was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head gently under Anoki's expectant gaze. That is not possible. Why not? Anoki was perplexed. He was willing to impart all his knowledge, even to share his bloodline limit with Kuratsuchi. Yet, Kuratsuchi remained unmoved, still intent on following Yi Ren. Well, it's because I believe that leader Yi Ren possesses greater abilities. Anoki's expression darkened. After uttering those words, Kuratsuchi was momentarily stunned, then hastily explained to Anoki, I don't mean to say you are lacking. I merely believe Yi Ren is slightly stronger. That's not accurate. What I mean is, I think you might be a tad weaker. Kuratsuchi covered his mouth, realizing his blunder. Regardless, I feel that I can learn more and grow faster by following Yi Ren. After saying this, Kuratsuchi sighed, disregarding his previous hesitations as he spoke directly to Inoki. Although the comfortable environment of the village is safe, it does not foster my growth and strength. I believe that if I accompany leader Yi Run on his adventures, my abilities will develop more rapidly. Is that truly the reason? A bittersweet smile flickered across Inoki's face. Very well. Inoki finally nodded in agreement, permitting Kuratsuchi to join the Nightblade's shadow organization. He understood that once his disciple had made up her mind, her resolve would remain unyielding. Should he attempt to forcibly retain her, it would only prove counterproductive. You have my consent? Kuratsuchi was momentarily taken aback, her face lighting up with joy as she gazed at her mentor. Indeed, Inoki affirmed with his eyes closed. I have agreed. However, he added, directing his keen, gleaming eyes toward Nightblade, who stood with crossed arms beside Kuratsuchi. I implore you, take good care of my disciple. Otherwise, Inoki was poised to deliver a stern warning to Nightblade. Otherwise what? Nightblade quipped with a mischievous grin. Will you leap up to strike my knee, only to be pierced by my sword in return? Inoki responded, you may recount how I was bested by you, and I shall concede to that with grace. But please refrain from mentioning my height. Oh, will you truly take offense at my remark regarding your stature? What then? Should you hastily jump and strike my knee? Laughter erupted as Nightblade's jests resonated with everyone present, even eliciting a smile from the otherwise somber Kuratsuchi. Enough, Inoki declared. I shan't engage in further banter with you, brash swordsman. I am departing. As long as you refrain from excessive mischief in the land of Earth, feel free to do as you wish. Do not trouble me with trivial matters. Kuratsuchi nodded vigorously, waving goodbye to Inoki as he turned to leave. Having finally achieved her long-desired goal of joining the Nightblade's shadow organization, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling crescent moons. Very well. Nightblade smiled at the 7 individuals before him. He, along with Shursui, Itachi, and Yugao, formed the first team. With Kuratsuchi's addition, the second team was now complete. Led by the captain, Killer Bee, with team members Samui, Muki, and Kuratsuchi. Killer Bee would coordinate both offense and defense. Samui would serve as the team strategist, while Muki would be the spearhead of their assaults, and the newly joined Kuratsuchi would act as the shield of the squad. Now that both teams of our organization have been established, we have achieved one of our objectives for coming to the land of Earth. Shursui was momentarily stunned. Wasn't the original goal to recruit Kuratsuchi? Is there another objective? Another objective? Itachi inquired directly. Indeed. Nightblade smiled at everyone. Do you recall the individual I mentioned at the outset, the one we sought in the land of Earth? That person will be a member of the third team. His personality is eccentric. Although he may not serve as team leader, he will contribute as a valuable member. Oh, are we about to form our third team? Shursui exclaimed excitedly. This is indeed swift. He surveyed the faces of those around him. The prowess of these members is indeed formidable, igniting anticipation within us. How many powerful companions shall we encounter? Heitu's eyes subtly shifted as he recalled the moment when Yi Ren first posed a question at the national border. Is the person you mentioned, Chief, none other than Deidara, my senior? Indeed. Upon confirming that the individual in question was Deidara, Heitu's expression turned somewhat melancholic. However, Deidara had vanished 2 years prior. In such a vast ninja world, where could we possibly search for him? A knowing smile spread across Yi Ren's face as he addressed everyone with confidence. No need to search. He will surely come to us. Come to us? Heitu gazed at Yi Ren, who radiated self-assurance, and queried, but why, Chief? I hardly know Deidara myself. How can you be so certain he will seek you out? Yi Ren, observing Heitu's puzzled demeanor, offered a slight smile. It's quite simple. Although I have yet to meet Deidara, intelligence indicates that he possesses an overwhelming arrogance, brimming with confidence in his artistry and prowess. Now first, my strength has already been revealed in a Wagakure. Thus, it is only a matter of the second point. If I showcase my unique perspective on art that differs from his, Deidara will undoubtedly wish to find me to prove to me his own conception of true artistry. That makes sense, Chief, but what approach should we take? Yi Ren chuckled. You, of all people, should know best. Have you forgotten what Deidara delights in? What is the art he takes pride in? Heitu gasped, suddenly deep in thought. Moments later, his eyes brightened as he looked up at Yi Ren and exclaimed, Are you referring to the explosive artistry of clay bombs? Precisely. Yi Ren nodded. Deidara's pride and joy lie in the artistic explosions of the various clay bombs he creates. Therefore, he continued with a slight smile, if I circulate a rumor, It is likely that within a few days, Deidara will come to a Wagakure in search of me. In the ensuing days, I would like you all to help me spread a message throughout the land of Earth. Early the next morning, a phrase rapidly disseminated from a Wagakure, radiating throughout the entire nation. At that very moment, a young man with golden hair sat in a breakfast shop within the land of Earth, enjoying his meal. The conversation from a nearby table reached his ears. Hey, have you heard the news? What news? A hidden rock ninja spoke to another. Hey, what else could there be? Do you recall that rogue ninja named Deidara, who was expelled from the village by Lord Suchikage 2 years ago? Upon hearing the mention of his banishment, a golden-haired youth seated at the adjacent table couldn't help but exhibit a hint of resignation, letting out a soft sigh that only he could hear. He then slowly began to mold a small centipede out of white clay, concealed beneath the table. Here we go again. It truly is an unceasing topic. Alas, it seems I must eliminate you all. Of course I remember. What of it? Oh, you dare ask what of it? Your news is utterly outdated. The ninja who had broached the subject playfully patted his companion on the back and jested. Are you perhaps troubled about women lately? Ha. Spare me. Just tell me what you have to say. My patience wears thin. The other ninja, clearly flustered, stammered in a hurried tone. All right. I shan't tease you any longer. The other chuckled as he patted his shoulder. Let me enlighten you. A few days ago, the newly established leader of the shadow organization, Yeye, arrived at our rock village with her members. Huh. What business does she have in our village? The other ninja responded in astonishment. What business? Well, the informed ninja smirked slightly. She must be here to recruit from our ranks. I hear she even incorporated Lord Suchikage's land, Kuratsuchi, into her organization. What? Such a thing exists? And what does this have to do with Deidara, whom you just mentioned? Upon hearing his name again, Deidara, having formed a single-handed seal, halted abruptly. Speaking of which, I heard that when others mentioned Deidara's name in Yebane's presence, the leader of the shadow organization scoffed disdainfully. She remarked, what is Deidara? Such a revolting farce he calls art is nothing but a plea for mercy. Even I would not accept Deidara into my organization. The other ninja erupted into raucous laughter. How utterly tragic. The boy who conducted terror attacks 2 years ago is now derided by Yebane. What a satisfying turn of events. Hey. Suddenly, Deidara, who had been quietly dining, twisted his neck and stood up, turning to the 2 ninjas at the nearby table with a smile. May I inquire where this Yebane is currently located? Would you be so kind as to inform me? Due to Deidara's wide-brimmed hat obscuring his face, the 2 ninjas did not immediately recognize him. Instead, they exchanged amused glances and replied, Oh, do you wish to witness the grandeur of the Nightblade leader, my friend? You have indeed come to the right person, for I am aware of the leader's current whereabouts. Oh, Deidara smiled faintly. Pray, enlighten me about the precise location of the Nightblade, for I am exceedingly eager to behold such a figure. The ninja chuckled amiably. Allow me to share this with you. Presently, the Nightblade leader resides within the rock-hidden village, accommodated in the quarters arranged by Lord Suchikage. It is likely that he will not depart the village anytime soon, so if you wish to pay a visit, I advise you to act promptly. My gratitude. Deidara turned as if to leave. The ninja waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks. Such information is common knowledge. Yet, it is different. Deidara smiled slightly. Gratitude is still due. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted as Deidara's words fell, engulfing 2 ninjas seated at a nearby table in a brilliant blaze. Amid their startled expressions, a colossal explosion enveloped them and the entire establishment. Deidara, having sculpted a gigantic explosive clay bird, perched upon its back, gazing at the immense detonation below. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips. Art is an explosion. Nightblade, do you dare to declare my art a pile of dog waste? Are you prepared to be reduced to mere refuse? A gust of wind billowed through Deidara's garments as the enormous white bird soared skyward with him aboard, heading undoubtedly towards the rock-hidden village. As Deidara hastened towards his destination, Nightblade, accompanied by the entire shadow organization and the newly joined Akatsuchi, arrived at a rocky plain. Aligning everyone in a row, Nightblade addressed them. Before Akatsuchi joined our ranks, I led you through numerous trials. Nightblade chuckled. However, you failed to succeed even once in those endeavors. Upon hearing this, Shursui and Killer Bee exchanged awkward glances. This was due to our lack of coordination. Killer Bee shrugged. Of course, your trials were rather peculiar, Nightblade. What? Upon hearing Killer Bee's complaint, Nightblade cupped his hand to his ear and inquired with a smile, "Are my trials truly strange? Is it their oddity that led to your failures?" Rolling his eyes at the lined-up members of the Shadow Organization, Nightblade scolded mercilessly. "The reason lies in your excessive pride. Although you all agreed upon strategies and tactics before battle, once the moment of action arrived, you instinctively resorted to your individual strengths, rarely considering the synergy with your comrades." As Yiren reached this point in his discourse, all present lowered their heads, engaging in earnest contemplation. He was not mistaken. Those who stood here, as members of the Shadow Organization, were all exceptional ninjas capable of executing missions independently. Each possessed a unique set of principles and methodologies. Just as before, Zhishui had conferred with his teammates regarding strategies and tactics prior to breaching the national border. Although it appeared that Shiyen had charged ahead, in retrospect, it indeed aligned with Yi Ren's observations. While strategies were discussed, issues arose during execution. Itachi was preoccupied with casting illusions upon Yi Ren, while Zhishui focused solely on ensuring that his body flicker technique would not be easily countered by Yi Ren. Meanwhile, Shiyen pondered the extent of her Iato strike and whether Yi Ren would recognize her efforts. That was all there was to it. The Kirabai team, in stark contrast, was even further behind. They lacked coordination and merely sought to ride on the coattails of Zhishui's team. Upon realizing this, Zhishui slowly bowed his head, letting out a dejected sigh. "Indeed, we have become overly confident in our abilities and neglected the importance of teamwork." Kirabai nodded in agreement, a sheen of cold sweat on his brow as he remarked, "We certainly failed to consider coordination, which was a significant oversight. Fortunately, Leader Yiren is here to guide us. We have found a way to rectify our mistakes." Yiren, observing that the core members of both teams had grasped this crucial point, smiled and nodded in approval. "It seemed you have all come to understand the root of your issues." He gestured towards Kirabai's side, where Heitu stood, with a faint smile. "Now that both teams have been assembled, we shall proceed with the trial today, as is customary." Oh, Zhishui's interest was piqued instantly. "Last time we crossed the national border. This time, are we to break out of the national boundary?" Ha. Upon hearing Zhishui's jest before their departure, laughter erupted among the group. Yet, their gazes towards Yi Ren were filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the revelation of the trial's nature. Clearing his throat, Yi Ren regarded the mirthful assembly with a trace of playful amusement, then gently coughed to regain their attention. "This time, we shall undertake an escort mission trial." "What? An escort mission? Escorting whom?" Instantly, as Yi Ren announced the details of the trial, all eyes widened in astonishment. However, Zhishui and Itachi, both adept in escort missions, exchanged knowing smiles. If this is indeed a trial mission, then practice makes perfect. The person we are to escort is me, but Yiren smiled subtly, taking note of the astonishment that washed over everyone upon hearing the first half of his statement, before pivoting to declare, "The target for assassination is also me." The crowd fell silent, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. "What does this mean, leader? We are to escort you, yet you wish to assassinate yourself?" "Indeed." Nightblade smiled enigmatically at the crowd before continuing. "However, what sets this apart is that the version of me you are escorting is but a mere illusion. I shall create a sedan chair, and within it, a dummy of myself crafted from earth. You shall escort it along the way. Meanwhile, Nightblade's gaze turned mischievous, will seize the opportunity to create chaos and strike from the shadows." At this moment, Zhishui furrowed his brow, voicing the question everyone had been anticipating. Under what circumstances would our mission be deemed a failure? Nightblade regarded Zhishui with an approving smile. A splendid inquiry. So, what indeed would constitute failure? If the dummy I placed in the sedan chair sustains damage exceeding 30%, then your mission would be a failure. He continued, his eyes shimmering with a cold light. It matters not whether I manage to attack the dummy within the sedan chair. Even if the dummy is damaged due to the impact of defensive techniques or changes in terrain, your mission would still be classified as a failure. Upon hearing Nightblade's stringent requirements, the strategists Zhishui and Samui from both teams fell into deep contemplation. Nightblade's stipulations undoubtedly escalated the difficulty. On one hand, while carrying the sedan chair, they must ensure that the false Nightblade does not incur significant jolts that might cause it to shatter. Conversely, should the chair be struck even once by an assassin's blade, the trial would inevitably end in utter failure. Moreover, this time, the assassin was none other than Nightblade himself, making this trial far more challenging than any preceding ones. Do you have any particular demands regarding our route? Ji Shui inquired. Nightblade cast an approving glance at Ji Shui, responding with a smile. You have hit the nail on the head. As for the route, you are free to exercise your creativity. In the expectant gazes of the crowd, Nightblade continued with a slight smile. I shall only provide you with the starting point and the final destination. How you choose to traverse this path is entirely up to you. As long as you reach the destination, the result is satisfactory. Oh, Kairabi exclaimed with a tone of sudden enlightenment after hearing Nightblade's explanation. I understand the leader's intent. There are numerous ways for us to progress. Why, I got it. Nightblade smiled subtly, observing the slight changes in the expressions of the crowd following Kairabi's revelation. Indeed, just as Kairabi stated, to achieve your objective, you may employ any means necessary. However, do not forget one fundamental principle. The most successful escort mission is one in which conflict is entirely avoided. For once combat ensues, the risk of harm to the person you are protecting escalates considerably. Understood. Ji Shui's eyes gleamed with realization as he nodded in affirmation to Nightblade. Thus, the subsequent matters shall be effortlessly managed, my leader. Please arrange the departure and arrival points. Very well. Nightblade observed that everyone comprehended his intentions and nodded in agreement before continuing. This journey is lengthy, yet the scope of your contributions is vast. Simply escort me from the Hidden Rock Village directly to the borders of the Rain Ninja Village. You may choose the route, determine how to proceed, and allocate personnel as you see fit. Nightblade smiled gently. It remains entirely in your hands. Excellent. Understood. The land of Earth is situated in the northwestern region of the 5 great shinobi nations. If one were to correlate it with the geography of Huaxia, it naturally corresponds to the Lus Plateau, the Yadan landforms, and the deserts. Thus, it suffices to say that the vast plains are stark and flat, with vegetation being exceedingly scarce. Naturally, concealing an escorting contingent becomes an arduous task. On this particular afternoon, beneath the blazing sun, a squadron of ninjas clad in immaculate white martial attire traversed the desert at remarkable speed. Shizuka, Karabi called out as he ran, while carrying a palanquin. Addressing Shizuka beside him. Given our current pace, how long until we reach the land of rain? Shizuka pondered momentarily, then gazed into the distance, estimating, and replied with a furrowed brow, at least 4 more hours. There is no need to rush. Let us maintain this speed. With that, Shizuka offered a peculiar smile. We can proceed with our other arrangements with complete assurance. Indeed, Karabi nodded. Our cooperation this time is nothing short of seamless. We should be able to navigate this trial unscathed, should we not? I hope so, Shizuka replied, his brow furrowing. Although everything appears thoroughly prepared, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Above, in the azure sky, a colossal white bird soared swiftly. If those on the ground were to observe closely, they would certainly notice a figure atop this magnificent creature. Deidara, with his golden locks, scoffed audibly. Is it possible that Nightblade fears my scorn now that he has ventured towards the borders? No. A fierce expression marred Deidara's face. No matter where you flee, I shall hunt you down. With Deidara's rising anxiety, the massive clay bird beneath him quickened its pace, hurtling towards the direction of the Shadow Organization's team. Half an hour later, a blurred line of swiftly moving ninjas on the horizon caught Deidara's attention. He deftly maneuvered his giant bird closer to the ninja squad. That is. Deidara squinted, scrutinizing the figures within the team, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Kuratsuchi. Hiss. Recalling the words of a ninja he had captured in the Hidden Rock Village, Deidara's spirit surged with renewed vigor. Since Haitu is among this enigmatic group, the members of this team are undoubtedly from the Akatsuki organization. Deidara squinted his eyes, directing his gaze towards a palanquin, which was being escorted by all. A cruel smile crept across his face. You must be inside there, Yeren. Come then, let us see the true extent of my artistry. As he murmured to himself, Deidara maneuvered a colossal clay bird, propelling it swiftly towards the small team on the ground. Simultaneously, he deftly molded his hands. A massive clay bomb took shape in his grasp. C2 Dragon. In the instant he approached this group of ninjas, Deidara's expression twisted into a menacing grimace. As he hurled a white dragon towards Shursui and his companions below, shouting, "Go!" Boom. The enormous clay dragon rapidly expanded in the sky. Much to the astonishment of Shursui and the others, and under Deidara's command, it unleashed a barrage of clay bombs upon the small team. This is bad. Shursui, witnessing the frenzied Deidara and the dragon spewing clay bombs in their direction, made a swift decision. Protect the leader. Yes. The Akatsuki members, including Killer Bee, immediately halted, their expressions grave as they prepared to launch their ninjutsu for defense and counterattack. Earth style? Earth flow rampart. Hydroform seals, erecting a curving earthen wall before the lowered palanquin, shielding Yeren within. Fire style. Yamurin swiftly bent forward, adopting an offensive stance against Deidara in the sky. Cat fireball. Boom. In an instant, as Yamurin completed her incantation, azure ghostly flames erupted from her mouth, hurtling towards Deidara above. Deidara promptly ascended the white clay bird, allowing several cat fireballs to soar harmlessly beneath him. Observing the resolute gazes of those below, a flicker of unease crossed Deidara's features. Although his reputation in Awagakure was far from favorable, often perceived as a brash fool, he understood that information was paramount for someone who undertook assassination missions daily. The moment he laid eyes on these individuals, Deidara realized that today's encounter would not be easily resolved. He addressed the gathering below in a low voice. Kimogakure's Killer Bee, Yamurin, and Samui. Deidara then shifted his gaze to another group. Konohagakure's Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi. And then, Deidara's eyes widened slightly. My little junior sister, Haitu, along with the Akatsuki leader, Yeren. With all these individuals fixated on him, Deidara gritted his teeth and spoke through clenched jaws. Your formation of ninjas protecting Yeren is indeed formidable. However, Deidara's expression morphed into a savage snarl, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet even so, Nightblade, you have insulted my artistry, and I shall not show you mercy. Today, even if my art and I bloom flawlessly here, I shall ensure your demise beneath my creations. Chisue gazed up at the soaring Deidara, momentarily taken aback. Then, casting a serious glance at his comrades beside him, he gravely remarked, the one attacking us is not Lord Leader, but rather Deidara, whom the leader has been relentlessly seeking. Itachi, observing Deidara's frenzied demeanor in the sky, slightly nodded. It is he. However, upon receiving this confirmation from Itachi, Chisue furrowed his brow, a sense of unease slowly permeating his heart. What is it? Itachi inquired, noticing Chisue's expression darkening with concern. The difficulty of our escort has escalated, Chisue stated, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips as he glanced at Deidara above. He then turned towards his comrades in the Akatsuki, methodically analyzing the situation. In truth, the leader orchestrated this scenario from the outset. On the surface, it appears we must guard against the leader's assassination, yet throughout this journey, Chisue gestured towards the flying Deidara. We must also contend with this troublesome ninja hovering above. Unbeknownst to Deidara, the figure seated within the palanquin is not our leader, Nightblade, but a mere statue. Furthermore, he will relentlessly attack this statue. Hence, after Chisue finished his analysis, Samui, who stood guard nearby, furrowed his brow. With arms crossed, he mused. The leader and Deidara form a duo, one in the light and the other in the shadows. The difficulty of our escort mission will undoubtedly increase significantly. Hiss. Upon hearing Chisue's words, all present furrowed their brows, and Kuratsuchi gasped sharply. This being her first trial mission, she learned a harsh lesson from Nightblade. Moreover, judging by her teammates' tone, it seemed this trial was the most arduous in history. What shall we do then? Samui glanced at Chisue, who was deep in thought. We are aware that the figure here is a false Nightblade. Should we consider sacrificing this decoy to eliminate Deidara? Chisue stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appears that we have no other choice. Let us first deal with Deidara. Following the discussion between Chisue and Samui, consensus emerged among the group, and they all turned their gazes towards Deidara in the sky. Hey! Chisue shouted at Deidara above. What? Deidara paused, instantly redirecting his attention towards the Uchiha standing on the ground. I surmise your purpose for being here is to confront our leader, is it not? Chisue queried Deidara. Hee. Upon hearing this, Deidara smirked slightly, then, with an expression of rage, retorted at Chisue, if the leader you speak of is Nightblade, then indeed, it is him. As Deidara spoke, a fierce expression twisted across his face. How dare one declare that my art is worthless? I shall demonstrate through action that art is indeed a profound force. Gazing at the colossal clay dragon that had quietly soared behind the immense palanquin, he swiftly formed hand seals. Huh. With a thunderous roar, the enormous white clay dragon erupted beside the palanquin occupied by Yeren. In an instant, a cloud of dust enveloped the surroundings, whipping up a storm of debris, shrouding the entire palanquin in a veil of smoke that obscured everyone's vision. Suddenly, a soft cough emerged from the swirling haze, and a graceful silhouette clad in black stepped forth from the dissipating smoke. "I must say," Kuroto remarked, her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded Deidara perched atop the magnificent white bird. "To commence with such a powerful explosion, you show no regard for past camaraderie, do you?" "Humph," Deidara scoffed, eyeing Kuroto, who had expertly shielded the entire palanquin with an upgraded version of the earth flow wall. "You are not to be underestimated, little sister. Your mastery of earth release has grown increasingly formidable. I wonder how your lava release has progressed. Shall I witness its prowess?" "Humph." Though they had once shared a bond as comrades, Deidara's actions now posed a threat to the village, which did not endear him to Kuroto. With a disdainful snort, she replied, "In these 2 years, both you and I have made strides in our abilities. If you wish to gauge the power of my lava release, then come and find out." Lava release. Lime solidification technique.